Welcome to the supercut of Hanseatic Dreamland, a project where I turn an abandoned harbor area into a thriving theme park. This first season includes over 300 hours of gameplay and countless episodes in which we shaped this wonderful park to what it is right now. So if you're interested, lean back, enjoy the following 10 hours of building a theme park in an abandoned harbor area in Germany, Hamburg. So lean back, enjoy, and have fun. Welcome to Planet Coaster 2, and welcome to the Hanseatic Dreamland, a brand new project in Planet Coaster 2. I'm Rudi. In case you don't know me, I've been playing this game ever since the first game came out 8 years ago, and obviously I'm doing a series on this game now, more about this setting and the context later. But in case you want to follow along and want to see way more upcoming Planet Coaster 2 content, make sure to subscribe to the channel right now and lean back for this new wonderful episode number 1 of Hanseatic Dreamland. I'm gonna give you a bit of context now, and we go step by step through this very first build. Every good park starts with a lot of terraforming, and this is the time where I'm going to tell you the setting. We are in the Hamburg harbor area in Germany, and the main idea is that we did buy an abandoned area of the Hamburg harbor area in which we are allowed to build a brand new theme park. But that also means that we have to build with the context of being in one of the biggest harbors in the world and one of the biggest harbors in Europe, where obviously there's a lot going on depending on what you're looking at, but there's a lot of cargo, there's a lot of shipment, there's a lot of just traffic going on, and we are building a theme park in the midst of it. Now, unfortunately, Planet Coaster 2 only comes with 4 base maps, and so I had to settle for the normal temperate map. So in case there is something happening in the future and you're watching this video way later, I wasn't able to take anything else. But as per usual, we have been starting by layouting the area firstly a bit broader, and then later on we're gonna make this a bit more nice looking along the time, and making sure that everything looks nice as we go. So this is where the basic harbor basin and the harbor area will be, with all the small channels and so on. I was testing a lot of things. You can see I used the buses to see how wide and so on I wanted to create these canals, and then making sure that we have the nicest water in there. I didn't want to go for the cleanest water because, we're in a harbor area. It's not like cleanest always. And so that was the first step we did, and also put down obviously a little ship to make sure that this is the entrance, got rid of the normal entrance, and make sure that we do have our context as always. And once that was settled, I obviously, as always, went over to Planet Parking Lot. Everyone who has been here for the first time 8 years ago knows that we went crazy over parking lots, and so I did again. Now, I did cut out most of it, so I did not annoy you with all the stuff, but I gotta tell that with the new pathing options, it was a lot more simple to create this. There are a couple of tricks and so on. By the way, in case you want any tutorials or any other stuff regarding the game's release, make sure to stick to the comment to this wonderful channel, because there is a lot coming over the course of the next days, weekends, and so on. I've been preparing a lot of things. I will be preparing a lot of things, and also, I won't tell too much about my review or my actual opinion on the game right now, because it deserves a bit of a different context. There is a lot to talk about, not only positive things, but we will be there. We'll get there eventually. But I must admit that over the time of building in here, and as of speaking, I've already spent over 50 hours playing this game, which is ridiculous. But okay. I've been really testing it to its core, and I was really happy to bring this series to. There's a lot that this game will offer in the future, and there's a lot that we will be able to explore together in this series, and a parking lot is inevitable because I wanted to make it as realistic as virtually possible, and I will be talking about this a bit more while we go in this video. So you can see there's a lot of concrete. We are in the Hamburg harbor area, which means there is going to be a lot of concrete, and whatever we are going to have as planters and as nature is brought back into this area. It's going to be a rather nice looking park, so don't worry, it's not going to be barren and all concrete and like very modern kind of big old stuff. That's not the target. I really think like the budget of this park is relatively high. It's not like the highest ever, because we do already have some circumstances that we can use, and the environment we can use these old storage holes that will be available. We can use some of the containers. We will make use of these kind of things, and you will see this already in the first episode. Oh gosh, I'm so excited to bring all of this to you because there is so much we can talk about when it comes to this idea. I've been working on this idea for over 4 months now. And there's a lot more I want to tell you, but I can't as of now. I need to do this in a second episode. There's a lot. I will bring a special guest on the next episode. I'm not going to talk about this right now because it's going to be kept as a secret for the second episode. I'm very excited to bring this person on. So you already witnessed something that is, you know, somehow in regards to that person, but more about that, as I said, in the next episode, you know, building a bit more of excitement over here. There's a lot of parking lot stuff going on your screen right now. As I said, I already cut out a lot of things. Unfortunately, just mentioning that, the barriers I have hidden in here later on simply don't work, so people still kind of glitch through it. I'm still kind of trying to fix that. Oh, and I must admit that as of recording, this is still the early access version of the game, so the day one fixes and so on will not be included. So if any of these things will be visible, this is because I'm recording way ahead of time, and this is why all of it is on here. So when I have been doing most of the groundwork for the parking lot, it was time to move over to the star of the first episode, and that is the coaster. Now, you will see that the layout of the coaster is different, very different from the one we have on the time-lapse. The reason for that is that the coaster builder is not as easy as I was hoping it was, and I had a bit of a struggle to get this coaster together, and the first version you're going to see on screen right now, and also the other two I built while recording, they were horrible, okay? They were just bad, and so I didn't include any more of the footage, but we are going to talk about the footage in a bit, simply because we need to just talk about the coaster. So from the very first second, I wanted to have this little lake in the middle, and I gotta tell you, and we'll see that in the real-time part later on, it is insane how much the new pathing tool adds to the potential that this game now comes with. And you will be hearing the word potential a lot of times during the upcoming days, and in general, again, if you're watching this video way later, hopefully this is going to be a start of a big series, so maybe you're watching this video a lot later, so if you're watching this later, put down a comment down below. But during the first days of this game's existence, you will be hearing the word potential a lot of times, and we are getting there. However, a lot of potential was also this offering this layout. Now, the idea I had, I wanted to go into this layout with a launch coaster. That was definitely the idea I wanted to have, because we are working with an area that I didn't want to build like a super high chain lift, you know, blocking the views and stuff. I wanted to have something that can keep relatively low to the ground to offer a good view to what will be behind, and you've seen that from the thumbnail, hopefully. There's going to be a big older looking hall, like one of these typical Hamburg harbor halls. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever been to Hamburg, but like, as Hamburg being one of the biggest harbors in the world, it's kind of like, there's one very interesting fact about Hamburg. Hamburg features more bridges than Venice does, for example, which is always very surprising to people. But like, it's a huge area with a lot of water, with a lot of channels, and for example, there's also like the miniature wonderland, which I guess most of you guys potentially know as being in this niche kind of theme park, kind of building miniature stuff area here. You potentially will know, and they are also in one of these big old brick buildings. Like, this Hamburg harbor area has been existing for a lot of years, and has, you know, withstand a lot of times, and this is also why they have not only these typical very modern corrugated steel or metal halls, which we'll see throughout the series quite a bit, but they also have some very steady brick buildings, and this is what we are going to feature as a main building in today's episode. You can see this is the first layout attempt I went with, and again, it was a bit of an odd one, but the same issues as in the first game unfortunately still exist when it comes to smoothing. I mean, it's been improved by giving us the chance to, you know, use different smoothing methods, but you still struggle the same way as you did in the first game. The result will be better, a lot better, but still. We need to talk about coasters, but we don't do this in this video. I want to keep this video kind of clean of most of the stuff we need to talk about, because it needs a different environment. Just that, okay? Now we're gonna talk about building, and oh boy, do I have to say a lot about this building in this game. Now, I can't avoid talking about this, okay? So I'm gonna start with a big praise. These scenery pieces in this game, for a base game, are absolutely mad. They are great, they are versatile, they are obviously, for the most part, scalable, which is great. And what I did over here is a technique I basically use a lot of times when a game is new. You won't see me doing this towards the release of a new DLC. Why do you say that? That's pretty simple. The more you play this game, the more you get used to the pieces, you know where they are in the menu, and you don't need to put them down on the ground. You know where they are, and you will relatively quickly go and use them in the way you have learned them to use. But the more you go to a DLC, that means the more used you are to the pieces existing, and then when the DLC drops and brings in a whole bunch of new pieces, that's been the case with the first game and also with Planet Zoo, you need to learn from anew, because some pieces will replace other pieces you've abused in the past to create something that wasn't possible. But the thing is, from all the Planet games I've played, like the first two games, Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster, it's been never so good already from the get-go. So there was barely anything apart from one big thing that wasn't possible. And the one big thing hit me like a thunder and lightning and everything at once, like a huge storm. When I was finishing this first element, I was looking for glass pieces. Well, there aren't any. And that is a huge potential missed over here. This is a huge issue. I have already addressed that. I literally addressed that, I guess, 6 hours after I've been receiving the code for the game. I've already been dropping a big mail to Frontier, which included that fact that we don't have glass pieces. It's like, hold on, you can't give us a game again for the third time in a row. I think Planet Zoo did have glass pieces, but Planet Coaster also didn't have glass pieces at the beginning, which was crazy. But the problem is, and we're getting there in a second, the problem is that this is even more problematic and frustrating because the rest is so good. Like, the pieces in this game from the themes are so freaking good. You can see I'm building a very typical Hamburg-ish harbor area build here. It's like it's a typical architectural style that isn't anywhere located in the ones we have. You know, it's not a Viking build. It's not a aquatic build. It's nothing along the line. It's just like a very typical northern German brick building, like a Hanseatic building. And you'll see I use kind of something as glass, and this is, and as ridiculous as it may sound, but what we do have in the game is water pieces. Like, this is great. You can now build modular fountains if you want, because we have several individual water pieces that kind of create a small volume of water. So in case you've been around with Planet Zoo, you know that we've been abusing the kind of barriers to create like a little pond in order to make some little fountains. But as smaller as you got, or the smaller you got, the more problematic it got, and, you know, had some glitches in it, and they didn't become the way they should be. And so at the end of the day, we had some struggle to create specifically smaller ponds and smaller water features, smaller fountains, for example. And it's super great to have these pieces, and as you can see, they also work kind of as windows. I don't recommend that, because it's gonna be destroying your performance. Again, this is one of the things I also communicated to Frontier. I mean, they're not meant to be used as glass, obviously, but like, I wanted to have a building that has glass windows to bring light in. That's a different topic we need to talk about. The lighting in this game is so improved, so dramatically improved, that building inside of buildings now makes a lot more sense. It makes a lot more fun, because it is a lot more fun, because it looks so much more realistic. However, this equally makes the whole thing so much more frustrating to not have proper glass pieces, because we've got a lot of window pieces. Don't get me wrong, you can see that on screen right now, the three kind of windows I put in the center there, on front of the main entrance build. They are proper window pieces, but they are not transparent at all. So like, they are fully blocking the light. Meaning, if you build like a big hall like I do right now, and you are only using these type of windows, which, you know, technically you can do, but the whole hall would be fully dark then. Which, if you want to do a dark ride, is fine, but if you want to build like a huge storage hall like this, which is going to house a pool later on, at least that's the plan for now. It's going to be a big pool area that's going to go into this one. you just don't need a fully dark environment. You want to have some light casting into it. And yeah, I mean, yeah, again, you know me. If you know me, I do abuse pieces, okay? So that's what we're doing here. We are not using the pieces as they're intended. So yeah, like if we want to have a new kind of running gag here, I'm using water as windows, okay? That's our new windows as walls. For those of you who've been around, you know, in the first game we didn't have proper walls, and so we used windows as walls. And don't worry, the next couple of episodes will have that as well. I'm using windows as wall again because we don't have proper plaster pieces, but we do have some cool plaster elements as backdrops of windows, so I'm using those. But again, I needed to use something that is transparent, and I need to go a bit more deep into that because it's so freaking frustrating at the same time as great as it is. I tried also getting rid of the glass, you know, just deleting all the glass pieces to ensure that, you know, the performance was not already destroyed in the first episode, which again is kind of typical for me, but hey, who am I to not do it, okay? I need to do that for you guys. So when I did this, obviously I got rid of kind of a block in a way. Like the fact that the water does cast the light similarly to windows makes the whole interior look very cool because it has this a little bit softer light. As soon as I take that out, it's gone. We have the very hard light getting into the building. So it doesn't look like an indoor building anymore, which is totally against the point I was trying to make with all these holes. And again, I decided to go for this theme because I thought, okay, that's going to be possible in a way or not, but that's going to be possible. And now it turns out that one of the biggest issues I'll have is having no glass pieces at the beginning, which specifically, if you will need to build a lot with these storage holes and big holes and indoor sections, is becoming increasingly frustrating as we go. But, you know, we're going to deal with it for the first moments and then we're going to build up from here. I can already tell, and hopefully you guys, in case you're listening till this point in time, big thanks to all of you. Make sure to drop so many comments about what you would love to see in this series. This is the biggest call to action I can ever do. Make sure to give me all of your ideas. Go crazy in the comments what kind of you can imagine doing in here. Nothing is set in stone. I have a good idea for the first couple episodes, but from there on we're gonna tackle this as a community. As promised, I did not forget about that. As promised, all the members of the channel will have a special place in here in the next coming episodes. I have already dropped the most of them in. It's gonna be very funny. The solution I found, I'm quite proud of, I guess. So if you want to become part of this entire series over here, you can become member of the channel. I did actually make this only 99 cents because I'm not a big fan of, you know, making people pay for whatever too much. So in case you want to support the channel a bit more than only subscribing, you can do so by becoming member. There are 3 different tiers. They don't actually differ in anything. I don't like this. I think it's a bad idea to just separate people by how much they want to pay. If you want to support, it doesn't matter how much you want. If you do, I really do appreciate that, and you can become member. So if you can afford more, you can take a higher tier, but it doesn't change from which tier what you get. You get the emojis, you get access to a little sneak peek group on Discord, which I'm gonna feed now a bit more. You know, it's not like I'm not trying to, you know, say I'm super active in there, but eventually you're gonna see some cool screenshots of a project I'm doing a bit earlier than others. But like, you know, I'm trying to be more, you know, a bit more on the realistic side of things. I will use this to communicate with you guys. I will use this to put your names in here. I will use this to make sure that you can make use of the new emojis we have, and potentially we'll be doing some more in the future, but it's not like you're gonna get too much. I have to be that, you know, just realistic, because I'm not a big fan of that. I don't want to be gatekeeping. It's not like that I want to have special blueprints only for you guys or so, simply because I feel like this is against my idea of the entire community. So again, just as a little intro, because that's a new series, and in case you want to know, but making sure if you become member, you will be finding a very special place in this project. Keep an eye on for that in the next episodes. I do believe it's actually already in episode number 2, so it's not going to be too long. Speaking about this roof over here, I had to still think a lot of times about Sylph, simply because he's the master of roofs and custom roofs and spires and stuff like that. And hopefully, Sylph, if you're watching, you're proud of me doing this. That was a pain because, you know, we have to get used to this new building system. Again, I don't want to spend too much time talking about this because I will do this in different videos. The building system has changed more than just a bit. There are a lot of things that we need to talk about. There are a lot of things that, you know, we have to, I don't know if it's learning new about this, but it's like really getting used to is the better explanation over here. And that kept me from being quicker in the first place. Like I spent, as I said, almost 50 hours in this game already as of recording. And during this time, it's not been like that I've been super productive because I needed to get so many things to learn new. There will be a huge tutorial for this game coming next week. I have already done this, but I thought uploading this now makes not really that much sense because, you know, not everyone has access to the game. So it's gonna be in the release week. There will be a lot of tutorials for you guys. So in case you're watching out for them, make sure to stick to the channel. There's going to be a lot of different tutorials and our favorite tutorial as well. So that's gonna be great. I had a lot of fun doing this, but in order to make sure I can do a proper tutorial for you guys, I needed to make sure to, you know, learn the game properly. And a lot of criticism I had at the beginning, it's not gone, but it has been softened a little because there are ways in the game to do certain things now that are unfortunately very different from how we are used to it. So this is a different game. I must say that. A lot more different than I thought it was. But equally, it offers a lot more potential. You know, I said that at the beginning. You're gonna hear this word a lot more often. But yeah, so this is the first hall being finished, and it's gonna be looking great. You obviously have seen already a lot more in the intro shots to give you an idea where this series is going. But trust me when I tell you that you've already, looking on your screen right now, there has been more than 20 hours already that went into this project alone. All the different ideas I needed to challenge and do and change the layout. You can see the coaster layout is already a lot different from what you've seen. And then I went over to make the queue nice, because the queue is something we also need to talk about in another video, because that's been part of the pathing. But I'm relatively proud of how the queue turned out. It's been very dense and very narrow, made that in here, and this is what I meant over here. I was trying to get this queue very realistic. The new pathing tool is amazing if you master it. It's not as easy to master as you would think it is. It definitely is a bajillion steps forward from the old one. You can do some very cool stuff over here, as you can see. But sometimes it just doesn't want to. And at some point I was like, okay, I gotta hide this. I gotta hide this pane over here. Hide the pane herald in form of a planter. So I'm gonna put like a little planter over here. The station design will be part of the next episode. So if you're looking out for that one, it's going to be a good one. There's a reason why I needed to put this into the second episode. As of recording this, the station design was already done. I needed to shift things around a little, but I'm very proud of how this all turned out, to be completely honest with you guys, because when you're testing new things and when you're building in this new game, and you can already feel how this will be looking in a year's time. And specifically when you know how the Planet games work. Usually a year later, you're looking at your first builds and like, what the heck was I doing? And so this time around, I was really, really trying to nail the look of my main area and making sure that everything looks good. We are going to make this look better and better over time. There will be a lot of things added towards this area as soon as it's possible in the game. I have a very certain feeling that a lot of things will come back to the game that are out of the game right now, but they have been in the first game. Again, more about that in my other videos. I'm just sorry that I'm always referring to those, but I would completely go nuts in this commentary if I would point too much. But just the baseline is there are a lot of things missing in the game that we will be seeing sooner or later for sure, and it's just frustrating that I'm not in right now, but I already planned them ahead because I know that these things will be existing eventually. Yeah, pathing over here is just a charm. Honestly, it's been so easy. As soon as I understood how this all was working, it's been just insanely great to do. Certain things just didn't work out how I wanted it, but then eventually I found a solution to do that, and it is all so fantastic how this all works, and I can just be very happy about how this all worked. It just meant a lot to me that I was able to do certain pathing things I haven't been able to in the past. So yeah, that was great. But again, we are going to talk about this more in dedicated videos. Now it's time to jump over into the game and have a look how it looks. Alright, we are in game, and this is the status after the first episode. Well, actually, you can already see a couple more things that are happening in the next episode, but I didn't want to do too bare bones. So this is the coaster, as you can see, with its final layout. We obviously are going to have a little on-ride in a second. We can first of all follow the off-ride over there. You can see it's leaving the station, going into that little twist over here, and just barely makes it into that little launch section, and then it just gets enough speed to go into that roll, have a bit of a nice hang time, and then we are going to follow into this kind of helix section going over. It's actually very dense, you know, the layout is very interesting because I needed to work with the space available, and then we go over that corner and being launched into the other section. We have this very interesting roll going into a half loop, going then down below under the pathway, coming up again into another helix section, which then goes into another roll. As you can see over here, very nice pacing, I find. Then we have a wonderful airtime moment going into another roll that is followed by another kind of helix section, I want to say, and then back into the station. This whole part will be changed eventually once we have the entrance building, which is going to be for the third episode, I think it is, where I'm doing this. So it's all coming in the next couple days. You don't have to wait too long for that, and then after that we are going to go into a bit more of a normal schedule. So yeah, one of the big new things about Planet Coaster is now the way you can build path at waterfronts. I mean, look at how smooth that is here. It's so cool that we can just literally put the path above it, and then you are having this wonderful waterfront easily created. Remember what a pain that was in the old game, and now specifically for an area like that, it is just super awesome. The only thing I need to do is still work around the footers here of the water, just make that a bit more realistic. At the moment they're all underwater, and I need to put some more concrete below, and then, you know, this whole section has to be worked at. You can see I'm also testing a couple of things with some containers in the background. This over here is a planter, a custom planter I made. Unfortunately, the barriers just seem not to work. I gotta find a different solution so people do not clip through. At the moment they do still clip through, and yeah, you can see this is the coaster, as I said. I'm going to move around here. I don't even know how to run. Can I run? Oh, I can. I think I run with shift. Oh my god, this was just I shouldn't put oh, okay. It's just clicking shift once and then you're running. Interesting. So yeah, you can also crouch by having control, and you can even jump, which is so odd that you can jump. But this is the hall I was talking about, and I just look at the lighting in this game. It's just so good. This is what I meant. I wanted to have like this proper lighting, but you can also see how the game struggled with the water pieces as windows. It's not literally what you should do necessarily. I found a way to use now the NVIDIA DLSS feature, or is it? I'm not sure if it's the FSR I'm using, but the performance then becomes just so ridiculously better, and you can't tell the difference between the quality and the graphics of the game. You just can't. Maybe it's a tiny bit worse and not as crisp as it can be, but you know, I take that. For having 180 frames at the moment makes the whole game so much more enjoyable. But anyways, speaking of enjoyable, let's go to the ride and have one on-ride of this ride as the ending of today's episode, before we will just have a little goodbye once we are done with the on-ride. We're not going to tell you what's happening next, so yeah, I'm very curious to see what you guys say to this park. Can I actually go through? Have a clip? Oh yeah, I've got clip disabled, so I can go through here, and then we're gonna go all the way around the corner, and then let's jump in. I can't. Okay, let's see if I can do this with the next ride, because you can actually interact with the ride once it's here. So maybe we're gonna just quickly wait for the other train to come into the station. Also, I'm wondering why this one left the station. It's a little bit odd because it should have a block section. Okay, well, never mind. It worked, so whatever. So we've got that break over there, and then let's have a look if I can just quickly jump into the right. Nah, come on. There, whatever. I'm just gonna do it this way then. So let's go into the ride, and we're gonna go into front bumper and disable the HUD so we have a good, enjoyable ride. So we're gonna go into this first section over here, and I'm gonna go around the corner, and then from over here we are launched, as I said, a little bit into this hang-in moment, which is kind of cool. You get this hang time in here, and then we're going to build up some speed here into the next section. This one is a bit rough over here, but it does seem smooth, but it looks rough. And then we are launched into the more fun bit of this coaster, having a very overbanked left-hander. Need to fix the support over here, and then goes right down below here. Lighting just does magic things here. Another overbank turn leading into this one. Yeah, this right turn is not finally done. You know, a couple of things will be fixed along the way. I have already fixed certain things into another roll, and then we're already in the last corner, last turn, going into the break, which is rough again. It's not the shaping isn't the most perfect to this last bit, but yeah. So as promised, we're gonna have a little overview at the end of the episode. Look, this is what it is looking like right now, even though as of right now, me recording this is a lot further into the future already. If you join my live stream tonight, we will jump over eventually in a different save, and then you'll see how far I am actually. But we will start with a pool build first of all, and then we're gonna see what we are going to do on this live stream anyway. So try to stream as long as I can today. And yeah, so this has been it, first episode of Hanseatic Dreamland. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope you guys are excited for the future of this project. Again, let me know in the comments what you want to see. You can also bring in some storytelling elements if you think like there is maybe a specific restriction in the harbor area or something we have to pay specific attention to. Make sure to let me know what we could do, and also if you have ideas for certain backdrop things. And as soon as the game is there, you can also hand in blueprints for the backdrop of the harbor. So if you want to build big cranes or harbor halls or whatnot, you can do so, and I'm gonna plop them in as a backdrop. So that is also part of what you can do as contribution to this series. I am very happy that you guys have been with me throughout this entire episode, and I wish you guys the bestest of weekends. Be strong. There are a couple days left until you can play as well. Until then, I will provide you with a lot of footage, a lot of stuff, a lot of videos, and hopefully you guys have a great time. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Welcome everyone to another episode of Planet Coaster 2 and the Hanseatic Dreamland. This is the second episode, and I'm Rudi Rankemel as always, and we are jumping right into it in today's episode. We are going to add certain things, and the first thing we're going to do is a crane. So just for context, we are here in the brand new series on this channel. This is going to be a huge park in the harbor area of Hamburg. It is inspired by obviously all the buildings you can expect in a harbor area like that. And then last episode we set the scene, we built the first coaster, we built this big warehouse over here, very much inspired by the typical Speicherstadt. That's the German English mix is not good. The Speicherstadt in Hamburg, and the German word is needed because basically that's what it is. And I decided to go a little bit deeper into the environment today. You will see the first two things we're doing are basically for, well, actually for you as members, but also for the backdrop of the park. But these items will also be very good blueprints you can download from the workshop. Both of them will be available in the workshop. And also in particular, this one over here is something I'm very proud of. I think this is my best build so far in the game and shows how good the pieces can be if you take the time. And speaking of time, this this crane took like 1.5 hours. Like only this crane, it just ridiculous. But I did take out a couple of things that were annoying, like the first iteration is gone and so on. But you can see I used these train tracks from the typical train, the park train, simply because I didn't want to build them custom, just to save on some pieces. You know, these will be notifications we will have to survive throughout the entire series. So just a little hint at this point in the time in the video, if you're still with me, thank you so much, because you are now in the 10% of people who actually watch further than the first minute. So thank you so much. And if you did and you're not subscribed, what are you doing? So please consider subscribing to the channel. Help me to reach these 100k. We are getting really close, seriously close. So thank you so much everyone who just joined. Welcome to everyone. And just in case you also became member recently, because some of you did, stick with me because the real-time part later on will be interesting for you. Now that said, this crane over here is inspired by some typical cranes in the Hamburg area. I have a whole folder with a lot of inspiration, and while you can see me juggle around the pieces in the background, and I'm going to speak a bit more about that in the real-time part later, I just wanted to answer some of your questions you had put in the first video. Thanks for all these amazing comments. As I said, the comments are what makes me enjoy this so much, really going in. There were so many great ideas to what I'm going to realize. So first things first, I'm just going to quickly say that I'm not even going to make a secret out of it, but we are going to have an integration of the miniature Wonderland or the Miniatur Wunderland in a certain way. I have a very good idea what to do with it, and some comments also came very close to my ideas. So maybe I'm going to spice it up with some of your ideas as well, because there were some really great ones in here. And also, because so many people always ask where I get all the inspiration from and so on, and how I got to this idea. This was one of the most common questions, how I got to the idea. Here's to a secret, but I'm not going to reveal this secret completely, because again, this will also be revealed in the real-time part. Now, I wanted to have a theme that gives me the chance to try out a lot of different elements in the same park without being limited to one specific theme. And so I was like, the harbor gives me a very interesting and unseen environment, but then again, all the different storages and areas in the harbor can be completely differently themed. You know, we can have a full hall, storage hall, being a fantasy style, and then the other one is going to be a Wild West style, or we can have the outside style like sci-fi, for example. It doesn't matter. You can really go through all the themes you want to explore. And for a first theme, I didn't want to limit myself to something. And then the second reason is because I was trying to get a grip of what elements are good in the game. I early on decided to do something with the aquatic set, and the aquatic set came with some very cool elements to make this harbor area work. So a lot of the pieces of the aquatic set are really nice when it comes to maritime kind of stuff, and which it should, but I think the general idea about the aquatic set is a bit more tropical and a bit more like submarine kind of stuff. But I really enjoy how this turned out nevertheless, and yeah, I'm very proud of the style, and it just really works together super well. Can't even share my excitement beyond what I'm doing, because it just all worked out so well. Now, that said, let's quickly talk about the crane. You can see I'm going for this very industrial iron design, and at this point we can also talk about a win and a why. If you've seen my two videos, you know what I'm referring to. In this build, like the recolor settings in this game are both a why and a win. Like the big win is that so many pieces are flexicolor. Like finally Frontier has really learned from all our criticism during the Planet Zoo days, I would say, where so many great pieces were introduced to the game, but they were non-flexicolor, which was so annoying because these pieces were legit so good. And now in this game, almost everything is flexicolor, and also you can do this very nicely. But the why is they took out one of the bestest features ever added to a game, and since this wasn't a feature content-wise, but just a quality of life feature, I seriously don't get why they didn't decide to get this in here. And the reason why I'm saying this, there is a function in Planet Zoo where you can select a piece by their color. So you can select this kind of color picker tool, and then you click on the color, and every item within your group that has this specific color will become selected. And eventually that leads to the fact that you can easily recolor, for example, the crane. Like say I want to just color the iron pieces that are gray at the moment and want to make this like dark reddish, like rusty red or something like that. I can't do this. I have to manually select this now. The good bit though is they added something to the game that wasn't existing. Now, if you select everything in your group, you will be able to recolor everything at once. And the way it does it, it basically gives you per slot that, you know, every slot 1 will be colored in slot 1 color, and this is the final result, by the way, of the crane. I really like how this turned out. Step 2 is a container, but just to finish that point, and the second option will be slot 2 and slot 3 and so on, but the problem is you then obviously do recolor certain elements. It still works kind of okay-ish, but it just doesn't do what it should. Now, again, as I said, a win and a lose. You win some, you lose some, I guess, but I wish to have this because that would be great. Now, speaking of containers, every good harbor area does have it, and specifically these like huge Hamburg harbor areas will have a lot of freight and containers and these type of storage things that, are very, very common. The good bit is, straight out of the box, this corrugated piece in this game is just legit the best you can have. Like, I didn't need to do this custom or anything. I didn't need to waste too many pieces on creating a texture that looks like this kind of corrugated metal. Legit, the piece in game was brilliant, and I just decided to go to make a couple of little details to it so it doesn't look super barren. Even though I will use the super barren version, it is a separate item. Like, I created a blueprint out of it, but you will have the barren thing in the middle, like just the container out of the corrugated roof pieces, and then you will have the outer frame including the branding. Speaking of the branding will become very special, and I tried to make a couple of things here with the in-game brand. So you can see Gulpy Soda becomes the Sotrans, and from Soda Trans, that was kind of the idea. And then I figured changing some of the colors became very interesting, because I just needed to quickly jump in and then sort of select the whole thing and recolor, and it just turned out looking so good immediately. I'm a very big fan of these containers, and I think these little details like the grayish top bar really do wonders in order to make it look a bit better, a bit more interesting. And then again, the next step was, I thought, we need some more different themings, and therefore, hey, I love my community, I love my members, and there are members that have been with me for so many years, and they've been so funny in all these live streams we had on Twitch and so on. And so my first dedication in this video is going to be for Epedemic, our friend, but pressure. Like, if you haven't been around and this may sound strange to you, that's good, because you would have needed to be in the stream. There is an inside joke, and the ones who understand will understand, and I just thought that needs to be here. The second little dedication I'm going to do is for our friend Kane, Faye, however you want to know. He's very moody, he's a great guy, he's a wonderful part of the community, but let's say his favorite mood isn't the happy mood, and so I decided to have a company called Faye Mood, and we have this interesting logo with that purple kind of bolt coming out of the cloud. And so that's going to be a pattern throughout the series. We are going to have some very nice jokes, and you can come up with brands now. This is your job now. Get into the comments and spam brand names in. We will have them all on different containers, make some little Easter eggs in here. I will need them. You need to give me the brand names. We need them, guys. This is very important. And Dommel, one of my mods, is also obviously getting one. Anyways, now let's get into the star of the show. After I had the star as an element for Mr. Dommel, we get into the station. And for those eagle-eyed people, you may have seen that already in the intro of this and last week's episode. I decided to still show a bit more, just for having a bit of the future promise of this series to give people a reason to watch the video, I believe. No, but just seriously, this station over here is going to be very interesting. Also, in case you have listened in the first episode, you may be wondering, where the heck is this special guest Rudi has talked about? Well, I'm sorry, but I needed to switch things around for given reasons, and the main reason is that since I was building most of this in early access and I wasn't allowed to speak about this, I couldn't reach out to this person early enough to schedule a recording. So that's the main reason why I wasn't able to bring this person on in second episode. At least that's given away that the person didn't have early access themselves, so at least a little bit. But yeah, you'll meet this person in one of the next episodes. I'm not going to confess to the third episode, because you never know if plans change or my little baby is deciding to, see the light of day earlier than expected. You never know, so this is why I'll still make this a bit of a maybe, okay? But the plan is in the next episode. So about the station, now it's going to be a bit of a big one, and the reason for that is that is kind of a coaster that is sitting here on the lake, and obviously everything has been built in a bit of a different way to ensure that certain aspects in this area are monitored. So what I wanted to assure is that this train is a little bit raised to, if there's flooding going on or a lot of water on the harbor, which can occasionally happen, at least the mechanics of the coaster and stuff would be protected at least a little bit. So I decided to go for that. And also I needed to save some space, which will be a pattern for the series. Even though we have some space, in certain areas I will need to be very clever with the space. And this is one of these areas I wanted to deal nicely with the space space, and I wanted to have part of the queue below the station just to make this area a bit more tight and sizable. So that's what I decided, and I also went into a bit of custom supporting. I gotta admit that the current supports in game, as they are all for the water rides, which is so weird, they are kind of okay, but they don't obviously fit the exact support structure you would need for proper like supports for a coaster, and those I'm doing over here are temporary. I'll have to custom support the whole ride at some point, and I will potentially do this in a live stream or so that I have all the judgy people in the stream to tell me how to do this correctly. Yes, I'm looking at you, Mr. Scottish, and I'm trying to just keep that there. But yeah, looking at the station, look at the inside. This is the biggest win of all the wins in this game. I like there's so much positive I could talk about. There is so much whys I have also talked about, but most of these things for me personally are just like for a moment gone when I just see the lighting in this game, and specifically in the indoor sections. I made this like super barren and super simple in here because that's how it is in some parks, and this will also be a theme for this overall park. It's not going to be everything themed like crazy. Sometimes something simple like this has to do. It is just like the work that goes into this whole thing isn't less interesting or less creative, but like I feel like it just fits this area better, you know? There's no need for theming this crazily. We can put some billboards or so in there later on, but sometimes the simplicity also does a good job, and you have to imagine that this thing has to be established here in this harbor area and has to work very well with this area in general, and so I decided to do this and make also kind of a different roof on top of here that also fits the coaster pathing through the station. I just wanted to have the station interact with the coaster. I still need to do some supporting inside of it. I was making sure to, you know, keep the safe zones alive and make sure that the coaster isn't, hitting or some of these iron guiders over here, just to make sure that everything has this slight bit of realism. Speaking of realism, I should add this to the context. Like, just as with Isla Napali or my other series, we are going to go at, like Planet Zoo, for example, the Venlo Zoo, my current project. We are aiming for a Rudilism, as we call it on this channel, in case you haven't heard this before. This means like we are pretending to do as much realistic stuff as possible, but we are still keeping a certain element of creative freedom in order to be able to add certain things that just look good and work, even though they wouldn't technically work this way in real life. And I'm right away abusing this power of creative freedom here with the station at the beginning, because certain elements technically wouldn't work like this. I will try to fix a couple of things. It's a bit of a sad thing that we do have on the surf coaster. There is an option to turn on safety nets in the coaster, which unfortunately not every coaster has, and I wish that this coaster over here would have had it, and so we could have had the safety net automatically generated on this helix going through the station. So I will eventually do this myself, simply because that would add this little layer of realism. I would really love to do that at some point, because it just really adds a lot to the immersion, but I'm not going that far to change all the layout or do the supporting like physically accurately. I mean, hell, we have slides that have no physics, so I can put in supports that wouldn't, like, that defy the physics of the laws of physics. I don't know, I just want to have fun also in this game. I think at some point, me personally, I love the people who do this, but I want to stick to having fun, and this is why we go into the real-time part now. Alright, we are starting the real-time part in the harbor area, actually, something you haven't seen so far. This is a little bit of a future state of this park, but I wanted to quickly show you. This is our member freight area, and I just put in the last 3 members who joined a couple days ago. You will every single member will find itself over here in this wonderful freight terminal, and the same goes for all the other ones in the back. At the moment, SoTrans is the placeholder, and we will find some Easter eggs in there as well, and there will be another little Easter egg which we are going to cut over to now. And this is that one, the Isla Napali Trading Corp Freight container. Now this is giving away a very good hidden secret. This whole park, the Hanseatic Dreamland, is run by the same investor who founded Isla Napali, because obviously this makes sense, kind of, given the storyline we have on the channel, and I already had some hints in the last episode, but here we go. This is the confirmation. Some of you already put that in the comments, but yes, this is indeed a kind of successor to Isla Napali in that sense that it is the same investor and now having another harbor. In case you don't know what Isla Napali is, make sure to check out my channel where I'm actually going to basically go over it and, have the whole series in my main series on Planet Coaster basically. So turning around, this is our park. You can see a couple of things have changed, but I'm going to make my way real quick. By the way, don't mind this slide. You'll see that in the next episode. Same goes for all these weird buildings everywhere. But, it's nothing to give away. The next episode will be amazing. Can't wait to show that to you. But this is the finished station from the looks of it. I'm not going to make the video much longer than it needs to be. We're just going to quickly go into the queue area and just enjoy that beautiful, beautiful lighting of the game. So look at that. Just looks very, very fantastic. And we're just going to quickly go in here. So this is the entrance going under the little crane. Then we can just jump the queue. We are also going to use the actual jump area. There's a little thing I need to fix. Not sure why I left this in. Anyways, I'm gonna leave this in. Then we go around the corner and then we can go up the stairs, which will bring us into the station, which then looks like that. So from the indoors, I need a couple things, need to do them a bit more, supports here and there, making sure that this support for the coaster is fine and also give some security nettings to it. But other than that, I'm very happy and I'm very pleased with the looks of the station itself. Like if we just go out again and make our way here to the plaza, we can just skip over. You can see this from the outside and I'm very pleased. I will do some custom supporting here to the path. It just is odd to not have a support here. But other than that, the whole thing just looks really, really cool, I think. Put some benches down here just to give people a bit of a recreation area. You can see there are also some other placeholder storage buildings in the back, and just the coaster here looks super, super good. I'm really, really in awe with it. I will potentially get rid a little bit of the pacing. It's a tiny tad too quick for me. But other than that, I'm so pleased with this area. And now, this brings me already to the end of today's episode. Well, already it's still long enough, I guess. But yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. If you did enjoy, make sure to like the video and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And a little reminder, if you are in for some games, check out, there's an instant gaming link in my description. You can also grab some good value games on there, or DLCs for Planet Coaster 1, for example, if you haven't all of them. So yeah, I really do hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. I can't wait to bring you more. I can't wait to bring the guest on next episode. You deserve the best, and I'll be bringing it to you. The next episode will be very cool as well. So yeah, have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. And don't forget, if you want to be in our container area, you just need to become a member on the channel and you'll find yourself there in the next episode. Have a good one. Thank you so much for watching and goodbye. Welcome back to another episode of Planet Coaster 2 and welcome back to the Hanseatic Dreamland. It's launch day, and today we can welcome every one of you to the one for Planet Coaster 2. So in today's episode, we are doing a entrance. I thought, it's the exactly perfect time to, get something done that has the vibe of a new start, of the entrance to the new game, because it's launch day, and this is why I moved this to episode number 3. Technically, I do these things in the first episode, but I just thought that for the sake of the timing for today, it's the better step to do it in the 3rd episode. We will have also a special guest in the real-time part. I'm not revealing who that is as of now, but you should stay here, okay? It's going to be very, very fun collab and very fun thing you're going to see in the future. So yeah, I spoiled already something in here. Anyways, we're going to talk about the entrance a lot, and there were a couple of voices in the last couple episodes that were like, hey, you are talking too much. Well, that is part of a voiceover, right? The fact that you do speak. I mean, in case you don't want to listen, well, you can just mute, I guess, and put on some music and watch the time lapse, get inspired, and just check what you want to have from what I do. So I need to say this building over here cost me some trouble. It took me a while to figure out what exactly I wanted to do, and I had several iterations before I went for that one. So my very first idea was to go for a kind of stage vibe, almost like as if you want to put down a stage. There was a cool idea how to do that, and I tested a couple of things, but I want to do something else with the stage. Now, the stage idea is basically because all of that over here, the idea that the whole park is only partially permanent and the rest is like, it's not technically temporary, but you would have something temporary in here because like in these harbor areas, there's a lot of concrete, there's a lot of plain areas, and you'll have to do a lot to make this look more interesting and, you know, vibey and stuff like that. Have a couple of inclines. And I'm feeling this right over here at the beginning a lot because there's virtually no height elevation or anything, which is normal for a harbor area, but I will need to work around that. So the next episode will be all around finishing this left-hand side already of this area. Not entirely, but a lot. Now, this brings me to the point why I was not going for the concert hall as an entrance, or like not concert hall, but was like meant like a stage, because I felt like if it's not permanent, what would you do with the entrance, ticket halls, and so on? So I decided against that idea. Then my second idea was to go with another typical brick building that just kind of mirrors the big building in the background. And while I was testing this, I just felt like there is too much brick involved here, you know, and I didn't want to have that much brick, like normal, like reddish brick, as you can see on the left hand side here with this, placeholder tower, which is exactly just that. It's a placeholder. Now, I tested a couple of things and I ended up doing something that I wanted to build anyways, and now I just decided to put this rather over here, and this is the the Landungsbrücke. It's part of the Landungsbrücke, which is called. It's basically the docking stage, but in Hamburg, the building is very famous, the Landungsbrücken, which is the area, like a very famous building where you have a lot of docking stages, and the building itself is very well known, but I didn't decide to go for the center. This is the left-hand side building, but I did interpret that, and I have a new interpretation of that. I did interpret that in a different way. Whatever, that sounds wrong. And also I was just struggling to get the right looks for the roof in. Usually, these builds go a lot quicker. Now, obviously, as this is the first day, for me also, well, it wasn't the first day, but just one of the first days of playing the game. I just needed to get to the grips. I don't know the pieces completely, and all these other things I needed to just first of all get right. But at the end of the day, I was rather happy with how it turned out. You will see in the second step of today's video. Step 1 is the entrance building itself, and step 2 is going to be the detailing. I would also recommend, if you need inspiration how to build these things, and this is one of the most common questions always asked, how I approach these type of things and how I do this. I mostly do exactly what you're seeing on screen right now. After a couple of iterations that I usually don't have in the speed builds because they are basically not nice to watch. You can see though in the background how there are everywhere some boxes, There are not like proper buildings. They're just some boxes to get an idea of the size, to get an idea of where they are standing and how they create a different sideline for the stuff and how they interact also with the other buildings. Once I have this sorted out, I start to put down a couple of walls to get the basic shape of my building, and then I do a semi-detailing is what I would call that. It's already looking pretty good. Like, I try to find the right words over here because I know that a lot of people don't even build that detailed, which is totally fine, by the way. But for me personally, this is getting a feel of how it needs to look, If the windows are in the right position, if the details I chose to go for make sense, if they look good enough, if there's something missing. So I'm throwing in a lot of things to see if I can go for that. By the way, this over here is a very fun part of the video. Like, if you've been around for Planet Coaster 1, you know that a certain Mr. Sylph has built an entire area out of chimneys in one of his very first main street builds. By the way, this is still one of my absolute favorite videos of all time on YouTube. Sylph, if you're listening, this is no joke. I remember how he was building the main street, and looking at the main street right now, it's kind of ridiculous because it doesn't even hold up that well because it was done in the alpha as well, and we really didn't have that many pieces. We had no scaling and all these kind of things. We even didn't have flexicolor, which is ridiculous. But he took the many chimneys in the game, which for whatever reason, we had a lot of chimneys in game, and abused them for virtually everything, for gates, for doors, for frames, for whatnot. And I found it so funny to not have a single chimney in this game now. Like, for real, but what's that? It's like erasing history. I don't know. Well, we don't have chimneys. We do have a lot of cool pieces for making this tower, which the tower is the eye catcher. As Sylph, to stick with him, would say it's kind of the weenie of this build. The one thing you focus at, the one thing that drags you there, that makes you go there, that makes you want to go there. And this is that tower. And I had a bit of a struggle to build this, not gonna lie, because looking for the right pieces was more complicated than I was thinking it is going to be. Now, a couple of those things I ended up doing because I feel like it looks good enough right now. What I will change though, and you'll see that in a second, despite the fact it was kind of painful, I will redo the roof. The roof is looking okay enough, but the shape hasn't been exactly like I wanted it to be, and the glossiness of the pieces is just not really what I wanted to do. I just tried a couple of different variations, and here you can see I'm going with the anchor plate because I thought that's gonna be good. Also, by the way, building these roofs is now very nice with having the chance of doing this with scaling. Just, I don't know, it just makes so much sense because you can make this, you know, kind of detail work to the top a lot better. You can see I even had these little problems in between, so I tried to scale them up a little to just see if they would then rotate around nicely. By the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing with the rotation trick over here, you always have this pillar in the center. There are only two pieces in the game that lets you do this. You need a pillar that goes into the center of the grid. So it doesn't need to be on one side. It needs to be exactly on one of the crossings of the grid. And there are two pillars that achieve this, and you can then use these things to rotate pieces around. So what you do is you have a piece on the one side ending on one of the grid sides, and then you just copy it to the other side, so it will be perfectly on the other side. You do need to do that twice to just align that with the other side too, and then once you've done that, you have these four pieces all facing each other in a cross area, so to say, like in a cross form. And then once you have that, you can basically select everything again and then get rid in your selection of the center pillar. You press advanced move like Control X, and then you can rotate the pieces around. I highly suggest to go for angle snap then, because the angle snap will help you make a fine rotation. And once you have done that enough times, you will see that your rounded shape will start to form. And if there are still little gaps in between, you just select everything again, you press Control X again to rotate, and then you need to get rid of angle snap and just rotate in that angle that it will fill in all the gaps. So that's what you do. Filling in the gaps, good kind of segue here. I was trying to create some more gaps to give the whole building a bit more depth, you know, just making it feel good. And I'm wondering also, while I look back at the footage, I remember that I've been asked in Bronation if I used the what was the marble pieces for that, and I did in the first variant of this build, but apparently this second variant I didn't. This is the market square pieces, because the first time I used the marble pieces, and I think the marble pieces have a better texture and they have a better depth in them, but they were too glossy for me, which is why I ended up doing this. I still do use some of the marble pieces for like the lower ground areas where I use a couple more of these stones, or rustic stones. They look a bit better in these kind of marble stone pieces, as you will see in a couple seconds when I'm going to do this on the lower hand side. But here you can see the roof, as I said, is like, it looks okay, but this is the texture I need to have later on. As you can see, this is way better, and I will try to do that again with a different texture, and also create a bit of a lesser pointy shape of it, because the shape for me personally at the moment is a tiny bit too oriental. It almost looks like, you know, Turkish architecture, or like a mosque even. It's a very fine line, you know. The rest of the building looks very Hamburg-ish and very Landungsbrücken, but yeah, there is a tiny bit of inside of me that has this kind of vibe going on, oriental vibe, mosque kind of vibe. This is why I will eventually go and end up changing this. I merely have the feeling that this is a good idea to have it this way. But whatever, I'm going, I'm having a little issue here and there. This build really looks fantastic at the end, at least in my opinion, even though the struggle was real. But at some point, and this is also part of the process, I decided to, well, basically go into doing some detailing. And now this is funny. Whenever you get stuck, it's a good idea to take a step away from your building and do something in the area of the building that will contribute to your building. And this is what I did over here. I started doing some backstage work because I felt like I wanted to have a little backstage area anyways over here, which could also be a part of the delivery area and service area. And I also needed to have a wall to make it kind of, logic that people would need to go all the way down to the harbor to enter the park, because otherwise, like, why wouldn't they just not go into the park? And this will always give you the chance to think about your building later on in a different way. You will then see the building virtually, like, not with different eyes, but you will see it in a different context, and ideas will spark to your mind how to change the detailing. So that is the main idea I had about this, and I'm very, very happy with how that turned out. So I needed to do a little cut here because my voice just broke away. A bit of a coughing going on right now, but shouldn't be too worrying. Now let's talk a bit more about this area as a whole. I did talk a bit about the station and my design process, and now what I also feel like is needed is we need to talk about the whole area a bit more. So in the real-time part, I will also talk about a bit of a surprise to what this series is also about, and I want to say that the main theme of a harbor over here, as I said earlier, sparked in my mind for so long, but I also feel like it gives us so many good environments to play with, We will have this entrance area, which is basically like a proper dock that has been turned around, and cleared. But it also means that we need to think a lot about how to be creative in terms of getting different regions in, and how to deal with the given circumstances when you have like a proper old, like people also commented in the last episode, like an old shipyard, for example, or like a railway station or stuff like that will be in here. And this is going to be very cool, and I loved the idea so much that I was going for it. And the more I'm playing in here, the more I have ideas what to do else. So this over here, for example, is our backstage access. This corrugated piece is just absolutely amazing. I think this is my go-to piece right now. You can literally use this for everything. If you have the two different color options separated from each other and kind of bring some stuff in, it'll always look like some old rusty stuff. But if you take the same, it becomes a very modern kind of metal wall, which is super cool because this is the variations that you definitely need. Put a couple of little handles in here, and then we went into doing a bit of street markings. And what usually what I would have done is to build the whole parking lot as like a preparation. And the first episode already did take like 30-ish hours or so until it was done. And I just can't afford to put 30 hours into every episode, because then you guys would get a video every month. Like that's what I can do. That's what I can offer. No, like, jokes aside, I always feel like it's very important to have the setting, and then from the setting you can really start and go. And also, like what you've just seen a couple seconds ago, how easy and simple it is now to plop in the right color of the asphalt is just like such a game changer. Like, not the fact that we do have the better pathing system over here, no. I think a big part of it is also the way how it handles the textures, that you can just easily paint different layers of asphalt texture on here. So you can see virtually on screen right now, this is the same texture, and I just have a different color on the two asphalts, and it just makes this whole difference. And this way you can also make sure that you have some weathered effects. I even have some car markings on the ground where the bus would go, and also did this with the tool, and I will do this again. I have a better idea now how to achieve this. The way I did this was a bit wrong, so I will essentially do this again. But I feel like there is so much good stuff in here. Also, this is going to be like a concrete block, these type of security blocks you have in public spaces and stuff like now. I wanted to scale that a bit smaller, but apparently these pieces didn't want to go that much smaller, so I may build a smaller variant of it too. And here you can see I'm also putting like a little pillar down. This is a design which is not a pillar per se, it's these kind of poles to tie a rope to. Like the old, I forgot how these were, like docking pillars or something like that, where, the boats would have their ropes tied around, and nowadays it's not really that much use, but this is what you have like in harbor area too, and all these kind of props I'm building over here will be used throughout the park to give it the proper theming, I should say as well. And I will also plop all of these things in my backstage area. And you'll soon be able to download these things from the workshop. I'm going to upload them all to my workshop as soon as I can, so make sure to follow my workshop here on the Frontier workshop as soon as you can to grab yourself some of the wonderful blueprints. I mean, today is the release day. You can just do that, okay? You can just get yourself these wonderful blueprints. And also I will put them on screen or like on the workshop tonight when I'll be live streaming, just as a hint here. Again, not really sure which time, but yeah, I'm gonna be live tonight playing some Planet Coaster 2, and on launch day hopefully you guys will be excited, and if you're not there because you're playing yourself, that's totally fine. Now you can see this is what I said earlier with the tower. I wasn't too happy with the way how it looked, and so I decided to go in with these marble pieces a bit more because they look a bit nicer. Yeah, if they weren't that shiny, they would be even nicer. And I also figured that the edge of the roof was really looking a little bit too like blank and not detailed enough, and so I went in with these very cool metal pieces over here on the flexi collar piece, or like the flexi collar metal piece I should say, and also off-grid corrugated piece. Like it's a mixture, but I feel like it looks a lot better now. Once you've got these pieces in, it makes the whole thing look so much better. Then I adjusted the color, so it's good. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit weird looking at the ground, but I also try to make sure that I cover the sides here to make it all look a bit more clean, just making sure that everything somehow fits together well, and just trying to, get some stone in and so on to just make it look a little bit more clean. There are still pieces I'm not 100% sure of, like the stone pieces, the market stone pieces I used over here as the main stone of the build. It's kind of good, but the texture is nothing I'm like in love with, because the edges are a little bit harsh. Like it's if you look at them from front, they're looking fantastic, but the edges are really, really rough. So really hope that I will get a better piece in the future. But yeah, road markings again, just putting some in. That is just kind of for buses over here to have like a, kind of a marking that cars and stuff shouldn't go there, and that's just the bus only, to make sure that our people have a bit of security once they're moving around there. I also was putting down a couple of vending machines here and there to make sure that we have some stuff here in the beginning. I tried to submerge them also in the building a little, but it didn't turn out so well, so I decided to go just for those and making like a little bit of a nice area. And last but not least, I figured that we need some custom lanterns, because as you know, no project of mine without a custom lantern, and there are some really cool lights in this game already, and so I was going for some own designs that I'm very proud of. They all look very cool, and I was obviously turning that nighttime. You can see that's really cool over here, how the new lighting affects the pieces, that you can really make this type of kind of top piece and the light is not casting through it, which really is good, because that way you have this way more realistic look to it. The only thing is that like the lower piece down there was really causing me some trouble. I was trying my best to kind of get a bit of a styling in. It still looks a bit odd, and I was going for a bit of a more heavy lower piece, and I'm kind of okay with this, but for the sake of the top lantern, I wished that we had some of these lanterns as a single individual piece. They all come with, unfortunately, a flat bottom piece that's a bit wider, and so you need to, like, if you want to make them higher in general, it's looking a little odd. So yeah, I was trying to go for a couple details to make sure this doesn't look too weird, and the same goes for this one over here. I was just making sure that this is a bit thicker to the bottom, and then just go for a very simple lantern design. Nothing too fancy, but I feel like to have a bit of variation in here makes a whole bunch of sense, and just creating a couple of groups, and I'll again put all of these lanterns in the workshop so you guys can have them as well. And yeah, last things were just a couple of finishing touches. I also wanted to have like a small bike stand over here. There will be more around the area. This is just like one little bike stand over here because we obviously want to have people also be able to come by bike, especially in Hamburg or so, you know, it's a bit more common to use the bike. I mean, we're not in the Netherlands though, but still, you know, there's a chance to use the bike. And I found these pieces that were very good. I think they fit this kind of bike stand vibe very nicely. And so I was doing these and putting a couple of more planters in simply because I felt like we need some more greenery around here, which is going to be a pattern throughout the series because putting trees and stuff in here will be a bit of a challenge because, you know, this area obviously has been very much terraformed into a huge slab of concrete, and so a lot of these planter areas will be reinstalled planters that usually haven't been here. So also, by the way, I love this weeping willow design, even though you'll see in the real-time part there's a bit of weird stuff going on with this weeping willow. It's I want to call this the gum tree, but you'll know why in a second. And then obviously we needed to put the name on top of the house. I'm very much in love with these new font pieces. They're really cool. And I may actually change this though into the 3D letters just because they look better. But yeah, then just covering up some of these areas here to make them look a bit more clean. And that was almost it before we go into the real-time part. It's going to be a very long video today because we've been rambling a lot in the real-time part. So you'll have a pleasure of a long episode today. Hopefully you will enjoy that one. Because in a couple of seconds, we will be jumping over into the real-time part. And yeah, I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Real-Time Rudi and our special guest today. Enjoy that one. And well, I talk to you in a couple of seconds. On here. There you go, 50 gigabytes. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to clap real quick. And we are jumping right away because this means you will not be biased at all and you don't need to know anything, so that's good. Right, I'm gonna do real quick the hello into the, into the real-time part of the video, and then I'm gonna introduce you. Right. So here we are in the wonderful real-time part, Weeping Willow, and it's time now to introduce my special guest, or let me just actually say, let my guest introduce himself. So go ahead, please.
Hey, what's good? So yeah, my name is Birch, or professionally known as Pure Cold, but I also do a lot of 3D modeling work and CAD work under the name Rusty Rails Modeling.
So, and while I see this Weeping Willow actually does fulfill its name. Wow, that looks odd. Anyways, yeah, I'm so happy that you're on because you guys have heard some work of this guy already 3 times now in this project. So I'm just gonna go in, and there's another very cool connection between you and me. So I'm not sure if we can see it from over here already. No, I think it's somewhere else. There are Isla Napali containers in some of the container areas, and you know,
no way.
Isla Napali is actually shareholder in this project too. So this park is also driven by them, the same investors. And the cool bit about this is the original music of Isla Napali has been done by, well, you, is that correct?
Myself, yeah. I mean, that seems forever ago now, but yeah, no, I still remember it very vividly, and I remember writing it all in Ableton, sending you a what do you think, and then next minute you're like, oh, this is great, and and it's the new theme song, and then didn't we build a stage or something, like a little performance area?
Yeah, exactly.
If I was in the game, that's where I'd perform.
Exactly, yeah, that was the area where I did this kind of Coke Live little joke, you know, in your backstage area. I provided you with like a whole bunch of Coke Lives, and then there was like a sign saying, here are all the Coke Lives because no one actually wants them. And that was just like shortly before they were gone forever. So we're standing here at the entrance building of our new project, and the music for this new project has also been created by you, correct?
Yeah. We how many songs did we produce in total? I think it was like 3 or 4 different variations. So we did like that big opening fanfare, you know, typical show opening sound, and then we produced a few lounge tracks, and I remember you saying to me, I'm coming up with this dock idea, you know, like a port, but I don't want it to be that typical, you know, sea shanty, Americanized or Disneyized, if that's a word, you know, like that universal typical theme park, you know, piratey theme. You wanted it to convey the relaxing waves and the emotions, and you sent me some fantastic adverts that, although they were in German, I managed to, you know, get a lot of inspiration from them. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, that was really cool. Like, it was a really good forth and back. And then suddenly I had access to the game, but I couldn't say anything. That was kind of harsh because I needed to.
I know. When I saw your first episode on the pre-release, I was like, this guy. Well, not only did he keep that secret, you kept that Rusty Rails logo right there a secret.
Oh, yes. I did.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I think I just like deleted some. While I was doing this, I did delete some of the bricks here. I fix that. Yeah. Anyways, I just want to tell a little story because I was like, we've been in contact for all these years, and you know, you also during that time you created a kind of a side hustle, a little bit of a hobby project, which turns into a let's say weird heating room, which is heated by a bajillion 3D printers. So yeah, pretty cool. And our idea was, we haven't talked since, but the idea was that we will turn something from this ride over here into a proper 3D object, which you guys can then download and print yourself if you fancy doing so. So potentially it's going to be the station or maybe the crane. We're going to have to see what we come up with. And this logo is also from Rusty Wells, which is a website where you can grab some really cool models, including some coaster stuff. And also, I have printed already the wonderful model of the rapid rides that you sent me. I will plop a screenshot on screen right now if I'm not stupid as always and forget it.
Bless you.
But so that's another part of the collaboration, which is super cool because that's going to be very fun. The only issue we have at the moment is, and this is another part of the story, we also plan to have like the launch music as, you know, backdrop for the park, like moving around here. But Frontier being Frontier, you know, we don't have custom music as of now.
I did see a thing saying they're going to introduce that into the thing, and they're also going to introduce the unload load station. Exactly.
That's going to be really,
so that's
really
cool.
Exciting.
I just really hope that they bring coaster nets in. So like I brought it up in your live stream the other day, and I was like, you know, we can toggle catwalks on and off. If we could just toggle like coaster nets as easily.
Actually, the surf coaster has it, but like only the surf coaster, which is so weird. But
it's probably worth mentioning that at the time of recording this, Planet Coaster isn't out for another day or so, is it? It comes out today, does it? So I've not actually played the game yet.
I mean, the episode is going to be released at release day, so I made already a pretty nice opening, but we're recording a day ahead.
Yeah, but myself, I've not actually played the game yet, so I don't know anything about the controls.
I can tell you.
No, I love it. I really... I just love seeing all the stuff. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I hope you're not mad that I just changed the color. Like usually your logo is like
go
greenish,
for it.
But like I decided
it's like
to match it with like the rails.
Oh no, it looks great.
Yeah.
I tell you what though. I'm so grateful. I'm really like happy right now. I was like, you know, there's two things I wanted to bring up. I wanted to bring up about the coaster nets, and there was something else I couldn't remember what it was I wanted to talk to you about. And you've just jogged my memory. And so when a roller coaster is first built, and when it's fresh out the box, if you will, you know, it's really, really nice. It's really, really clean and polished. And you go on that first ride, and there's a little bit of the coast. So the running rail, I believe it's called, where the wheels are touching the physical track. You know, that line, that's the one. That line hasn't yet been worn in that much. And it would be such a beautiful, subtle feature, which it might already be one known Frontier. They're blowing my mind at the moment. But that sort of like side rail, that shiny bit you can see there on the side of the rail, that would, you know, become greater and more worn as the coaster goes on for refurbishment. Do you know what I mean? And like at a certain point, you have to refurbish it, and it gets repainted, and that line becomes less. If you get what I mean.
Like the whole situation around like coasters and coaster simulation becomes so hilarious while we are talking about the fact that we now have an actual staff member, the ride operator. Let me just quickly show you, because the lighting with RTX and global illumination is just ridiculous. So
the RTX is insane.
I'm going to show you how the station looks from the inside, so we can also go mad about this person working in here. So hold on, there you go.
Already, just how dark those shadows are.
Yeah, it's so
It's
good.
just...
So
I hope they introduce a thing though, you know, where you can the auto exposure time, like it can, because you know how like, when you showed inside the container, you were like, just give me an hour and it'll be dark. Like it'd be cool if we could do that almost instantly.
Yeah. I do think they're still not final with the lighting. I guess there's still some work been done, because there are also some other little problems here and there, and also outside it's sometimes a little bit too warm, like the not temperature wise, but the color is too warm. But yeah, anyways, this is a proper staff member now, which will also go back to the staff room eventually. Now the problem is that this person does not fulfill a job other than existing. And I genuinely think they didn't make it in time to rework all the stuff around coasters. Like the fact that they now just said that there will be an unload station is obviously pretty damn great, because that might give us a hint that there is more in the works as well. And I would really like, you know, the wear, maybe not visually, but just in general, that the coaster has some actual wear, and also the coaster train has some wear, so that it's not only
it's like an audible rattle.
Yeah, maybe you get like a maintenance hall, or you need to put it into maintenance. I'm also okay if that's just a setting. If that's like if the coaster would then just like the train would just disappear for like half an hour in game, totally fine. You know, we can build the cosmetic shelter for it. It's all good, but like give us a bit of options. Oh my god, I've never seen this view from this side.
Yeah,
God, that looks awesome.
That looks fantastic.
So
that really does.
Yeah, there's one more thing I quickly want to show you, and then we need to go into another area to show the viewers a little bit. But you did send me a little note, and while we were chatting, and I just wanted to show you that I fixed it. So we're gonna go through one of the containers into a bit of a more.
That looks insane.
There you go. See, I put down the rails.
That looks great.
That looks better,
Yeah,
right?
so the only reason I said that is because, obviously, so Rusty Rails came from, I used to make little scenes with Model Railway, and I tell you what, if you upload something that isn't correct, they shut you down instantly. And so, like, the first thing I saw was when I saw the sleepers connecting the two rails, I was like, instantly. And the second thing I saw, which it's probably going to niggle you now, but you see the wheels of your crane over there?
Yeah, they're way too small. That's never going to hold up.
What's the inner rail for if there's only wheels connecting to the outer rail?
Oh yeah, I'm still working on different crane designs.
I saw that. I was like, I'm going to save that for the live stream.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's now sunk below the concrete, it would look like less of a trip hazard, because, you know, where there's a blame, there's a claim.
Yeah, you're totally right. Like I just put them in for guidance, and I'm still working on some more crane designs that will make it into this one to give a proper backdrop. And also there will obviously be, we've got birds. Look at that.
Can you click them? Can you defeather them like in Roller Coaster Tycoon 3?
Oh, I've not tested, but I can still plop the balloons. That does work. I will do more designs of those, and then afterwards I will also have them interact with some coasters and stuff, because like this will grow over time, the whole area. It's not like this small area. We will soon branch out to the other side, and you know, all these buildings you can see in the back, they are all like temporary. They're just to give me an idea how it should look sooner than
they
later,
look really you know the Berghain in Berlin?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Nice and industrial.
They do. Look at that, by the way. The pathing in this game is like, look at that little subtle incline here to the bridge. Like, this was never possible.
It's so good. And the way it curves round like that.
Yeah, it's so good. Like, we're going over the canal. That's going to be also like a good amount of work I need to do because I need to hide most of these backdrops here. It's kind of, I wish to have like more maps than like a coastal map would have obviously been great for a harbor like that. But again, we need to pretend that we are a little bit inland with the harbor, which is fine, you know, because there are. Oh wait, can
you?
Gang.
It's not. It's not connected.
Over. Yeah. This is
are you gonna do?
You can't.
Are you gonna do like the canal bridge on it? You know, the black frame that goes over the bridge that you see in Amsterdam all the time. Are you gonna do that, or is that bridge too big for that?
We will have bridge designs totally. Yeah. There will be more bridge designs, and it also needs to be able to move up and down. Like it needs to be a. One of these harbor bridges that can open up to make ships go through. Yeah, obviously. And also, this is now one area that I really like to show off. I need to show off because we do now have our wonderful members of the channel, and you will also receive a container, obviously, very soon. I just wanted to show that I've been starting to work on these. I received so many comments in the last episode. I wasn't able to put them all in because time is very short at the moment.
Of the essence.
But I mean, we're recording in the middle of the night. It's like try to get this done somewhere.
midnight now.
Exactly. So this is the area where we will have our members of the channel will be part, or people like you who I collaborate with, will make its way. Awesome dedications to people of the past.
Is the font there? Like you've got that Catlin Owens right there. Is that font? Because in Planet Coaster 1, the fonts were very sameish. Like there wasn't a huge variation in the fonts.
Let me show you. I can actually do this. This is, there you can see. So this is an editable text. I'm going to show you real quick what that does. I can edit 2, and now you have like a 2 like this. So it's
okay. So it's not like live update. You need to hit enter, right?
Yeah, exactly. But that's like a PNG because that is a separate piece, as you can see. Look at that. It's so cool. It's now not a sign
right. So you don't have to like try and find that perfect sort of like half in, half out.
And there are lots more.
And how many fonts do they come with?
This is that. There are a lot more, and they're a lot better this time. So they're not perfect, but specifically this one is a lot better than the old one was. They still have a bit of a wonky outline, so it's not like
but it's a lot better than it was.
This one is also kind of cool.
You've got
it's an Evil Empire.
True.
I'm gonna leave it at this, have some variation in it. It's also kind of nice, so that's fine. I'm gonna stay in this flyover camera because we're here virtually. That's cool. We also have our 30s club over here, which will again we will create.
I can join that one next year. I'm 29 right now.
Oh, no, I mean, that's the 30-month membership.
I thought you meant age.
No, but like, oh God, that's the elderly container over here. No, I mean, virtually, you joined the 30s club in years. No, this is actually 30-month member on my channel, which is ridiculous. And I think, if I'm not completely wrong, Fantastic is definitely the one who can't be taken down from the throne ever. He's like 58 months or so. I didn't even know that the feature on YouTube exists that long. It's ridiculous. I think he's been here for the very first month that the membership option was available up until now, which is ridiculous. So big thanks to you, Fantastic. Amazing. And we also have some more dedications to a lot of people. Don't worry, you will all receive your own container at some point, so don't worry at all. What was that? That was this is okay. Wait, hold on. Am I in the wrong menu or so? Oh, end of day report. That's why. Hold on. Okay, wait. Oh my God. So now it's fine because I saw these like weird shadows of the containers in the background. Now that's better.
Okay.
End of day report, by the way, for those of you who don't know. I mean, we are at launch day, so maybe people joined this episode today who haven't seen anything before. The game now is different. You don't have the typical time that goes on forever. You now have a day-based game, so that means you do have, at the moment, it's this day 4 only, and from my usual parks, normally this stage is at year 355 already.
Yeah, million,
but now
I used to hate that for myself.
Yeah. But we are at day 4 because the whole day is simulated now. And you can see you have like a weather forecast for the whole day. You even have like a weather forecast for the next days.
Yeah.
And the logic behind this is you always have 2 days of the same month, and then it turns into the next one. So we are at the second day of spring, and then we will slowly move over to summer. And then you've got a different weather according to the different times of the year. So during spring, you've got light rain, and in winter, you've got heavy rain and these type of things. Yeah. So that is pretty cool. Just to finish off here, we have a Chief Beef Sawyer. This one goes down to Chris Sawyer, who's not the one who makes Roller Coaster Tycoon.
No, he's the... Is he the guy on Facebook, right?
Exactly, and he's the one who also used to be Chief Beef as a mascot on Gamescom 2016, which is...
Yeah.
It almost feels like that some people playing the game now haven't been born. That it's insane.
He loved that River Rapids 3D model. He loved that.
Oh yeah, I totally understand, because it's absolutely gorgeous, and it's like you've got so many great models. Like again, I will put the link down below to your work so people can check that out, and then we will bring joy to the people, because also there's another thing planned, and I'm just going to say that because this is something we wanted to do, but we can't now decide on when. It depends a little bit on Frontier. Like what we are going to do in the future is we are going to create a coaster, and you will do the custom soundtrack to the coaster, right? It wasn't my idea, it was yours, so I'm not making it work, okay?
Yeah, it was mine. Yeah, no, it was very inspired by, you know how like some rides have soundtracks, and I mean the Hollywood Rip Rocket ride to a degree, but like it's more like pick your music to listen to whilst on the ride. You know, like what was it? The rock and roll and roller coaster.
Rock and roller
in Disney.
Coaster, yeah, exactly.
You know, it's
with the Aerosmith soundtrack.
Yeah, atmosphere. Yeah, and it like the Aerosmith. Yeah, it's like it just fits. You know, it's like quick, and you're bombing it down the launch, and you can hear the tires. You know. That's my tire screech impression, and you know it all just syncs and fits perfectly. And it's like, all right, okay, I can, yeah. And I just thought it'd be nice to do something like that because it's not done enough, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I fully agree. And it's like so cool because we can really like work together, collaborate together. Like even when you have the game, you can virtually load into my park and have a look at how far I am with the coaster and just use that to basically make the soundtrack. That's so cool actually that this works. So I love that. You can even leave notes. I'm not sure if you have seen that, but that was so cool. You can now leave notes for the other one who you are collaborating with. That is so damn cool. Like you can then load into our park, and then once you're done, you're like, okay, you know what, Rudi, you've done that. That's nice, but I need this and this, and can this coaster?
But we need to sink the rails below the concrete.
Yeah, for example, exactly. So. Yeah, it's so. Like,
yeah, I've missed all these updates. I've just been so like you asked me to do this project at the perfect time because I literally hit save, render, send to Rudi, and then all of a sudden these bigger record labels that I work for and Ghost produce. That I definitely cannot say the names of, but think of some of the most iconic dance labels. Yeah, what's it called? They were like, right, we need a song for this person, song for that person, and it's just been non-stop in the studio, which has meant, you know, these deep dives that Frontier have done, I've missed out on, and you know, the only thing I ever see is just the odd little video that pops up saying, oh this, oh that, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, that's, I mean, fair. That means that you definitely need to catch up on these, but that's fine. I mean, you are in the video, so I will catch you up a little here.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, by the way, what I was just doing, for those of you who were wondering what I was doing while you were talking about our collaboration and how we are going to approach that, is something a little bit annoying, I gotta say, because the barriers and curbs in this game seem to not work at the moment. You've seen people getting stuck here or sinking into the wall, which is because everything over here was tarmac. You know, it's now so simple to put down like tarmac and stuff. It's ridiculously easy. Like you go to the stamp tool and then you're like all the way up here. Oops, I didn't mean to make that in the air. Let's bring that down to the ground. Hello. I'm not doing this in mid-air, so let's do that again. So here you go. You can just like basically stamp it down as you go. And then if you want to make that even bigger, you can just use the draw tool and like go in, like just paint over the ground, and boom, there you go. So what I was doing is like I covered the whole thing and I was like, okay, cool. And now I'm just going to delete these little things. However, the delete tool is not really precise, to say the least, and if you do that with the delete stamps, that's the smallest you can go with. So I decided to go with the full version, and then I was like, okay, I can just use the barriers and curbs, obviously, and no, they just don't work. So I need to do like little bits of these open spaces here to just cover that up, but that's fine. That's all fine. So I guess that's already it. We've been rambling about 25 minutes, which is great. I loved having you on, and while there's
thank you so much for having me.
I guess it's not been the last time you've been on, so I'm looking forward to what we are going to do in the future. Big thanks from my side for the intro song. I love it every single time, and hopefully the guys out there, the first episodes have been receiving a enormous praise and love. So thank you guys so much for that. And also now, if you are a fan and you love hearing the soundtrack whenever the video kicks in, you now have a voice to who made that. So
okay. Cool. There's Pure Cold on the music. I know what he sounds like, and you know what my music sounds like as well.
Yeah, that's so cool. And also big thanks again for the Rusty Rails connection, because obviously that's a huge fit with the target group. So in case you guys are into that, linky will be in the description. You can check out what Birch is doing as like 3D modeling, and he's even like producing them, but you can also download these things to print them yourself if you want to. And I'll do a printer update video very soon as well to show you what else I've been up to printing. And yeah. So many thanks. Thank you, Birch. Has been a pleasure.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Alrighty. So have a wonderful time, everybody. And as always, if you haven't subscribed yet, or if YouTube decided to unsub you, make sure to double check and subscribe to the channel. I will talk to you in the next one. And I will be live tonight, building a bit in the other resort we are building, the Blizzard Beach Sicily edition. So if you want to fancy getting me there, make sure to, join in on Twitch or here on YouTube. I'm not sure when. This is depending on my little one, when she decides to go to bed, and afterwards I'll be starting the stream. So have a good one until then, and bye. Welcome back, everyone, to Planet Coaster 2 and the Hanseatic Dreamland. It is already episode number 4. I'm Rudi, and this may be the last video before I hit 100k subscribers. So, gonna be a special one, I guess. In today's episode, we are going to build a lot of the main entrance plaza. It's gonna be very, very cool because we built a couple of very iconic Hamburg-style buildings. We're going to have a tower, we're going to have a flat ride, and a power train as well that goes through here. But before, a big thanks to the sponsor of the channel. It is Instant Gaming, and in case you don't know, you get very good discount keys over there. Yes, it is a fully legal and working service. They have good customer support, and you can get the keys just how you want. You can type in any game you want to. You can have discounts. You can have your money for your different platforms. You can have DLCs, whatever. Find whatever you want over there, and you do help me directly, and you get a game for a good discount. So, well, I guess it's a win-win. But anyways, let's go back to the video because we have a lot to talk about. Today's video, again, is really setting the scene for the main entrance plaza. And while we are building a tower that is inspired by an old kind of storage tower in the harbor area of Hamburg, it is also going to be at the same time a house that is a bit of a combination of two things I was looking into. So the first thing was, as I said, like a kind of an old warehouse build, but the other one is inspired by one of the main iconic buildings in the Speicherstadt, and both together will kind of create this near miss element for the main coaster that we have going over the sea. Now, the reason why I made this over here, and this was planned for the whole time, is that I wanted to kind of bring this bit together, and also to make sure that the entrance area of the park has the harbor feeling at the end of the day. Also, you've seen the picture of how it should be looking like at the end, so at the beginning already, as like a little bit of a forecast how this should look. because I felt like this is now a good thing to give you a bit of a better idea what we are doing in the time-lapse. I know that a couple of people are a bit confused by these time-lapse, and this is why I did try to make them a bit different this time around. So we are setting the scene for the tower, and what I'm doing is I'm building around this central pillar. The reason for that is relatively obvious, because now you can select everything and copy it around this central pillar. This will ensure that it has the exact perfect location on the opposite side. Once you've done this 4 times, you can then copy around the whole tower to give it this perfect round element. The same thing applies to the roof that I did a couple minutes later. I did actually use one of the footers for, I don't even know what exactly that piece is. I think that was one of the footers for the support things or so. Anyways, but this piece kind of looked kind of cool from its lower, like the bottom part texture was really giving me exactly the type of glossiness that I wanted to. And then I felt like I'm going to use this structural pillar here as a pointy bit to the top. Usually this tower doesn't have a pointy bit, but as I said, I was mixing some of these things together. I gave it a bit more of a spire look. I really like this, looks really a bit better. And these aquatic pieces also do a good job for having a bit of a chrome, almost like tin kind of thing. I don't know, just something along the lines. I really like how this tower itself turned out, and it won't get too many, like, you know, windows and so on. The windows and the detail will be on the main building, as you can see over here. The main building will also house some facilities. It's gonna house a couple of shops and a restroom, because we do need a restroom in the entrance area. And the tower itself, I thought, could be a very good point where we have some, you know, electricity stuff in, and just some backstage stuff. I will hide a little door into it later on, but just for the sake of being here, this one is meant to be an element that, you know, can be used for all kinds of backstage storage stuff. That's the idea mainly. And also we will need this as a bit of a support structure, because in here there will be a couple of things that will be connected to the coaster. So yeah, I'm really happy with how that turned out. I'm really happy, because this whole thing just looks exactly how I envisioned this. And we do have a lack of suitable brick pieces, I must say, but I think I have found a palette of pieces now that do a good enough job of mimicking it. I'm very curious to see what we can improve in the future once we have better pieces from upcoming DLCs or so. So I tried my best to make some very good window designs over here that suit the kind of Hamburg, you know, look, the Hanseatic look, I should say. It's not only Hamburg. You could also go to like the likes of Lübeck or so, or Kiel, which also would be reminiscent of this area. But as this is located in Hamburg on a big old harbor area, or maybe it's even not old. It could also be something, you know, the investor could have just way too much money and buy a whole area of the harbor. Who knows? But that shall not be our problem for the moment. The storytelling will continue ongoingly. But also the second part of this idea for the main area here is to set the scene as more of a realistic area. So the idea was really to say, you know what, this area over here is completely built into a setting that already exists. Now also we needed to do a custom roof, as always. So what I'm doing over here, for those of you who are new to building in this game, and we have a lot of new people on the channel, you do not know what I'm doing in the past. So in these Planet games you can obviously have the in-game pieces and use them as they're supposed to be used, or you just use them as a guidance, as I do over here, and build your own custom roof. I did find the angle of these roof types very good already. The only reason I did my own one is because I didn't like the texture and I didn't like the type of the roof itself, so I went for an own one and I used these metal pieces to create my own roof. Obviously it's always a lot of work to just align the pieces nicely so it's looking clean, but eventually I'll end up having a good way of doing it, and the roof looks really cool from down below. Now, this building you're looking at is, at least in my imagination, the only building that has been built for the park itself on the entrance plaza. The other two buildings, the one which is our main gate, the main entrance that we've done in the last episode, and the building we are going to start in a couple of minutes, those two buildings have been here already in the past. So this whole project is a mixture of existing buildings and buildings that have been built intentionally and just for the sake of the theme park, you know. And this is why this house over here can also have this coaster interaction. I imagine that the tower has been there already in the past, you know. The tower is an element that was used as a storage or kind of other, has had another function. But this building has then been put in front of it to house the coaster, to house the facilities, and to just complement the whole back of the park. The other building, obviously, the station for the coaster, as we've talked about, obviously has also been built, and the whole lake has been put in place here. So I will make an episode in the future. If you guys are interested, let me know in the comments. But I will make a video in the future where we're going to talk about the story specifically, and we're going to really define what is what. Okay, last bits here is a bit of foliage work, you know, just to make this kind of coaster interaction over here a bit more nicer. Make some security fencings in so people can't go in, and just make the coaster go through here a bit nicer. I will have to adjust also the shaping of our coaster a bit. I will fix a couple of little things, so I will eventually have to raise this piece a little bit more because it's not quite nice, and I may have to relocate the braking a little bit. But then we move on to the next one. So we have already placed this flat right in the last episode. This is the kickflip, but it's going to be called the coal dipper, or however we want to call this exactly. But the idea about this thing is I thought the kickflip looks like these typical big kind of industrial shovel kind of things, which are used to, you know, shove, is that the right word? To get the coal out of the ships, for example, and bring them into the storages. So I thought that would be a really cool idea to use this house, which in my imagination has been one of the big storages for coal in the past, and now we are turning this into the queue house for this kickflip ride, and for a bit of a different facility house as well. And so I'm building this house as a house that has already been existing here. So that was my talk I was already doing in the past quite a lot more often. You know, we have houses that already existed, and we have houses that we put in. Talked a lot about this now. And here is the same technique I'm using throughout the park. I'm building one design, and I built this on a 4-meter set piece. I'm using the grid piece to set myself a theme, or like a, you know, one blueprint, I was almost saying. And then I'm going to use this to build the design I'm liking. And once I have the design, I will copy that over and make use of the grid to be more efficient. I promise to make a tutorial on that. People have been asking me a lot. There is this mega tutorial, which I do cover this already in, at least a little bit, but I will also make a full tutorial. Yeah, as you can see now, everything copied around is then also giving me this layout over here. So what I did is also I used the same thing, copied that over, and I just fixed the edges by using a couple of things. Sometimes you have a bit of an edge, how's it called again, the texture fighting on the edges. So what I used to do then is I'm going to click on the pieces that do have the texture fighting. I will then select them all, split them from the group, and just move them a tiny fraction, like a centimeter or so, so that they just stop fighting. After that, I moved on to make the big tower build of here. This is again inspired one by the Hamburg Lotsenhaus. This is the one I was using as a reference, in case you want to have a look in that one. This is the Lotsenhaus. Seemannshöft, how it's called, and it's not going to be the same, obviously, but I was inspired by this to use the tower of it, because I found this tower looking very prominent and reminiscent of the area. So I thought, you know what, just gonna plop this in here. So I didn't want to make, and this is fully intentional, I didn't want to make this a 1-by-1 copy. I have some Google Maps images that I used to use this as the, you know, main inspiration to which part of the harbor this could be located. And again, if you want to have a look into that one, this is somewhere near the Petroleumhafen, it's called, where there is an expansion. It's called Waltershof. This is kind of the area I'm basing it off, but just as an idea, you know, and I'm mixing obviously a lot of other things in here. And then you can see I'm using the tower to also connect this a bit more to the flat ride. It's going to be a little bit of a hassle to see where the people are moving so that they're not clipping too much through the walls, although the lighting here is absurdly nice, by the way. I've just enjoyed being in the house and doing certain things because the lighting is just so Chef Kiss. And I was using then my already existing style here of the K to, or the key. Is that the K or the key? I always forget about how this is called in English. I think it's key. I mean, it's also called Miami key, whatever. So yeah, I was doing this. And then I'm putting in a couple of more details to the tower to make it really look nice in the end. And yeah, it does really look nice. I just figured from the speed build that I have to realign the top railing. That was off. Anyways, last but not least, I was putting the queue in because the queue obviously needed to go somewhere, and this house is just a perfect location for that. I'm still debating with myself what I'm doing with the second floor because there's still a second floor in here. I may actually turn this into an accessible area even for the guest. I have an idea about this, but I'll be looking into that in the next episode potentially. And I also wanted to have like a little bit of a shop in front of here, which is going to be just like a shop front that is very versatile. You could switch out what kind of goods you give out over here. I think that was a sheaf beef and a latte love. But the main idea is just to have some elements for the guests here to interact with on the main plaza. And I'm a little bit sad that we don't have many more of these things available. I would love to have more of these things like ATMs and Vista points, and also maybe some kind of souvenir things, and maybe even the lockers, you know. We will also put some lockers in. This, by the way, is the idea I want to put potentially on the second floor. And also like have something for strollers and wheelchairs, which I'm working on these designs. I'm working on these designs for a long time now, but I'm still not happy. This is something I'm really, yeah, sorry, coughing and laughing at the same time is not a good idea, in case you ever wondered. Now, putting in a couple of details, just for you as a nice idea to think about. Whenever you build these areas, think about how you can cover these things up to make it look nicer. So what I really love in this game is that you can have this wonderful, very simple bench here, and then you put you just put some stones or so on top of it, and people will then sit on the benches, but it looks like as if they're sitting properly on this wall, which is a more realistic behavior anyway. So that was a bit of an interaction I have over here. At the moment, I'm using this lantern design at the entrance. I just quite like this aquatic lantern, to be honest, because it fits very well with this region. But we will put some more elements of interest in here, fixing also a bit of the texture on the ground, which is all not final, okay? We still will be evolving in here and making this entrance plaza look more and more nice. This is a completely different approach to my projects. Normally I go from, you know, area to area, and I'm done at some point. But this time around, we will be evolving this project the whole time. You know, we will be going from step to step, and also a little bit of a bug I found over here. It's not even a bug though, but I really would love that the game allows to put supports on pathway, and the supports then will have barrier functions, because at the moment they don't have. I did put this train in because I just wanted to have more interaction in this area, and I'm very, very happy with this design. But yeah, you'll see more about this now in the real-time part. I really enjoyed this episode. Hopefully you guys did too. And now I hand you over to the real-time Rudi to enjoy how this park looks from first person. Alright, we are back at the entrance of our wonderful park, and if we go in now, oops, we are going very fast right now, you can see that a whole lot has changed. I mean, you've seen that in the time lapse, but for those of you who are the skippity skip real-time part people, you know, here we are in the real-time part, and as you can tell, the whole entrance plaza has changed. Everything screams now a lot more like, you know, harbor and Hamburg, and just like really how I wanted it to have. There are a couple of things I really want to have in this region, like it's still a bit more plain here in the center. We need some more planters and stuff, but as you know, at the moment we don't have any working barriers or anything like that, so I'm a little bit hesitant to put too much in. As soon as we have, I'll be putting a lot more in here in the middle. I want to have like a popcorn offer machine and stuff like that. Would be very fun to have these tiny little, you know, elements that make it all look even more finished and realistic. But I can only tell, like, oh, look at that, the coaster is just coming over here. Next episode, by the way, will be a lot about rides and coasters. Like this episode we did build a lot, and the next episode will be a lot of fun about rides, different type of rides and different types of things I want to do with those. And you can see over here the coaster passing by. Still haven't adjusted the pacing, but look at that now, going through this house. Ah, that is so cool, giving this extra bit of realism here and extra bit of fun, you know. Now you can really tell how the coaster starts to be embedded in this whole thing. We do have this flat ride over here that I should definitely open, by the way. Let me just quickly do this because I haven't so far opened this one. So let's just quickly do this. The kickflip one, we're going to call this thing the coal digger because that's what it is designed after. You know, the idea is, and I will do this eventually, we don't have it yet, but we are going to put a coal ship, like a fake coal ship over here as the idea that it is going to, you know, support. The idea is that this is kind of a coal or like a, you know, warehouse where coal, for example, has been stored, you know, and this thing is kind of the digger that just kind of took the stuff out of the ship, so to have a bit of a storytelling element in here too. I'm a big fan of this idea. And as you can see over here, we also have a lovely track going on for this little people mover or little powered train that goes around here. The station is all the way in the back there. There you can see it. It's going to be integrated in this whole thing next episode. So that's, oh my god, look at that. A full coaster. Haven't had that in a while. Look at that. Let's follow this around. Oh, I just love that. I could do this forever. This is just so good. I need to adjust the pacing, then it's going to look even better. But yeah, you can see that the whole entrance area now looks so much better. I love this building, man. This is just, it's just so good. It's just so good. Maybe this is going to be the thumbnail of today's episode, by the way. Just like kind of trying to focus on this region here anyways, like with the building here, and then if we go a bit further into the back, oh, look at that. It's all coming together now. I'm a huge fan of this. This is just really, really ridiculously nice with all these elements here and the kind of these cranes in the background. It's really screaming harbor vibes to me. And this is exactly what I wanted to achieve. This is exactly the vibe I wanted to go for. And I am beyond excited how cool that can look in this game. Also, we do have obviously our queue line, as you've seen in the time-lapse in here. So if we go in, this is the queue area, which I need to finish. It's a little bit of a shame that we don't have actual windows, so potentially I'm going to make these backdrops over here again with these water pieces to at least have a decent light coming in, because as of now there is obviously no light. Gosh, this exposure is so cool once we have that at the beginning. And there's a coal, oh look at that, this is so cool with the coal digger having over here, the kickflip thingy. That just looks so freaking sick. It's so good. That is so good. It's exactly the level of realism versus like the bit of a storytelling element I wanted to have. This is just so much exactly what I wanted to have. Like, I can't. Let's jump out of this camera real quick and have a little overview of what we have done so far, because the park is growing and getting better and better each time. So we are almost done with the left-hand side, which I'm a big fan of. I mean, almost done is a little bit of an exaggeration, but we are in a good way. Or on a good way to make this work. This is the people mover kind of thing, the power train over here that's going to be receiving some love in the next episode, and also this big building will finally fulfill its duty, as well as getting some more warehouses in. At the moment we only have like 2-ish warehouse designs. I'm gonna make a couple more. They will be a lot more detailed as soon as they interact with our series. The thing is, you know, I need to save some pieces here and there, so that's why these buildings are not awfully detailed. You know, they're just like very, very simple, bare bones, just keeping them open to have a bit of light, spare light in. But as soon as we have interaction with them, which this building will receive in the next episode, just flying in real quick, they will be receiving exactly the love and care this building has over here. Just gotta fix this little gap over here anyways, but yeah, well, this is it for today's episode. You can be very excited for the next one, because there's a lot more happening, a lot more rides will be placed in. We will have the first look at some proper guest flow, because at the moment you can see not that many people are in the park, which is down to the fact that this coaster is the only real people magnet we have. But in the next episode, trust me, there's going to be a huge change in terms of how this park will flow and work. Also because I need to test this. I want this park to be really, really, really realistic, also in terms of how people move. I desperately hope that Frontier is going to fix the situation with the barriers and curbs, because you can do a lot with deleting path here and there. You can see I also did delete these areas, but they still do kind of glitch in here every now and then, so I need to be very careful with this. But people have a very, very odd way of using path, as you can see over here. They're just like, I'm not sure what exactly and why they're doing this. There's like this just tiny chance to go out here, and they still do it for whatever odd reason. So I have to again fix this, despite the fact there should not really be. Yeah, there's this tiny edge where they can go, despite having a barrier in here. It's a bit of an odd one. I really want to make sure that this is not going to happen and they use the entrance to exit the whole park as well. But yeah, we'll fix that. We'll fix that. Anyhow, that's it for today. And as you can tell by my sub counter, we are almost at 100k. There are just a couple hundred missing. So if you guys haven't subscribed yet, or the algorithm has unsubscribed you actively, please consider subscribing. Maybe we can do it today. So if every single one of you watching this video today who isn't subscribed will subscribe, we will get the 100k today. That would be so awesome. And I'm giving away one copy of Planet Coaster 2 for Steam when I hit 100k. So make sure to do that. I'm gonna give this away in my on my channel, on my Discord. I'll let you know exactly where. But make sure to subscribe to the channel if you want to have a chance on this. So, I talk to you in the next one. Thank you so much as always, and goodbye. Welcome back everyone to Planet Coaster 2 and the Hanseatic Dreamland, and welcome to a massive episode. Today we are going to build the name-giving ship, the Hanseatic Dream. Now, with the first step, I did build the body of our ship. However, this was recorded, but it all broke down and the recording was corrupt. So actually, we have to start a step later when we started to build the upper part. This episode is gonna be massive, my friends, because we're doing some really, really cool stuff and it's actually working. But before, a little note to Instant Gaming, the sponsor of the channel. As always, you can grab very cool discounts on this wonderful platform. You can get game keys for a good discount, or you can also get your in-game currency if you want to. They have a good customer support, they are reliable, and everything is legal, so don't you worry about that. And you can grab all you want to need, and DLCs, full games, or you can even go for pre-orders. I highly recommend that, and it is a very good service if you need something that you don't own yet. Just check the link in the description. But now let's get going. Alright, first up, we have to go for the upper ship, and this part, and I should mention that, is based on the mirror method. So what I did do over here, I should explain that before we go, because you can see the ship is very, very neat, while I'm doing to change the harbor a little bit, just in order to get a bit more space for the ship. It just kind of looked a little bit too cramped in there, and I moved back my path over here. Anyways, the trick I was going to talk about is the mirror method, and what I was using is one of these gimbal arms. You know, in the game there are 3 different new types of arms that you can basically create any kind of operation with, or animatronic if you want to. But they have a wonderful feature. They can actually mirror things as you put them on. Obviously you can always only use non-grid pieces, but you know, a build like this is mostly done with non-grid pieces. And you can see this over here. I only need to select one side of my build, and the other side is just magically transformed with it. Specifically with these very crazy shapes over here, this makes a whole difference, because you only need to tediously work your way on one side, and then the other side just works with it. So you need to go through the whole process just once and not twice. And also, this then also gives you the chance to work off angle. Now, it's a bit more technical, but in order to understand this better, is just like imagine in the last games we had of the Planet games, whenever you build something that needs to look exactly identical on both sides, you could rotate that as long as it was like a full 90-degree build, like a rectangular build. That mostly was easy because you were able to just rotate that by 180 degrees. But as soon as you have a certain shape to it that is in need of mirroring rather than just rotating, the whole thing was different. And in order to achieve the same result, you needed to stick to the grid, because with having the grid you could follow the exact same steps in the opposite direction, and ensuring that everything looks the same by doing the same angled things. Now, this leads to the fact that you couldn't do things as clean and as nice as you wanted to. Some absolute madmen did do this by just building themselves their own kind of rulers and stuff like that, but you know, I'm not that crazy. And in this game, everything like that is just basically done by the game itself. However, we still don't have a proper, let's say, mirror piece that we can use. I would really love to have something like the snap edges we do have right now, just for the fact of mirroring. Like, just give us a platform that is actually non-functional anyways, and let us mirror things on it, and then once we are done, just kind of confirm and get rid of the mirror piece itself again to have it as one body. Because what happens here is, as you can see over here, I'm just like building on the one side and the other side just kind of merges with it. And the only little caveat that it comes with is the fact that you cannot split the build from the gimbal. Like, I could even rotate the whole thing magically. I may do this later on in the build just to show you. You can literally rotate the entire ship if you want to. It is kind of crazy that the game still handles that fairly well, but it's not the idea, okay? You shouldn't have this thing rotating, and so what I did is I set the gimbal obviously to deactivate it in order to make sure to make best use of the mirror option. And honestly, for the sake of this build, that was all I needed to do. And as you can see over here, I took then one of the things and put this here in the middle, and I could also go into the settings and just say disable the the mirroring option if I need to. Sometimes I did this if I had some central pieces. I actually went in and changed it to non-mirrored. So, and as soon as I was done with having the main shape, I started to build from there, and it's actually kind of cool. As you can see, pulling these things out, you can really do some fancy stuff with the mirror option, because like the game lets you explore these things in a way better way than previously. And as you can see over here, I can literally do all kinds of shapes I want to. I had the very bold idea to also, you can see this one over here is not mirrored, so now you don't have anything happening on the other side because I selected this one as a non-mirrored piece to form in the middle. One thing I want to praise the game for, it just remembers what your piece was set to. So as soon as you have a certain element that is mirrored, whenever going back to this piece, it will remain mirrored. So if you do copy this piece from its origin, it'll be mirrored still. If you do put a new piece in, it's not mirrored by default, so you can set this to mirror if you need to, or you just not need to. Which is kind of cool, because if you want to do some offsets, which sometimes makes them design more interesting, you just click the piece and say non-mirrored. And that's kind of like very, very well realized in this game, not gonna lie. It all works very stable and very, very nice. The one thing that I didn't really like too much about this, as I said, is that you cannot bake these things, as I would call it. So once you have gone for a positioning on the gimbal, you must stay. So what you could not do now is, if you say like, oh my god, the whole ship, it just kind of is rotated like 13 degrees wrong, I need to rotate that, you can't do this anymore, because then the mirror will be offset. Because once you start building at the mirror, you have this split in the center, and it's perfectly mirrored on both sides. But as soon as you change the angle, guess what happens? The mirror also angles in a certain way and acts like a mirror, and it's not like perfect, but it just kind of creates a V shape or an X shape, depending on what you're doing. And just, yeah, that's not really what you want to have. So ensure that you have the same positioning. And well, the next part of our video is going to approach, and this is why we need to talk about the next step over here, which is going to be the decks. Well, the decks we are going to build off pass. And as you can see, at some point I did actually rotate the whole ship. What you can do though is you can select the gimbal piece itself, like go out of the building and then select the gimbal piece, and then it will let you rotate the gimbal, and so the whole ship will move with it. But what I must say is, with this new pathing options in game, it was almost a pleasure to build the decks. It was ridiculous, and I can already tell you, the whole ship is going to be accessible. The whole ship is, for the most part, going to look insane, seamless, and nice and clean when the guest can actually go and walk through the build. I ensured that every path is at least wide enough so that people can use it. I will not have most of the indoor section in this speed build, so there is a bit of a secret for the latter part of this video. However, I also want to add that it's not even remotely done. I want to do something really cool in the body of, like the lower body of the ship in the next episode. There is still some space to be filled. So that's not done at all, and I also need to fill in some more of the elements that we have everywhere else. Now, then I was putting some pools on the decks, because that should be the case. This is going to be the kind of the Dreamland ship. I didn't really talk about this previously, but this ship is obviously the name-giving element of the series. This ship is called the Hanseatic Dream, and the whole park is the Hanseatic Dreamland. So the idea is that like the Napali Foundation, which is obviously the holder and the owner of Isla Napali, they also decided to purchase a ship, one of these bigger ships that kind of can travel across the seas. And the idea was to bring people from Germany to Isla Napali. That was the original plan. But as this becomes more and more successful, they also bought this port over here in Hamburg to create another theme park. And so the Hanseatic Dream, as you can see over here, is not only going to be a permanent attraction in here. In my mind, it's also a working ship that can travel to Eastern Napali, combining both theme parks to one, which I think is a fairly great idea. Now, we're already in the next part of the video. You've seen that with the brief little chapter mark. This is now the pool integrations. The decks are done, and then I started to put in the flumes and just kind of try to make the different docks accessible. I wanted to also have this upper part being something where we have some hot tubs or so, but I went against it because I wanted to I needed to put the chimney somewhere, and this is the location for the chimney in a bit. But also, the only thing I'm not entirely happy with is, the point is the ship is a tiny bit too small, which sounds ridiculous because it's massive, but realistically, I would have needed to go for at least 2x the size, and if I've gone for that and I tested this, I could have made this even more seamless. Going for a bigger size would have allowed me to use smaller pieces in general, but also the bigger pieces would technically be smaller in relation, and so I could have made the whole thing even more seamless. The problem, though, is it just completely falls out of this build, which would even be realistic, because I don't know if you guys have seen these like ridiculously big ships already in some harbors, but they completely thrown over everything. Like, it looks as if the harbor is way too small, which I still don't know why these things exist in the first place. As much as I'm impressed by them architecturally and also from an engineering standpoint, in terms of nature and in terms of the sheer nonsense of these things, I'm always confused why they even exist. But I want to go too deep into that. I think it's a fun experiment here for a game, but in real life, I'm just a little bit confused by it. As I said, the child in me definitely loves them, but the grown-up person who is really interested into renewables and our planet, the wonderful Earth we are living on, I'm very confused by these things. But anyways, that shouldn't be the topic of the video. The topic of the video is more also, by the way, I've not really talked about the inspiration of this ship. So it's loosely inspired by the Disney ship. There's kind of, how's it called? The Disney Dreamliner or something of the seas, I don't know. And then also has a huge amount of inspiration by all these big kind of AIDA and whatnot big ships that are out there. There are a whole bunch of these, but I combined a couple things together. Nothing really specific. But yeah, next up is pathing, and oh boy, that was at the same time fiddly as it was impressive. Don't get me wrong, it's not the easiest bit to do. However, it's not impossible, and I think this is the biggest surprise of them all. This works, and by any means, this wouldn't have been possible in the first game. Literally not. Some of the things you could have done, some others you couldn't, and I must say that I'm deeply impressed by what I was able to do afterwards with all the pathing. It's not perfectly clean. A couple of things I should have done a tiny bit different, but the tutorial I was already talking about in the last episode of Blizzard Beach, it did apply over here as well. Taggy3D had a wonderful tutorial on how to do these kind of things, and I could have done this a little bit better, but I was a little bit too lazy to do that again in here. I prepared all these things outside, and then I copied these path elements in, like the staircases, for example, and then I went for a design like this. But honestly, at the end of the day, I made the best out of my solution, and it even looks almost like as if it was planned this way, using a couple of different height elevations in here. I gotta say that this overall looks really, really cool. the interior of this whole thing looks already pretty nice, even though it's just a placeholder. Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna do a couple of things in here in the next episode, but like this whole build took already 15-ish hours or something. And as I said, we are waiting for the second baby to arrive, and at the moment I just, I work from day to day, so I'm not even sure if things, I don't know, work. But anyways, now we are at the final details already of the outside, and I was also in need of a chimney. And again, I'm using the mirror method over here to, make my life a little bit more easy and put this thing in. I went for a very simple design of a rather short chimney kind of thing. It's not like these bigger ones like, you're used to seeing, but the more modern ones look a bit more like this anyway. So I thought, I'm just gonna go for a design like this. It's also kind of in the center of our bridge, which I don't know if that's too realistic, but come on, at this point I'm gonna call that Rudi-listic again, because frankly I've no idea how to squeeze anything more in here. Again, as I said, the size is already, it's just enough to make the whole ship very nice, accessible, and very much working, and all these things. But it's not realistically sized. You'll see that in the real-time part once we go through here, which is coming up in a couple minutes. So yeah, I also then took this entrance tower I built over here because I already love the shape, and I quickly changed this into becoming a pillar for our build, and also like a little gate, a typical like Hamburg Landungsbrücken gate type of thing. Just look at how the scaling is changing the whole way we are playing this game. Oh gosh, I don't even know what to do without anymore. Like, I definitely want to go back to Planet Zoo soon. I'm working on a project there. But whenever going back into Planet Zoo, this time around, it's not the graphics that's the issue, like it was with Planet Coaster 1 from Planet Zoo. Now, my biggest gripe is actually having no scaling and mirror and all these kind of wonderful new... And the pathing, obviously. So, even though I've never been that much of a big, I don't think the pathing in the previous games was that bad. Like, it wasn't great, but it wasn't that bad, And yeah, last but not least, putting also a gate in here. And now in a second, you see, this is what I meant. Now you just completely quickly disable the mirror option, and all of a sudden you just have this opening on one side of the ship. So very nice. Also, I must say that from like the looks of the ship at the moment, we are actually at a low tide at the moment. This is why the ship isn't submerged more than this. Also put a big chain in here where the anchor technically would be. I quite like this, just having this little detail in here. And last but not least, I did a bit of a backdrop because I felt like it's in need to make this a bit more fit into the whole environment. As I said in the first episode of this whole project, it's a bit of a difference this time around. I haven't built the whole environment at the beginning. We do this as we go, and now you can definitely tell why. Because whenever you do something and integrate something, you really must, first of all, have a look how it fits in. And as I said, the ship is a lot smaller than I usually thought it was going to be. But I also figured with having some of these storage holes in the background, making them a bit larger, like this one, like the double height, we are starting to block away the background, which is exactly what I want to achieve. I want to have a certain point of view once you're in the park that you don't see that we are still in like an environment with like some mountains around. It should really look like as if we are at seaside. So yeah, putting one of my towel racks from the last episode of Blizzard Beach in here too. And then last but not least, putting a couple of plants in. But that's the moment where I hand you over to the real-time Rudi, and we're going to have a look at the ship in-game. Alright, so here we are in front of the ship. There you can see the Hanseatic Dream. This is the whole ship in its full glory, just from the ground. There's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of people moving in. So what we're doing now is we're just going to quickly go through all the people and make our way into the body of the ship. Obviously it's a bit small over here. As I said, the whole, don't mind this, okay? This is gonna be changed anyways. Also, I don't really know why this isn't entirely black in here. It should be at least a little bit more. But then we come into the body of the ship, and you can see people are using everything as they should. As I said, a couple of things aren't fixed in here. So I still need to do a couple of fixes here and there. Just don't mind, okay? It's still looking pretty damn good, but I need to fix a couple of issues here and there. It's not mega crazy, but there are still some issues I need to fix. Now going outside, you can see this is one of the first pools over here. People are actually using the pools. We've got a lifeguard over here. We have some custom supports going on. We've got some kids in the pool. This is a wading pool. Obviously, I'm not sure if there's anyone on the slide right now. No, there isn't. And let's go one level higher. Just like this is one of the areas we can go in. It's very low at some points. I might need to raise the ceiling here and there. I just misjudged this by a bit because I was in a wrong scaling mode. That was my bad. But most of the size in here just works fine. So let's go over to this side first of all, because that is where you can access the slide. So once you go here, you're basically in front of the slide. You know, this is, I need to block this off because technically I want them to go here as they're doing. Let's just follow them around. So I can definitely deal with some of the glitching here. I'm totally fine with this. Like, we don't have curbs or barriers, and I figured they would also make the whole thing a little bit more problematic, I guess. But I mean, look at that. Let's follow that girl around. Can we just follow her around? Where is she? Is she already down there? Yeah, there you go. Choo! Down here and plop. Oh, we just fell down. I didn't know that's possible. Okay, never mind. The next person will be coming down here too soon, so that you can just see that everything is working indeed, which I feel like is a pretty good testament to how nice this all worked out. All right, so let's go in, and gonna get crowded over here. People are queuing for the changing rooms. I should put some more changing rooms in the back there. There's also like a staff building hidden in there. Again, as I said, a couple of things have to be done. And then once you go up here, you are in the next pool area, as you can tell. And this is where it goes. Look, people are even floating on here. I love that. I love the fact that it's all working. And then you've got these things, like there's a dash kind of thing where they plumb in here. Bam, there you go. Need to change the entrance a little bit more, make it more nice looking. But I think the idea and the promise of it all is just kind of working very well. And just the sheer amount of ideas that work together in here, like with all the custom supports and stuff, just kind of makes me so happy. There's a bit of leakage here. It's not the best thing to have. Anyways, let's continue going into the next one. Oh, I think that's from the slide, actually. Never mind then. There is another area I need to fully cover, but this is where you go up, and then in this area, whoops, let's go up. You are next for the highest pool, and then in here again, I will make this a bit more nicely. But as you can tell, there is already so much time that went into this build. I just at some point needed to call it a day for one episode. This is already way more than I was actually thinking to do. But yeah, so this is the upper layer, and I'm very happy with how that turned out. There's a support missing over here. I've just figured. But the rest is already supported, as you can see, also on that side. And always, like as you would do on these ships, as soon as you're getting over the railing, it's turning into glass, so to get the idea that you're in free air over the seas. I think that's just kind of beautiful. We've got a security net here also to the side, so that no one decides to jump out. This one over here obviously is not the safest thing to do. But I figured it's kind of a nice idea to do anyways. And then you can see this is the whole area. And to get up here, there is a staircase hidden. Let's see if I can access that somehow. There is the entrance is somewhere in here. Look at that. Then you can just go up that staircase, which we cannot do in this camera mode. I don't know if I need to put a queue in order to get people up there, because I haven't seen anyone using this ride, so maybe I have to. But this is just how the whole ship works. And I'm figuring, you know what, let's just quickly test this. Maybe this is the easy fix by just putting a queue in there. Should potentially be the trick. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to path, and we're going to go to queue. And then here, it's going to put a bit of a queue in. Wait, hold on. Why are you going up? That makes no sense at all. You are on the pathway anyways, aren't you? Hello? What are you doing? Alright, so that's it. That's a queue now. Because technically people can just go around here. So there is a way to get there. Let's see if they do now. Okay, he's gonna go down, or they're gonna go down. Yeah, I definitely have to change this because it just doesn't look as I wanted it to. But at some point I was going and getting into real trouble when it comes to space. And I'm gonna put like a fake kind of door in here, like a doorway. Also some fencing. People should not jump into the chimney, obviously. But yeah, is this thing open then? It is. Okay, 1% want to go to inner tube. Okay, well, that's not that many people anyways. But yeah, so this is the whole ship in its full glory. Look at that. And also in the context of the Hanseatic Dreamland, This is what I meant by I couldn't go any bigger. I couldn't go any bigger because that would have fallen completely out of the idea of the park, and I don't want to throw this thing too crazily over it. I mean, having this in the skyline of the park is already pretty nuts, and it looks really, really cool now with people in here. Just the whole picture of it looks really cool, and the whole promise of this whole series is getting clearer by any episode by episode, I think. It's going to look so cool once it's done. It's going to look so cool. I can't wait to finish this side off in the next 2-ish episodes and then move over to the next island and potentially at some point go over to the third or even to this side. I don't know, but you know, my whole plan was for this main area, and from here we're going to work on to the next ones. But I mean, just look at how the whole thing works, and as soon as we've got more stuff placed into the various areas over here, the whole guest load should spread out a bit more nicely. But yeah, the star of today's episode obviously is the pools and is the ship in here, and I mean, just look how I have no words. It looks so fantastic. I really think this is my best build so far in Planet Coaster 2. Definitely it is. It's been obviously very hard to achieve, and oh my god, the guest congestion over here gives me a headache. Let me just quickly do the following. Let me just go to Sandbox settings and reduce this whole thing back to 500. It's way too much for me. Just don't like this. So let's see if people leave and clear this off a little, because it's way too much. Maybe we go for 1,000. Hold on, let's go for 1,000 because 500 may be a little too less. So let's go for 1,000, and then hopefully that's gonna clear out the congestion a little for us. It seems to, because I don't like this being so crazy. But yeah, as for the build itself, I really feel like this looks pretty insane. I did not think it's gonna look that nice. Even the shape looks reasonably clean, to be honest, and reasonably nice. And like having this ship in here with all the slides and stuff looks so cool. It just looks so cool. Like we have the whole thing in here. It's a shame that the lighting isn't that nice from this side anyways. Like I have a couple of ideas to change this, but like if we go for the morning, yeah, this is kind of nice. But as soon as you go to 9, I would to 8:30 would have been great. I think 8:30 would have been a nice time of day to give this thing a proper look. But well, this is how it looks. And yeah, I don't even know what to say else, because this build took so much of my time, and I really do hope this episode is gonna do good, because that was something, guys. I tell you, that was something. Yeah, as I said, the lighting isn't the best, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, look at that. This is the full build. This is the full build. Do we still have people in here now? Yes, we have, but they're kind of stuck in here. Let's see if we go to 1,500, if this is gonna make, or maybe 2,000. I just don't want to have them all in the pools, you know what I mean? It's like really, also, oh no wait, it's getting late, right? This is why people leave the park. Yeah, that's why. Okay, well they just join next day even better, but whatever. So that's been it, guys. I really do hope you enjoyed today's episode. It's been an absolute pleasure making this episode. Honestly, I can't tell how much it was a fun doing this. It was absolutely insanely nice doing this. It's been so much fun, and I hope you guys had as much fun as I had, because I had a lot of fun. And frankly, there's still a lot more work to be done with this build, so I do hope that you guys will be with me in the next episode. But until then, I wish you guys a wonderful time. Thank you so much for watching, as always. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, comment the video. I talk to you in the next one. Have a good time, and goodbye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Planet Coaster 2 and the Hanseatic Dreamland, our main project on the channel. And this is gonna be a very exciting episode. We are actually going to add a full area of flat rides and some cool stuff into our wonderful project.
We also got a blueprint from the wonderful Fog, who gave me this wonderful crane over here that is one of the new additions to our mainland, so to say, so the environment. More about that in the real-time part, because I've actually quite some additions. But before that, quick note to Instant Gaming, the channel sponsor. Today, very important, because on Instant Gaming you can, as you know by now, get very much value for your games. They are a lot more on discount, they have a great customer support. You can basically get DLCs, full games, you can pre-order, or you can get in-game or currencies for your different platforms. But this time around, it's Black Friday, as everywhere, but you get 90% off on a lot of games. So make sure to check the link in the description, get them, and make sure to benefit from these offers. They are really great. So, with that said, let's get into building today. You can see I'm building a little bit of a railroad over here and putting some trees in. As this first part of the video is labeled the new area, I do approach this video a bit differently today. So because I did quite a lot, more than what is in this episode, actually the next episode is already recorded as well. There's so much going on that I try to structure it. So the first thing I always do is I give an area a bit of context. As you can see over here, I put first of all the 2 flat rides in, and I put a couple of containers and other kind of stuff like planter areas and so on to get a basic idea of what I want to have in this area. You can see this is also why I put the background cranes in. I made sure that there is a bit of concrete layer down. This project is so different from everything else I've done so far, and the main reason why this is so different is that we're working with a huge flat area that somehow comes already with its own constraints. And in order to add a lot of detail and interesting vistas and stuff like that, we have to overcome the issue of not having too many natural, environmental things that will make things more, engaging anyways. Like, for example, we don't have natural heights or inclines or something like that. Always making different height elevations makes your whole project so much more interesting. We naturally don't have it that much in here, and I don't want to just create them for the sake of creating them, because it's just not really what it would be, and also because of the area we are in. We will have certain height elevations in here, we will have some terrace areas, we will have some elevated other stuff, but in order to overcome this issue here, I plan the area just as I did, by putting certain things in. Now, the next thing we are doing is still kind of the planning phase, because I'm doing my first ever design for a flat ride in this game, by the way, so that's the first over here. So the idea about this flat ride was mainly that this is partially a crane design. Now, it just makes sense for this area, okay? So we are in the harbor area, and these flat rides both will be styled after a crane. The drop tower will not be done fully for this episode, just because I have so many other things to do. The next episode will be very interesting, because we will, actually you'll see a couple of these things already as a little hidden thing in sneak peek, I want to call it, in the real-time part. But I have certain ideas in mind that need some more time to be fleshed out. Also, I was, struggling a bit with some of the pieces and event triggers and stuff, so yeah, you'll see that. Now, as you can see over here, what I did is I made sure that this whole construction looks as if it fits in here, but at the same time, I wanted to keep it relatively simple. The reason for that is I want to make sure that this flat ride still appears as if this is a proper, flat ride that has been built here. Not temporarily, but more like not as in an actual theme park, but it has to be retrofitted into this area. So this is why I didn't want to make it awfully detailed and a little bit over-exaggerated. So it is implied being a crane kind of thing, but in a theme park vibe, if you get what I mean. It's just having this crane look and feel with the rusty colors and having all these elements here, but it is meant to be a theme park element, a very fake, intentional fake. But then I figured, okay, that's done. Now we need to add the context of the area. So phase 1 always for me is planning around, making sure that I have certain things in place, and the theming of the flat ride actually was important for me. And then I went back to our, third or fourth episode, I don't remember which one it was, and I was checking some of your comments of the wonderful brand names you came up with for some of our containers. So I just did that over here. So Isoda was a suggestion from the text, from the chat, and Things like that I do need. So if you guys watched until this point in the video, for those who are skipping to here, hello, welcome you skippity skippers. But for all those who listened to this point in time, I hope you also enjoyed the video and liked it, because you certainly overcame 80% of all the other people, and you're now in the core people. So for those, make sure to comment down below with your ideas, your brand names, your weird ideas for the project. You see, I will consider them and take them into account for the build. The members will also have their own part at the end of the video, just as at the end of the time lapse, I should say. But there were some really cool ideas in here for the wicked construction, for example. And people were also saying we could use the in-game brands as manufacturers, which I will do. But as we do know now what the December update looks like and all the different new construction pieces for the supports, I will wait for those, because I want to give them all kind of a, you know, different vibe. Also, I love this one over here, the Transylvania, as like a spooky one. I didn't want to make it fully spooky, but I felt like I make like a little nudge to that as like a Dracula face with 2 teeth sticking out. It almost looks like a fake Tesla logo looking at it right now, but never mind. Tesla's leader is kind of a Dracula as well, so whatever. We also had some really cool ideas, and I filled them all in, and I found this very important to fill this area in with so much love and so much detail, just to make sure that this gives us the edge, you know, of what this all is, to give something to look at and make the whole area a bit more personalized. And I also made some blank variants over here of the containers, because I will need them later on in this project. We will need some blank areas. And then I figured, you know what, at this point we have to make these cranes over here that exist for a while now, but we have to put them onto one of these platforms and make them actually move across the railroad that we had put down in here. I do hope that Frontier is going to tackle the platforms, at least to give us a bit more control over the speed of these animations. I already put that to slow. It still is awfully fast. It just looks a little bit weird. I still have them moving over here because it's better than not, but I am not particularly happy with the speed. It is a little bit too much going on for my liking. I mean, sure, you can use the trick of using multiple platforms to counter them. So if you use the fast and the slow one and make them go into opposite directions, you can create an even slower kind of movement, or you can actually have it go forth and back with the slow, because I feel like the back one is slightly less fast than the other one. But you know, I think all these trickery, it just doesn't need to be, you know. That's something that the game needs to be solving, and we don't need to come up with these weird ways of doing it. Speaking of weird ways of doing it, I was also, you know, the topspin actually became the most interesting to look at in this area, and I wanted to style the freefall tower as well, but I thought the freefall tower is definitely getting the bit of a cooler queue area. So I opened up 2 of the containers over here to become actual queue areas, and also to provide a bit of shelter for the rainy bits, you know. Whenever you queue up for that one, you are happy to be in queue up there, or in the other container, you know, also to prevent from some sun problems and give some shade. You know, take it or leave it. I just wanted to have like a bit more of an interesting queue over here, rather than just a flat one on the ground. As you can see, as always, cleaning up the pathway a little bit, and then just painting over in preparation for getting rid of the Planko logo with the next update. So then the path will look actually pretty damn cool, and also putting some additional supports in, because obviously we don't have supports in there anymore. And then I did the exact same with the queue area for our topspin as well, making sure that, you know, the pathway is cleaned up. At this point I became already pretty convenient with, or like it just like turns out to be a bit easier to make these kind of nice kettle pens over here. Once you get the hang of the pathing, thanks to Taggy's wonderful tutorials, it's pretty simple. Speaking of simple, at this point I was also like, you know, we also need like a little bit of a simple canopy over here, or like a simple roof area above the kettle pen for the topspin, so that people don't need to stand in the rainy weather. Like, we are in a Hamburg harbor area. Weather will be, for a big portion of the year, not the nicest, you know. There's a bigger chance of not having the nicest weather. And also, as it appears to be in Germany right now, either you have this, like, I don't know, 2/3 of the year being kind of autumn or spring, whatever you want to call it, but I want to call it more autumn, because it's more like, than it is nicely spring. And then you've got like light rain, rain, heavy rain, whatever, wind, lots of wind. And if not, you have like burning hot summer, okay? There's nothing in between anymore. So whatever we have, we need shelter. So that's that. Speaking of, by the way, sounding weird or so, my voice still sounds weird. I know, I'm gonna excuse myself for that every single time. But the thing is, I don't know why I'm having that for like 3 weeks straight now. It's not going away. It's weird. So sorry for still sounding nosy. Eventually that's going to go away. But as a daddy, I think the winter month we can, for now on, get used to a new Rudi voice anyways. Then there's another thing. And I gave this whole build here a full category because that was potentially the biggest portion of what I've been doing in the last days. Now, this is a kiosk. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less, I should say, because it turned out very beautiful. Honestly, I think that's my cleanest and nicest build so far. I'm gonna, if I remember, I'm gonna put that obviously on the workshop so you guys can enjoy that as well. Building this, unfortunately, it revealed another couple of issues that the game has at the moment. As much as I love these little counters and that we got them in this game too, I love that, but people just still completely run through them. We don't have any kind of potential barrier mechanism with these things, and normally that shouldn't be a problem because like when you build the kiosk you could then delete the ground underneath it, but the problem is if you don't have any ground over there you won't be able to put a staff member in because these facilities require path access now. You can't put them beside the path as you was able to in Planet Zoo, for example. And so at this point I just needed to keep the path below, and when it's done at the end it looks fantastic, but still guests are completely glitching through the build. I really would love that Frontier is going to tackle that a bit again. These counters should definitely have a bit of a bigger hitbox. It's hilarious though. We are speaking about the hitbox 99% of the time. We are complaining about it being too big and too annoying. But this 1% of the time where it is required to make the game function a bit better and look more realistic, it's not. It's whatever it is, okay? But yeah, you can see, as always, I'm using the pillar method to rotate pieces. In case you have no idea what I'm doing, here's a little explanation of the trick. So there are two pieces in the game, these two pillars that use the center point of a grid joint, I should say. So all other grid pieces are to the edges of the grid, but the two pillars will be exactly in the center point where the grid edges meet. That means you can use that as a focal or rotational point, a center point to rotate pieces around. So you put down the pillar and then you'll start building from over there in either side-based things or, you know, the easiest thing if you do rotational stuff or like round stuff, the easiest thing to describe is like with cake pieces. Imagine you're building one cake piece and then you're just rotating everything around your cake or pizza, whatever you prefer. That's what I'm doing over here. I'm basically building one slice of pizza that I can then just rotate, and in order to do so I'm building myself an edge of the pizza and rotate it around so I have two edges, and then build the piece in between, and then as you can see over now I'm getting rid of one of the edges because otherwise you'll have that double. And as soon as you're done with that you can just copy paste this around. First 4 times you will use the grid for it, so duplicate it on the grid in all 4 different dimensions, so to say, or 4 different grid-based areas. And then after you've done that, you can basically select everything, get rid of the center point in the selection, and then copy-paste them in the advanced move to fill in the edges. Hope that was more understandable. But I'll do a potential better advanced tutorial on that as soon as I can plan my time a little bit better, because I'll use these couple minutes putting down some fake newspapers over here will give you a bit of a update on my situation. I have no idea literally when this episode is going to be out, because quite literally the baby could come every second now, and I'm also trying to finish this recording to go to bed to be prepared. So if that is the case, I'm not even sure if this video will be out in time for the Black Friday you know, instant gaming stuff. So maybe you don't have seen any instant gaming stuff at the beginning and you know that this has been later, or if I'll be able to get it out in time for the weekend, you'll see it there. But after that, it's gonna be a bit of a random thing, a bit of a roulette thing whenever, you know, you never know how birth is gonna work, you never know how the first days are. I may vanish for a week or two, I may vanish for a month, I may vanish only for a couple days. Whoever knows, but just so you are aware, it's getting serious now. And, you know, maybe this video is out when I'm back already, I don't know. But then I'll give you a note on the video. Anyway, step 4, the member appreciation part. And as promised, every new member between the episodes will then be added to some of the containers. I haven't shown that in the last episode, so here you go. Most of the people have been added in the meantime, but this is a huge list of people being added. So thank you for every single one of you who joined the party. And if you want to support the channel a bit more than already doing by watching, liking, and subscribing to the channel, you can do so by becoming a member. I've got different member tiers. All of the tiers receive the same stuff. Basically, you get some emotes, and eventually, if I remember, I will put some sneak peeks in Discord. But I see that as a, you know, option to, you know, support a bit more, and I don't want to have any separation between different tiers or so. Well, the lowest already gives you access to become a part of our container area, I guess. Anyways, let's move over to the real-time part. We are starting our tour again at the beginning, or at the entrance area of the park, because so we have a little glance towards the members area that I've just, you know, started or ended the time lapse on. You can see there's a lot of stuff going on here. It's gonna be even bigger, so thank you all for the support. As always, this is our vista into the park. You can see a couple of little things here and there, but I'm gonna avoid looking too much on them, because that's gonna be part of next episode. So I'm gonna just go around the corner here. This is one of my lantern designs, by the way, I've done last time around, and you will notice that there is a huge change of the layout of our coaster. More about that in the next episode. I have heard you guys, I've heard all the criticism, I've heard all the feedback on that one, so I did change a couple of things, so be warned that this is gonna be part of the next episode. By the way, this is just my floor stuff, to have some cutouts and stuff to just copy them. I'll be talking about that in the next video as well, just to give you an idea. But yeah, I'm starting to love this area here. Oh my god, something broke down over here. That is just fuming. Okay, not so dramatic for the moment. That's gonna be fixed hopefully. There you can see, by the way, the cranes moving in the background. Really love that. There's the other one moving. I do want to make one of Fog's cranes also moving, but it's a little bit more complicated because, you know, Fog is like me, just scaled up in terms of using too many pieces. He's literally crazy. This one is not even possible to be put in one blueprint anymore, so that's just ridiculous. But it's, you know, it is what it is. Really nice. But this one over here is fantastic. This is the kiosk, and as I said, I am very proud of it. I think it's looking very clean. The only thing I'm not very happy about is the newspapers themselves. I do hope that we get a bit more smaller displays or billboards that we can put our own kind of custom stuff on. Then I will redo this with our own fancy Discord shenanigans. We can then go crazy with some funny stuff and little, I don't know, little things just in here. And also these counters, I would need to just hide away these things. As you can see, the person is not standing perfectly centered, which I would need to change the window, which I will do eventually, but for the moment I'm gonna keep it the way it is, simply because I like the simplicity of that one and being all centered. There is a bit of a work I need to put into, but other than that, I'm just like very happy. Do I have the torchlight? No, it's not. What was that? There's a weird reflection going on here with the bouncy light. Where's that coming from? Hey, is that a mistake though? Like, okay, well, that is confusing. Anyways, this is now our area. You can see there are a couple more planters in. I did off screen because that just like tedious work. There's our push train going through, and then this is the area. You can see there is our spinny spin. Isn't that one open, by the way? I'm very confused to why no one is on there. Oh no, people are starting to queue again, I believe. Are they actually going into the queue? Oh no, they're not. Let me just quickly check if this thing is opened, because potentially it's not. I don't know. Let's see if we can have a little look. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Didn't want to spoil too much. Oh, it is open. Is this still having money? No, it's not. Okay, this is very odd indeed. Let's jump back down. Never mind then. So no one wants to go onto that one. Maybe it's too fancy. But yeah, I really like how it looks. Here you can see how it works together. The two color scopes are reminiscent of some of the larger cranes I also built. Maybe you can see some all the way in the background. You can see them. And in a second, I'm going to show you one of these. Also part of the next episode. It's going to be very cool. And here you can see this whole thing. Some near miss elements on top. This is kind of what you usually don't have. But I really like this. How it looks and just very clean, very nice. And then we have our drop tower here in the back. Again, it'll be connected with some more theming, but I also find it already pretty fitting. As I said, this is our queue area over here. This is where we have the queue area for the other one. A very simple one, you know, just a simple roof. And then we also have like a little station for, you know, vending machines, just kind of planter next to it. Nothing in particular crazy, as I said. There you can see one of the bigger crane thingies, also with some moving stuff in there. Really happy with how that turned out. Really happy also how that looks over here. Just in general, I think the whole area turned out pretty damn nice. Just clean, easy. We gotta need to add a couple of more, yeah, just clutter. I think that's what it still needs, you know, but that's gonna be a later job for me to do. Some more benches, some more bins. Like these little things will be added. You can see I started this already at this area with some like little things like this pillar. But it's so hard to do with all the barriers and curbs, so that is why I'm a bit more hesitant. But yeah, this is how the area looks from the guest perspective, and this is how the area looks from above or out of the play perspective, however you want to call this. I am beyond happy. Here again you can see the kiosk, how clean the roof also looks. Just I really like that. And the next episode is going to be, as I said, they're going to be very exciting. We are bringing together, I'm just going to zoom out so you can't really see that much of what I changed in detail, but we're going to bring in together this area. You can see all of these cranes and stuff. So yeah, I did work a lot on that so that the whole context of this project is going to be better. Oh, there's so much I want to show you already, but you know, just wait for it patiently for the next one. Subscribe to the channel, make sure that you follow along. But just like this, look, this is the kind of area which sells the idea of the whole project the most. Like, you'll see a lot more of these like kind of almost canyon-like fields in this project. These are also not our tallest buildings yet, so it's gonna be very cool. I can't wait to do more and realize some of the ideas I still have in mind. I'm still very happy with the choice of this project. I still think it feels unique, and I can't wait to show you more. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this just as much as I did. If you did, ensure to like the video as always, subscribe, blah blah blah, you know the drill. I want to see you in the next one, so make sure to tune in for the next video again. And also, if you need any game discount or anything, make sure to check out the Black Friday deals in case the video is released when that still is on. Check the linky in the description-y. Okay, putting an eye on everything. Have a good one, guys. Thank you and goodbye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Planet Coaster 2 and the Hanseatic Dreamland, a project in which we are turning an abandoned Hamburg harbor area into a theme park of our dreams. And in today's episode, there's a lot happening. Oh boy, there is so much to talk about and so much to do. First things first, I have that powered train station that finally receives the station. That is a wonderful little station, nothing too crazy, but it really looks good in the end. That was a to-do I was actually moving the whole time, but yeah. So before we start right into the episode, as always, a little note from the sponsor of the channel, Instant Gaming. You should know it by now. If not, Instant Gaming is a platform in which you can get some keys for a good value. You can grab DLCs, full games, pre-orders, whatever, customer support and so on, everything at your fingertip or actually click of a mouse. And you can even get some in-game currencies for like PlayStation Network or Xbox for a better value. Just check it out, link here as always in the description. But now it's time to move on to our video again, because today, as I said, is gonna be a packed episode. We are building, as I said, the station. Not going to take it too long over here. I just took some of the existing brick patterns and just made sure that I used something. That is also, by the way, pre-update and pre-DLC, I shall say, even though the DLC doesn't bring any pieces. But I would have done this completely different, because now with the complete set of supports, we have wonderful brick pieces or custom, I don't say brick pieces, but they are stone pieces or concrete. I think it's concrete. The material is concrete, but they are so tiny you can make some actual pretty nice bricks, single bricks out of it. I did my best here to do it with plaster pieces. Not gonna redo this building, but moving forward we will have some way better looking buildings in the future. In this video, in the later stage of the video, I'm gonna talk about something very important about this channel and recent comments, I should say, or a recent sentiment towards this game, towards me as a person. So if you're interested in that, stick with me, gonna do this later, but this is now for the people who are actually interested in the build. This is the final station. I did cut out a bit of the building because it just was repetitive copy-paste, so you saw how that was. And then finally, we move to the past update situation, and well, actually, when I became dad second time, because in between, that was where we were at the hospital, and I took a couple days off. Now I finally removed all the water pieces. That was a pain. It took forever. This is why I'm gonna cut this in a second. There you go. And then I finally just put the new glass pieces in. They're good, you know, they do what they do. I would have loved to see them flexicolor to make them maybe a bit more, you know, milky or just not as so bright. But you know what? I don't want to complain. These are glass pieces now. They look fine. They have enough of a texture to be believable glass, as you can see over here. They do not cast the light in a too crazy way or anything. They make it a tad bit more subtle, which I do like. Very nice effect, and so yeah, there's not really much to complain about. I just moved these pieces in, as you can see, not speeding up this process too much to just show you what exactly I did, because I needed to prepare this building for its final purpose, and that is the indoor pool section. Yes, here you go. I already moved forward where I have already built the pools. I again did cut out a couple of things because oh boy, that just took forever and ever. But yeah, so we have our final indoor pool. The main feature I wanted to have in here is a 3-way wave pool. That's like the big star of the show, the focal point when you come into the whole old factory. That's like it. And I called this the Splash Werft. For those of you who don't know what a werft is, it's basically where the ships are being built, where, you know, the ships are prepared and so on, and then left, you know, pushed out into the ocean, into the waters to be finished. So that is usually what you have in these harbors. And I imagine that this is an old werft building, and I think it turned out very nice. I gotta admit though, I wanted to do something else, but the pools are a tad bit too unflexible for that. Or maybe I didn't just want to put so much time and effort into it. You know, I became dad and I have to just juggle. Like, just briefly telling you what I wanted to do. So, usually these werfts, I'm using the German word for it, by the way, because we are in the German area. But usually those buildings feature a bottom part in which the ship has been built with a almost like ship body shaped lowered area in the middle. And I wanted to make this basically being the pool, but then it just had these rounded areas to both sides, and it just kind of, I don't know, it would have looked a little bit weird. But at the end of the day, by the way, the English word for it, because I forgot to say that, is a shipyard, obviously. And this is something very important to note, that this shape that is in there could have been a very nice touch, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like at the end of the day, it's fine the way it is, and usually you have like a whole bunch of water in there, obviously, and a lot of scaffolding to the sides. But why I think this is a good building is because these type of shipyard buildings are mostly very big open buildings, like where you don't have any inner walls or anything, because, well, a ship is freaking big, you know, that's that. And yeah, the one side of the wave pool, you'll see that at the end, does actually look a lot like the typical bottom part of a shipyard, of a werft. So werft, try to say that in German while you're speaking English. And then obviously we also had like a very nice platform with some slides and flumes going down. We will also have like a cannonball type of flume on the other side. And yeah, just I think the building itself looks fantastic. I will talk about the whole thing more in the real-time part, because that's where we are going to enjoy its whole glory a lot better, simply because, you know, that's where... Also, by the way, in case you were wondering, the top dome, like the dome structure, I did not exchange the water pieces, because that would have been a crazy pain to do, because I didn't really think about it to make that individual buildings. By the way, this is a tip from my side. I completely failed here. I just completely ignored my own rule to make separate buildings per building. So what I should have done is to make the framework of this building, and then the glass pieces that I initially made out of the water pieces should have been its own building. It's always important to build in modules, because when you build in modules, it's way easier to add it later on. I didn't, so that was a pain. And last but not least, one thing I want to talk about before I talk about the channel and the sentiment thing I mentioned earlier. I wanted to have a bit of a realism aspect in here as well. So what I did is like I built a little pump building, and yes, there will actually be a pump in here, and we are also going to have a second pump hidden somewhere in this building that I'm going to show you later. I'm not sure if it's in the speed build, by the way. Could be in even. And I just figured it's a good idea to have it there because it just makes the whole process a little bit more realistic to have that. And yeah, then I was also recoloring the flumes. I'm still a little bit confused to why the flumes are flexicolored the way they are. It's not like really, I'm not complaining. It's just weird to see it that way. It is helpful if you want to make it multicolor, but then again, it is also a bit weird if you want to make it in segments. I mean, you can color the segments yourself if you want to. I'm getting more into that once I'm building a complete, like, focused on flume build. I haven't done this yet. I'll do this though. I have a plan for this, but that's gonna be later. Yeah, I have to deal with my time the best way possible. Also did some venting systems over here to maintain some airflow and just stuff like that. It's implied. It's not like put correctly, but it looks good, so that's that. Anyways, let's take a couple minutes now to talk about my channel, the sentiment, and so on. I recently noticed a lot of how do I put this? For the most part, like a vast majority is super supportive and very constructive in the way how we are talking specifically about Planet Coaster 2. But on the other hand, there has been a huge wave of negativity also towards me, actually telling me I am too negative about the game, too negative about anyways the games in general and so on, that I'm being too unsupportive, and that it's just very understandable that Frontier dropped me. If they did, like, I don't know for sure. It's very unfortunate I didn't get a message from them yet, so maybe it's just like a misunderstanding or whatever, so I don't want to put this too high up. My message also on YouTube was only meant to inform you that there won't be any videos because I wasn't able to prepare. It was more like a service that you can watch stuff elsewhere and don't wait for my stuff, because I know that people wait for my update videos and not watch others, and I just wanted to ensure that people can watch others because I don't have anything. But people accuse me of being always too negative, and now being actually towards Frontier too negative because I've been dropped or anything. That is, like, it's so funny because that just shows how selective perception in humans, like with a human system, works. Like, let that sink in. For 8 years now, I've been doing over 2,000 videos on my channel, most of which, like, easily 80% are about Frontier games. Planet Coaster, Planet Zoo, Jurassic World Evolution, Jurassic World Evolution 2, now Planet Coaster 2. And I would say, and actually, it's not even dangerous to say that, or I will be right, I will be correct. 98% of them are absolutely freaking passionate and positive and praising and ever. And I would need to make another 100 negative videos with over 1,000 negative comments each to balance out all the comments that accused me of being biased and bought and paid by Frontier. And just to make that clear once and for all, I've never ever been paid by Frontier. Not a single penny. We have obviously been invited, we get keys for free, but if you're a creator, you should be able to still judge a game, because keys, I get keys for every game I ask for, which makes sense because that's a give and take, you know. But like a proper promotion, I have to label. I've done that in the past, and most of the promotions I do, if not all, I would need to double check if there was anything else in the past, but I can't remember. I always double check with the dev or with everyone else if I'm still allowed to say the truth. Just as an example, I was paid by Paradox to do a Cities Skylines 2 video, which was labeled like such and so on, and I double checked with Jonathan back in the day if there is anything I have to just make sure to say or anything, or if I can say whatever I think about the game. And he was like, no, just tell the truth, it's fine. We just pay you because, you know, you give us the exposure. And because I'm not under NDA anymore, and you know that's been in the past. I can talk about that, and I talked about the game as I felt, and as we all know, the launch of Cities Skylines 2 hasn't been necessarily as flawless as it could be, and I was talking about this like this because why would I lie? And all I'm saying is it's so funny to me that now as you speak about the game, and it's not my fault that Planet Coaster 2 is a bit more rough than all the other Planet games. Planet Zoo was also rough at the beginning, but the big difference was that there was a lot more obvious communication to what's going to happen. They had a beta in which they had creators involved in what they are doing. They openly admitted that franchise was broken at the beginning and they're working on fixing it. Like, they didn't bring out a cash grab DLC just a week later. Almost it feels like a week later, a month later. We can debate about the fact if the Arctic DLC was great or not, but it was definitely not a cash grab, you know. There's so much I would love to talk about even more, but I think I made my point, and I don't want to abuse this wonderful video of this great game, and there's still a lot of positivity in this game to do more of that. I just wanted to just get that out and say, what the heck? It's so funny to see that. Like, it's really selective perception. And with all my negative videos, I've always put that into perspective. I've always put that into a context. And I mean, I've been spending almost 150 hours already in this game and prepared a lot of videos. Well, you, whatever you want to think about this. For those of you who've been following me for longer, they know anyways. And so let's get back into this build because I love it. And before we jump into the real-time part, just real quick, you can see I did a lot of little fixes, a lot of little tiny things. I want to talk about them in the real-time part because they matter so much. And just the lighting in this hall is absolutely insane. Let alone for that, this game is great. So yeah, we'll see that in a second once we go into the real-time part. I can't wait to show you, so let's jump over. We are in the park and actually turned it into heavy rain to make you aware of how cool that is if you're inside of it, because that is just like so cool. Because once we're in, you can see the rain is gone, just to showcase how good that is. I'm also quite happy that this works with the water. I didn't know maybe the water was not working at the glass piece, but it does also as a solid piece to avoid water to flow in. It also makes the whole thing look a bit nicer indoors because you have that like slight fog in here and the colors are a tiny bit toned down. It's still too sunny. And we have some water dribbling here in the middle somewhere. Ah, no, that was just like the looks of the lights. But yeah, so as you can see, I added a whole bunch of details. There are some light floodings in here. There you can see them as well. I added some of the lights as well onto the top to just make that all look a bit nicer once it's nighttime. I added a whole bunch of planters, put in some of the beach chairs over here and these like areas to sit down and lie down. I added my tower rack for stuff like that, a couple of little things here and there, just really to add to the feeling of this hall. And I'm very, very happy with how that turned out. You can actually go to one of the slides over here and then you can slide into the kids pool. Very simple little details here, and then we've got the big one splashing in here. We've got that like almost, yeah, that might be the only one that gets a bit problematic to crash down over here. But maybe the water would break you enough. I don't know. And then over here we have that bigger slide that just ends up over here. Most of them are working as they should. I open up everything, but just like we don't have too many guests in here as of now because it just opened. And then we have the big star of the show, the Splash Werft. One thing I forgot to do is to put some plants into the two ships I have put in here. That was one of the ideas, but now, oops, slowly but steadily you can see my idea coming together. Like, I mean, just look at the background with the rest of the werfts and the harbor area in here. I think that just looks phenomenal. It just gives you the idea of being fully immersed in the harbor area here. I just really enjoy that. And then once we go over here to the other side, we've got our changing rooms to our left hand over here. We're very busy at the moment. And then we've got that splash tower, like this cannonball kind of thing. I've been on such a thing. This one is, I guess, deep enough to feature that, and then people would go there and just tumble in here. I've had that in the Netherlands, and then just people were crashing into the water, and I was doing that myself. But fun bit is I didn't know that was a slide like that. I was going on the slide, and all of a sudden it was just like cut, and I fell down 4 meters into the water. That was just kind of a shock. But yeah, then we also have the staircase leading up there, and on here we have, as I said, the fake little water pump, which isn't really fake, but just how the pipe work works. But if you have a little look in here, it is not fake. There's actually some stuff in. And the other one is, I'm just gonna run over there real quick while this is getting a very busy place. Mate, you can put away your umbrella. You don't need that in here. And then we're just gonna run all the way over here. Oh, look, there's one red one left over here. All the way over here. This is where the entrance is to this area. One thing, if we could get a fix on that, I would love to be able to rotate the staircase and change where the entrance can go, because it would be so cool to put the entrance on this side, but it just like I wasn't able to do that. I couldn't change the direction of the entrance, even though the staircase is like that. We should be able to have it also on this side. Like, there's virtually no reason why it wouldn't, or here on this side as well. This would be the most logical one, by the way. Just like go straight up onto the stair. I can understand though why you wouldn't put it here though. That's fine, but yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit weird. And then here you have the entrance into the queue. I put this little building in here. You don't see that in the time lapse. I just quickly built this together with some stuff in here. But it's just like so cool. You can look to the outside and then see the rain dripping down. I gotta tell you, it still is too sunny. But I like the effect. I like the fact that we can finally set the weather in this game. Really love that. And just looking outside, seeing the coaster here. This just looks so good, doesn't it? I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan, guys. But I want to end this here, jumping into the overview camera, free look camera, and then get rid of our wonderful UI. Sorry, that laughter was a bit unnecessary. I just couldn't hold back. See, there comes the pain with having a cough then as a result of that. Yeah, but this is it, guys. This is my wonderful pool section, and I'm loving it. I hope you guys love it as much as I do. That was a whole bunch of work, a lot more work than I was expecting it to be, honestly. But finally, our main hall has its purpose, and yeah, just let me know what you think about this build. Do you like it? What would you have loved to see in here? And as always, don't forget to subscribe if you like the content, and I talk to you, well, as you guessed, in the next one. Welcome back, everyone, to Planet Coaster 2 and our Hanseatic dreamland, an abandoned Hamburg harbor area that's been turned into a theme park. And today, with this Vekoma tilt coaster over here. And yeah, if you are excited to see how that's going, let's get started with the build. Also, if you're staying till the end, you'll see a little bit of a secret how the effect at the start was done. Now, let's start with the first big thing, and that is the crane. In the last episode, I have already said that this crane has been moved into this episode. I built this very early on, but I always had this idea in mind. So, first things first, the whole project, as I said, is based on an abandoned area in the Hamburg harbor area. And obviously, I wanted to get this feel across as much as I could. And you'll see later on in the on-ride, once we are at the highest point at the tilt coaster, then the whole idea shines. I have a couple of ideas how to get this whole ocean feel at some point done, or like the harbor done. At the moment we have the problem with the skybox being obviously the wrong skybox, but I do have an idea how to make this appear as if we are at the harbor, which is going to be at the end. But the whole point of all the cranes and all the stuff that is non-functioning, obviously, is to give the whole feel. And I also wanted to incorporate them in some way. Now, the idea of the park is that someone with a high budget has purchased all that area, potentially founded, or financed, I should say, by the Napali, corporation. As we all know, in Planet Coaster 1, Eastern Napali has been one of my biggest projects, or the biggest project, and, it's kind of a continuation of this idea. So the investor who had a huge success with that Hawaiian island now is turning this one into a success, and hopefully into a success, and this is why there's a higher budget behind this. Now, obviously, also this the city of Hamburg has partially invested in that too, because it's a big, magnet for visitors and for tourists. So that's just kind of a win-win. And this harbor area, as it's not been used anymore, is kind of an abandoned place anyway. So this is why I'm spending so much time building seemingly unnecessary background, scenery. However, in this specific case, this thing was also built with the coaster idea in mind. Now, we do have this Vekoma tilt coaster in-game, which is pretty cool. As far as I know, there is no operating one of the new gen tilt coaster out there. I thought it was in Energylandia, but I couldn't really find anything. Maybe I'm just stupid, but it's just kind of an idea that is going to happen. As far as I know, they're still building it, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And I just try to look into that layout in a way, but it's been something really, really cool I wanted to do and I wanted to build, but therefore this whole crane needed to be also very detailed, obviously. I quickly double checked, so apparently the tilt coaster in Energylandia has been cancelled for the moment, so I literally couldn't find a POV. So the only one I found was a very old one, the Gravity Max from China, which is a 2002 build one, I guess, so it's not really something I wanted to base the layout off on. But so we are talking about the layout in a second. This crane over here should obviously fulfill a couple of things. It should be a good backdrop, which is super, you know, detailed and also gives you a good idea. I must admit also, this was potentially the first build that benefited the most from the scaling feature in game. Like, seriously, this whole process of building this thing has been rather seamless, and I wanted to build this as good as I could, and it also turned out obviously very good. Now, sorry for the cuts in the voiceover, but I'm trying to record this video and every 5 seconds something happens in the background. So in case that was a bit of a weird cut over here, I'm sorry. I'm trying this for the 8th time or so something. Anyways, my voice at least is good enough, finally again. Also, I wanted to do a bit of a carriage here, which, you know, would potentially be used as something to move over, you know, goods and the containers. You know, apparently we had a small crane, but the small crane, as much as I love the one because it looks really good, wasn't capable of moving these big containers, you know. We will eventually also have a huge container ship in here. I'm planning to make it move around. You can obviously already imagine how that works. Unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have the chance to have synchronized coasters or so. I would need this feature, but more about that once we are there. Now, let's go into the layout. The first thing was to move the crane in. You can see this is a different color variant over here. And then I'm going to put the coaster in. No worries, the station is not going to go up here. I'm going to move the station in here to align it properly with the coaster. And then bring it back into this building and find out the right tilt. I did a couple of variants until I was happy. And see how much pace I need. I gotta say, and as I couldn't really find a real-life counterpart, obviously, the overall like speed of the coaster the momentum is crazy. You'll see that in the real-time part later on, and once we have the little POV, it is rather crazy. I double-checked many times if I didn't occasionally or unintentionally activated the friction slider and went down with the friction on like 0.8 or so, which I didn't. It's still on the classic one. So it's a bit of an odd one. And in terms of the layout, and the layout you're gonna see here on screen is not the final one. I've got to show you the one, how it is at the end. There will only be one more change about the brake run, which is absolutely horrendous at the moment. It's just a placeholder because I needed to trickle around a little bit with the station, but more about that once we build the station and have a look at the station building. Yeah, so I went in with a couple of classic inversions. We started with this huge corkscrew, and now we go into more of a roll over here, like a hardline roll going over the water. So as this is an abandoned harbor, there is no need for ships anymore to go through here. I'm still debating with myself if I want to make some room for some smaller ships, but I feel like this specific area where the park is connected to the other side is more or less like abandoned anyway, so you don't need any ships to go through here. Maybe some maintenance stuff and so on, and maybe some boats can go through. That's something I'm going to look into, but not more than that. So I also wanted to make use of the new feature of having a separate load and unload station. Finally, with the hot fix that was just released before Christmas, I'm finally able to use them. I don't know why I had some occasional crashes. Whenever I put down a separate load and unload station, the game would crash for me, but that's fixed, so that's good. And as I said, this is like the last part over here. I wanted to have 2 airtime hills, but the second one will actually be scrapped and turned into a brake run, so we're gonna have like just a little bit of a little airtime moment until we go into the brake run. As I said also, this is all way too quick at the moment, so I have to see what I do about this, and also make sure that the way back into the station is a lot more seamless. So don't you worry about the last part of the coaster. There's a couple of things I need to change, but for the most part I'm very happy about the layout because it interacts with the two buildings, goes across the river 2 times or across the harbor 2 times, and specifically the first hall over here that you will see now is the first very cool feature of the coaster interacting with the whole theme park. And this is the theme going on for the entire project. Hanseatic Dreamland is going to be a park that has a lot of interaction with different rides. Because it is such an industrial area, we do have a lot of cool playground for going indoors, outdoors, you know, having some halls here and there. And, you know, we have to do it to get the energy in, to get the cool bits in, because what we don't have in here, and I'll have a hard time doing this, but we don't have that many height elevations, which usually you would use height elevations in a real theme park to make it more interesting to look at certain things. But we are in a very flat area, and it doesn't really make sense to, I don't know, squeeze in elevated areas just for the sake of having them when they don't really make a point, you know, when they don't really make sense, because why would you? So I know there are a lot of theme parks out there that are just like basically very flat like the Netherlands, but I'm sorry, Dutchies, but like I still would love to have something in here, and this is why these halls obviously come in like a charm. They do work properly as a functioning thing to break the mood. Also, you're gonna see how much I'm gonna struggle with pathing in a bit. I kept that in to make the point that barriers are finally working again. I didn't receive the message, okay? I didn't receive the call. I just saw that in a video of Taggy again, obviously. He's the one breaking the game right now in many pieces, and with every single video he's releasing, I'm like, holy crap. This is like my single source of inspiration right now, because he's like doing some insane stuff in the game. This is what I meant over here. I went in with a complicated custom barrier, if you will. I mean, I don't have to remove it because it will eventually work, but yeah, it's horrendous. Knowing that the barriers work right now, I could have just simply put some barriers in, but also having the barriers will mean that I have to do a lot of work for the next episode, blocking all the containers and stuff like that. Or I'm gonna redo some of the containers, to be honest, to just have them. Also make myself a little blueprint of some smaller pieces here and there, just to make sure that we have them. Like all of these I didn't have to do right now, because having the barriers and being able to push them back in the ground, yeah, I would have done the same. Like, it's so good to have the barriers back, because then you finally can do some really cool stuff with all these things. Now, this specific area over here is going to be turned into a bit of a seating area with some shops that I don't have in here, as you can tell. But the reason for that is very obvious, because in the next episode we're going to move back and forth with the 2 different sides of the park. Now, the one side of the park is almost like not finished, but in terms of the different rides and stuff we have on here is finished, but we are lacking a whole bunch of different types of facilities, and that's going to be something I'm focusing in the next episode, as well as the station of this specific ride and the lower indoors area. The higher up indoor area is done. You'll see the on ride today, but you'll see the making of in the next video, because that was just way too much material to put in one video. But it's very cool, I promise, and I'm going to talk you through the idea, what you're going to see in the different halls and the different storage buildings that they are, and you are going to see all these kind of things nicely descripted and explained in the next episode, because I will have to talk a lot about the history of the harbor and how these harbors functions, and you know, what is the idea behind having most of the storages in here, because some things are relatively surprising. And as promised, I will do something with the miniature Wonderland in Hamburg as well. There's an idea I have, and let's see if that works. But yeah, also I wanted to have a separate or different track color here and there, and so I went in and changed the color in different separate areas, because I found this interesting to have like a pitch black track in here, and then have like a different color outside, just to make it a lot more interesting. Occasionally you see some path pieces appear here and there, which is down to the fact that we still can't move anywhere with the free look with the how's it called again, the guest cam. you can't use that anywhere, which is a bit of a sad thing. Yeah, I also did a bit of custom spotting. Again, I didn't leave that all in the video because that was just too much. Let's talk finally in the time-lapse about the station building. And you can see I'm already doing a couple of things in the house or in the building itself. The reason for that is that the global illumination in this game, as great as it is, takes a bajillion years to adjust. And as much as I like the effect that when you go into a building, it takes a couple of seconds until your vision, you know, reacts to the full darkness. And that is how it is in real life, but it's not taking that long. As you can see, this is a 10 times sped up footage over here. And this is exactly the time that it should take. The time that you see in this video should be the correct one. But, you know, this being 10 times adjusted means it's 10 times longer in-game until the lighting has adjusted. And that's why I'm putting these additional walls in, because it appears the more walls you have, the quicker it works, as you can see over here. Putting these in, turning the flashlight on. This is why I'm putting some additional walls in, just simply to make it quicker for the light to adjust, because otherwise that's completely pointless to have an indoor section of a ride, because before the lighting adjusts to what it needs to be to look good, the coaster already has left the building again, which is totally pointless, as I said. But now you get a glimpse of an idea what I'm doing with the station. Obviously we have a separate unload station to the right hand side over here, and this is exactly the point where the coaster stops. This is where there will be a little gate, and then the gate is going to be released and the coaster comes around the corner. Honestly, it's so wild that such a small change has such a huge impact. I don't know why, but it just feels immediately better than the first game, because that was a feature lacking in the first game too. And it's just so cool in a running, like if the coaster's running, seeing the coaster train coming around the corner being empty and ready to fill in people again is just such a realism thing I do enjoy. But hey, that's been it for the time lapse. Let's move over into the real-time part and have a look how it all looks in the park and how the POV rides. Alright, so here we are in the real-time part, and as you can tell in front of us, this is the big star of the show. This is obviously our wonderful area with the crane and with the tilt coaster, and due to the fact how the whole system is built, it really looks as if it is belonging to that build. I also did do some steel beams over here to make it more realistic, as if it would work, and to be honest, it just kind of could work, you know, with all the heavy steel beams and so on. This realistically would actually be very heavy and, you know, would work with the counterweight over here. So that is something that is relatively realistic. A couple of things I need to adjust are in here with the tilt. I did already change these things so that the track fits in between, and we are going to have a lot more of these containers, because I want to at least have the whole thing enclosed until over here, so that when you leave the station and you look upwards, you're basically just watching like this and you don't really see where to go. But yeah, looking at this over here, there is the coaster starting. I'm gonna pause the game real quick because I want to ride on this with you in a second. So this is the indoor section, nothing really crazy done. I'm gonna light this up real quick. So as I said, this back part over here is gonna change completely. I want to have like a little souvenir shop in this position, and the brake run is gonna start from over here. So this is gonna be the bump that goes into the brake run, and then we have a proper brake run over here going all the way to the end, turn around, and then go back into the station. That is how I envision this right now. Should have been doing this for the beginning, but well, whatever. And going upwards real quick, let's see if we can see that. There you can see one of the sides. I'm gonna show you only this one. This is already pretty damn cool, where we have the where we basically have the cool kind of rotating area. By the way, looking at the track, I'm kind of confused if this is the new Vekoma gen. It should be the new gen because the car is, but the track doesn't look like the one I have seen anyways. It was just like I was confused for a second, but I think this is the new track. Indeed, just looks a bit more weathered than obviously the newer renderings it is. I also gotta say, like, from the layout itself, this is the whole upper part you haven't seen. There are a couple of elements in here. I don't even know if the coaster would use it, and I will also adjust a couple of these things because this is not how the new gen Vekoma would make the track. But again, I would change these things. Same goes for that turn over here, but it still rides pretty interesting and pretty nice to begin with. And also this part over here is not really how it should be, so I'm gonna change a couple of these things nicely, so not really too crazy, but like we're gonna see this And also, let's quickly put this on. Let's have a look. That is very nice. Okay, so I'm going to show you the on-ride first, and then we're going to see this from the outside again. But let's just jump on and have a look at the on-ride. So we're going to go into the camera. I'm going to go into the guest camera, actually, because that's pretty fun as well. And then we're going to have a look how this whole thing works. So I'm going to speed this whole process up because it's going to take forever until we are up there. So here we go. Go into this one, and as I said, I need to fix this. There's a bit of a piece moving in, but looking at the park over here is so cool. I mean, just look at that. This is so cool, seeing all of that. And then you're just gonna rotate down here with the tilt track, and you're gonna see this, and there's the container in front of you, and this is now the little secret I was keeping. There is our container coming up, and now let's have a look what happens. The container's coming down again, and oh my god, no, it just crashed. What's gonna happen? But no, it obviously swings back and reopens it for us. I just love that little effect. Yeah, we've got this roll over here. A couple of things have to be smoothed out. This transition over here is going to be changed. And I'm going to bring this whole thing up, going all the way down here. Oh, lovely helix, going into a bit of a switch, left, right, going into the next rotation, or like inversion, I should say. And then, yeah, I'm gonna have to overbank this all a bit more to align properly with the new gen Vekoma. But as you can see, it really rides pretty damn good. The pace is really, really damn nice. Going into a last inversion here, which is a bit of choppy in the end. And then, yeah, that is super harsh. the end is insanely harsh. But yeah, here goes nothing, I guess. This is that, and then we're gonna go into this part. Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm really, really loving it. I think the ride is really, really cool, and just makes it a lot of fun to just see. I'm going to quickly have a look at this when the coaster train is coming empty. There you go. The empty train coming in. Oh, it's just such a good sight every single time. It is so cool. Okay, never mind. So we've got this area. Also, you do see I did some custom supportings over here. As I said, maybe I have to get rid of this support, for example, in the center. Same goes for that one, to just keep a bit of a space for some boats if required. But yeah, there's a train coming. Let's speed this up real quick so we don't have to wait for this. I'm just gonna show you the effect from the outside. So then the coaster train tilts down. Oops, wanted to just lower that down, slow down. That's what I said. And then let's have a look at the effect. There you go. It goes up. Need to fix a couple things to the upside. Then goes down. Then it just explodes there. The whole thing flies over there. And then the train falls down, but it'll... Obviously, there's a lot of clearance, you know. From the coaster itself, it looks a lot more dangerous than it really is. But then following the coaster through here... Oh, yeah, it rides so cool. Yeah, look at that. Really love that. Gonna change a couple of things, as I said. But certain things look really cool. Oh, I'm gonna change the wall here. That looks really odd. I may have to change the color of these walls then if they stick through the windows, but that's fine. Have the coaster come out here and then go back into this one. I love the interaction with all this area, and it will become more obvious once this is done and we have some more stuff in the park. We may also have like a flat ride in the back here, or maybe a shop or so, just to have some people walk over here, and then it becomes very obvious why I'm doing all the backstage stuff. Because, you know, if you're here in the park, you don't want to look at an empty space in the back, right? So this is what you want to look at, having all these cranes over here, and occasionally having a boat coming by would be so damn cool. Having a look at this boat where people use this. This is also way OP. I'm not sure how I'm gonna nerf that, but this is like super OP. As you can see, the whole thing is crowded with people. Oh my god, they're all stuck in. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, no, that is pretty cool. Can I can't just change anything right now about this thing. Can I just swimming pool, close that one, and then people, look, people are climbing finally out. Wow, it would have been so easy. Love it. Okay, so that one looks dirty. I didn't see them dirty at some point, but there should be some clearance. Water too dirty, yeah, I see, but I do have some clearance actually in here. Not sure why this became dirty in the first place. And also not sure why the people are too stupid to get away from over here. Like, there seems not to be enough clearance here to go out. It's so stupid. Anyways, I'm not gonna fix this right now. Alright, so, as a little bit of a bonus, You guys have seen that the new members of our wonderful, of the channel of this park this time around have been on screen while the coaster was going up the chain lift, because I will need to change a couple of things with the containers. This is why I haven't put you guys in there yet, but like as always, the last little info here. If you guys want to become member, you'll be part of some of our wonderful containers, or you can become something else in the park. Supporting the channel is the easiest way by doing so, or just like simply subscribing to the channel and watching the videos. That's it. Hope you guys enjoyed this video as much as I did. This was so much fun to do, and it's only getting better from here. So I talk to you in the next one. Thank you so much, and goodbye. Don't forget to like, subscribe, blah blah blah. You know the drill. Okay, have a good one. Bye. Welcome everyone to Hanseatic Dreamland, my actually biggest episode on this Planet Coaster 2 project. You're going to see why in a second, but we are building a whole bunch of interior stuff today of our tilt coaster. You can see a couple of shots how it's going to end up, but let's start with chapter 1, the interior. Yeah, in the last episode you've seen the layout and everything outdoors, but today we're going to focus on everything that is inside of this building. That means the station, the coaster, but also something else. But before we start talking about that, here's a little note from the channel's sponsor, Instant Gaming. As you all know, this is a platform, you should know by now, where you can get game keys for a good value. They also have in-game currencies, just like PlayStation money and, you know, Xbox network money and how that all is called. You've got full customer support as always, and you find also full games, pre-releases, and actually pre-order I should say, and also DLCs of your choices. Check it out, the link here as always is in the description or on my channel page, and you'll find something for you. However, let's talk about today's build. We are starting a bit with the custom supporting of the coaster on the inside of the house, or in the inside of the house. It's not 100% done at the end of this episode. I'm very sorry for that, but the reason is relatively simple. While I was building lower in this building, in the basement, so to say, I used a couple of pathways, and in that sense, I also deleted some of the actual coaster supports that now are gone. So I will have to eventually refit a couple of custom ones. But yeah, the idea is to make this coaster go through this kind of old storage building, and I gotta admit that this is my hardest build so far in Planet Coaster 2. And the reason for that is this may actually be the first time that I also feel the effect of a missing theme. Now, up until now, I have said that I'm very happy with the in-game themes we have so far. I do believe that you can basically build most of it what you want. You can make kind of sci-fi, you can make western, you can make whatever you want with them. And I'm also like pretty pleased with this kind of typical harbor style build I did so far. But now at a certain point, like coming to this kind of Hanseatic style now, and storages and like base, like backstage areas and stuff, it is becoming a little bit tedious because it always has the tendency to look a little bit too old, I guess. And this is obviously due to the Viking theme, being Viking, you know, and having this kind of old Viking appeal to it. And some of the ornaments and stuff on it are really not helping to sell the idea. And there are a couple of basic pieces missing, such as basic crates and basic scaffolding and, you know, kind of stuff like that would be lovely. You know, partially due to all the new support pieces that has been solved, which is insane saying that, but these couple of pieces help so much. You can see I'm even using them as custom brick pieces over here, which work wonderfully well. I'm very happy with this. Also, this turn over here is the only one I left in the video as a little bit of a showcase for the other things I did. I needed to cut out so dramatically much from this episode. I spent ridiculously 30 plus hours on this build. It is mad. So that's just as an example for what I did in the interior. But then we need to move on to the queue, because the queue area, oh boy, this took an eternity. I must say this was one of my most intricate builds I've done, simply because it has been so complicated to fit it all in. And I also wanted to make something really realistic that isn't just like a normal queue, but actually is like a queue that would more or less work in a real life park as well. And that means it's gonna be very, very long. It's gonna be very you know, kind of interactive with the coaster itself. And as you can see over here, I unfortunately needed to cut that out. I did build custom how they call lockers, with wrong numbers, by the way, but hell. And these locker areas are connected to the separate unload station. So it wasn't also that easy to combine these two areas, because the unload station is on the opposite wall of this locker area. So the idea is that you put the stuff in, and I took this idea from Fly actually in Fantasialand, where you put your stuff into the lockers, and then on the opposite side you can take them out. And this is the idea. So while you're in the queue, as soon as you get into the final part of the station, you have to put your stuff in into these areas, into these lockers, and then you get a little bit of a wristband with your code, and then once you're unloading from the station, you'll be able to grab it back from the opposite side. So you do have the same number, but it's just like from the other side of the lockers. I feel like that is a pretty good idea to do it that way. Yeah, we are making use obviously also of the tiny editable text over here, even though I gotta say I had a bit of an issue here with selecting pieces, and that is the moment where, well, I just can't. I can't leave it out, because it's too important to talk about. So in the last couple of days, I have played a lot of Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster 2, always switching between those two. I'm building something really cool in Planet Zoo, so for those of you who are interested, that game hasn't been stopped, there is new stuff coming, and I'm working on that, but at the moment, simply due to the fact with the little one and, having all these kind of life duties, is not all that easy, and I have to make sure to make the most of my time. But the point I'm trying to make here is, I've played Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster 2 Force and Back, and there is one specific thing I want to talk about, and the problem is you can't determine that by a feature or anything like that. It is a feeling, and the feeling is that Planet Zoo just feels so much more reliable and stable. Sure, I must admit that playing Planet Zoo has become a little bit complicated, because, the scaling is missing, the new pathing options are missing. Like, it's not all bad, there is definitely a huge leap forward in this game. The interiors, oh my god, I don't even want to build interiors in Planet Zoo anymore, because they obviously look really, really bad in comparison to Planet Coaster 2. But when it comes to the whole building, like the whole playing the game, I should say, it's not something I can pinpoint. It's not even that the UI is so horrendous. Like, the UI in Planet Zoo was better, but it's not like this is the best UI ever. But it all feels so much more responsible. It feels so much more fleshed out, so much more, I don't know, kind of real. I can't even put it in words. It's just a feeling thing, clicking on menus, clicking on the pieces, the overall look and feel of the pieces in total, the way how everything just responds to your input, the way the gizmo responds to your input, the way you're misclicking or multi-selecting things. Like, misclicking sounds weird, but it's a thing. Like, if I misclick in Planet Zoo, the game is much more forgiving in comparison to this game. It's just like such a much more, I don't know, if you compare that, maybe it's like an adult game, is that the right word? A grown-up game? I don't even know how to put it in words, and that's a very, very complicated thing to talk about, because I can't pinpoint a certain aspect of the game. It's not a feature that is missing or pieces. I mean, yes, this is obviously something that is very noticeable, that Planet Zoo, by now, with that many DLCs and that many also theme updates, just the sheer amount of different pieces, at the moment at least, makes up for the lack of scaling. But it's not as dramatic, because scaling really does make up for a lot of things. But then again, it is also about flexicolor. So many more pieces are flexicolor and so much more coherent. This little bug that still exists, that when you control Z a piece or go back to the default piece, it always resets to the default color, which isn't the case in Planet Zoo. It's also like, if you select another piece of the same set, say you have some iron beams, let's say, and you've got a 1 meter beam, and you color the 1 meter beam in like red, and you then take the 2 meter beam or the 4 meter beam out of the menu, it'll be in red as well, because the game anticipates that you may actually remain in the same build. And like, these tiny things are the ones that make building so much more enjoyable and so much more fluent. And I don't, this is something I wanted to talk about, because it's not a it's not a particular game feature that is actually causing this issue. It's really the feeling that comes with it because of the game being so much more. And I guess this is all about finished and fleshed out. I can't even say anything else. It must be that. But hey, back to the building, because I enjoyed this. Like, to be completely positive here, I enjoyed this build here in Planet Coaster 2 a lot. This was definitely one of my most enjoyable ones. While people said with the last episode of my Blizzard Beach, it felt a little bit rushed and unfinished, which legitimately was exactly what I said in the video. It was 100% true. I just wanted to finish this series because I just didn't have the fun and the passion to build in it anymore. This is completely different than that one. I couldn't stop building in here. This is why I spent over 30 hours building this interior stuff. You'll see that in the real-time part. It is mad. It's really nuts. I just so much enjoy the final result of it, and it's so hard to capture that in images because it doesn't really pay justice to how good it actually looks in game. The interior, like the indoor lighting, just magically levels the whole thing up and makes building interiors so much more fun, so much more engaging, because you can finally do something with the lights. You can do finally something with playing with different light variants. Like, see, the whole point of queue areas sometimes is also to tell a story, to build the anticipation to go on that ride, you know, to build the enjoyment, to just captivate people in what you're doing. And so in the best parks in this world, the queues actually tell a story. And for example, just to take the example of Fly again, not only that this is a massive queue, it almost feels like going back to my hometown when I'm going through that queue, which is ridiculous. But it also tells a story, you know, from getting through these city parts and then getting closer to that station and the steamy areas and the engines and hearing the sounds and seeing the coaster passing by and all these kind of things obviously make this experience already an experience while you're in the queue, and obviously that is the main goal you always have. And this is what I wanted to captivate with this queue as well. Like, the more you get into this one, the more you build up the anticipation. Anyways, let's go to step number 3, the shop. The shop means this is a ride exit shop, and I don't even know if I've ever done that in Planet Coaster. Not even in Planet Coaster 1. I think I didn't. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna be full risky here. I just anticipate that the right photo idea I had from this image might actually be true. Like, chances are very high that this is going to be remaining a fake build over here. But hey, if not, maybe I have done some cool stuff that we can utilize relatively quickly. But for that, I obviously needed to have the build first of all. And this is what we're doing right now on screen. And this is the ride exit Hanseatic store. Like, there is a name for the coaster now. I have the name. I'm not going to reveal this up until we are standing in front of the queue. I'm gonna put a sign on there. I will do a custom sign for that. For the moment, we'll just have a little normal in-game sign, but I've got a very good name. I'm very interested to see how you find this name. I potentially will not have this in the thumbnail anyways, so at this point in time, looking at my footage, you will still hopefully be excited for that name. Now, I kind of found this build a little bit tricky over here, because this is what I meant. This is where I found the limitations of this style. Like, I could use a couple of things of the Viking set. Like, most of the things I'm using are from the Viking set. A lot of the new stuff I did here is using the brand new pieces from the support update, or like from the free update where they had all the support pieces, and making sure that I could build these shelves over here looking very industrial in a way, because the idea is that this is an industrial house and industrial area, and just kind of benefits from it. Also, as barriers are working, I can finally use them to hide them in the ground to make sure that the people don't run through the shelves. And I mean, you know, this is hopefully all subject to change if Frontier is going to give us the souvenir shops from Planet Zoo and bring them in this game as well, potentially with the ride photo thing. I just have to completely redo the shop, but I can, hopefully, this is why I made these shelves as single pieces. I can actually upload them for you as well if you want to. So as like simple elements you can use also in your park, and make sure that you have them style-wise and, you know, hide
hide the other ones, the actual ones that can be used by the people in there as well. And then I tried to also make sure that the roof is a bit more interesting looking, as this is just like a little side area that you walk through. I didn't want to use this whole area and make sure that this is kind of nice looking, so I decided to go for a bit of a tilt ceiling here to get a bit of a bigger feeling of this shop. But I also wanted to make sure that this has like a bit of a how's that called, like a perspective, playing with the perspective. Like imagine you're coming out of the ride and then you go around that corner, you get into the shop, it all feels a bit more tight, and then everything just like opens up, okay? Because I want this light flooding in from the outside, it all opens up to the queue, it doesn't feel too tight and too, I don't know, overwhelming is maybe the wrong word, but yeah. So then I was looking for pieces that you could potentially sell over here. And I mean, what would you sell in an area like that? It's like a storage, you know, but I honestly, I just can't really, I didn't want to have too many flowers. And then would you sell like, I don't know, an iron piece, or like what would you sell, an anvil? It just doesn't make sense. Maybe some gears, and I would like small boxes and stuff make sense, you know, we're in a storage area, so that makes sense. And then kind of boat pieces, but again, these boat pieces, I did use them here, which could be working as old boats, but I would potentially need to build like tiny tankers, and then have these tankers as boats. And yeah, I don't know, this would have taken up another 30 hours if I went in fully, so I decided to use the pieces I found, like little barrels, and just imply that there are things. But maybe having plushies in here would be cool, but then again, I don't even know which plushies I would use, because what is the Hamburg plushie? See what I mean? It's like we have to build a bit of a story around what we would sell in here. Honestly, I would have no idea, just like maybe miniature trains of the coaster would be cool, and miniature stuff in general. But yeah, this is like what you typically have in the next area. But also like posters are a thing, and with custom billboards I could have done a lot, but the in-game posters unfortunately are all too much Viking or resort themed, and that's definitely not something that fits into my theme over here, and hence I needed to find another one. It's all a bit tricky, so I ended up going for an industrial look, which I think suits this whole thing very nicely, and it does just kind of vibe with everything I did over here. So I'm kind of okay with it. I'm very happy. And also, by the way, you see that I skipped a bit of a part, but I put some out of order images on the screens, so where you can see where your photo is. You know, typically when you come out of a ride, you have these screens on which you see where your photo is, the one you can order, and that is what you typically have. But also looking at the just a memento and so on, it would be so cool to just have also like tiny bags, you know, like these kind of gift bags, souvenir bags, and all these type of things would be lovely to have as items. And sure, with all the scaling options, I could have built them myself, and people have been doing some crazy stuff already with the pieces. But just like at some point, I feel like for me there is like there is this fine edge of going that far for an implied piece of an implied souvenir shop, of an implied coaster exit shop. It's like too many things that wouldn't work anyways, and I'm like, okay, why would you do that? So at the moment, people are just like roaming through this thing and don't even consider the shops. It's a matter of pathfinding for them. They would never come off the ride and go to one of the shops directly, it seems. So they would either go back into the park, and then people actually get back into the shop. So it's not only having this, but also that there has to be a little bit of programming going on, that people like going from the ride would consider going to a souvenir shop nearby directly. In a way, like connecting the shop to the coaster would be a thing, I guess, that they can sell stuff related to that certain coaster people have just been on. But yeah, a lot of talking about these things. You see, this just kind of really sparked my ideas about how you could set up an area or like an ride exit shop, which is very common. Like, it's not a thing that I have come up with over here. These ride exit shops are very common in modern theme parks, and especially with these type of hero rides you have in parks. So let's just have a look how it all looks in game, shall we? Right, we are in front of Frightmare on Elm Street. No, actually it's Frightmare on Rails. Not sure if that's the final name of the coaster, but I thought like Frightmare kind of fits the theme quite well. I also had like kind of, I don't know, what was that, like a warehouse or a warehouse stormer or a tilt Venturi was something I was thinking about. But I think Frightmare on rails is kind of, the best idea. Anyhow, so let's go in, and you can see that we are going to lead through all these wonderful containers and stuff. Again, at some point, maybe in a live stream, as soon as my little son is a little bit more plannable, is that the word? I don't know. If we can at least stick to a certain schedule, I will be back to live streaming, and then we may actually keep on going with the naming of all these containers, because at the moment SoTrans actually has the upper hand above everything. So yeah, being here, we can actually wait for the coaster really quick. It's gonna go through the house, but yeah, there are a couple of little things I need to fix. I just saw that wall peeking out, but this was because I made a double wall to make it become darker inside quicker. You'll see on the on-ride at the end of the video how that goes. But yeah, so there's the coaster. There you can see it. Wow, and it goes all the way in. Awesome. So when we go through here, we've got a bit of a queue, and then you go all the way through here into one of the first queue areas. And with being in this game now, with having global illumination turned on, it's gonna be very, very cool. The only issue I still have, some lights don't turn on at daytime in the game, which is very odd. Even if they're inside, I think they have no. Yeah, there you can see that already. It's these things are just emissive, but they don't cast light. As you can see, it's way too dark in here, considering that there are lights in. But yeah, I think it still looks pretty decent. It would be a little bit more lit if it all functions. If you go to nighttime, you can see that. Also, you have a bit of a peek inside of the coaster. This is what I was saying earlier. Keeping the story alive. I think it looks very cool having this thing over here, and then just like how it goes through here, and you can see that actually go to the back here. Maybe we can catch one. I don't know how quick the next one is coming, but we're gonna stay here. It sounds good though. It sounds like as if it's coming later. I mean, it's way above us right now, but we may actually wait for it real quick, and then we keep on going. So yeah, some of the windows I still kept shut, but that's because to play with the light a little, and from the outside it doesn't even matter that much because these are the fake windows. But maybe I'm gonna turn them into actual windows. There you can see that going through that roll, and then back it goes there. Yeah, I think that's really cool. That's super engaging, and people standing in queue will actually have a good time. Also, the problem is I think this queue will never be filled unless Frontier's gonna completely remove the limit for people in the park, and we can deal a bit more with stations. But yeah, coming in over here, you can see this is our area from the queue. There is the second exit to have the maintenance road. This is not fully done yet, but this has to become the maintenance area for the mechanics and also the staff members. And then when we go in here, this is where we are having our queue section. Excuse me, there you go. And then you can see the queue area in here. I'm a massive fan of how that looks. But again, you can see these lamps are not turned on. Like, I mean, they are turned on in a way, but they are not casting light at daytime. If I turn this into nighttime, you'll see that this happens. I tried to do my best with the ambience light, but the problem is, at nighttime then, the ambience light is added to the other lights, and it's just all way too overexposed. It's a bit of a hassle. I really hope Frontier's gonna fix that soon, to have the lights also be able to turn on and off, just as it is in Planet Zoo, to be honest. So yeah, going into this queue, this is becoming a bit of a bigger area to avoid a congestion here with the people putting stuff in. This is so that people have a bit more space here to wait. You can see baggage drop off. Please put your backpacks, phones, sunglasses, etc. into the lockers. And then you go here, and it's like, I'm gonna choose that one over here, gonna put that in here, and then you go in. There is like, this is for the backstage, and then you need to go to that. It's a bit of tiny, but there's also a bit of the railing is just behind there, so I needed to cover that up. But yeah, people going in here, select the queue you want to go in for, and now let's wait for the next one, because it just looks so sick. It looks so sick. Let's wait for it, because that is just like, I love when the train comes in empty. Look at that. That is so good. That is so freaking good. That's almost no limits, like, not gonna lie. So if you go here, I basically made this way, and this is where the exit is. Let's see if we can maybe just skip over here. Come on, there you go. I'm on the that's lovely. This is the platform here, the back area. Yeah, I think that looks fantastic. I think that looks absolutely amazing, considering what you can do. But looking at this scene over here in front of us, I must say this looks straight out of No Limits. Like if you showed this picture to me a couple of weeks earlier, or like maybe an Unreal project or so, it's not even that this is like, you know, yeah, it's just so good. Like when the coaster comes around here, let's have a little look. Just with the light glooming in here, people come in. There, you see that, come in. Oh boy, that's just so good. The coaster stops here, people get off it, and then they get their stuff out of, you know, out of the things over here. We've put our stuff in here, you know, we're gonna grab that from this locker, and then we are good to go. And then eventually the train will leave to the other people. I think this is such a small addition with such a huge impact to the game. Like just seeing that empty train go around that dark corner, for me personally, it just does so much. I don't know. And then you go down here, you have a bit of a peek into the station. You can hear people talking. Tiny little of, you know, I need to still make sure that this looks good. This backstage door over here, and then we are back in the store, as you can see. Then we can just go over here, have a look. Ah, look at that, that's our picture number 2, but it's out of service at the moment apparently, as we don't have the function. And then we can just grab our photo from over here and see all the other photos here as well, you know. That's just how it is, you know, that's just how these shops kind of work. And then you go outside of this, and, you know, that's gonna grow as soon as we keep on building in this project. All the areas will obviously keep growing. So this looks freaking empty over here, but there will be some flat rides eventually over here or something else. This area will be all filled. There's going to be like a go-karts track in here, at least at the moment. That's my idea. May change this idea eventually, but this is going to be a go-kart track. There will be another coaster that goes in here. So yeah, we have plans, and you can see the park is relatively crowded. You know what we can actually do? We can just quickly have a look. How many people? 3,500 people in here. You know what we do? Because I have limited this down. No, I didn't. Why? Okay, I thought I had limited that down just to avoid some issues, but it seems like, oh my god. So everyone is leaving. Is that like because of, okay, it's kind of shift time, as you can see. People are all leaving, and now new people are coming in. So in total, I think it's stay about the same. But it really is like, I think they have programmed that in, that people just also do half days, you know, that they leave and come in the half the day later. But I must admit, and Frontier, if you're watching, can we have some fixes of the pathfinding? Like, I made so many huge plazas, but you can see that many people are just using the main road. In this area over here, it is all good, you know. I mean, I could create a bit of a fake, better overall movement if I put in some barriers, but have a look at this. Have a look at this over here. I hope people doing this right now, from the people coming over here. I still don't know what exactly that is. So they come in here, and then they do this kind of zigzag over here. They just go down and there. Like, a lot of people just go here and here. For whatever odd reason they are doing this, I don't even know. Some people go directly, some others don't. Really would love to see this a bit nicer. But I must say, having so many people in the park with a good performance also dramatically changes the experience of Planet Coaster as a game in total. And seeing, look at how many people coming in. We can just quickly check how many this will become. But it's just so much more lively. It's just so much more realistic having so many people also storming into the coasters, you know, making actually a queue form and making actually these kind of things work. I'm a big fan of that. I think this is wonderful that this is now functioning properly as it should in a theme park. And 12,000, to be honest, is still not high enough. Like, if you check, for example, we are going higher. I think that we would hit the 6,000 or so now if we keep it running relatively quickly. But I already had like 10,000 in the park, and it was doable, you know. Let alone this coaster here. If the queue would be filled, you can easily have 1,000 people in that queue, like easily. And the same goes for like some other areas. I'm not sure why this people mover over here is so awfully overpowered. Like, people just love it. The pools over here are also very much loved, but at the moment it's not. Maybe they have had their magic time, I don't know. But yeah, it's coming together. So the next focus will be, just for you to have an idea, because this episode is long enough, but the next focus will actually be on And this area is going to receive a massive reverb. Most of it was just placeholder. We're going to have some more flat rides in here. We're going to have a shop, a proper shop or restaurant. It's going to be this building over here, which gets a bit more of an interactive area. I'm going to put all barriers down so people don't crush into containers and stuff. All the planters and stuff will receive a massive upgrade. We will have some new planters over here. So the next episode is going to focus solely on this area and also partially on this, so that the left-hand side of our Hanseatic Dreamland will be finished. So that means also this hand side down here will be finished. So next episode is going to be this, and it's going to be that down here, and then our left-hand side is going to be finished, and we will shift our entire focus into this region. And just for the sake, if you're interested or not, but I'm just telling you, just for the sake of the project in the total, the area I want to cover is mostly this island over here, which will be a lot of work, and also part of this one. So this right hand side over here, the other right hand side, and the upper side will become more scenery than others, and I'm keeping it open to me. I'm not entirely sure. There is a chance that we also branch out a little bit more here to the left, but that is just for very late into the project, when hopefully a lot of updates have been done to the game. And then we also have this lower area over here, which can also receive a bit of a better aspect, because then the whole project is properly, like if we align this to the borders of our park, you know, like this, it just makes sense to cover this area, but also to go more like down here. I also thought about making like a huge shipyard down here, because that's where it is. And as promised, we will also have some ships moving around here sooner than later, because we have all the tools and options to do so. Yeah, I can't wait. This is a lot of fun. This project still remains my favorite at the moment, because I feel like the theme is still very unseen. I think it's still pretty damn good, and yeah, can't wait to show you more, and I hope you loved this episode. And please do me a favor, if you watch through the episode and if you are happy with the content on this channel, make sure to leave a comment. Also make sure to like the video, because at the moment the algorithm is a little bit nitpicky again. And plus, please double check if you're still subscribed, because YouTube, every new year, they are doing some housekeeping, and sometimes they remove your subs without you knowing. So make a double check if you're subbed or not. If you're not, make sure to do so. Again, that's the easiest way to tell the algorithm my content is liked. And if you're super crazy, like if you're really crazy and you have time, just watch the next video, okay? Just watch another video of my channel, because apparently that's the biggest YouTube hack. As soon as you go into binge watching, YouTube's like, hey, that video must be great. However, this has been way too much time I spent onto this episode. Hopefully you do appreciate, because next episode hopefully is not going to be 30 hours, because I just can't. I need sleep as well. So have a good one. See you in the next one, and bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the Hanseatic Dreamland, and welcome to one of the bestest makeovers, like you see on screen right now, that I've done to date. I'm super excited to bring you today's episode, because it may look not really that exciting, yet it is, because we are going to turn this simple area into something really, really cool, and also we set sails to what the series is going to be. At the end of today's video, I'm going to tell you what the next steps are going to be, which is going to be very exciting. I'm sure you will like this, but first of all, as always, let's quickly talk about Instant Gaming, the sponsor of our channel. You can get games, DLCs, pre-orders, and even in-game currencies, just like the PlayStation money and so on, for a very, very good value. And you can have everything like customer support and stuff, all good, and you can find any game you basically wish to, also all DLCs and all favorite stuff you want to have for your gaming pleasure. I highly recommend just checking out the link every now and then. They always have good offers to weekends and blah, blah, blah. So make sure you make yourself comfortable and have a look what they have in store for you. Now, back to the build. So as the first part of this video is called the content, I want to quickly talk about what I was putting in this area. Now, this area is relatively complicated, because there is not really that much going on in here that I wanted to have to take away from the other big stars. So I decided to go for this kind of moonshot, whatever thingy that is. The kind of, is it a free fall? Is it a shoot tower? I have no idea how that thing is called. I've certainly not been on one of these things in real life as well. But we also had this helter-skelter kind of slide just sitting around there, ever so boring and untouched and so on. That's gonna receive a full makeover as well. And there were barely any fences in here, and you know, it was all just a big concrete area, almost like a parking lot with a couple of rides on, which really wasn't that nice. I just threw a bit of foliage here and there just to make it look a bit nicer from the distance, but now it was all about making sure what I want to put in here. So the first good hour went into making sure that I know where everything sits. I made a little connection in between, put in another pathway leading up towards this ride. I decided to make the queue area intentionally behind the normal way to walk. You'll see that in the real-time part. It's relatively important to see. I thought a lot about, movement and the overall layout of the park, making sure that with the given guest AI, let me call it that way, I make the most of the situation. You'll see later on what I mean if you see them actually moving around. I'm very happy that Frontier already said they're going to work on the guest navigation AI. Basically, they have to. But also you can see I put a shop in here because I certainly feel like we have way too little shops in this entire area. Like I've got this little kiosk that's gonna be replaced into this area as well. Actually, I should say copied over. It's not gonna be replaced. It's gonna be placed in here yet again. So I'm gonna copy it over. Honestly, in this project, I'm gonna build more things that will be reused later on, simply because I feel like that this is the most clever way of doing it when it comes to ensuring you have a consistent way of building and a consistent way how the overall architecture looks. Usually I wouldn't do this in like themed areas, but this Hanseatic Dreamland obviously has a completely different approach on doing things. So we are not having certainly themed areas, at least not for now, as like a little bit of a teaser. But it's for the better to have a park that has a consistent feel, and so I'm building some things in with the future in mind. And today's episode will potentially be the biggest episode when it comes to building things that we will be using somewhere else, such as that little shop over here. Also, part of the idea is that this whole project is a combination of making sure that actually making or turning an actual abandoned harbor area into a theme park, but obviously this harbor area would have been optimized for like cargo and logistics, while a theme park isn't. And so we have to turn it over into something that is way more theme park-esque. And this is why some of these buildings over here obviously are not permanent buildings. They are, pop-up buildings or anything like that. So let's talk about the area, shall we? Because I do think that this is relatively important to really talk about what I have in mind. Now, for those of you who've been following the season for now, or like this whole project for now, also, by the way, do me a favor, if you haven't watched the first episode and you, for whatever reason, stumbled upon this video, make sure to watch the first episode. We are just a couple of thousand views away from hitting 100K, and it's just like a minor thing, but I really love this number. Not only with the subscribers on the channel, which we finally met, but also I call it the 100K club, and I'm always happy when videos and series make it into that club, and we are just very short of doing so with the first episode of this project. But for those of you who have been there, you know what the main idea was, what the concept was, and so it was all plain and open. And I will talk about the concept a bit later in today's voiceover, because the concept is something that has a certain halfway time, I should say, until it's done for the most part, and you have to emancipate, you have to evolve from that, and put yourself into a new direction, which is almost the point where we are at. But again, more about that in a minute. I wanted to just quickly talk about that this area in particular was made to have this lake in the center, the coaster as the star of the show, and then the big old cargo building that holds our pool section now is also going to be the focus point. Everything that was beside it, for me personally at the beginning in my mind, was a bit side work and just like a bit of hygiene stuff. Is not something I had in mind actively, and now I had to make my mind up what goes in here. So I tested a whole bunch of things, and what I wanted to achieve is to make this whole area feel more theme park-esque than the whole harbor area is, but at the same time I didn't want to lose the charm of the Hamburg harbor. So a lot of brick buildings with the typical colored roofs, and making sure that everything feels still like cargo buildings in a way, or storehouses, making sure that there is a bit of detail on these houses, not too much, making sure that these houses eventually are looking like as if they could have been here, but then again, they obviously are placed for the theme park, because as I imagine, and there is a good chance that at some point I will make a video in which I'm going to show how this whole thing has looked before the theme park has been here, because the entire layout is made with the old area in mind. It would be very simple. At the moment I'm done, I can just literally delete everything that's on the path and put just like the containers back into place where I believe they were, and put like a bit of a, I don't know, logistics control area where, like, I don't know, trucks or so would have been driven, or even like a train, as we have it on the opposite side of the other arm from the river. You would be able to see. Now, what I wanted to do, and this is like a little fun anecdote over here. Germany, if you've been to Germany before, you know that we don't like electronic cash. We just like our cash, okay? Germans love cash, and even statistically, in Europe, Germany is the country by far with the least amount of availability of electronic cash, or like paying by card. Credit card, you don't even need to start with credit card in Germany. Like, literally no one has credit card. I mean, basically everyone has credit cards because for some odd things you need them for, but the majority of times, like 99% of the times, credit cards do not play a role in Germany. So what you have in Germany is a super strong cash, and for me personally, I hate cash. Like, honestly, it's the worst to have. I always lose it, and I also lose control over how much I have. Like, here I've got €1, I've got €2, I've that, bam, gone. It's just me being that way. And if I do have it on my app or whatever, I always know exactly, and I even get a push notification after I've paid to remind me of what I've paid. So I'm like, okay, that's it for today. You can't buy anything more. And I don't know, it's just like how I function. But what really drives me nuts is that in Germany, so many times you just can't pay electronic cash. You just can't pay by card, and even worse, you can't pay contactless. It starts with like parking lots and restaurants and imbiss, like kind of these little kiosk snack bars or whatever. The German word imbiss is like for how would you, like a fast food restaurant? I don't know, like a small restaurant kind of thing, whatever. And this is why I made this electronic cash thing custom a couple of minutes before. So sorry, I rambled for so long. You now need to go back and have a look how it actually looked like. And after that, I was building a electronic box, like making sure that we have this thing. I rarely had that. I remember that I had this in Isla Napali, and as Isla Napali is basically the investor in this project, I was like, yeah, you need some power boxes and stuff, which is funny because obviously the game has this very mechanic in-game, which still is so odd to be talking about because it has no impact, and all these like transformers and so on, and the distributors, like, I don't know, I disabled that the first second I could. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I love the idea that they're having it, but like, you could have given us some more realistic things. It's that little thing I don't get. Like, in Planet Zoo, I didn't mind it that much because usually these things would be something you put in the background anyways, like the pumps and so on. But then again, if you do this with the electricity, which hasn't been a part of it in Planet Zoo, like you had electric stuff as a transformer, but you didn't have the distributors. Like, if you do distributors, like, make it as if they were realistic, I guess. Like, give us these electricity boxes and so on. That would be super realistic. Let us place, like, even on rides, let us put electricity boxes on the on scaffolding or on the additional supports or whatever on the coaster, because realistically they are there. So would have been nice to have it, and so I decided to build one myself, and I have to remember to put all these things on the workshop. So if I'm a good camel, at the end of the episode you'll have all these things I'm building today in my workshop. You can find them. I'm going to put all these codes in the description below. You should also follow me if you haven't already in the workshop, so you will see when I have new releases, because I'm stupid and I will always forget about mentioning it. And then I did a bit of a whoopsie here. Like, usually what I thought it's going to happen is that I'm going to build this box a bit bigger and then I'm going to scale it down. But eventually, this is not the way to go in this game. I think you really have to scale the pieces to what you need them to be from the get-go, and you already need to build in scale, because there are so many pieces that don't share the exact same scaling range. Some of them can only go from like 50 to 100. A couple of others can go from 10 to 100, and others just
they seem to be a bit odd, even though they also should be 50 to 100, but they do act a bit differently. Or you potentially have scaled them accidentally already a bit, and then they can't go to 50 again. So it makes the process of scaling the entire building a little bit frustrating if there is like ever so much 10% missing to make it the absolute accurate size you want to go, and then you would need to completely redo it because 2 pieces or so can't scale to the certain size. So I think at the end of the day, it's better to just build the smallest way possible and then scale up if necessary, rather than the other way around, which I try to. Anyways, that just like was a bit of a kind of experience I wanted to share. And then I went on to put some plants in, which is comparably complicated in this build, because as I said before, this is an area that used to be a big old plaster, like a concrete slab, humongous concrete slab, all harbor area, potentially only to the outskirts would have been a bit of nature. So everything nature in here would be restored in a way, or not restored is not the right word, I think is kind of man-made. And like, if you've ever followed Bro Nation, I think this is one of the bestest lessons I've ever learned from Mike and Mass Bandit and the whole team around there, is really the nature versus nature kind of lesson. I never really thought about that. Obviously, knowing about this doesn't help making it properly nice if you don't really actively think about this. So basically what it means is nature is nature that has been in place and you build around it. So what has already been there, you build a coaster into a forest that already exists, and then the forest is obviously shaped like a forest organically would have grown, versus nature is a area of nature that has been man-made. So funny enough, the whole Central Park in New York is a nature park, if you will, because the whole thing is built man-made. There's nothing natural in there. It's all been completely done with a plan in mind and intentionally placed stuff. Even the lakes are in places that people wanted them to have them in. So it's not organically grown as nature would have done it itself. So that's the big difference in between. And keeping that in mind, everything you will see mostly in the central area of the park and in the area which used to be the big logistics center of this abandoned harbor area will obviously be nature. And for me personally, that is, I'm not even sure if it's a challenge per se, but I guess it is, because I love to do nature stuff in Planet Zoo, for example, even though, and let's take it with a little bit of salt here, because in Planet Zoo, obviously, most of it would be technically nature as well, but you want to resemble nature as best as you can, and so you would take inspiration by the real nature as you want to do habitats that look the most. While in theme parks, you intentionally create nature to make it look like as nice as possible for the theme park. And the only thing why you would do fake nature instead of nature, I hope it's not going to get too complicated, is obviously if you want to create a themed area after a natural area, for example. But even then you need to consider that, like with a proper coaster and so on going on, you potentially couldn't build it the way you would even be able to with a habitat, because an animal, frankly, is a natural inhabitant of nature, while a coaster is not. Just not that surprising, I guess, but yeah. So speaking about usable buildings, this is another small building that potentially will be reused in one way or the other across the park. And I think for this project, I have to break a little bit with my own philosophy, which is not to reuse things like full buildings. Like what I used to do obviously a lot, and everyone does, is reuse fence types, just change them up a bit and use them in other areas, reuse lanterns and blah blah blah, because these are pieces that you would realistically have across your park anyways. But like buildings, you wouldn't have twice the same restaurant or twice the same kiosk in a park. Usually you wouldn't, but in a project like that, I think we can break with that rule a little, because even if you want to change things, it could become a bit more cheaper if you say, hey, you know what, just please manufacture 3 pop-up like service counters that look exactly identical. I'm not even speaking about a restaurant yet, because none of these things are proper restaurants. These are all just snack bars or little areas to grab a snack or grab information or like stuff, as you can see over here, which this building over here technically should be a connection to the flat ride, where you can get some info about the flat ride or even get like a photo. And yeah, that's basically it.
Now, it all took so much more time than I thought it was because, I mean, you don't see all the designs I went for. You don't see what has been done in the background to properly align all these things. You don't see all the unnecessary cuts I made where, like, not unnecessary cuts, but like all the cuts I made for stuff that is unnecessary to watch, like me fighting with the pathway or me fighting with certain architectural details that don't quite make it. However, there will be something at the end of the episode that I don't include in the speed build. I will include that in the next speed build for the next episode. Again, I'll talk about that later, but now as promised, while I'm just placing a bit more nature in here, let me just quickly talk about the next steps in terms of the concept before we will talk about the next steps in the real-time part. So stick with me. It's important not only to boost my watch time, which is the most important KPI, if you will, on YouTube. By the way, we are now finally doing the styling of our Helter-Skelter, which is gonna look fantastic. I really love it, but it's just like a tower design from Hamburg area, but I still like it. Let's quickly talk about the concept versus where I am in this project as of now. If I remember, I'm gonna place the concept, the old concept, in here now, so you do have a comparison to what it looks like. My point is that when I was drawing this, obviously a couple things were different. First of all, my anticipation of a great game with a huge hype in the community and everything around that was super big, and my idea was to have this project the absolute sole project for Planet Coaster 2, and hence being very quick in making progress in this project. So that would have been the concept being realized super quickly and having had the time to go into a proper concept phase 2, which I didn't have because, the game turned out to be different. The game's reception turned out to be different to what I expected. And honestly, my fun playing only that area here was lesser than I thought it was because of certain things don't play out the way I hoped they were, starting with not having a proper map I could use for this project, but that's something we need to talk about anyways. And so it appeared that I was a bit slower, but I also had time to invest more time to make it right, which I did. And I'm very happy with the actual status quo of this project. Don't get me wrong, I think this is potentially overall, theming-wise, like idea, narration-wise, storytelling-wise, my best work so far in the theme park, even with zoos and so on. I really gotta admit, I love it. It's so different, so unique, and everything fits together. And this is exactly the point where I must say it's now time to evolve from the concept. Because in the concept, basically, with the exception of one ride and 1.5 rides, I would say, we're gonna talk about them in the real-time part. I'm gonna show you where exactly they would have been or where they would be, because one of them will still remain. I'm almost done. Like, the dive coaster, or not the dive, the tilt coaster already is something new that I wasn't intentionally planning because I was replacing another idea I had in mind, but the location is similar to what I was planning in my mind. And the rest is pretty much exactly the same. The pool area has gone where it was, the main coaster has gone where it is, and the main lake is where it should be, the Helter Skelter is where it should be, and everything around this pretty much turned out exactly the way it should be. And so my vision has now its proof of concept, and now it's time to evolve from that one, go on and make this project what was already in my mind. And this is the beauty of a set piece. Like, if you look at a picture, for example, and the best pictures in the world make your head think about what's not in the picture, meaning it's gonna open a world that only you can envision, because you see a frame, and beyond the limits of the frame, that's where the imagination starts. And this is exactly what I want to explore now with this project. I want to explore what is behind the curtain, what's outside the frame, what's out of the box, basically. And I can't wait to dig into that and have a look to what it is. But now it's time to jump over. I'm gonna first of all show you the area, and then we're gonna talk about the future. I can't wait to show you. I'm super excited about this, so let's do it. Alright, so we are in the game. It's pretty damn crowded because I'm testing also the performance of this park so far. And it's doing good, the coaster's there. Woo, look at that. But that's not what we wanted to look at. So I'm gonna quickly show you the area. So let's go around. So this is the first little building we had over here, as I said. A little bit of a Chief Beef one. I made intentionally like a smaller window, and there is this fake little payment thing, you know, the e-cash kind of thing, you know, contactless payment. I even tried to make like a little contactless sign, but I couldn't get it that small. Like potentially I would be able, Ricey would certainly be able to, but I was too stupid. And there's this electric box over here to the side, you know, can see that behind here. And then there's this support. I even make like a little gap that the support went in. I kind of like this little detail that the support goes in here and feels like really embedded into here. And the other one will be as well. And there you can see our Helter Skelter, our wonderful slide being looking like a proper Hamburg build now, with all the kind of brick texture and the iron stuff to the side, and then you even have this typical kind of what's that, tin roof, or like the, you know, the bluish turquoise vibe on it, because of how it weathered over the time. I forgot what the name is, but yeah, so really pleased with how that turned out. There's someone coming down here. Are you not meant to have like something below your butt? Like, isn't that like, are you sliding on these wooden type of things down? I thought they have a mat or something below their butts, you know. But okay, so this is that. I made like a little bit of a custom fence around here, and if you go to that side, this is unnecessary for the moment being, but there will be like a little vending machine here in the back, so you can grab some stuff, and that's the main idea. And you've got some umbrellas here to give them some shade, and I just love how that all looks and played out. There's a bit of another little queue over here for that carousel thingy, which I will need to dress up a bit more nicely. I wasn't able to finish, but again, we're going to talk about the future in a second. Let's skip around this corner. So this is where you go around. There's also like restrooms over here. The ceiling is intentionally made a little bit higher to give this building the feeling of being a bit taller, to tie in with the like storehouse vibe, you know, from the size. Usually you would do it the other way around, but I feel like this gives the whole house the proper look, I wanted to say, and giving you proper headroom. Doing a bit of nice little planting over here. This is the same queue, and making sure that this area is properly separated from the rest, because if you want to go over, you really gotta have to take that route. And then to the left hand side you have that wonderful view of the coaster passing by, and I gotta have to secure this head area a bit more. There has to be some security netting or so, or maybe like a little bit of a tunnel vibe over here. I'm gonna do something to secure the people at least, because I mean the head space is okay. It's not like that people could jump and, you know, hold them to the coaster, but it still is very tight, so a proper little bridge kind of time thing would be good. So yeah, the coaster is now passing down here, and it's gonna look so amazing. I really love that. And let's just wait for that and follow the coaster then around. So that movement is so good. So there you go, going around and then passing by over your head. Woo! Gosh, that gives me just so much joy, and people enjoy it as well, as you've seen. And then if you turn around, I like this look as well. The walls are also intentionally higher to the left hand side. As you can see, a bit more security for the coaster. You don't want them to be jumping over there just like that. And to the right hand side, it can be lower, just to give people a bit more push. Then I found this kind of wonderful plant. You can recolor that one, so I made it a bit more green to tie in with the greens a bit more. And then also with a pine tree, or like not pine tree, it was a Scots pine. There you go. In this region. And this whatever ride that is, it's not even opened yet. I should have opened that, but then you would have even more traffic in this. So I think I closed it because I wanted to get traffic off this area a bit more. But yeah, some seating areas to make it feel a bit more natural. Obviously some planters to break with the concrete a little, and then we're gonna go back here in a second. But there you have also this other shelter. I love these blinds, which I think they're not even blinds, but I think they act pretty nicely. Should have done a bit of a shelf in the background. Did not. Excuse me, how? Huh? That makes no sense at all. There are barriers below here, and this is just cosmetic, okay? And you do just like crash through a building. Why would you do that? Okay, never mind. You're gonna go around here, and then once you enter, there's a bit of a tight area here, but Game! What is going on? Oh gosh. So we're gonna get in this into this area, and this is where all things now start to pan out. This looks so fantastic. Look at this. Oh, I love this. I love this little seating still below that staircase. It's so good. Almost, I want to call it the Harry Potter seating, because it's under the stairs, you know. But then I also have like little shops over here, and the fun bit is these things are like barriers, and then people can go in here and don't queue up that dramatically. Could also be that it completely broke, the fact that they can go there. Maybe this area is too tight, but most of the times it does the job pretty fine. So if that just broke with the system a little, I'm gonna push this a bit farther back. But yeah, these fences are custom made obviously, and I'll put them on the workshop, as I said, as well. Same goes for, like, I don't need this clock. I don't know if you guys want this clock or not, but I'll put this there anyways. And then we've got a custom lamppost, and I put all these railings around our trees here as well. But that's not all. If we go around, you have like a bit of an exit area here. I put all these barriers in to make sure that not everything is too crazy. And what I wanted to do, but I did not do it yet, is like to put some custom kind of toppings and so on here. So you've got some mustard, and I hate the fact that they can go through these. It seemingly they can go through these shop fronts, which is so stupid that they can. Oh, hold on. There is a contactless payment option on the actual cashier stuff. Haven't seen that one. Okay, well, I like mine too, okay? But yeah, if we look around, there's one more thing I did. So there's another kiosk over here, but I also made this wonderful section over here of a custom vending machine, and I put some seating areas next to this building. And I think as simple as it is, as great it does look. I really love that. And you even have these like lights below here that looks really cool in the nighttime as well, having the light come from below that seating area. I'm gonna definitely use this bench idea throughout the entire project, and I'm very happy about the fact that the game offers the chance now to do these things way more simple by having you know, all the benches and so on, as it was already in Planet Zoo, a bit more free to place, and just really like the fact. And we do have this very simple bench. Where is it? Do I have an example of that one? I think that was the one I had over here in the back. Let's just go. Yeah, there you go. This one is so simple, that is so easy to just kind of theme, that I'm always using that. The only kind of downside is that it's slightly bent to the front, and people seemingly do use that. And well, actually no, you know what? They are actually going to glitch into this bench either, so the hitbox seems to be the exact same. Whatever. And then the last thing I did, it's not like, honestly, it's not big. It's just like putting a bit of a nice fencing around here to tidy it up a little. But yeah, this was, as little as it looks, this was hilariously much to do. That was a ton of work. And I'm going to show you exactly why, and this is where we are going to talk about the future of this project. So, hold on. I'm going to disable this one. So this is the area that it looks like now. Really am very, very pleased. We can make like a little flyover in here. Hold on, just going to do this. And let's just quickly drag the mouse here. There you go. I'm going to do a little flyover of this new region while I'm going to talk about this. So, it was such an odd area to work with, because I basically slapped everything in here, and you've seen the concept a couple of minutes earlier, and it was exactly the area that was cut to the top, so it was only half-ish in, and everything I had, I just slapped this in here. The only idea I had was this slide, and the rest was like whatever I'm gonna do. But I'm very pleased with how it turned out. I'm very pleased with how this region looks, really like a proper theme park right now, and how it all seems to be working. I am a big fan of this entire look. And also, if you go down with all the cranes and stuff in the background, it just looks absolutely like a harbor area, and this is the immersion I was going for. If you're looking at this like so, there's no idea that you're not in a harbor area. Like, look at everywhere you look, feels, smells, I mean, does it smell fishy? But it smells like a harbor area, and this is what I wanted to achieve. And now, as for the next parts, the next future episodes, I'm gonna call this the 3 next episodes, okay? Because I feel like, I'm not sure if there are going to be 3 or more, but the 3 major parts I want to do. Part number 1 is I'm gonna do the exact same thing I did to this area to this area over here. So this part, is going to receive the same love in the next episode, because I have a very certain idea about this area. It's not going to take as much time as this over here did, because I can actually use a couple of things I established in here. I will be able to use them here too, so that's going to make the whole process a lot quicker. Whilst I'm doing this, maybe I'm going to do it in this episode, or I'm just going to slapping it in between. I'm going to tidy up this region here a bit more, because as you can see, people are still clipping through all these containers, and what I eventually will end up doing is I'm gonna put a like a bit of a broader barrier area around this, not as like precise as needed, because I don't want them to go through here anyways. And as this is like very bare bones and so on, I'm potentially going to create a bit of a restaurant in here. So this might actually be the focus part of then that area. You can see there is this thing in here with the secure stuff, but I imagine if this thing is going to be turned into a restaurant, yes, it's obviously going to be a very loud restaurant eventually when the coaster is coming through, but theme parks do this and people don't mind, because they're in the theme park and there are like a bajillion kids around anyway, so it's not gonna be quiet and comfy anyway. So I think the chance of this being a proper restaurant area is pretty damn high. However, I can see this becoming an episode on its own as well, because I am thinking, and you can comment what you think about this idea, but I'm thinking that this could receive not only the restaurant being here, I'm thinking about something like a sun terrace kind of thing that is overhanging the river, as you would have in these regions quite often, like having this a bit raised and then just having some picnic tables on that one, which certainly would be part of the restaurant, so you could get some takeaway stuff and put it here. I feel like this could be a very cool idea, and then we could also have some self-service displays or whatsoever in this planter, so that could tie this area in. But again, that's just like a minor idea for making this area good, because obviously, as you can see, this pool area is way too powerful, and I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna end up fixing this, but yeah, so maybe I'm gonna close the whole ship down eventually to lead them back into the park, but as of now I'm gonna leave it as is. So that's being the first bigger part. Now the second part is obviously this area. As you've seen in the concept, the initial coaster was planned to go from that building into that building, which none of both happened, because I then eventually came up with the idea of making the tilt coaster go into the crane, which I think was the best way to go for anyways. So what I'm going to end up doing is I do take the second idea I had in mind, and this is going to become reality in the second next episode, is this area is becoming a type of ride, and let's just enable the UI again. It's going to be a tracked ride, but I'm still debating with myself if it's going to be a go-kart ride, which is that one, or if it's going to be a classic antique powered cars ride, which the antique powered cars ride would fit certainly in this area quite nicely in terms of having a bit of a historic touch. But then again, the cards would also be very fun to style them going over like a proper abandoned harbor area with like fake keys and so on, where they go over. And I don't know, I like the idea. You can comment what you think would be better, because certainly I'm not going to start tonight, and also not the day this is going to be released. So you can actually comment what you would favor in here. So either the cars or the cards, which really I'm looking forward to. If there was going to be a bit more of a modern ride, and I'm not sure if this is a thing in the future, but like, let's actually have a look. I think Riders Take a Trip Back in Time as they travel along a track, antique style cars. I remember we had this with modern style cars as well, so I'm guessing there is no ability to change the car, so I'm not even trying at this point. Potentially we're going to get this back with the fixes, so that's going to be this area, and the next area is going to be, and this is going to be interesting, because I'm going to fix this, by the way, in the meantime. This hall over here is not going to be used, at least not now. If I feel like having the urge to do something in the future, I'm not. But we are going to have a certain dark ride in this area, which is going to be thematically themed, and this is what I meant earlier. In the main harbor area, we are going to follow this generic harbor theme, but within these halls, we could have certain themes. I don't want to call this coaster over here having a theme, but looking into, hold on, where are the actual windows though? Wait, is that, wait, where's this? Oh my god. I made them so nice that I didn't even see it in the first glance. Hey, props to me. That was good work, Rudi. Okay, so this one obviously is lightly styled after like being a storage building, but apparently this is harbor style anyway. So yeah, just it doesn't make sense to call this particularly themed. But in this building, we will have something themed because we can, I guess, and it's gonna be good. So yeah, also getting rid of the UI again. You can see 8,500 people in here. I tested that, and the capacity went up to like 11,000. And as you can tell, performance-wise, there's no issue, which is super good to see, and I can't wait. Also, because everyone will ask, I am running at the moment on the, hold on, where is that? On the TAA, so I'm not even using the DLSS, and the DLSS would give you, or the FSR as well, but both of them will give you a way better performance. So at the moment, I'm just using that. I mean, obviously I'm not playing 4K, so maybe for 4K I will have to use it, but seeing that in full HD, performing that well with that many guests, with that many rides and stuff going on already, with that many builds, I'm positively surprised by this game, at least when it comes to the performance. So yeah, very long episode today, guys. I really hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and you can potentially tell from this episode that I'm quite enjoying myself in this game. I know I am talking a lot about this game. I am criticizing this game a lot because I want it to become better. I talked about what I think needs to happen to make people get back into the game. But overall, I personally am enjoying this game. With all its quirks, with all its problems, you can get around this with a proper vision and technically also with a bit of ignorance. You do need to ignore certain things. You need to ignore the guest navigation for certain parts. You need to ignore that certain things just don't work the way you want them to be at this moment. But eventually we're gonna get there. So this is the promise. Wait, hold on, is this queue completely full? I've never seen a queue. Whoa, look at that. Sorry, I've been interrupted by that. That is so freaking cool. Hold up. It's entirely filled. Oh my god, that is so freaking cool. I'm just happy because I've never seen this. Oh my god, why is there like a hold up. Let me just put that in the backyard here. Why was that floating in here? I'm not sure. So again, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I certainly enjoyed it a lot. And do me a favor, and if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, make sure to subscribe. Also, if you have been subscribed and YouTube decided to unsubscribe, please double check if you're still subscribed, because apparently that's something YouTube loves to do at the beginning of a year to clean up some, I don't know what they're doing, and then in the cleanup they end up cleaning also accounts you're constantly following. So make sure to double check, that would help me out as always. And again, you know the drill. If you like the video, like it. If you want to support more, you can become member. So big thanks to all members of the channel. We will get back into putting your member names into the next episode. Just a little reminder, you guys will have your thing in here, but there is a very good reason to why I didn't do it this time around. So you'll be back in. It still is a good idea to become a member if you can, because you will be part of the project. Just I'm gonna slightly change things up a little bit. More about that next episode. So yeah, not more to say. Thank you so much as always, guys. Have a wonderful time, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Welcome back everyone to the Hanseatic Dreamland, our Planet Coaster 2 project. Today we are going to turn this barren, very empty corner into something really cool, and we are going to talk a lot about the brand new Update 2. However, in this video there's not going to be that much from Update 2, because obviously I've been building this in the last couple days, and at the end of the day we will have a real-time part in which we are doing something very cool with a billboard, but more about that later in the real-time part. First of all, let's talk about the sponsor of the channel, which is, as you all know, Instant Gaming. This is a platform where you can grab very good valued game keys, or you can actually purchase in-game currency for a good value. So basically you get a value of in-game currency for a lower price, and then you can spend that on whatever game. But the same goes for the platform itself. You can get some DLCs, games, pre-orders, whatever. Make sure to check out the link in the description, or the link key that turns up to your top right now, if I remember to
put it in and check out what you can find. But now let's talk about the video today. So we are going to work in this corner around this wonderful coaster we've built in the last episode. And yes, there are a couple of things we have to talk about because I have not addressed them in the video. So first things first, yes, I decided against the typical hypercars. Even though there are hyper trains in this game, I wasn't expecting them to get interchangeable coaster cars, and I haven't even tested if I could theoretically change the cars. But that was a decision that I took myself because I like the sit-down version much more. Just like, I know it's not correct, but I just like it more visually. That's all, okay? So there's not really a specific reason why I did this else. But hey, this is why exactly I did this. And yeah, there was also like a definition of how tall a coaster needs to be, a hypercoaster, and I learned that it's counted from the lowest part of the, like where it goes up, and from the like lowest part to the highest part, and so we kind of have confirmation that this technically would be a hypercoaster. But that, you know, that's just about this. Let's talk a lot about this corner over here, and also, this is a very nice blueprint for the entire project itself, and I'm very happy to talk about this before we talk about the update 2 that I have already praised in a video yesterday. In case you haven't seen that one, check it out beforehand. But this corner over here is one of these examples that this game, or like that this park will feature a lot. So as this is an abandoned harbor area, we work with an architecture or with a layout that is more or less set in stone. That means we have a harbor area that already existed, and there will eventually be these type of corners that realistically you wouldn't do necessarily in a theme park this way, because they kind of create some dead ends, and there is not really that much you can do about this because it is a set in stone area, as I said. So we have to work with it the best way possible, and I feel like these corners are equally the best thing we have, because they challenge me to get creative with the tools and build something that looks nice and kind of still draws the attention of people, but it also gives us a chance to implement some stuff that I wanted to do for a very long time, like restaurant areas, shop areas, like these kind of things. And I'm hoping that in the future we are getting more and more of this stuff in this game, like souvenir shops, proper shops, proper restaurants. That would be lovely. I mean, we do have some picnic tables and stuff that we could do this, but technically we don't really have a restaurant in-game that functions like a restaurant we had in, for example, Planet Zoo. Now, that said, I also wanted to make sure that these areas somehow still integrate nicely into the park. So with this area, we do have one of the larger warehouses in the center of it that's actually, as you've seen at the beginning of the episode, is excluded by the usage of barriers. And I'm going to explain to why I'm doing this, because in the next episode this will be taken for the staff buildings. I'm not like, it's going to be a bit of a challenge to say what is going to be next, because I am working on something for this park, but in a completely different area of the park that is also not visible, so hopefully I'm not going to spoil that in any of the real-time parts. I shouldn't be able to, because it's very well hidden, but this is a bigger project, and the episode of that will be released when it's ready. And as I don't know how much time I have, I'm spending time when I feel like, and then I'm continuing this still like this park area. Now, this episode, unfortunately, has brought to a halt by the update, and also has been brought to a halt by a crash I had with the game. That unfortunately wasn't a crash that the game caused, but I feel like my graphics card is about to die. It served me very well for many years, but I feel like it's starting to, you know, sign off slowly. So I lost the progress, and then it was my stupidity. Well, I just didn't go back into the game to recover the autosave and make a proper save, because I was like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna go back into the game tomorrow and then that'll be fine, I'll be saving it. However, the day tomorrow was actually the day where the update launched, and I was going into the game and was testing a lot of things. And guess what I did? I just forgot to save the autosave again and kept on building in a different file, which caused a different autosave to exist. And yeah, the other stuff was lost, which is a bit of a pain. So at the end of the episode, you'll see some progress that I have to just redo, which obviously is not going to be part of next episode, but I have to do it. I do try to recover the autosave. In the old Planet games, it was always possible that you used a normal kind of data recovery tool, and then you could recover the latest autosave files, and then you just check them by the date and the time where you did this. Apparently that doesn't seem to work right now. I have done already a test. I'm doing another test with a different program now. Hopefully this is going to work. And if not, I'm going to build it again, because I do know what I'm building. Like, the advantage is, and I always have that, if I'm happy with what I build and I know exactly what I did, next time around I'm obviously a lot quicker. But hey, that shouldn't be our talking point. Let's talk about this corner, because I am so happy with how it turned out. What I was doing with the flat ride, I was raising the flat ride a little bit, and the main reason for that is that I imagine that a lot of the mechanics and a lot of the storage and stuff for this building is actually below the building, like all the electronics and stuff like that. And usually in a normal park, you would do like kind of you would dig out a hole in which the hole would all be like the concrete and the foundation and like kind of the batteries, the engines, whatnot. However, as this is being a harbor area, sometimes you would obviously have a problem with not having the chance to go into the basement, because literally there would be water, or you would have some actual issues with water. So even though in this park we do have some lower down areas, I imagine in the storyline we would be using the areas that are kind of safe, or where the attraction is so meaningful, like a coaster for example, that all the work required to dig out a hole and secure all the water from the outside is justified for what the ride does. But this flat ride over here wouldn't be as big of a star, and so this is the reason why you would kind of rather raise it up and have some more space below this whole thing. And that's the reason why I put this a little bit higher up, and I put a little bit of a wonderful shop in front of it, and I'm very happy to say that this is like a little nod to the northern area in Germany, like Hamburg area. You'll see why in a second. I'm gonna create like a tiny sign for it. It's not tiny, it's like it's a huge sign, but the sign is going to give away what kind of shop this should be, and I needed to do that because it's so typical for the Hamburg region, and it's also like a tasty thing you can get. I wish we could do our own products in the game. That would be fun, but apparently we can't. But I just needed to do this, and as you can see, we do have a little fish kind of sign in the game anyways, and so what we could do is we were able to do a Fischbrötchen. So in case you don't know what that is, this means basically a fish sandwich, but that's a discussion we should have. We should have had already. For all these non-German speaking, or not, actually not, it's not really about the language. It's not, for those of you who have not been in Germany so far, there is a thing about our culture when it comes to bread. And like the sandwich that you guys, for most parts in the world, know, is kind of the translation to what I'm referring to, but it's not. Like, we do have proper bread, okay? We Germans, we love our Brötchen, we love our Brot, we love all of this stuff, okay? And one of the worst things for us is going to another country, and if we are going abroad, and the most harmful thing is basically the breakfast, because a vast majority of the world has no idea how to do proper breakfast. And obviously I'm joking, because for us Germans, kind of a running gag that we say we have the best breakfast in the world, but apparently it's just what we are used to. But hey, it's all about the fact that we have proper bread, and Germany's culture is a lot about proper bread, and so the Brötchen is something very cultural relevant. And this is why I needed to do this. And in Hamburg, as it being a harbor area, sea region, you know, they obviously have Fischbrötchen, which again would be translated to fish sandwich, but it's not like a sandwich. It's really like a proper, well-baked piece of bread, and then a proper fish is put on top of it with a lot of mayonnaise and a lot of stuff like that, or even with like onion rings and stuff. Oh gosh, I love it. It may not sound so tasty for everyone, but trust me, it is. So yeah, apparently I'm a big fan of it.
And it's super cultural. It's super cultural relevance, and so this is why it's part of it in here. And I'm very happy to put that thing in this corner. Like you would go there, and maybe because of the smell of the fish, it is good to have that in the corner. Realistically, you would have this type of kiosk also very close to the sea and where you can see the water, which is why this is going to be an ongoing brand throughout this park. So we will have multiple Fischbrötchen kiosk appearing throughout this build, which is going to be a fun thing to do. And maybe we will also have a fish restaurant as we have restaurants in the future. Yeah, you can see me putting down a couple of bins and benches over here, putting some lanterns in. I found this lantern also being very interesting. I've never seen that before. I'm not sure why. And then I saw that on a screenshot for the new update and I was like, hey, that's kind of good. Anyways, let's quickly talk about the update because this is all obviously built without the update. And I already noticed that while testing yesterday that there's a lot of things improved over, well, the state of build I had over here. Like specifically the menus and stuff have been improved nicely. Little things you can't see, and this is what I just like, that's the point I want to get across. There are things that are visible changes, visible bug fixes, but then there is something about a game that I call the feeling. And the feeling of a game is something very hard to put in words, and also even harder to put in visible things, like in visuals. Like it's almost impossible. Like for me, the best example is when you have when you have, for example, the Planet Coaster game, and then you opened Planet Zoo. The moment you opened the game, it felt like a Planet game, and that was important back in the day. Because it literally makes you feel you know what you're doing in this game. You kind of know the things you do. And this feeling wasn't available in Planet Coaster 2 up until this update. I, for the first time, had the feeling again being in a Planet game. And there are subtle things that spark this feeling. Also, I need to mention, we're building a hotel room in the background. And this is very... interesting because it's gonna be absolutely non-functional and just for a background of a background. But let me talk about that in a second and finish my little thought from before. So the feeling of a game, I think when I want to try, or if I would to try to explain what that is, it's kind of a combination of how menus feel and how responsive certain elements of a game are and how certain things visually respond to what I would expect them to be. And also, like, it just in general, also sounds from menus and stuff. And there were a lot of things that just didn't match up. And I can't really, again, as I said, it's really hard to pinpoint. But some fixes in this update now, like little things, like that you can now open a top menu of the scenery brush where you can see all scenery brushes at once. The fact that you now have a little preview on which kind of type of path you are on, a little bit of a more snappy menu. Certain elements in the menu are now better highlighted by having subtle shadows behind that were there before, but now they just increased the contrast a little bit more. They implemented some new icons and they streamlined certain things like the multi-select, and you grouping pieces is now way more easy by clicking just an icon. Automatically things are confirmed. You don't have to confirm that. Just taking out certain unnecessary steps that were integrated to the game. And just these kind of things make me feel again that this is a proper Planet game. And I can't even say how important I find this. For me, this is one of the most important things about the game. And it's not necessarily that everything should feel like a Planet game. No, hell. But like if, for example, if you have like a racing game and, you know, you like a certain way of racing game, how it feels, the next racing game should obviously be better, but the feeling should be somehow the same to still have the same accessibility into the game. And it goes on, you know. And this is very, very good to note now. And obviously, we all agree that the other Planet games haven't been perfect either, but they had a lot of very, very big strengths, and it's good to see they are coming back slowly. And as I said also many times now, there is still a lot in this game that needs to be fixed. Weather is still catastrophe. Like, really, I don't even know why they wouldn't just bring in the... Like, as I said that in my overview video, and I'm very happy that they didn't just bring in old features. No, they also improved them. For example, like with the billboards now being able scalable. As you can see over here, the screen in here is not scalable. When I was placing it, now the screens are scalable, which is great. And also the way how multi-select works with the filters now. Very nice that they improved upon that. But with weather, for example, I would be fully happy if they just didn't touch it. If they just took what was already amazing in Planet Zoo and put it into this game one by one. They tried to do something about the weather, which clearly didn't work, and so, yeah, hopefully when we see an update on the roadmap, which we should see in the next Frontier Unlocked, I guess, then I hope that they will be addressing the weather. But yeah, so this for me was really important to touch upon, because I feel this is of major importance when it comes also to the future of this very series you're watching. And thank you for watching. If you're still watching and listening to me, you are amazing. You need to click on the like button now and subscribe if you haven't already, because you made it 17 minutes with me. Like, if you manage to do this, you better subscribe, because otherwise the weather will never be fixed, okay? And it's always going to be raining in here. No, I'm just joking. I'm not. You have to. But the fact that this game obviously has so many people involved that, like, you know, people love playing this game and love playing the first game, and so it's very good to see it fixed. And I just want to, you know, get a couple of last words in here, because we are now in the footage that unfortunately is lost. Or actually the footage isn't lost, but the save, whatever. I'm very happy with how it turned out in this corner over here. As I said earlier, the idea was to bring something into the corner that still works as kind of a bit of a magnet for guests, but then again also has this character of being a little bit of a hideout where you can relax for a little bit. And, you know, I do suggest that this ride may not be so loud. I mean, still it is loud, but it's not maybe super loud. And so you would have the chance to get some more relaxed time in this corner. It's not going to be so crowded than the rest of the park is. This park over here realistically would have a very high noise, because it's gonna be a very crowded park in the center of the park, because a lot of things will be happening around the center where the bridge crosses the two sides of the park. So that's gonna be one of the major axes of the park, which is super loud. And then you have the hypercoaster, which should be a very big magnet for guests. So the queue will always be very crowded as well. So it's very important to have a bit of a balance to that. And this corner over here surely is the balance that we needed. And so I also made like a bit of an access to the, or fake access, I should say, to the flat ride. The more I think about this, it's kind of funny, to be honest, because we do have an entrance and exit, and something that happened now with Frontier giving us the separate loading and unloading stations. There is one thing I figured, like, they did a step that I'm like, you know, you implemented something into the game now that should be a thing now, because I've kind of found this very logic and very, like, it made a lot of sense to me that you need to have an exit solely for the staff member. And when I was thinking about this, I was like, yeah, well, didn't we, or just, could that be a thing for every ride then? Because there's no dedicated staff entrance in flat rides. Like, we didn't have that before anyways, but now with the introduction of separate loading, unloading station, this kind of becomes a thing. And I'm like, okay, maybe that would be cool to have for all the rides, because it is a bit more realistic to have a staff-only entrance. But yeah, that's just a minor thing. And so I was like, okay, let's fake this, that we have like a bit of a staff entrance over here. So that's all I did, and I put like a little bit of a rope in as a bit of a barrier. But yeah, so this is all about this. Let's jump into the game, and when I was able to recover it, we will be able to see exactly what we are building right now. If not, it's gonna be a previous version, but I'll be able to fix that rather quickly. So hopefully you enjoyed this talky talk and the episode so far, and now it's time to go to the real-time Rudi. So in the real-time part, and we are actually going towards this area in a second, just to have the view of what we did last episode, where we started off. You can see already the flat ride in the background and the little pillar on top, but we will still need that one, so don't you worry, that's gonna be playing a little bit of a theme today. But yeah, let's move on. I wasn't able to restore the old save, but I did do a couple of things, and you'll be able to see that the hotel rooms in the background are in. That's one thing I did. And also, as you can see, there is a sign for the hotel which is saying Speicher Inn, which is the name of the hotel. And so this is our wonderful area over here, potentially going to be our thumbnail anyways. But yeah, there you can see the Fischbrötchen. I still love that. Oh gosh, I'm hungry now. It's very late in the day, but I'm still hungry. So yeah, very cozy corner over here, honestly, with that like area over there where you can see the coaster going up there. And yeah, just like really it all fits together well. We do need to put a couple of trees in. We do this together in a second. And you can see that other flat rate is also placed down already. So as there is not really that much more to say, let's actually move over into our very well-known camera, and we're going to go free look. Yeah, whatever. And let's move up the camera a little. So here goes that, and this is the area we are in, but I wanted to do something very specific with you guys. So let's go in and say round, and then wall. Is that called wall or video? Round video. No, it's actually just video, isn't it? Yeah, video. Is it oval? Video wall panel round. Okay, whatever. And we're going to take the biggest one, which is the 16-meter one, is the biggest one. And this is why, yet again, the hard drive ran full. Not really sure why it's always happening, but anyways, let's continue to do so. And we're going to search for the middle. I press F on the keyboard to find the middle. The reason for that is pretty simple. We go down. Also, I ensure that I don't have the video wall, the lit one. This is the normal one. There's obviously also a lit one, but we don't want to have the lit one. And then going to bring this all the way down. You can see this is going to go here, and what we're going to do now is we're going to scale this all the way up so it basically fits in right here. There you go. That looks decent enough to me. I'm just going to move that over just so much that it's a tiny bit higher up. There you go. But we're going to move the whole thing back up again so we can click it, because otherwise I click the flat right instead, and I do not want that. I want to have this one. And we're going to change the image, and I do have quite a lot of images in here, as you can see. I do have a couple of things that I wanted to test. So we do have a bit of a concrete texture, but that way should be way too big. That one over here I like quite a bit, the dry dark, but this is not really what I wanted. And there are a couple of other things I should have in here, and I'm not sure if any of those. There's one. This looks kind of cool. It's quite a big one. The elegant stone tiles we have in here. That looks pretty damn good. We also have a bit of gravel. We have some grass. We have some gravel small, but they all don't look that good. We also have an industrial tile, which is also kind of nice. We have some dark marble. I don't really like that one. That doesn't work either. That one doesn't either as well. So maybe this is the only one still working. I don't know. But I feel like I have a favorite with this, either this elegant stone. I think we're going to go for this one first. I'm going to move the whole thing down. So what I was looking for is a kind of polished stone, because the only little negative aspect of this little trick is that this thing is kind of shiny, you know. So you can't really do like proper stone as over here, because you don't have the kind of matte finish to it, because the screen always will be, as you can see over here, tiny little bit polished, and with the ray tracing it just gets that effect. But now, as this could actually be polished stone, I'm very fine with it. I think this style-wise fits in super well, and this is exactly what I wanted to achieve with it. I like it a lot. Let's see if they don't clip too much in it. I mean, we could always, but the problem is I think I am able to. I mean, I could push that ever so much down that it is just about that, and then it just looks even better, I guess. I mean, it does have these kind of roundish things here, but I feel like it's okay. I mean, I could technically move them down so you can't see them by hopefully just... Oh, well, is that the group? Is this the group? Hold on, can I move it down? Where is the... Oh my god, is that the... Okay, well, technically I could, but I think I don't want to. I think I'm gonna leave it the way it is. So yeah, this is what I did with the screen over here. I'm quite a big fan of how the shadows interact with the textures by now. That's a very good way of doing it. There are some more textures I'm gonna test in the future, because and also let me just go in here for this building first of all, because obviously something that is really different is when you have the square one normal and the square one lit. So let's put them next to each other, and I'm just gonna go and change the image of that one. First of all, let's say concrete to the lit one, and we're gonna say, change the image, and then we're gonna put this concrete to the non-lit one. You can see there's a huge difference, obviously, in those two. And the lit ones also, they work indoors pretty cool as like a very nice lit LED screen. Obviously, you can have a lot of fun with this one. But then again, indoors, you still have the same problem with the lighting. But if you have a very matte texture, it kind of works okay. So you can do some shenanigans with it, like for example having, like, yeah, you can also put them below water. But if you have these things, for example, I do like them quite a lot, but they don't really work from a perspective like that. But what they do, funnily enough, work pretty fine for is like wall templates. Like if you have like a wall like this, and then you look straight towards the wall in indoor section, I think it can work pretty damn fine. But you obviously have to check out if it works, you know. What it always does work well for is like if you have like an aquarium, for example. I'm always like, I don't know, but I do think they may actually work better if you have the non-lit ones for the aquariums. I'm gonna put the lit one next to it, and just gonna change the image also to the aquarium. I mean, it depends on what kind of look you want to have. This looks obviously properly lit and as in an aquarium, but I do also like these colors as if there is like a proper screen, like a mirror in front, not a mirror, but like a window in front of it. But you know, you do have to decide yourself what you like better. I'm just a big fan of finally having this again. So yeah, what shall I say? This is today's episode. There's going to happen a lot more in the future, guys, with billboards and stuff. As I have promised in the voiceover, there is going to be a lot more happening to, you know, not only this area, but also to the park itself. Okay, you know what, just let's fly up for a second so we can speak about the next proper episode. And I'm not even going to reveal in which of the ones something is happening. Maybe if eagle-eyed people will keep on watching the episodes, they will eventually find out in which of those, but you will never find out what it's gonna be. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm very curious to see what you say to the growth of this series. So in the next episode, there will be two things happening. This hall over here is going to be taken into account, and obviously I'm going to finish this corner over here. This big boy is not going to be big part of the whole area. I thought a long time about this. Maybe I'm going to put some very simple stuff in to just draw some more people into this area, but my current idea is to just have some fake spawners in here as if this is a hotel or something like that, because I was thinking to just have like a bridge crossing over here and make this Speicher-In hotel being part of both sides. So yeah, I'm just debating with myself, and then have just some spawners in here additionally to the park, so that also more people join from over here. But other than that, this area is not going to receive too much more stuff, because there is a lot more space in this park and I don't need to cram too much more in. But yeah, this whole area is looking very, very fine by now, and I can't wait to see how this whole park is going to evolve. There were a couple of little things I still need to fix. This area over here isn't fully done, so next episode is definitely going to tackle the rest of this area plus X, because I will already put a little area in here, so that's gonna be very good. Anyways, that shall be it for today. I really hope you guys enjoyed today's episode, and please make sure to leave a nice comment or something down, what you think of this update, what you think of this area over here, which honestly, looking at it, I'm a big fan of it. Can't deny that I really like the looks of it. Just look at that. Doesn't that spark something nice to you? Also, why is the overlay go away? But yeah, I'm just like really happy with how it turned out. We can also just have a little guest here, and then, oh, look at that one having a good mood there. But yeah, so let's end this episode here in a very good mood, just as our mechanic has apparently. I am very happy with this corner, and I know that a lot of you guys like these episodes where like little areas are styled. I know that a lot of you guys have feared, as you said in the comments, that this area or like this park is maybe going to be a little bit too weird and not looking good or connected. And I know that a lot of you guys already liked the last area connection, so hopefully you like this one too. Okay, I rambled enough. I hope you guys had a good time. I see you, talk to you, hear you, whatever, in the next episode. Until then, have a good time and goodbye. I do hope you're just not clicking away just yet. Today's episode is all about a hypercoaster. That is being the next entry in our wonderful Hanseatic Dreamland, a park that is inspired by the Hamburg Park area, or the Hamburg Harbor area, I shall say. And we're starting with the coaster right away. However, first thing first, we need to just kind of fix a couple of things, but I'll get into that in a second, because this episode is going to be grand. It's going to be very good. I'll have to talk a lot about today. But first of all, as always, let's quickly talk about instant gaming. This is the sponsor of the channel. As you all shall know by now, you can get some very great games, DLCs, or even in-game currencies, just like, you know, Xbox money, PlayStation money, and all for a very good value. So there are always deals, like special deals and blah blah blah, and you get some very cool stuff on there, even the latest DLCs. And you can even do pre-orders via this platform. They have a 24/7 support. Everything is really nice on there, and you just check out my link in the description. It's gonna save you some money, trust me. So let's get back into the game, and you'll see that I'll do some planet skylines over here, or cities, planet, whatever, doing some roadworks. But you know, we will have a dedicated episode on roadworks only. I want to make this area feel very realistic, also in terms of how the how the road is going to be involved in all of that. We have already a bit of a parking lot over here that is by any means the finished version of it. I am working currently on some road marks and stuff that we will be using in here, but like I want to really do it right this time around. Sometimes it's been a bit sloppy when I did this in the past, so I definitely want to focus on that. Maybe during a live stream. I will be back to live streaming though as well in the, well, I would say early spring somewhere. The reason for that, well, actually, let's talk about that a bit later in today's video. First of all, I want to talk you through what I'm doing over here with the parking lot. So basically, I was copying it over, and oh my god, is it great to just be able to put pathing in a group and just copy it over. I think this is one of the biggest wins of this game, honestly, like by far. This is so cool. I think I didn't realize at the beginning how much of a sweet thing it is to have the ability to copy pathing. If you watch the videos of Taggy, if not, what are you doing? Are you living behind the moon? Whatever, or under a rock? I don't know. But like, if you're still playing this game, you are a wonderful person, because you are in a small, very delicate group of people. There are not that many people in the world still playing this game, so welcome. You are in a very, 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 very eligible group. No, jokes aside, the wonderful Taggy, who I've been promoting quite a bit lately, because she just fully deserves that. And also, he's doing some fantastic work. He just recently released a pack of circles, modular circles that you can use in your park, and they are amazing, because like you can see like these wonky kind of streets on here. I will definitely change them as well. The idea was good. I was using path over path to create this kind of road marks, or like used road skits, how's it called, like these, you know, rubber elements, whatever. So that is so cool to be able to be used. However, let's now get into the area around the coaster. And the main idea about this hypercoaster was to really be influenced and inspired by the wonderful Silver Star in the Europa Park. Now, Silver Star is a coaster that was basically my very first hypercoaster I've ever been on, which is really cool. And for those eagle-eyed people in the time lapse, it's per se not a hypercoaster, because we will end up on only 50 meters in this time lapse. However, I have changed this to above 61 meters for those who want to be, numbers, pooping, whatever. Per definition, a hypercoaster needs to be 61 meters in height at least. I'm not sure if it is like per se or from the ground level where you are starting, because if it is from the ground level of the station, then we don't even have a hypercoaster here. Then it's just a mega coaster, because then we will be by like 58 meters or 59 meters, I don't know, because the station is a bit raised, as you have seen. But that's just like minor things. At the end of the day, we will also have a POV, don't worry, in today's episode. It's not 100% done. There is a bit of a shaping issue at the end of the day, but my main goal was to get this coaster in. My main goal was to have the layout done. My main goal was to see if it fits the skyline. And this coaster will be tackled so many times. I'm going to talk you through what I mean, because I will be changing so many things in this area. I'll be changing so many things alongside our playthrough in this wonderful park, that this coaster is only in place so I know it is in place, because I want to work my park around this skyline of the coaster. There will be some flat ride interactions over here. There will be a indoor section, even with a hypercoaster. Yes, I said that, but it's gonna be this part over here, as you can see. It's gonna be a part where we are going to go into a old crane building. It's not a crane per se, but a crane building, which will be at the end of this water channel over here. So typically what we would have in an older part of harbor areas, and this is going to be one of the scenic things I wanted to do, but I needed to know where the coaster is. I needed to know how high the building will be. I wanted to make sure that this all is good. And I also wanted to make sure that the coaster isn't taken away too much of the skyline of the rest of the park. So this is why I needed to put it somewhere out. And the next thing I wanted to keep in mind is I wanted to make sure that this area over here with the parking lot is not completely destroyed by this coaster. So if you look at Silver Star, for example, it also has an interaction with the parking lot, but it also goes only besides the parking lot and has only, I think, 1 or 2 points where it's crossing over, where mainly the focus is on, you know, having a kind of nice way back into where the station sits, but it's all the way to the side of the park, and then the main coaster goes all the way across the parking lot to the one hand side, and the other hand side is the park itself. So relatively similar to this one, but I mean, given the size of these types of coasters, they are most often than not to the outskirts of your park, or actually they have to be almost like, if you don't want to build your park around them, you know, because like with all the support works and stuff, it's going to be very hard to integrate in an existing park. And this is exactly why I said earlier, I need to build this now, because if this would have been developed later on, like there's no way you can cramp that in without destroying mainly the rest of your layout of the park, which I didn't want to do. I want to do it the other way around. I want to have this coaster being the focus point, and it's going to be developing over time, similar to what we've done with the coaster at the first episode, which was again the same idea, like having the coaster in there and then understanding what's going to change over time. And you know that the layout of this coaster has also changed multiple times, to the point that it's not even finished yet, because a couple of support works need to be done specifically because of this coaster over here. But I'll get into that in the real-time part. I'm going to show you, because I wasn't able to finish off this build as I wished I was. It's still quite a decent episode, quite chunky, because the building of the coaster took me way longer than I wanted to, because I'm not that big of a coaster builder. I'm not so good, so I did need to research a couple of things. I did need to research how the layout wanted to go. You also saw the, I guess, third or even fourth iteration of the coaster in total. I had 2 different locations. The one was by the big crane buildings all the way across where the cruise ship is, and the other layout was where all the member containers are. Speaking of members, by the way, typically those of you who are members are usually those who keep on listening to the whole episode, and you will be here. So thank you so much for being here. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you. I just wanted to quickly use this opportunity to talk about my life situation. It's been tough the last couple of weeks. As you know, I became second-time dad at the end of November, and as things settled in, it all was a bit easier. The little one is amazing. He's really great. He's having a good sleep schedule so far. However, we've got winter, and the big one, my daughter, she's in kindergarten. That means she is in the absolute origin of every single freaking disease you can imagine, or even not imagine. They will find new ones if there is no existing one available at this time. They're gonna bring in some new ones. Hence, the whole family is ill the whole time. I, for once, have been out of this calculation, but I guess, and I feel already my throat being a little bit itchy, and I don't know, maybe it's not taking that long anymore until I'm sick. So making promises is actually not the best idea at the moment. And also, the same goes for work, because you never know how work goes. Last year, towards the end of the year, the work wasn't that stressful. Like, I still have my full hours plus X, but it was all in the normal. But now we are like having a absolutely ridiculous first month of the year, and I'm working seriously 10 to 12 hours a day just for my normal job, and then having a kid, and eventually wanting to spend some time on the sofa. So you can imagine there's really not that much time left for doing videos and stuff. So this session over here was one big session, me building and listening to an audiobook somewhere in the evening, where I was happy enough that my wife already wanted to take a nap, and the little ones were both already asleep. So I took the opportunity, but I did not find another spot during the entire last week to keep on going. So I was like, okay, there's no point in waiting another week because there's not that much left. So I'm going to include what's left in the next episode, and we're going to make that one a bit bigger. Actually, it does, like, thematically, it also does fit a bit better in the next episode because it's going to be around the full area over here, and it's going to make a lot of sense to have it in here. But that also leads to the member part of things. There is something I have in mind for you guys as members. You guys are so loyal and you're so amazing, and you already are part of the containers, but I want to do something else. There is something planned, but it takes time. It's going to be released when we have the billboards, so that's definitely something I can already spoil. So we will need our own custom stuff over here, so gotta wait for that, but it's going to be very great. Now, the problem with this is that again, it's taking a ridiculous amount of time because it's very detailed, and I want to have a flow that allows me to quickly exchange names and stuff, because luckily enough, you guys actually became more and more members in the last couple of months, so that's very nice to see. And so I want to really take the time and make something nice for you. But equally, that also means again, some more time to juggle into my daily schedule, which is really hard. And that leads to the last point I wanted to quickly talk about while you see the station taking shape. The live streams, which I'm missing a lot, guys. Like, don't get me wrong, live streams with you guys have been a blast in the last weeks, last year's month, and so I know I've not been streaming that often, but the times we were able to, it's always been super fun, it's always been super constructive, and even though we don't get that much done on stream, it's a very good way to get in touch and, you know, stay updated, and that is definitely something I'm looking into. But in all honesty, there is no point to be over-promising, and as life situation at the moment isn't really easy enough to get some time out of it, I have to be just, like, true to myself and also true to everyone else, that at the moment, other than some very spontaneous live streams on weekends when there might be time, there is no point in even thinking of them. I do hope that towards the early spring, job situation should be a bit more settled in. At least that's what we are planning. And also the situation with the little one will be resolved a little bit. And the sickness season, like the kindergarten season of every single disease imaginable, is also kind of over then. So that is what I'm looking at. And once that is in, I'll be able to look into our Monday streams again. I think that's the day, Monday or Wednesday, even though I think theoretically the Monday will be the better day. Now, that all off the way, and I hope you guys enjoyed that. This is why I put this to the middle part of the video, because usually people are do skippity skips and so on, and this is the part where the least people are. So I do guess that only those who wanted to actually know that have now heard that. And for everyone who just skipped here, hey, I got ya. You skipped here? Wonderful. Let's talk about the station. And the reason why this is raised is, I don't know. It's no, actually there is an idea behind this. Now, this building in particular, I imagine, could be somewhat of a maintenance building for the entire park, and it is already connected to the other side. I'm going to show that in the real-time part, to one of the backstage areas. So what I actually want to do, and this is the plan, is to build some backstage areas in the brake run area of this coaster. I want this coaster to go through the maintenance shed of some stuff, and I want to put some coasters in there, like empty coasters obviously, with a coaster car standing there, just as if they were in an inspection or something, like, or maybe a new delivery or so. I feel like this could be a fun idea. I just wasn't able to do this in this episode, but I think that would be a bit of a nice point of trivia. And as for the maintenance shed for this coaster specifically, I also envisioned the same, that in this specific coaster it would be lowered down into a maintenance shed below. Sometimes that's the thing you have, and yeah. Just a bit of an idea to why the whole station is raised. And then also have the queue over here. I was thinking in making another layer of queue going above each other. Maybe I still will do this, but for the moment being, I'm happy with the solution here. Simply because I would need to change both sides, like the staff exit and the queue entrance. Both need to be switched in order to make this work. And so I'm not even sure if this is worth. I mean, worth it. the overall queue is definitely long enough. Like in terms of realism, it's not, but in terms of Planet Coaster 2, it's definitely. And I guess it just is a bit of a shorter one. Like the one I made for our tilt coaster is ridiculously realistic, and the other one in the center of the lake is ridiculously unrealistic because it's way too short. So I thought let's do a little bit of a middle one over here, which is somewhat realistic in the way that it is not super short, but it's definitely not long enough to like compete with the likes of Tauron or even Fly. Gosh, have we even talked about this yet? Have you ever been to Phantasialand and have been on Fly, the wonderful coaster that lets you actually fly through a steampunk Berlin? I love this coaster. It's been instantly one of my favorite coasters all over the world. But hold on, this queue is insanely long and insanely crazy because they're literally walking through the entire area. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Now, yeah, it's all been it's all been super fun, and it's all been good. So at this point, I would say let's have a look how it all looks in game, because there are just like a couple of little things I'm fixing. So let's switch over in the actual game, shall we? Alright, so here we are in the real-time part. As you can tell, this is to the edge of our coaster that is mainly focused on the lake itself, just to give you a bit of an idea where we are at. This is our main part, so to say, at the moment, and this on the right hand side is the overall layout of our hypercoaster. You can actually see it go up here. This is where it basically goes. You can see I have also changed the start of the coaster itself. Gonna be a lot more work about the supports, as I said, you know, custom supporting everywhere. There needs to be a lot done. There's the a bit of the typical kind of support way missing, and so on and so forth. Like there's a lot. The catwalk is missing. Same goes for a couple of things over here. But overall, I'm rather happy. You know, the coaster goes very nicely over this crest over here. Has a bit of a left-right thing. Then we have like a super large roll. As I said, I gotta maybe make this a tiny bit higher just to give a bit more speed. Specifically here towards the outside of it. Then we have got this one. Again, this will be in a special building. And then up here we do have a bit of a mid-course brake run, which is definitely needed. And then again, somewhat of a flaw in my coasters lately anyways, but in this one it actually works, is that the second part of the coaster usually is way shorter than the first part. But the thing is, over here it goes a lot slower than in the first part, so it's kind of equally working, so we can have safely 2 cars, and this will be all differently supported. And then it all goes into this shed over here, following along in here. Also the lighting obviously makes a lot of great stuff in here. And as I said, this is going to be like a bit of a maintenance area anyways, where I want to have like maybe some backstage carts, even some boxes, some props and so on that we would have used throughout the park. Because again, this is where the backstage area is, and I figured that this could be like a very nice gate over here. I may need to just move these typical, I don't know what exactly I wanted to do with this, maybe like a generator. We can pull them over to the left and then just have some backstage stuff. You can see I have a couple of props already standing over here, but it's gonna be filled over time, you know, as a backyard. And then for the way where it sits in the park is when we're crossing this coaster over here, where I said this queue is ridiculously short. As you can see, people are already starting to queue on the normal pathway. If we go through here, we are opening up into this flat ride area, but again, to the left-hand side, this is where our bigger coaster sits. By the way, you can see there's a bit of nice work I did here in the front. I didn't want to overdo it, but like having this view, having the other coaster come over you and then go through here into the queue area is kind of cool. And then we go into this section, and then this is where the indoor section is. I need to do a lot of coverage here because that's way too dangerous at this point. And what I was saying is, like, I thought about maybe having 2 separate layers of queue. Maybe I will do this, and maybe I will then have like one staircase going up here and then make the old stuff meander down here and go up again, because as I said, this is the backstage access to the maintenance exit for the staff members, which we obviously need, and it does have the exit to the outside here and goes all the way around. It's going to be separately integrated with a staff room that's going to sit somewhere over here. There will be like a whole staff area in here, and it will be kind of visible, which I thought was a cool idea, to have like the brake run come in, and then you have a little bit of a peek of a backstage area for the staff. You know, there will be some picnic tables and maybe some junk on the tables and stuff like that, like making it really feel like. And again, this is me pointing at Planet Coaster. Why the heck these staff rooms are not designed to the interior, just like in Planet Zoo was. I don't know. These are like the tiny ones, like a little bit of love here and there, you know. But that's the idea about this section. And then this hall over here will play a role in a later stage of this entire project. I have an idea for that, but it's not going to be revealed too early. This one is going to be later on. I wish for a couple of things that the game will need, so you can make up your mind what this camel is talking about. But if you followed around for longer, you know that my mind is not easy to read, even not for myself. But also people figured that out last episode. Some of the footers over here are not aligned correctly, which honestly, you know what? I'm just going to quickly do this. This is due to the fact that I have multiple times realigned this coaster, and this is the perfect example to what's going to happen with the other coaster too, because this is part of the game. Part of the game is realigning and redoing what we have to suit it better once we are there, you know? That's exactly what needs to be done and what will be done. And also I forgot about one here, so whoops, let's move that one over too. So just to that side in here, just like so, and we got a footer. Not sure if this is all. Here, there's another one missing, by the way. I didn't mean to do that, but like it's the perfect example to showcase what's gonna happen with the Hypercoaster 2. And I can definitely do this better now because we have the correct support pieces, but I couldn't care less at this point in time. There are some others not fixed because I wanted to just use that to show you what's gonna happen soon. So the parking lot is becoming more extensive, and we will put one of these buses. And you know what? We can actually again just do that. I wanted to put a bus back here, but like there's no need for having a bus. I definitely need to have like a spawner in some of the car or so, because I want to have people come into the park from all over the places and not only this cramped area over here. I definitely want to get rid of the ship here because that's way too close, and I want to make them come from everywhere. Also spawners in the back here, and there's like going to be like a tunnel entrance leading towards nowhere, but basically a spawner in here would be cool. And then just having a sidewalk, which could be easily done by the barriers now, using the barriers. Same goes for that sidewalk over here to be used so that people actually come here as planned. And then, as you can guess, we will... Where are you coming from, by the way? Oops, I don't need to have that many here. Just a couple, okay? And, oh, I know what, I just put this in, and this was used to be as a planter. Anyways, what I do want to have is some buses and stuff going around here. I mean, you've definitely seen the trick, how this is done. I will use a flat ride, bore it into the ground, and then I make some scenery stuff so that we actually have some cars and stuff coming in here, looking for a parking lot, and then going out. This will potentially be done with the X Dimension coaster that is going to be using push tires and switch tracks to make it really like look like as if it's parking in here and then going into a different direction out of the park. So just to have some movement in here. It's going to be horrible to build. Actually, maybe not even that horrible, because I could build it earlier and then just make it later on. It's gonna be looking fine, I guess, as soon as I have it, and just have some movement in here. I do hope at some point we'll get some proper cars, because having built, I can build some cars. That's not the issue. We have got a wonderful building toolbox, but they will contain out of a bajillion pieces, and I don't want to stress the whole game more than needs to be. But yeah, just last but not least, let's have a little look from the first person camera, just to show you what this is like as an experience for your guest. So you come to this area, and obviously it's kind of empty at this point, so you can expect something to be sitting in the center here, and you can expect quite a lot to be sitting back there. So definitely going to be a flat ride that's going to sit here, definitely. Gonna be a flat ride. I have no idea which one, so be crazy in the comments what you would see in here. These buildings in the background will receive a bit more detailing. Same goes for that one, because it definitely looks too copy-pasty, and I don't like that. I want to have some more wonderful styling, so at least this facade over here will receive a makeover, and that one either. So yeah, this is going to be a flat ride. Again, no idea what exactly this is going to be. There will be a bit of a picnic area in here too, so looking forward to that one to be built. You've got that wonderful shot now of this crazy roll. Oh gosh, this is kind of a crazy look. Oh my god, look at this. I've not seen this yet. This is ridiculous. I wanna see the coaster go through there once at least, because I've never seen this shot, because this is something I've never looked at. It was never done, you know. But seeing this now with like all the cranes in the background and even the ship in the far back, that looks so fantastic. There is the coaster. Let's have a look. Oh my gosh. That is so cool. And bang into that one. Ooh. Ooh, oh, the autosave just kind of crashed it a little. And then it goes all the way there into... I mean, it's not the most realistic thing, but the shape looks very sick from over here. Not gonna lie, the reshaping of it was definitely worth it. I don't know how often I did change it, but like from various angles it looks a bit weird, but I gotta admit this angle there was absolutely thick. Love it. Yeah, there needs to be a bit of a fencing over here as well for these kind of tanks, for whatever they will be used. I still love this area because it just kind of feels like it's meant to be here, you know. It's meant to be a bit of a tank for whatever sort of things they need in here. Maybe gas, maybe oil, I don't know. Oil could be a thing in this kind of time. Hey, what are you doing, little one? It's kind of fancy to see them running around themselves now without a family, but sometimes I'm like, okay. Yeah, but this is it. There will be a bit of a signage over here, so you see the coaster. I love this little peek through where you can see the coaster passing by. There is this window, fully intentional. And this is the kind of makeover you can expect from these halls everywhere in this project. You see me rambling now, and this is mainly because I am enjoying this project so far so much. Let me just jump out of this camera and go back into the overview camera. I am beyond excited for this project. I know Planet Coaster 2 has issues. I know Planet Coaster 2 isn't so well received, and I know the views of these projects are way lower than anyone has expected in the YouTube genre. I know all of this, but still I am enjoying this specific project so much, and I think this is mainly down to the fact that the idea, the context, and the execution so far is what I really envisioned, and hopefully you guys understand this the same way. Hopefully you guys feel the same way. I am beyond happy that you guys follow through, and if there's only one thing I wish for is please comment a lot on this video. I know you guys, a lot of you barely ever comment, and it's fine. I understand that. I also very rarely comment on YouTube, but commenting these days has become very rare, and if there's anything I need for a project like that, it's ideas and your comments. You know, I will not always make every wish come true and every comment come true, but for those of you who've been with me for longer, you know that I will try to bring as much into the project as possible because I'm always trying my very best to kind of get these ideas in one way or the other. And yeah, please make sure to comment whatever you think about this project, whether it's just a great I like, or it's maybe I want to see XYZ in here, or if you have any idea what could be in one of these halls, please do comment down below. This helps the most, and I love to interact with you guys. So thank you so much as always, and now it's time to say goodbye. And also a little reminder, if you need a game, a DLC, or in-game currency, check the link of Instant Gaming in the description down below. Thank you so much. I talk to you in the next one. Stay safe and goodbye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Planet Coaster, and welcome to the next episode of the Hanseatic Dreamland, our Hamburg Harbor inspired park. Today we are bringing in the Western Saloon spinner coaster into the park, and it's going to be enclosed in a Western hall of some sort. More about that during the episode. This episode is going to be a lot about organization, inspiration, and, you know, talking you through what's the plan for the future of this project, actually, and for the future of the interaction with you guys. But before we do so, let's quickly talk about Instant Gaming, our wonderful sponsor of the channel. You can always get very low money keys and for good value game keys, but you can also get money for like Xbox money, PlayStation money for a good value, and they have some beautiful deals every day. You can get DLCs, you can get full games, and even pre-orders, so make sure to check the link in the description. You always actively help me if you purchase a product over there. A small portion of that is gonna go to me directly, but also reaching a certain amount of games sold will also secure me some extra bits, so you're helping me directly and also additionally doing something good for you. But anyways, we are back in the game, and I want you to talk. I want you to focus on the future of this project, and what exactly I mean by that is we are getting a little bit into a different, what shall I say? Season is not the right word. It's basically we're getting into the second element of this entire story, Hanseatic Dreamland. So the beginning has been laser focus on making everything accurate, you know, looking as much as I could possibly as the Hamburg Harbor, making sure we get the vibe in, making sure what the game offers, making sure everything just kind of, feels like an actual harbor. And now it's all about getting the theme park aspect in. And This specific build over here was done as a one-off, obviously, to showcase the Western DLC. Thanks to Frontier, by the way, for granting us quite long early access this time around, which was very good to see the capabilities of the pack. I mean, we all knew the pack, but like in combination with scaling and so on, things have changed. And also what I want to do now is to build upon what I've already set in this park. So I'm using the same type of building over here, but I'm just changing it by getting in a bit more windows and a bit more light actually into the hall, because otherwise that's going to be a darker hall. Spoiler ahead, there will be darker halls in the future, because I definitely want to do this. But building this kind of reminds me of that wonderful game I've also tested, the kind of indoor lands. It was called. It was kind of a Kickstarter theme park game, which is kind of done by now. You can build an indoor theme park, which is very fun to do. Obviously, a completely different approach than this game. But I must admit, I kind of kept thinking of this game when I was building this hall, because that was exactly the idea. You could build a thematic or like themed halls, and then when you switch from hall to hall, you have different themes available. And what I wanted to achieve with this over here is I wanted to actively avoid having the theme outside. So what we will also have, we will have an outside portion, as you can see, but this one will be rather enclosed. The reason for that is that I really want to focus the immersion of the park being this harbor. And I don't want to make this cluttered by having various themes being in and out some halls and just like being cluttered around. More about that in the real-time part later. Like, actually, you'll see that. Today's video is going to be a little bit shorter than usual, because I didn't really have that much time recently, and I was doing a lot of different things. It was a hard time. Trust me, guys. Oh my god. Having early access to Inzoi with some duties I needed to fulfill there, having had early access to Planet Coaster, both being released, like the embargo release, on the same day. Then I had a lot of stuff to do in my job, actually. My kids, like my wife and my little kid, my daughter, had birthday this week. So yeah, it's really been tough. So that's why I'm bringing you this episode, because I feel like I need your help also. But more about that specifically when we're in game. I need your help to move forward, and what you would love to see in here, and also just a bit of a brainstorming also in today's comment section, hopefully, how we can do certain things. Then, speaking about brainstorming, or actually brainstorming ideas, in the past I obviously have been known as the Billboard Master. Not sure why exactly I gained that title. Maybe it was just because of that lake trick I used back in the day. But as we have these huge billboards now and we're able to scale them, I felt like we definitely need to do these kind of backdrops over here. And realistically, this is exactly how it would be in real life. You would have these insanely big murals where you would have different elements and pictures from here. I do need to say that I still the one thing I hate about these things is the color accuracy. This is always broken when you put normal JPEGs in here. Mostly the color is broken. You need to reconvert them. I didn't do that yet. I have to do this because in game they seem a bit washed out, and they need just that little bit more punch, and it's not easily done by just reducing the amount of brightness. Then you will basically destroy the quality of the image. You have to just change a couple of things in the image and the color palette, saving the file, but that's like a fix I'm gonna do. Yeah, this is, as I said, the outside portion of this area over here, putting away some of the great taggy prefabs here for the straight cues, or like the kind of sharp-edged cues. It's kind of... as I said, this is where I'm going to enclose this area a little bit first, but I'm going to change this again, making up my mind here. But we are getting to a point where a good portion of our map is filled. There are still a tremendous amount of gaps that we can utilize to make sure that everything fits in, and this project is far from being done. But we are getting to a point where we have to organize ourselves a little bit better, and I definitely want to bring in some of your guys' wishes. And one of the wishes, and I'm getting into your guys as a community a bit more now, has been that we need a centerpiece and something like a monument almost. And I feel like this is a great idea. People were talking about the Elbphilharmonie. Oh my god, the German word. The Elb Philharmonie. I need to say that in German, which is the big concert hall in Hamburg, which is a freaking insane build. It's looking fantastic. However, architecturally, it's quite a challenge to build this. So maybe I do this, or I do something else, like maybe like a huge cargo ship, or there are also some other buildings in Hamburg that you can use. For example, the Hamburger Michel would be something I could do. Realistically, that one would fit better, but like also it wouldn't fit because it is location-wise wouldn't be here. So the Elbphilharmonie would obviously work the best because it is also located near the Hamburg Harbor, or facing the Hamburg Harbor. So yeah, maybe I'm going to do this, but I feel like this is a very good idea to do it, to just give this extra bit of realism. But if I do so, I also would need to do the Jungfernsteig, or like the Landungsbrücken, which I'm not sure if I will do this. I mean, I already have one of the buildings from Landungsbrücken being the inspiration for our entrance, so I could become a little bit of an odd one. But yeah, I'm brainstorming, as you can tell, but I'm also taking in all of your comments, and so that's where you need to get in. I need your comments where we move on and what might be the next theme. I mean, we all know that Sci-fi is coming to the game in the second next update, which is update 5 in May. Will be Sci-fi, and then eventually in June we won't get anything, but in July potentially we'll get the even next pack if they continue the pattern. I do hope it's going to be Fairy Tale by then, but yeah, I'm still debating with myself what else to do next. What I wanted to do over here is also creating a second exit of the hall, because if anything, I didn't want to create a dead end. Like, if there's one thing in theme parks, you absolutely, or in any kind of park you build, no matter if it's a zoo or a theme park or a nature reserve or whatnot, you never want to have dead ends. That's just always destroying the flow of your park, and this is why I decided to also change a couple of things over here. And then I was checking a couple of flat rides that would fit in here, and I wanted to obviously put something in that is not as big maybe, and I ended up using this one over here, the Whirlpool. What was it? Oh, no, wait, hold on. I think I used the Hyperspin. Yeah, that's the one I ended up with. We will have to theme this a little bit more according to maybe some barrels or so, because I felt like this could be a very cool thing, like a Western thing that would work. And then I'm also changing the outside again, because I wanted to also have a bit of an outside area with like a restaurant. And you'll see me doing something very funny in a bit, because that was obviously before we had news on update 4. And I'm a little bit upset here because I have to change everything, but more about that in a second. I wanted to make like the entrance area a little bit more organic over here, so you'll see me placing down here the path, and I was planning to put a couple of little areas above it, and then I was just checking some of the prefabs over here to have a nice little queue, and the idea was to have a creek running below that, because obviously, you know, being here in the western area, a little creek would also be like a gold rush creek, I don't know. And I'm doing one of the very old tricks, like one of the most old tricks we had, and this is using a water ride as a river kind of creek thing over here. I'm using the log flume, and oh my god, there are things I need to talk about. So the reason why I'm doing this is because obviously you have like it performs like a river or a creek. It has a higher like it just moves a lot more than the normal water in the game would, and also it's a little bit more versatile in terms of making sure you can change it. But oh boy, are these VFX ugly. Like, holy crap, does this look bad. And I can't even get over it. How, like, it's looking like the graphics of, I don't know, a 1995 game. I can't say it different. How is it possible that the, like, everything around the slides and the flumes and so on looks freaking amazing? Like, really, they look, the VFX on these things, the water flow looks fantastic. How and why do the water rides look so ugly instead? So I was trying my best with the special effect of the water rapids foam to hide that a little bit, and it doesn't look too bad after I've put all the scenery in. But still, like, can we have an improvement, please, Frontier, on the VFX or the water effect? Like, the looks of the water rides in general, oh my god, they're so ugly. And what I mean by I need to redo this is, apparently, as we are now able to recolor, and this is the main reason why I wanted to use this one, but now we're able to recolor the water in pools too, I can easily create like a little pool over here, like basically a lazy river, if you will, and then change the color to make the creek look a bit more like a creek, which I will eventually do. And then with update 4, we can adjust the water pattern. It kind of looks okay because with all the stones and so on in here, it gets that artificial look, which obviously in a hall like that is very much also wanted. So don't get me wrong, I don't want to create like a perfectly supernatural theme over here, because that's not realistically how a theme park would do it. And as I said, we are moving towards a different area of this build, this entire project. This is obviously a fully intentionally designed themed hall. Everything is 100% man-made, obviously. Everything is intentionally overacted, if you will, and over-themed in a way. So that's definitely something to benefit from. And everything is used to make this Western appeal very obvious, like way too obvious, apparently. And this is something I definitely wanted to achieve. Yeah, for some odd reasons, I deleted the path over here because of putting the ride in. And so I was like doing certain things again. But don't take this as a finished thing. The next episode is going to be a lot of housekeeping. Is that the correct word? I think it's housekeeping plus a very, very important addition for the next update, which I'm going to talk about in the real-time part in a second. So don't you worry about that one. It's going to be very good. And yeah, it's been a tough build. Not to be lying to you here, because I was struggling a lot because of not having so much time. See, at the moment I have the problem, it's a beautiful problem, by the way, that I have so many ideas, like I can't tell you, for various games. I've got so many ideas for Inzoi, I've got so many ideas for Planet Zoo even. The next episode of Planet Zoo is almost ready, by the way. It's kind of a big build, to be honest. I've got so many ideas for Planet Coaster 2, I've got so many ideas for Manor Lords even. It is a tough challenge at the moment to decide to which game I'm going for. And yeah, I mean, the overall audience of Planet Coaster makes it harder for me to spend that insane amount of hours into Planet Coaster, even though I want to, and I do, because I love it so much. And I do really hope that this update will bring back even more people, because the game deserves it, and I can't wait to see what people do with it. And so hopefully this is going to spark the inspiration for a lot more people. But anyways, it's time to move in-game and show you around a little bit more what my plans are and where I need your help. Okay, we are in game, and I gotta say, this is potentially the first time in a very, very, very long time that I've got such an unfinished bit for you guys over here. But the reasons for that, I'll get to them in a second. So what I want to do with this area over here, you've seen I opened that up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little bit of a food corner over here, which is Western styled. And then what I definitely going to do is I'm going to put another wall type of thing, that's going to be somewhere over here. And that one is going to receive, by the way, that was the doorbell in the background. If you heard that, I've got Alexa telling me that someone rang the bell, but I'm downstairs. My wife or my kid can open the door. In case you're wondering, of course my kid is not opening the door herself, only if allowed. But yeah, so this is going to be a wall over here too, so that from a guest perspective, I'm just going to quickly do this, first person over here, you can't really tell what's behind. This is intentionally designed like this, and I want to put an entrance to the western area over here, and the same obviously over here, because I want to do something with this region too. If you have a specific idea what we can do with this region, please let me know. We definitely need to fill in both of the sides here to make them look a bit nicer, but there's a good spot over here. I definitely want to have like a panoramic restaurant over here, so because that area over here looks freaking cool with like this like with all the cranes and stuff over here. We will have a boat roaming around, or like several boats roaming around here in the future. I just need to lay the path down, and then they will be roaming around with some effects. That's going to be very cool. Can't wait to show you. I'm working on these, and they will be relatively soon ready. So next episode is definitely going to take this whole area into consideration. But now it's your turn. Let me know, what shall we put in this very region over here and in that small section over here. Maybe you got even a different idea. What I definitely want is something fictional, okay? Maybe we do like a kind of an implied, I don't know, midway games, or maybe a kid's playground, which potentially is my favorite anyways. Just spoiling this right away. Oh, look at them, they're sticking out. We can actually fix this together. This doesn't look good by any means. So let's just move them back in so that the normal wall reappears. Let's just have a look. There you go. Okay, fine. So yeah, maybe a kid's playground, and if you have like an idea for the playground, what kind of Western pieces we can use for certain elements for the kids, that would be fun. And what I most likely want to do is, and this is still open because not too many people have become a member lately, so what I definitely want to do is, oh, by the way, speaking of which, hold on, I want to check this out. Is it wheel? It's gonna be wheel, okay. So let's have a look. This is something that annoys me so much. This is from the latest patch, and oh my god, this annoys me so much. Look, it would have been so freaking simple. I definitely gotta change this. This looks so much better indeed. So if we just select, wait, hold on. Did I select these three? No, I didn't. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. Why? Oh wait. Oh, just. How can I not? Okay, there's something broken over here with the selection tool. What's that? Can I not select two? Okay, this is a bit of an issue right now. I didn't have that playing the last time. Okay, so this is not great. Oh wait, I should put all filters in. Maybe this is why. Yeah, this is why. Okay, hold on. I was just stupid, okay? So this is the tire kind of block, and then now I can just theme that one. Oh gosh, look at that, guys. It could have been so simple. It could have been so simple. Anyways, what I wanted to say, if you become member, you will be over here on the display. And just saying, the last ones who are going to be in, the leading driver at the moment since the last episode is going to be Miss Barbari. Then we have got Mike Sprue, who's in second. Steve-O is in third. And my lovely brother is in fourth at the moment. I'm going to mix it all through. As soon as we've got, I believe 12 it was. Let's have a look. Yeah, as soon as we've got 12 new members, and as you've heard, 4 already are in. So the 8 new members will be on the list. I'm going to create that design relatively soon. And then for the next members who are coming in, I'm going to plan something here in the Western area, because I will... at least one midway game I'm gonna do, because I've got such a wonderful idea for that. Yeah, you'll be playing a part in that too, but this is going to be revealed in the next episode. So to sum it all up, I need your help with becoming a member. If you obviously you don't need to, but if you can afford it and blah blah blah, let me know and just become a member if you can. This always helps me out, because obviously this is something against the uncertainty of views and CPM and blah blah blah. Just saying, okay? If not, it's totally fine, by the way. It's just like a fun interaction. Way more important than that is, what shall we put on that little lip over here? Let's call it just like the left-hand side of the Western Hall. What shall we put over here? That's definitely a very important question. And what shall we put to the right-hand side? Again, spoiler, next episode is going to be, again, just that area what we're going to fix. There's a lot going on in this area we need to do. And then after this episode, there's a bit of a forecast in the future. I'm going to tackle this bit over here and that bit over here, so that this all is done as well. And then we have a very, very good situation when it comes to those two sides of the park. Honestly, it's looking already so freaking cool. And speaking about the Elbphilharmonie, if we are going to put that in, realistically, I think it would sit somewhere over here, or maybe even behind there. I'm not sure. If you have an idea, let me know, but this is that. And I guess for the far future, update 5 onwards will be down to this region of the park, because this is where we still have quite a bit of space available for like a bigger portion of the park. But yeah, I'm beyond excited. This project still is doing exactly what it should do. It keeps me excited, it keeps me creative, it just sparks the ideas, and I hope it does the same for you. So yeah, just let me know how you're enjoying it. Oh, by the way, the guest flow over here seemed to be fixed as well, so that's a good one. But yeah, thank you so much for watching as always. Oh, one last thing, by the way, speaking of guest flow. We know that the limit of the park is 12,000, so we are almost at the limit, but as you can tell, this is where really Frontier needs to change the limit again. A park of this size already, with people queuing up for rides and so on, can receive almost easily double the amount of people. I mean, we still have the issue that they are kind of going in a bulk over here, but still we would need this. We would need so many more people in a park to make it realistic at the end of the day. I think once this project is done, realistically 20 to 25,000 people can roam around in this park to make it feel realistic. So hopefully they are tackling this. Okay, I talked enough. Thank you as always for your time watching my videos. This is very much appreciated, and that's the biggest help you can do. And if you want to be very crazy, you can even sub to the channel if you haven't already. Or if you're even more crazy and you like the content really a lot, you could share it with someone who you think might like it as well. That's the easiest way also to share the or to show the algorithm that this content is loved. Okay, thank you so much. I could just say bye, but you know what? I'm wishing you a wonderful weekend. And if you need a new game and so on, blah, check the link in the description. I talk to you in the next one. Have a good one. Bye. Welcome back everyone to the Hanseatic Dreamland. Today with a quite packed episode, and to be honest, a very exciting one, because in today's episode we are doing a lot of things you guys have commented in the comment section of the last couple of videos, and I'm fulfilling some of the wishes you've been talking about a lot. So we built playgrounds and an old harbor area. Here's a little sneak peek of what you can expect in today's video. And I will have to explain a lot because I did find out a couple of techniques I wanted to use, and also there will be a couple of things for the future of this project. But before, as always, little hint from Instant Gaming. This is the channel of our sponsor, the sponsor of our channel. That's the right way around. And you can obviously get some game keys over here from your wonderful favorite games, or you can get DLCs, or you can even get in-game currency, just like in PlayStation Network or Xbox Live, or how to say it, like whatever, Windows Live. I don't even know how it's called right now, but you can get it for a very good value. And they have also currently, or they just had, a Switch 2 giveaway running, so there are always some very cool giveaways in there too. Just check out the link in the description, and you'll be met with a good valued offer, I'm sure about that. Anyways, let's get back into the build today, and as promised, we are fixing quite a lot. So the cool bit about this build today is that we are having a wonderful just like situation in which we don't really add a big ride or a big area, but we are bringing the pieces together. And I think the dynamic of a project like that has it that you always want to push out something like major and something new. And you know, when I put in the desert hall over here, that was obviously like a huge leap forward because there's just so much space that we have captivated, and you know, all of a sudden this became this wonderful new area. But I must admit that like the biggest fun in these projects is when you see the pieces coming together. And I do remember very well that very early on in the series, people have been started to become worried if this project can get in the vibe of a theme park while it's not being too much of a harbor area per se. And I must admit that this was a justified danger. I always had that thought myself as well. But at the moment, I'm actually, like, it's actually the opposite. At the moment, I have the feeling I must go deeper into making sure it's looking like a harbor rather than a theme park. But more about that in the real time part. I'm going to show you a couple of things. So at the moment, I could play this game forever. I just don't know what happened, but the last update just kind of made so much right for me personally. I know that still a lot of people have a lot of issues. A lot of people still have bugs and crashes and stuff like that. Unfortunately, or fortunately for me, I guess, I can't the slightest agree with that or just like confirm it. This game for me runs super stable. The only thing I had is like I made this video about the 5 things that I still need to be fixed, which is a super justified one, but everything else just runs fine for me. The game runs smooth, it looks good, it just feels super stable. The UI and UX has been so improved that it finally feels like getting stuff done in a good amount of time. And as I've been playing Planet Zoo lately as well, which, you know, really is the game that I potentially am the fastest in building because I'm so used to it, the difference wasn't even that big anymore. And the more I play those 2 games in exchange or like switching from one to the other, the more I notice how much scaling becomes a central element for me personally. And the longer I play Planet Coaster 2 now, the more I feel like this is such a huge miss in Planet Zoo that I'm like really struggling to get stuff done over there. And this is as much as I dislike it for the sake of Planet Zoo, this is what I've expected from day one with Planet Coaster 2. It didn't happen, so it's good to see that it happens now, because it is nothing against Planet Zoo. It's just a very good argument for Planet Coaster 2. Anyways, let's talk about what I'm building over here, because this is a tiny playground, which has been one of your suggestions in the comments. Quite often, people ask for playgrounds, and so I am doing one over here, like a little Western playground. Nothing crazy. I also figured that I did... we got to fix that in real time, but I just figured that I forgot to make the opening for the slide, where the people can go onto the slide. There's still that wall. People have to climb over it. Yeah, that's not like how it should be. Then putting down a netting and so on. It's quite fun because, you know, being a dad of 2 now, while the one is 4 years old by now, and the other one is becoming 5 months, 6 months, I don't know. But the 4-year-old obviously is freaking in love with playgrounds. You can't pass by a playground without her going crazy over it. And so I tried to take some inspiration from the playgrounds around and just made a couple of things. And this over here, I have no idea how you call that in English, but like in German, it has the fantastic name of Wipptier, you know, which is kind of wiggle animal, wiggle pet. I know that sounds wrong, I know. Yeah, but like you tell me in the comments how that's called in English. But I wanted to make one of these things, and sure, you could make this better, and there is certainly a trick to make this a little less. I know exactly how you would need to do this and put the 2 motors against each other so that there is just like that tiny wiggle, but that was a little bit too tiny for me, so I did something else, and I built something more special, which is one of these things that even would have like a motor even in them realistically, but like I created this minecart kind of thing, which I thought fits so much better to the Western vibe over here. So I put this on this kind of wheel and then put like a little staircase to it, and then obviously this thing would go forward and back, like depending on what you do. And then we had these wheels that we got with the last update from the Formula Rosso coaster, and then they would bump forth and back and would be sitting on this thing. I thought that was thematically a little more fitting. And then I made like a little water play over here, like, you know, having just a bit of water coming out of this thing, because kids love water. Water and sand is the bestest combination for kids. You can keep them quiet for hours and hours if they just give them a couple of buckets, you know, water and sand. They'll be done for hours. I tried to do a couple of things here with the water, like a fake water. It looks kind of good when you move it in, but I couldn't find a size that was suitable. I wish they would give us even smaller options from these water, because the idea of having these water pieces in game is fantastic. It really, I love it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. So when I was done with the playground, I thought, you know, there's this kind of empty corner over here. And what I didn't want to do is I didn't want to put in another shop area over here, because I'm still planning to add a couple more shops to the inside of the Western Hall. I will say, though, that the biggest issue I have at the moment is waiting for the restaurants make me kind of realize again how different it is in a theme park, you know. In a zoo, you way more often, at least that's what I feel like, is that you do have these snacks, you know, snack stands and vending machines and stuff like that. It just makes kind of sense to have them. But then in a theme park, more often than not, you really have a lot of restaurants. Sometimes even per themed area, you do have these restaurants, and then a couple of snack machines here and there. So knowing that we'll get this wonderful, pretty damn cool new restaurant soon, I'm like, I can't put anything else in here. So I decided at the end of the day it was time to have like a bit of a locker area, because we don't really have a locker area in this project whatsoever. And what I also noticed is that from the inside over here, this doesn't really look too Western. So I put some beige kind of sand color walls behind it, just to maintain a bit of the Western vibe, you know. And I just decided to get a bit of a bigger plaza in here, put a bit of a planter in between, because usually what you have with these with these locker areas in parks is that they're hidden in a corner, you know. It's not like too prone in your view. You definitely want to hide them away a little bit, because people, you know, want to put their stuff there and don't be, you know, viewed the whole time, and people don't need to see everything. So I did put them a little bit in there.
And yeah, it just turned out to be very cool. I really liked how this area shaped at the end of the day, and I think every theme park just benefits from these tiny areas a lot. You always think about, oh, there needs to be that or that or that, but sometimes it's just okay to have that little area which is in itself a part of the whole project, you know? It doesn't need to be too fancy, it doesn't need to be too crazy, you don't need to have a ride everywhere, you don't need to have, I don't know, a restaurant everywhere. It is enough if this is just like an implied corner where we do have a couple of, you know, picnic tables I put here with the couple canopies. They realistically would be very much in use because of the kids playing over there, simply because, you know, parents need to observe what they're doing, and sometimes they just don't want to sit right on the playground. At least I wouldn't want to do this the whole time. So that was that, and we were done with the playground, which is a bit more of an easy one to talk about. But now we have to talk a lot more about our old harbor section. So this has been a couple of times commented, and if I do find all the comments, I'll be putting them right on screen right now so you can see where this is coming from. And I love the idea to have an old harbor part in this game. I must, first of all, praise this game quite dramatically at this point. Now, this was quite a big area to cover over here, and if you think of the old Planet games, the way how the terrain interacts with the pathing and so on, usually would have taken hours to get right, hours to get all the shaping correct, hours to make sure you don't have the problem with the intersecting terrain and so on and so forth. Nothing of that was an issue anymore because of the way how the new pathing works and how it is interacting with the terrain around it. I am in love with this. I know people still have issues with that because it's tedious, and if you see what Mr. Taji does do with all of the things, you can realistically be pretty annoyed because there is so much more potential in this system, which is not leveraged at this point in time because it's just too complicated, and you would need to basically watch a Tagi video a day to get all the tricks and ideas. And there is so much I want to do as well with the pathing, like having these, you know, having how's it called, transparent raised path, and also having these path over like very shallow path over the pools and so on. That's something I will do, and I saw all the taggy tricks, and the problem again is it is a bit too tedious. You always need to think about what exactly do I need to do, but at least like for the general things in this game, the pathing just does the magic. And also the way how you can put the flat rides just where you want them. They are just easily leveled, and in a couple of seconds, I want to say, this looks like as it's meant to be here. But yeah, so let's talk about the two rides here. So first of all, we have this weird kind of buoyancy thingy. I don't know how you call that. I think this is the single legit spot where to use it ever, and I think this will be the only time I will ever use this ride in this game. But for this old harbor section, I thought that's actually exactly what you can do. Putting it there, and then in my imagination, you can go to the ground of the river, and you would see some maybe old pieces of an old harbor section or whatnot, because that's exactly what we do. And what I'm doing over here, before we talk about the second flat ride in the real-time part, to tell you a bit more about that positioning, I wanted to create a bit of an atmosphere, but let's talk about that in the real-time part. It's easier to show. Let's talk about that one first. So what I wanted to do over here is I wanted to build one of these old shipyard kind of things, and therefore I embedded that a little bit. And honestly, this is more like a theme park would do it, but then again, this is realistically how it was. So the idea is to have this area where you would let the old ships into the harbor, and there's this, you know, in the path, they use a lot of times these old wooden logs for that, and then you would let the ship loose and it goes into the water, and the logs kind of fall into it with them as well, but as they swim, they can then grab it out of the water. And then you do have the workers area where they can work around the ship, and this realistically would have been the hall before that. And so what I want to do, I want to build a couple of remainders of this previously old shipyard house, if you want to call it that way. And I used a lot of old metal looking kind of styled stuff where realistically people would have been climbing onto, and then there is where the ship has been built. I'm even using these rails, as you can see, in a clever way to mimic the shape, like the bottom shape of a ship where the ship would have been built into. And this is kind of the I don't know, the guarding rails or I don't know, the area where you build this, whatever you want to call that. But like, it's implied, you know, it's not exactly how it was in real life, but this could easily be how it was in the past. And then we will also do a bit of an educational board in front of it. I haven't done this yet. I still need to do that. But as I said, there's a reason why this area isn't fully finished, and I'm going to talk about that in the real-time part a bit more to show you what exactly I mean. But yeah, so I ended up using a bit of a nice wall over here to ensure everything is kind of hidden and nicely covered in what it needs to be. So just making sure everything is looking good, making a bit more of a nice western entrance, but that again is just a placeholder. I think I'm going to make a bit of a nicer entrance for the western area and also a bit of a nicer separation. Now, as this area was done, it was time to get in some of the old kind of harbor vibes, and it wasn't particularly easy to find old things from the Hamburg area, which is a bit kind of confusing. And then I went to some Hamburg historical pages where they had some older stuff, but funnily enough, a lot of the stuff that you find if you type in old Hamburg harbor is giving you the Speicherstadt, which is apparently the old harbor. And now it's still used in the modern times, but in different ways. But it is the old harbor, so it doesn't really differ too much from the look that we had. But I wanted to have something that separates the rest of the area with this one. And I end up going for one of these very old crane designs. Like, it's just like a round tower that has one crane arm. And I wanted to use specifically the Western iron shovel thingy because it just looks so cool. It just looks so exactly what I wanted to in terms of the overall vibe of it all, the old thing. So I merged them into each other. I did need to deactivate the shovel first, but maybe I can reactivate that because I've found a way to integrate that properly. But yeah, I was using the platform as a ground to build this rounded thing. So for those of you who don't know, you can use these platforms, and in the platform there is an option to say mirror things or mirror things rotational. Then you do not mirror it once, but you can mirror it up to 12 times, and then you can actually build a perfect circle, but you just need to build 1/12. Is that how you call it? Anyways, just one of these 12 pieces you need to do yourself, and the rest will automatically scale around, which will make it so much more simple for you to figure out exactly how you make the shape. It's looking a lot more professional. I mean, it technically works the exact same way with the central pillar technique, but I figured the central pillar technique, as much as it has some advantages, so you can then change certain areas of the build later on, if you will. So the platform trick only works if you're just going for a perfect circle. As soon as you want to do something else with the circle shape, it doesn't work anymore, because realistically there is only 1/12 of the entire build existing. The rest are just copies of it, and you can't individually work with them. And as soon as you try to move this building into another one with the move trick to get pieces out of it, then you will have the issue that basically the piece that you're selecting is not the same. There is a way to get both and all 12 pieces out and then have the perfect thing, but it's more tedious than to do it with the central pillar type technique. Anyways, so you can see what I was doing then is I wanted to get in a couple of other things. I used the normal crane design over here because realistically in this harbor area, maybe later on they came in with a bit more of a more modern crane, but there's just one over here, and I will recolor that into a bit more rusty colors so that this looks good. I did copy over some of our lovely canopies here for the flat rides. Maybe I'm going to change one of those two, but I think they are very versatile, and you would use them a couple more times in your park anyways. Because again, this is a harbor area in the first place, and you would need to have some pop-up things. But again, I think I may actually change one of the two at least. That was just like for me now a placeholder to see where the queues go. And then I figured we can use our main building yet again. This is the building we've also used for the big pool area on the other side of the river. And I figured it's a very cool piece to create a backdrop for this old build area, because this was one of these typical Speicherstadt builds in terms of its architecture, with the high walls and big windows and then rounded tops and so on. Like style-wise, this already looked pretty decent, and I just wanted to put this to the other side just to have that backdrop. But this will also fulfill a purpose in the future, which I'm not going to talk about too much right now. I still have to see how I do connect some areas of the park. We will talk about that in the real-time part. I hope I remember that, because it's very important indeed to show you where this is all going. The puzzle pieces come together. And if you remember a couple of episodes ago, I said, okay, I reached the point where my initial plan is done, more or less, and from now on we are developing something new. That is true, but also I have now in my head developed a couple other ideas, and so I have another new plan for the next updates or episodes I'm gonna share with you in the real-time part. As you can hopefully tell from the commentary, I am so excited playing this game at the moment. I know it's not super popular, I know the views are not great, I know that people are still upset with a lot of things, but in all honesty, I have been super negative at the beginning, and I still stand by what I've said. And here you can see, even in the time-lapse, one of these big issues I still had. People, kind of whatever reason, did come here in the crowd, and it took me a while to figure out what to do to fix it. There are still a lot of things broken in this game, I get it, but it becomes fun. And this is the most important part for me personally. It is fun to play and build. And this is what I've been missing, and now it's in, and I can't say how happy I am about this. I can't stop creating in this game. It's insane. I went to bed way too late because of this build. I should have stopped way earlier, but like here we are. And it was so much fun. But let me show you more in the real-time part, because it is very essential to talk about where this is going, and I'm so proud to show this to you. So let's move over. So let's start with our western area and the little playground we built, including the wonderful picnic area. So this is how it looks. I also added a bit of terrain over here to separate this coaster area a bit nicer from this. And I must admit, this whole area is starting to look like something. It's really, really cool. I'm still debating what I'm doing over here with the side of it, but like it feels a lot more integrated right now. I thought about putting a pathway all the way behind here, but I felt like it's not like quite okay at this point. Maybe as soon as I know what I'm doing with this hall over here, we may change this, but I really love how this was shaping out. And if we go in here, again, this is what I meant, like we do have this little fake facade over here. I need to do a couple of little things here, but now the queue entrance is a bit nicer than it used to be before. We have our little kind of, yeah, fake river in here, if you will, which still doesn't look very nice because of how the river rapid or the log flume ride looks in general. I can't really do much about it, but I mean, in here having it look fake is kind of okay. Oh, I think there is a little issue. We may just fix that little issue, because we don't even need these things. There you go. Okay, so this is that. And I still have a lot of work to do. I still need to cover up all the inside walls to make it all appear a lot more Western in here. So I decided at some point I will make this all beige from the inside to make it really look Western. And I'm looking for some smaller pictures to make a mural in the back here too. So to have this full Western appeal. And I'm going to put a little bit of a shop here in the center. So these things are still within the plans. And I want to live stream this. This is a plan at the moment. I'm looking forward to doing that. I'm not sure when I have the time, so I'm not going to promise this, whoops, what is this? Is there a... Oh, the day I couldn't move because the window was appearing in the center. So, and then once we fly through here, this is where we get into the new area. And there we go. This is the brand new area. This is the old harbor section. And you can see I put a little train in the center, which we can just open, because I felt like this was this perfect spot to have this kids train in here as like a attraction for the smaller kids in this wonderful park area. The old park area could be like a guided tour where you get a bit of a tour here through the old harbor, talking you through what exactly is what. We do also have a bit of a nice area on the opposite side here, which is part of the old harbor, and I'm gonna do something on this wall here, maybe having an old facade of the old harbor section, how it looks like some of the old harbor wall, builds, and then have this all rounded up with a restaurant. And at some point we will be connecting this part of the park, because this is becoming another part of the park too. So we're going to have another bridge here as well. So this will be a lot more, you know, a lot more of a higher traffic area. So this is why we do need a bigger plaza like that. But apparently, as you can see with my park now, just showing you, we are at 10.5 thousand guests. I mean, it's early in the morning, so now people come into the park, as you can see. There's a huge inflow of people coming. But like performance-wise, it's all great, but I feel like Frontier has to raise the limit again. This park easily can go up to 1,800 now. 18,000 I meant, not 1,800. Easily, maybe even 20,000. And we are getting to a park capacity that is really realistic. I believe Phantasialand, for example, has something about 20 to 25,000 per day, something like that. I do believe is the case, and yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So after being able to make this area, we still have to do a couple of things with here, as I said, with the restaurants. But the problem is that the restaurants will not be in here until the update, which is still a couple of days to go, 9 days to be precise from today. And for the next episode, before the update drops, I will cover this area over here. I have a certain idea what we could do here. I'm not entirely happy with the prototype I did, let's put it that way. So I may change a couple of things about what I've done here, but this area will be covered the next time. And then this entire part is almost done as well. This front here still looks ugly. I gotta do a couple of gap fillings here and there, but as you've seen this with this area, I'm becoming better and better at gap filling and making the entire park look good. So I mean, if we go over here, look what this area has become after I did the gap filling. It just, like, looking at this area, this gives me the most Roller Coaster Tycoon vibe I've had in a very, very long time. And I mean, if you look at how the park is coming together, I just can't tell you how happy I am about the views from over here. I still have to change a couple of details on the houses here. I'm still not happy that they're too copy-pasty, you know. We still have to do a couple of changes. Maybe change the red of the house. I'm happy that this one looks different. I will make another blueprint for another of these buildings so that there finally is some difference in these houses. And there will be, apparently we will be needing some more bigger ones. So yeah, I'm super, super happy. I know I repeat myself, but it is becoming such a great park. And I also decided to upload version number 1 of this park. As soon as this is done over here, V1 is getting into the workshop, so you guys can explore it yourself. I'm mega happy how it looks right now. I'm mega happy where this is going. So yeah, as I said, this is the area, and I now told you where this was going with the restaurant over here. Maybe a bit more things on the front, on the plaza here too. The plaza is very barren. We do need a couple of decals on the ground, which is true for the rest of the park. I want to make a couple of blueprint things with you know, making sure that we have a bit more of a kind of concrete feel. You can achieve this by using some of the decals. I'm just going to show you real quick. It's going to be a very, very tedious work, but you can utilize this piece, for example. But at the moment, it still has some color issues, so not being too sure what to do. But like, if you do this like very dark like so, and it still remains whitish for the most part, which is so odd. I definitely want to have the white be able to recolor too. You can then merge that also slightly down into the ground. Yeah, it doesn't really work. But like moving out, it is definitely too white. So what you would need to use is a different piece, and this could become the moss piece maybe. Whoops, come up. This could be that one. Or what we need instead is something like this, you know, a broken piece. But then again, you can scale it, but this becomes too big either. But you can apparently go and try to match it with the color of your plaza. So more like this, you know. And then this already breaks the mood a little bit. I really want to go even further into it. Maybe even using some of the techniques Taggy has with making some, you know, ground textures that you can copy in, because you can apparently also utilize the trick of making, you know, let's take the time and show you, because I feel like this is the most important thing to do. So what you can obviously do is you can go in and then say, okay, let's use the path stamp tool. Here you go. And then let's actually go and do asphalt texture. So 1 and 2. And what we're going to do now is we are going to just, let's say all. So we're going to copy those 2 and we're going to bring them here. But what we do instead is we're going to say,
hold on, double click on here, go there, and then we're gonna make this a little bit different in color, so a tad bit darker. There you go. So those are darker, you know. What we're going to do now is we're going to take those two, and then we're going to move them slightly away, because what I need to do now is I need to just take those edges. Oops, there you go. And then we're gonna make this. Come on. Come on. Let's get both. Hello? Are you kidding me? There you go. And now what we can do is apparently we just move that so much back. Okay, that was a little bit too far. Maybe a little bit further here. Okay, still not. I think the reason why is because this one is too close by. So let's move that all the way back. And then just... Oh, we can actually, you know what? What's way more easy is to use the delete tool. So you're going to go to the delete tool. Whoops, the path delete tool. And then you use that one. Make sure it's going here. And then just move it all the way here to make it very thin. There you go. This is that. So you could even make it thinner, I believe you can. Let's first of all try to make this even thinner on this side. Let's see if I can get even more out of it. Yeah, that is the most thinnest you can get. And then move that over. Here you go. And yeah, well, okay, well, that little bit we still need to get rid of. Okay, hold on. So let's just do this, move it over. So what we do have now is these very tiny pieces over here, but we can then apparently move them in the center, for example. And then you have this very nice darker piece in the middle. And from over here, you can then just go and, let's say, copy those two over. Just, whoops, around, whoops, no, not that, just around the corner. Clap that here. And make that go. Yeah, I did a little mistake there, but like you can easily see where this is going. Just like move it so. Like that. Oops, why was it changing the height? Huh? That's kind of confusing. Okay, hold on. We just gonna make, oops. How did I even do this? I wanted to just select these upper areas there. Just make that go and then bring that in here, for example, and maybe in the middle too. And then what you could easily do is apparently go here and then just use the draw tool and then just draw through the middle to just, oops, finish that off. And then same goes here. Almost like filling in. Whoops. Dang it. So like that. Again, it's a little bit tedious at the beginning, but once you have it, so there you go. You have a bit of a nice texture in here. Now, if you would put some more decals in, whatever. And now you could select the whole thing and then copy that over. First of all, confirm apparently. And then copy this all over. And I'm not sure if I have the same ground texture here, but we can then put it in like though, this and this and this. Actually, it's not even too bad. See, and the thing that's happening now is you create basically a little bit of a more patterned ground, which is broken up by, you know, you could make this a lot more nice looking than I did right now. But this is changing the appeal of the whole area. I definitely have to put a queue in here. People are queuing up. What I wanted to check for a while, also, again, let's check that if this is gonna work. And then this is way more than an episode I wanted. Anyways, we're gonna make a barrier. And we're going to use this one. And we're going to put this here. And here. And here. Let's see if that works. And I want them to be... Is that doing it the job? I'm not sure if this is working. Look at them. They just straight walk into the station. But now people should be staying in this area here of the queue. Not sure if this is going long term, but for short term that should do the trick. Let's just select those things and make them at least. Oops. Yeah. No, deselect that one. Confirm and change the color. Making it all look a lot more as it's supposed to be. There you go. And you know what? We can get rid of those. And then I'm just going to use that one. move it here, here, and here. But it seems to work. It seems like people are going around there and start queuing there. So you can make basically your own queue on a plaza, if you will. It's not going to be meant this way, you know, but you could do it. We could also try to make us, you know, queue in this area in general, like a real one. But I like the way how it's working. I like the way how it's turning to look, and just in general, I mean, look at this old harbor area. Isn't that looking really cool? I am a big fan of how this is looking. It will look a lot better once we have a lot more like typical things in like lanterns and, you know, all that kind of stuff that you basically need. But I am certainly very happy. And there's one last surprise I have for you guys. Something I have promised for a long while, but it's not been there yet. But now I have it finally, and I'm very happy to share that with you. This is something for the members of the channel, and finally the leaderboard is in, guys. There you go. The Hanseatic Raceway at the moment is going nicely, and we do have in number 1 Rob, Thumper World, 2, then Random Planko, Canaanite, Orange Shore, or Shogre, Duftsy, Stevo, Mike Sprue, Miss Barbary, and Lucas Spirito. If there was any mistake in here, I did create this with ChatGPT. I made my own GPT to tell it to turn my stuff into things for Hanseatic, and it is so freaking fun to do. And there are a couple of other things I will do. I use all my names and all my stuff, but this way I will be able to provide you guys with a lot more cool things for the members in the future. Very easily to do, and also I like the way how it's turning out. There is the other leaderboard you race by, and still not sure why people get trapped in here all the time. I do have to delete some of the pathways in between. People still get stuck a little bit in between, but you know, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. So, what a long episode, guys. I really hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. This project is getting somewhere. It's getting better and better every single episode. And now, also, if you don't mind, but give me an idea what you would put in this space over here. I have a certain idea, but maybe you come up with a better idea. So, let me know in the comments down below. Have a wonderful time. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Remember, YouTube is actively unsubscribing you from channels. For whatever reason, YouTube is doing that, but please double check if you're still subscribed if you are not, and I hope you have a wonderful time. As always, if you want to become a member and part of funny things like that, you can do so, but it's not obligatory, obviously. But you can also just watch the videos. That's equally as great. Thank you so much for watching, as always. Have a wonderful time, and goodbye! Welcome back, everyone, to the Hanseatic Dreamland, and today we are building apparently a coaster, and to be more precise, we are building a Gerstlauer Infinity Coaster. More about that type of coaster in a second while we're talking about this in today's video and why I specifically decided to go for that kind of coaster. It has been more or less a suggestion in one of the latest videos in the comment section down below. I'll go into that and into the inspiration for this ride, but I think it's fitting perfectly into the space. But before we go into it, here's again the little reminder: Instant Gaming is the sponsor of the channel, and you can get game keys for a very good value whenever you want. You just click the linky in the description and you'll be brought via my link to the wonderful platform, and you can get games or in-game currency or take part in some lotteries or whatever giveaways. Fully legit, it does work, it's absolutely working, and if there's any problem you will always be able to go and contact the support. It's all good, so make sure to check out the link in the description down below. And now let's get into today's video. Because first things first, we talk about the location of this very ride. You can see it is going to be the connection part between our western area, or shall I say the second entrance to the western area, and the lower riverside. You'll also see me putting all your names, the members of the channel names, from one container to the other. As promised, you'll all be part of it. Last episode we had was it last episode or the episode before? I forgot already. What is even time? I did put you on the leaderboard on the go-kart track, and for the next members, for the next who become members of the channel, I'll have something new in pattern. Or I have something new in pattern. What did I have? Like in pedo? Is that what you say? Whatever. In German, there is that saying. I'm not sure if that's an international one. You know, I'm just making things up here and there. Anyways, but I've got an idea for another integration. So we've got all these Easter eggs and little ideas throughout the series, and if you're interested, you can do it. Now, talking about the layout, you will also have an on-ride later on. Yes, this time around I thought of it. So The reason, before I go into the layout, because the layout we have to talk about a lot more. I'm not 100% happy as of now. I changed a dramatic amount of things later on, even off screen, because I wasn't happy with the first iteration. But before we talk about the layout itself, let's talk about the coaster and its location. Now, I've thought a long time about what I want to do over here and overall what this park is going to offer, because that is yet another very adult and maybe even teen attraction, but it's definitely not for families and kids. And the park so far has been more on the a bit more thrill side of things. You know, we already have 4 very mature coasters in the park. You know, we've got the spinner, which technically still could be, you know, a family coaster. Is still okay. But then we have the tipper coaster, which is definitely not a family coaster. It's definitely more on the heavy side. We do have the hyper coaster, which again is more of a, yeah, you know, it's not a typical family coaster, but it's also a bit more on the thrill side. And then we have that kind of steel launched coaster across the lake, which is again another thrill ride. So, you know, I think continuing this theme is very good for this park, you know. I feel like after Isla Napali, that is the original story, and if you are not aware what Isla Napali is, you better watch out, and you better check the video out. That was my Planet Coaster 1 series that kind of kept this channel alive. The main reason why this channel still exists today, and that I have not abandoned YouTube. So at least I'm very thankful for that. But the reason I built this park is the idea that the original owner of Isla Napali now also bought this abandoned area of the Hamburg Harbor section and is targeting this a bit more to the adults and teens and making sure it's a good tourist attraction as well. But we also have the opportunity to use all the facilities of the harbor to still bake in enough of a family appeal to it. But I thought this coaster over here is the perfect skyline. So on the other side of the river, just across this area here, is the entrance area of the park. This is where the main entrance sits. We will have a second entrance this time around, which I'm going to build rather soon because I have a very specific idea in mind. But this is the main entrance across the river from the side of this coaster. And there is also where the boat is arriving. This is also where the buses are arriving. And so this coaster not only is a very cool skyline to the other side of it, also the very iconic lift hill, I decided to go for the one with the beyond vertical drop, is also very iconic, but yet again can tie in very nice to the harbor theme, because we can yet again theme this lift hill, which exactly is going to happen after yet another of these harbor cranes to tie in the whole thing. By the way, the name of the coaster is going to be Brandung, which is the German word for surf, and it's not going to be a surf coaster, which would have been naming-wise potentially the more relative coaster type to choose, but I wanted to go a bit more of the roughness of the surf that the North Sea is offering, where obviously the Hamburg Harbor is located in. So the roughness is also part of this ride, and it's like an infinity. The infinite roughness, it's not even a word. You get the idea, okay? So the Infinity Coaster kind of wanted to tell that story a little bit. And it is definitely going to be a custom-made coaster for specifically this park. So we are not going with a more or less typical layout, even though I'm not entirely sure if there is that one typical layout of this type of coaster. I figure I do at least know 2 specific that were my inspiration. The one is going to be obviously the Smiler at Alton Towers, and the other one is actually der Schwur des Kernan from Hansapark in Germany, which is for me personally still a very odd one in that location of a park. I've never been there to neither of them, so I watched a couple of POVs and made sure to tie in some of the elements, or at least the type of elements, because I still made this relatively custom over here, because I feel like this coaster is one of the beautiful coasters that, like, they are very good for me personally, because I'm not the biggest fan of just clipping these specific elements into each other. Like, see, the point is I've been very bad at building coasters when Planet Coaster 1 arrived. I've been an enthusiast because I love theme parks, but I've been very bad at coasters. Now, then I learned a couple of things. I talked a lot to the likes of Sylph and so on, and I learned the beauty of building more realistic coasters, yet I'm not so good at that like other people are. However, one thing that I never started to enjoy is the absurd realism of just using existing pieces and put them together in kind of the order that it is supposed to be, because the standard layouts have it. So I've always been a fan of coasters like, for example, Black Mamba or Taron, just because they are custom. And maybe because I'm European and specifically German and not like so used to the US, and also I'm a huge Disney fan, so I obviously also know the custom Disney coasters, just like Big Thunder Mountain or Space Mountain or Rock'n'Roller Coaster even. Despite the fact I believe Rock'n'Roller Coaster is one of the few standard-ish layouts that also exists somewhere else, but you know, don't quote me on that, I'm not entirely sure. But like, again, I've been more on that side of things, and so for me personally, it's not really that exciting to use existing pieces and then meticulously build exactly the same pieces right after each other to just make that a realistic coaster, because realistically that has been one of the standard layout, and then click standard layouts together, which obviously is the right way to go and the more realistic way to go. But I personally, I wanted to create like a custom one that follows more or less the rules and the dynamic of an Infinity Coaster and of what an Infinity Coaster, gosh, so many pronunciation issues today, I'm very sorry, very tired also. But yeah, I'm trying to build my very own one that has been baked into this area. And you may not be able to see the vision as of now, but if you imagine that we have this abandoned harbor area, and for now it looks like I put these things into places and then build around them, which is just a workflow that the game is requiring me to do. But realistically, there would have been buildings already existing in various spaces that you can't just get rid of, or if you would get rid of them, this is like very expensive indeed. And the more easy way would potentially be to make use of most of the buildings, to not, you know, necessarily have the need to build a new coaster and new accommodations for that and new buildings. So the idea is that a coaster like this would have needed to be slotted into a position with all these buildings and stuff in mind. So that is why certain elements may be a little different and a little, you know, custom in comparison to what it would be in the real world. So specifically that goes into the straightness, if that even is a word, of some elements. Like some of the elements I would have needed to end them in a bit more of a straight way, because it just like the game or like the realism would require it to be like this. But I needed to do a couple of other things to maintain the flow I had in mind. But yeah, I can talk you more through that once this thing is done. The next episode will be more likely to make all the theming around this coaster. That definitely was too much for one episode. It took me way longer to build this coaster, which has nothing to do with the coaster builder or the game itself, by the way. I don't want to blame it. I mean, I still find the old one a bit more convenient, but I do find this coaster builder a lot more suitable for me to make a very good flowing coaster. And I gotta say, the smoothness of it later on is pretty damn good in terms of what I am able to do in comparison to in the past. I also at one point I was looking for certain things like the coaster limits. I thought I had deactivated them and not activated, and I kind of did. And so at some point I wasn't able to do certain things, which confused me in a way, because the coaster should have been able to do this anyways. But I think it was just an error on my side and not the game's mistake, but whatever. So yeah, once I figured that out, I started to put down a couple of containers here and there to just already get a very rough idea of where certain things can be sitting. The left-hand side over here will potentially be changed once we have the update 4, because I feel like the scissor would be a very cool attraction to slot into that place. To go along, I think this fits very well into the style of the coaster. I love the color scheme already, going for this like very darkish blue-red kind of contrast, and then using white coaster supports, or like light gray, I should say. I will do a lot of custom supporting on this coaster, which I usually don't, but I think it's also needed in the greater scheme of things. And I also wanted to have a bit more of an interesting path layout here and there. So what I did over here, as you can see, I'm also grabbing that bridge that I did for the go-kart track and put this over here and manipulated that, even though the bridge is not the most beautiful looking at the end of the day. And it also took me way longer than I expected to make it right. I wanted to have the opportunity to have another way leading over the coaster to have a bit more interaction, As I said earlier in this series, the biggest challenge will be to create a bit of immersion and a lot more interesting views, because not having too many natural inclines and height differences is sometimes making it harder to create something special. And so I want to use these things to create certain height levels, to create also a bit more interest, and also to create a layering of elements to make the overall park look a bit more interesting. We will also use a couple of roofs and buildings later on to create certain things, a bit more depth and so on, just to make the park overall a bit more interesting to look at. I gotta say though that I'm very happy with the current state of the park. There will be one or two more episodes, and then I'm gonna release this as a season 1 to the workshop, so you guys can all explore that yourself. The voices are getting louder, and that you guys want to explore it as well. So I'm gonna release this. I've got major plans for this park in the future. Let's see what Frontier's up to with the next updates. But oh my god, I've got so many ideas still in mind that I want to achieve. I'm still so freaking happy about the theme I chose for that specific park over here. I think I've never had a series that was so captivating in terms of its core idea like this one is. I don't have the feeling that there's anything I want to do in this game that I couldn't possibly put in this project. Maybe apart from some very natural things like I did with Splash Peak. That potentially is something I mean, technically you could fit that in one of the bigger halls and pretend this is another themed kind of North American, I don't know, peak, like mountain-ish hall, whatever. That would kind of work still, but I didn't want to do that. But apart from that, I'm very happy. And also in terms of adding a bit of realism, this time around I did think about making a proper transfer track in, which we are even going to theme a little bit right now, just to make use of, of some of the new pieces from the Western set, actually, I should say. The rail is such a cool piece, by the way, such a cool iron piece I wanted to use. And then apparently we have all these support pieces that we also got with some of the free updates. So you can really see the image coming together more and more. It feels a lot more like the old Planet Coaster game, being in a completely new look, I should say, because the graphics, also this is something I noticed throughout my series over here, that the overall graphics, like people have been rightfully so complaining about the poppiness and colorfulness and maybe saturation. But what I found is when you build a bigger park and you have enough context, I want to say, enough buildings around, and you can see that very nicely in this specific area over here, the game becomes a lot more natural looking. And I think it is because of the global illumination and ray tracing happening. So the more buildings and stuff you have, obviously stuff is going to turn down. I feel like the big green canvas is creating this very very warm and oversaturated look. I think if you go for a more natural park, which I did with the Splash Peak indeed, you still have that issue. But the more buildings you do and the more you build also with gray and corrugated steel and blah blah blah, it's starting to tone down a lot. And I like this a lot. Like really, I like this a lot. Now we're going over into a POV now, and then I've got some off-ride shots to make the final conclusion of this video. But I'm gonna talk through this POV a little. So sorry for those of you who love these POVs with only the sound. You'll get that as soon as this area is themed. But yeah, we've got this huge element at the start where we go into 2 very long hang times. Then we go into another very smooth inversion, which is a bit faster than the other one. And from there on, we actually gain a bit of pace. We've got this outwards banked top hat over here going into another very nice roll that is stretched out a bit longer to get into the right position. And then we have this little bit zigzag part that goes over the entrance area here. Another long curve where I have to change a bit of the banking. It's not perfect yet. And this part over here I have to completely improve after the brake run, the mid-course brake run. We go into another roll that is then ending up into a helix. And then this is a very interesting element over here. Another outward bank turn that goes into a right-hander and then switches rightfully back into a left-hander. Very overbanked. This turn over here needs some more banking or better banking up into the brake run. You've seen maybe in the video that I have been building a little bit more in one of the first iterations of this build, but I at some point figured that, you know, it just doesn't work, and I wanted to do something shorter at the end, also to create a bit of a nicer flow when it comes to going for a block sectioned operation of the coaster. And yeah, I mean, this is the final result that you can see on screen right now, and I am very, very happy indeed. Again, as for me, a person who is maybe not the very best at building coasters, I am very happy with this result, with this specific result of a coaster. I think it's looking beautiful. I think it's fitting right in here. It's a perfect location for this specific coaster. And I may say that this coaster is maybe in Planet Coaster 2 my best layout so far in terms of its interesting elements mixed with a good location, mixed with still a very, like, it's not compact, you know, but relatively compact given the type of coaster. It has some very cool point of views. It has a very cool sideline, and once it's being supported properly, I mean, at least, you know, depending on my capabilities of making proper supporting, but you get what I mean. It's going to look very cool. So, with a couple of glory shots and first-person shots, or whatever I want to call this, I gotta end this video today. I hope you enjoyed this. Please leave me some feedback about the coaster. Please leave me a bit of feedback about this episode, if you like the park or not, and just let me know. Get into contact, get into the discussion. Let's make the comment section a bit fun. And as always, I talk to you in the next one. Don't forget to subscribe, and whenever you want a game or something else, make sure to click the linky of Instant Gaming in the description down below. Let's put a Y on every word we have, just because it's so cool. I don't know. Yeah, and just have a good day. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll talk to you, as always, in the next one. Welcome back everyone to the Hanseatic Dreamland and Planet Coaster 2. Today with the integration of update number 4, we are building a restaurant, we do some custom supporting, and we are also doing a couple of work here and there. You'll see that in today's episode. It's a very good one. I can't wait to share that with you. This restaurant really looked fine, and there's also a hint to how the big coaster will be evolving in the next episode. So a lot of things to talk you through, a lot of things I want to talk about regarding update number 4, but first of all, a little note from the sponsor of the channel. You know by now, hopefully, this is Instant Gaming. You can always find the link in my description or on my channel page. It is a provider of game keys. You can get them for a good value. They always have some very cool, you know, giveaways and stuff as well, and some very good supports. You can find DLCs, full games, pre-orders, whatever you want. Check it out over there. You do help me directly, but also you help yourself directly because you do save up some money. And that being said, it's a good system. Just make sure to check it out in the link in the description below, and we are going to talk about today's video. Now, building the restaurant was a lot of fun, and yet it was a lot of struggle. There was a bit of an issue with the early access I had, but then finally it's been resolved in the full version today that you guys have as well. There was a bit of a gizmo issue I had with the path. I feel like I was the only one who had this. Maybe that was an issue in the settings. I don't really know. But, you know, at the end of the day, it worked out. It was a bit of a struggle this time around to build the path the way I wanted it to, because whenever I put down a path and I wanted to copy it from one position, it just always went into 45-degree rotation. Not really sure what exactly that was, but it did work out in the end. So, yeah, I'm building a restaurant by the river. I mean, actually, this is the sea, but as we are in the harbor, it's basically one of the canals here in the river, and that is one of the canals that isn't used by large cargo ships anymore. It's more or less just a smaller one where smaller ships can pass by. You know that we also have the coaster passing over the tipper coaster. It's also passing over the river where you basically don't have the space anymore to have a bigger cargo ship. So this is one of the abandoned harbor areas anyways, and so as it is the main feature of our series, it was just a lot of positive to put it here. Now, this area over here came with a bit of a struggle. Because I want to mention the thing. Also, realism-wise, the lowered area, the terrace down there, as you can see, where the stairs do lead down to, apparently has to withstand flooding a couple of times. So there will be certain things I'm going to do about this in the future. I have some ideas. I still need a bit of testing here and there to find the perfect adaptation to it. I wanted to put also some floaties below, but then I would have needed to detach the lower area from the stairs itself. But that's something I'm envisioning for the future, just for the sake of realism. I mean, realistically, the water isn't changing because there is no kind of tide or whatever in this system. Which it would be fun to have it, but at this point, it's just imaginary, and I want to keep it this way. But then it comes to this little restaurant, and that was a fun challenge because this restaurant over here had to fulfill a couple of things. So first of all, it was or is the first actual restaurant in this park, but I wanted to intentionally not make it the biggest. Like, it should seem more like a little bit of a takeaway restaurant, which still provides you some good spaces to sit and really has a dedicated area allocated for it. That's the main difference. So it's not going to be like a little shop area where you just grab a snack and sit anywhere you want. No, it was meant to be dedicated. It should still go along with the basic style of the Hamburg Harbor area. So with a very industrial looking brick building kind of style, this one should be leaned more towards the older brick buildings, the brick kind of storage buildings that you will find across the Hamburg Harbor. And we're doing some more modern stuff in other areas of the park. But that was specifically meant for being one of those in that goes in line with the style also of the buildings that you have across the canal, because on the other side there is this how was it called again? I forgot which flat ride there is, but this one, the Coal Dipper, I think I called it, but it's definitely a different flat ride. I forgot the name, but you can definitely tell that this goes in line with the same architecture of the bigger building across the canal, and also with what is in the background. And that is the second biggest purpose of this building. It had to act like a bit of a view, eye-catching kind of element without being a weenie. So for those of you who don't know what is a weenie, except the fact that it's obviously something to cook and eat, but a weenie in theme park terms and language is an element that directs you naturally towards it, mostly done via being very big and very prone in the environment, just like a tower or a big top hat of a coaster. So our weenie in this area obviously is the lift hill of the coaster that we've built in the last episode. So this building over here is not the weenie as it stands in the terms of it, but it is definitely the eye catcher from the other side of the river and on the riverfront itself, or the canal front itself. So I wanted to really make sure this thing looks fairly nice and fairly enjoyable to go to. And again, I also think that this could have been a building that already existed in here, maybe for having a different purpose. Maybe that was just like a little shore kind of storage shelter in the past, next to the riverside, where people could have something stored in, or maybe that was like a smaller area just for having some smaller boats, equipment or so. Just like the idea that some of the buildings already existed in this place and then have been repurposed into something completely new, and in our case today, a restaurant. So that is the trivia of this building. And everything else about this building was then just finding the right details, trying to embed as many new things I've not done in the past so far, kind of trying a couple of double glass layers over here because I found this looks cool, until we can recolor the glass itself properly. We gotta have to work ourselves with using 2 or 3 glasses above each other to create a bit of a different layering. You saw me doing that with the gates and doors as well, using barriers and stuff in between to make sure that people navigate correctly in here. And I must mention that these barriers are a little bit OP. Like, I'm very happy that Frontier fixed that from the launch of the game, where the barriers basically had no meaning and basically didn't work, I should say. Now the barriers are crazy, because when you put down a barrier which is like a meter long, it just kind of spares out about 2 meters around its origin. So 1 meter barrier means 2 meters of block, which is crazy. So please use them carefully. I found it's very useful to rotate that by 90 degrees and have it a little bit upside down and then sunken into something. It reduces the amount of space, but you still have about a meter or even more, that you do have as a barrier. So you're gonna have to test around a little bit how you use the barriers to make the gas flow properly, which is a bit of a sad thing, because I wanted to use the barriers Initially also to create some natural cues on the plazas, which technically works, but you have to make humongous spaces in order to make them navigate through that. And you can reduce the space a little bit when you build custom barriers and you do sink the actual barriers into the ground. That just kind of works, but yeah. As you may have seen, the staircase over here, or the stairs itself, were a tiny bit wobbly, so not perfectly straight, because I had these issues with aligning it properly, and this is why I covered it all up. To be honest, I think it looks even better when I covered those all up. Used a couple of details here and there, using some of, actually also some of the new Western pieces, or not new anymore, but like the Western pieces, in the right color, do give you a bit of a nice detailing element as well, which I do like. You know, some of the iron pieces are working super fine. Some of the wooden pieces colored into gray also act like weathered iron in a way. So really, really am liking. And we also do have now 2 different types of guiders. We've got the new guiders from Planet Coaster 2, but we also do have the classic ones from the Western set, which is in its texture a lot more weathered, which I do like a lot. So that was a good reason to use them here as like the lower end beneath the water, because technically that would be weathered. I also put some poles next to it, so in order, like, these poles are just there to ensure that if there's a boat next to it, it just doesn't completely crash into the railing directly, but there is like a little bit of a buffer in between. That's the sole reason. And I put down a couple of trees because I figured we are lacking a lot of greenery here. So yeah, I was trying my best to put some planters in. And yeah, realistically, that one planter you can see next to the staircase is a bit of an odd one. I think realistically it wouldn't work exactly like that because of the roots of that tree wouldn't necessarily grow that way, but maybe it's sunken in a little, you know, and it just kind of gets enough water apparently over here, maybe even too much water. So, you know, whatever, it won't be flooded forever, but it definitely has enough water. And then I used my pieces that I used in the swimming pools areas as like towel stations, and used them for the sake of making sure that we have some areas to put back the trays. And I kind of had a hard time finding out pieces with which I can make a tray, and I ended up not doing a tray at all because it just couldn't find a suitable piece that just exactly gave me the option. There are so many tiny pieces in this game, but then again, none of these really work for what I wanted to do, and so I actually for the moment gave up. Maybe I'm gonna find some other tiny pieces that I can use. I mean, apparently I could have used one of the tiny iron beams. That would have worked easily. However, I just tested that once, but it looked very ugly because like it's not one cohesive kind of space. As you can see, this one over here would have worked if it was a tiny bit more small, but it's not. So they're all too thick, and if you go for like a thinner version with like these metal beams you have, for example, you have to plop them all next to each other, and then you have all these ugly kind of intersections in the middle, which kind of doesn't look good. So yeah, I tested a couple of things. Like I tested these kind of decals over here because they're naturally super thin, but none of these things just kind of grew on me, and so I was like, okay, I need to have a break. So this, again, I left this in exactly in the order. Normally I would have switched up the order now, but I left it in to show you a bit of my process. This is another thing I wanted to talk about. Now, I'm struggling a lot at the moment because of 2 things. A, I've got way too many ideas, and B, I've got way too little time. This sounds logical, but hasn't been the case so often in the past years. Normally, I had a reasonable amount of ideas, and time-wise was okay, so I could structure myself very nicely. But now I have a tremendous amount of work to do in my actual life, you know, in the daytime normal job, kind of with the family, apparently spending enough time with the little ones, and, you know, with my wife, and enjoying the time just in general, and then still doing this channel. But equally, I've got so many ideas, and the way my brain works, sometimes if I'm working so detailed on an area like the restaurant, then I'm like, I need something else. And this is why then all of a sudden I went over to redoing some of the shapings here of the coaster and putting some flat rides in, because I always wanted to have some flat rides in. Initially, I talked about that in the last episode, the idea was to have the scissor in here, but you potentially have already seen it, that the scissor is way too big for this area. Instead, I went for another way more compact flat ride that is going to sit in there in the middle, and it works very fine, as you'll see later on. Really drags a lot of people here. It's very, very popular ride. I didn't even think it was, but yeah. And then I did a bit of custom supporting. That was inevitable that this is going to happen. I talked about that in the last episode. I'm relatively happy with how it's looking so far. Like, what you see in today's episode is more a proof of concept than it is already the actual supporting. There will be, most of it will be standing, because the ones I did now, they are meant exactly like they were due. But I was drawing some inspiration from, again, these two rides, specifically the Schwur des Kernan in Hansapark, and also Smiler, apparently from L Towers. Trying to draw some inspiration from these things, but then again also making it very custom. Trying to follow some static rules, I guess, but not too many. Like, I'm not an expert on that, but I will try to make it as realistic as possible, because I feel like the supporting can become part of the overall thing. And then what I also did is a little trick that you can also use if you want to, painting the supports in the same color as the backdrop is, then you can actually make it vanish a bit more. So what you've seen a little earlier is that I used the same kind of red that the brick building in between in the background has, to the height of the house, and as soon as we're above the house, I painted that in white to blend in better with the sky. Now, you could obviously also go for a lighter blue also, if you feel like it. But we're in Hamburg, I assume it's way more often than not cloudy. So I think white would work better than bluish. But yeah, that's that. And as you can see, I'm also just trying to make sure that the supports also work for different elements. This one over here, I'm fairly proud of, to be honest. This is going to be the support for this huge roll over here. But I'm going to use this support structure on some other roles too. Just making sure that we have a proper kind of overall structure, I should say. There are some beams missing in between that have the lateral G-forces. Now we have the verticals are kind of, supported over here, but the laterals are not. So I will still get some beams in that cover these, and just make sure that the horizontal forces are also covered, because like these beams as they stand right now aren't really secure because they don't have any support from the sides, I will work on that. But again, they were just in here to give me a bit of an idea where we are going. And funnily enough, it wasn't even like, even though it seems like it's not necessary for the restaurant work, what we did, but it was apparently very necessary to get a better idea of how this coaster will look once it's done, including all of the different supports here and there. So actually, it wasn't even the most stupid thing to do, because I wanted to ensure that I have a good idea, a good feeling about how the coaster's skyline will look once the restaurant is also done. So it was helpful to create the backdrop already in order to understand what I can add to the restaurant, what type of views I have, what background elements can be done without blocking the view of the coaster too much, but then equally what kind of areas of the coaster I may actually want to even hide away. And then also, because of that feedback you gave me, I also changed a bit of the shaping. So yeah. That said, here you can see I'm going back to the restaurant then, and immediately what I'm starting to do over here is to integrate a little tower. Now this tower has many purposes. This could very well be something added later to the build, but maybe it was already existing beforehand as a chimney of some kind. Maybe that was a kind of a smithy building in a way, like where you have an oven in or whatever. I don't know. You can imagine whatever it is this bit, or like have an oil kind of transformer in there, whatever, and then you've got that one as a chimney. But what I did is I used some of the Western corrugated iron pieces or metal pieces, which I think look beautiful. But the tower equally acts like a staff area. So this is one of the ways for the staff to go from the lower end to the higher end of the area. Because what I did with the staircase later on is I attached the staircase to the outside of the building. So people, they do actually go up there. We'll see that in the real-time part. People do actually move to the terrace on top of it, which is so cool. That kind of raised platform gives you also such a cool view of the coaster and the other side of the park. So just in general, a very nice look. And then I started to kind of embed all these areas. But back to the tower, it does act as a direct connection between the lower end of the park and of the restaurant and the higher end. And also, and this is one of the ideas I had, that the kitchen, like the actual kitchen, like we got this restaurant piece, which is very feasible because it's only 4 by 4 meters, but realistically, and this is something maybe the only little downside of this restaurant, while the one in Planet Zoo was way too big with its like 6 tiles of size, that was ridiculously big, but it still gave us the idea there's a proper kitchen where meals can be prepared. In here, the kitchen is maybe like a little snack bar, you know, you can even use that as like maybe a food truck or so, but the proper kitchen to serve as many people over here would then be in the basement. And exactly this is what I did. I did put the kitchen in where the basement, like below this building, would be sitting. And I find this is a good idea to have the kitchen over there. Like, you know, they don't have that much fresh air and light from the outside. Maybe I'm going to attach some windows to the side of the canal, but realistically you wouldn't, because of the structural area where you need to keep the water at bay, actually. So it doesn't make sense to have proper windows there, simply because it would be a structural element, a problematic element, you know, where you would technically have issues anyways if there is water going above that level. And in general, it must be sealed fully off, and this is why the tower comes into play. This is the fully sealed off area. Like, if every door is closed, no water will get in. And yeah, apparently at the end of the day, we also needed some plants to be put in here, making sure that everything looks nice. I tried to do a couple of different things here, trying to work my way through the different types of bushes and stuff, and I still feel like that most of the foliage in this game is pretty good, but after playing Planet Zoo a bit more lately, I can definitely say that we are lacking a lot of foliage. I don't know, like the palette you have in Planet Zoo is just so insanely great that you really feel like how much is missing when you play this game, despite the fact we have some very good ones, especially in comparison to Planko 1. The choice is good, but there can still be a lot more. There has to be a lot more. And what I wanted to do as well is I wanted to also create a wonderful, enjoyable space next to the main build. I feel like the reason why I wanted to do this is because we don't really have any real platforms where people can recreate and enjoy and have a good time. What we do have is a lot of blank space, you know, but usually the blank space is something with a lot of traffic, a lot of people moving along, that will be very crowded, very cramped. And I wanted to create some retreats where people can actually chill down and relax, because again, it is an abandoned harbor area, so naturally it is just very sizable. It's very big, very open spaces. It's gonna get loud when a lot of people are in here. And so if you want to have a bit of space for yourself and maybe with your family, have some snacks, you know, eat your stuff that you brought to the park, this would be one of these areas where you can go to. Putting a couple of plants in here, realistically they will grow a bit bigger, and then you can even go to some sun chairs, like lounge chairs over here, like these ones, just to chill down, for not pool people, you know, just making sure that this is available for everyone, not only those who've been to pools, which I still think we should be able to define where pool spaces are. Okay, but the last couple minutes, where I'm just doing some detailing here and there, just like some minor things, I wanna use to, first of all, thank Frontier for giving me relatively early access again. I love that they're doing this, because that gives me the chance, with my limited time at the moment, to do at least something. But also equally, we are moving so much into the right direction that I feel like now we can go into some nitty-gritty things, which is exactly what we need to do to make this game really good. Update 4 may seem a little more shallow than the last update, which I guess is mainly because of how much you can see, because obviously what you do see is that there is no free update content pack. Like Western was big, new coaster and so on, that obviously is big. But then if you look into the details, this one was equally great. You know, so many options that we have now, including the fact that we can now finally recolor the tiles of the pools. The water VFX of our river rapids and so on have been improved, which is great. We apparently have some very good standard coasters that we've all waited for and wished for. We've got restaurants as a brand new element to the game, to the game Planet Coaster. It has been a thing apparently in the past, but now we've got proper restaurants with an improved mechanism. I'm very happy, and I can't wait to see what's up next when they announce the next stuff for this game. So, well, that's been it from my side in the time lapse, but we still have a real-time part to cover, and I can't wait to hand you over to the real-time Rudi, because we are going to have a look at this very beautiful restaurant. At least I think it's very beautiful, and I hope you guys enjoyed this episode so far. Don't forget to like, blah blah blah, you know the drill if you did. But now let's hand you over to the real-time Rudi. Enjoy how it looks in game. Alright, so let's have a look at the real-time part, and as you can tell, there is the restaurant right in front of us. It took me actually a crazy amount of time until I was finally able to also, let me just correctly get rid of that one. So there you go. Until I was able to get people to the tables, simply because I had the sandbox, as I said, turned on, and then no one actually was having, you know, hunger or thirst. So it took a while until they started doing it. But the cool bit is now, as they are down here, you can see they grabbed their food and they went here. I haven't seen anyone on top of that one, so I'm not sure if the pathing over here does work. I would still love to see if it works at some point. So if it's very full and the capacity is high, then we should see them actually being in here. Yeah, but like seriously, I love everything about this area, how it turned out so far. You've seen me doing a bit of a, you know, kind of a lounge area here where people can just chill and have a little bit of a, you know, a recreational area, and just have a look at the other side. And I mean, you know, there's just that building, but just for making like a little bit of a break, you know, I'm gonna put some lockers somewhere over here. I thought about putting some lockers here. Just having that is super nice indeed, I guess. I also thought about connecting those two areas, you know, that you can also go over and have your snack over here. But then I thought, you know, it's not part of the restaurant, so it should stay where it is. But I like everything about this, like with the looks of it here with, you know, the sunshades that we have. Then we have like a little bit of an entry door over here where I imagine the kitchen being down here. But then you also have two different entrances. You've got the first one over here that also has like a potential elevator even, or like a tiny stairs that, you know, would easily fit like tiny stairs in here to go out to the top, so that the staff can actually move around without interfering the guests too much. And yeah, just in general, I think it's a very beautiful build. We could also take that one and put another one up here if we just fancy doing so. But I think the problem is that that's going to be sticking a little bit too much through the build. Let me just check that, if it's going to be there. Yeah, we have that thing stick through, but I could leave that open, just like having an open tray. Why not? And then we could also put like a trash bin in here. Like if we go like this, we could easily put like a trash bin. Where's the classic one? White? There you go. That's a bit awful. It's so awfully bright. Anyways, we can just make that like all black and so, and then have that in here, black and gray. What about making that one black too? Yeah, there you go. And then squeeze that in here. Any other one? Can I just? I can't. Okay. Well, let's leave the one to the one side. I think it's fine. So, that's being this. I'm not sure if the people will leave the table at some point on their own, or if they're just vanishing. I've not seen them go. Let's have a look what happens just before, you know, ending this episode. I'm just gonna see what happens if they've finished eating. Come on, get your meals done. Ah, yeah, okay, they just float around the area. Okay, so the tray then basically becomes rubbish, so to say. I want to see people who grab food. Oh, just missed them. I also wonder why the heck people like in all the bathing suits come over. Look, there we have someone. She's doing all the stuff. I'm just wondering, like, this is the one... Okay, there's the trace. The one thing I really am annoyed about is, like, where's the other staff? Like, we could easily have 2 or 3 staff members even here. I need to place a couple more barriers, by the way. The reason why... Oh, are you going upstairs? Hold on. Are you going upstairs? That would be wonderful. Look at that. It's working. It's working. I'm totally okay with the little glitching here. I'm totally fine with this. Look at that. They're just going upstairs. Oh my god. That is perfection. I'm not sure which table you're going to choose, but that's so cool. I love the fact that it's working. Look, they obviously go in here to have not that sunburn. I wonder also if they take that into account. And I mean, look at the view from over here. You've got the coaster in the back, you know. Look to the other side. You've got another coaster in the background. You've got the park in your front. I imagine sitting here. That would be so freaking cool. Yeah, but like this is my little restaurant, which took a lot of time to build, but I had this in mind for such a long time. And I just love where it's sitting. I love with this little terrace down here and just like, I don't know. Everything about this is so cool. We will have some more restaurants. One will be sitting in the historic harbor area, and we are definitely going to have like another one filling in this spot, because there's our souvenir shop just in here, and then there will be another spot where we could put something. Then I do have to really make my mind about what is going on in this area of the park, because at the moment it's pretty empty, pretty boring. There's not really much happening there, so I definitely need to put some more love in. And then we are almost done with this area. Also, you've seen me starting a bit with custom supporting, as I've said already that I'm going to do this. So the next episode will definitely be focusing on making the coaster completely done, and with everything, like with the station building, with all the styling. This coaster will be massive. This will be one of my best coasters I've ever built, and I can't wait to show you the final result. I also tweaked a little bit about the first roll over here, so if we see the coaster go through, you will see that it doesn't have that crazy long hang time anymore. It goes through a nice little bit here, and then it goes all down, and it doesn't really feature a complete 180 like a complete over the top inversion anymore there, but there's a reason for that, so I gotta fix a couple of things. We have a bit of a more nicer area in terms of near misses. I also smoothed out and changed some of the shapes, which came in very handy in terms of making the coaster a lot more realistic. So overall, I'm very happy. I kind of fixed a couple of banking things just to let you know what I've done in the meantime. And yeah, I got to do some work also for the members, as promised in the last video. There will be something special for upcoming members of the channel who decide to become members. Will kind of find their spot in this coaster, or like around this coaster, I should say. But yeah, overall, I'm growing to love this park more and more, ever so much more. I think everything about this is becoming so cool, and people have been loving the first left-hand side of the park, which I still do. I love this too. Very, very nice indeed. But I also am growing to love the right-hand side. It looked so boring with a huge slab of concrete at the beginning. And I admit it still has a bit of boredom baked into it, so I will change a couple of things to make this look a bit more interesting. I mean, these areas over here, they are a lot more interesting to look at now, with the go-kart track, and you know, this one being mostly like a bit of an old harbor area anyways, and just like in general, it's starting to fill in a bit more nicer now. But yeah, so hopefully you guys enjoyed this episode as much as I did creating it, because that was really a lot of fun. As I promised, I will release this into season 1 very soon. So basically what I will finish up before releasing it to the workshop is basically just that coaster, a couple of these little spots in between, and that's that, okay? 2-3 episodes max, and then this is going to be all yours, and you can do all kind of shenanigans with the project if you want to. So I'm going to leave this to you. Can't wait to do so. Can't wait to see what people say when they have finally hands on it. So yeah, let's talk about that when you have it. But also for now, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. This is the restaurant. Look, it's starting to have more and more guests coming in. Look, there are even more guests sitting upstairs now. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed today's episode as much as I did. And yeah, I talk to you in the next one. Oh, by the way, I forgot. But in case you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, or you saw that YouTube did actively unsubscribe you, please consider subscribing to the channel. That always helps to tell the algorithm, you know, you like the content and stuff like that. You know the drill. Who am I even talking to? You watch YouTube. You should know it. Just double check. Click that button. Everyone is happy. And I tell you in the next one. Bye! Welcome back everyone to Hanseatic Dreamland, our Planet Coaster 2 project in an abandoned area of the Hamburg Harbor area. Today's episode is for all of those who have a hard time filling in gaps, building queues, making sure certain areas are done, just for those who tend to build something new before they have finished what they started last time. So, and with that, welcome to today's episode. Before we get into it, and I'm going to explain quite a lot today, we are talking about the sponsor of the channel, which is Instant Gaming. If you don't know by now, this is a platform where you can get game keys or in-game currency for always a great value. They have always discounted games, discounted in-game currencies, just like PlayStation money, Xbox money, whatever. You know the drill, and you can obviously get all your favorite games, deals DLCs for your favorite games. You can check out pre-orders over there, and everything has a very, very good value. They do obviously have a 24/7 customer support if you are in need of something. And yeah, you also help me by purchasing your games via the linky in my description. But now let's talk about today's episode. So before I really go into the details of today's episode, because there's quite a lot to talk about, the lore of our park, the history of this area, the coaster itself, a lot of the things I thought about while doing this, and my, well, tips and tricks how to really get those things done, despite the fact you may want to do something new, I guess. But first things first. So we are in Hanseatic Dreamland. That means we are in a park that is using an abandoned harbor area. So the idea of the park, for those of you who joined the series maybe later on, is that a company, the Nepali Co. company, which is Nepali, has been my biggest project in Planet Coaster 1, Eastern Nepali, and the holder of that one, the company behind, they have purchased this section of the harbor, and in a joint venture with a German company, they have decided to turn this abandoned harbor area into a theme park. That means they are obviously also need to overcome quite a lot of struggles that come with being in the harbor area. And one of those struggles will always be weather, and will always be using the given space. Despite the fact it may seem like you have a lot of space, obviously, because of a harbor area being very flat, being very spacious for like logistics, having a lot of space for containers apparently, but they also have a lot of infrastructure that is in place. So there's quite a lot of railroads already in the ground. There is quite a lot of streets and concrete patterns where different cars can move around apparently. Or in the past, and this is where the railroads come from, where the train can go, and there are like a lot of canals, obviously, for the ships to pass through and bring the stuff to where it needs to go. And then we apparently also have a lot of cranes, and last but not least, and this is what we are tackling already on the screen, they have a lot of buildings there already. A lot of storage buildings, old crane buildings, old facilities housing, well, potentially the stuff that just used to work in the harbor area, but also it did house a lot of the facilities required for running a harbor area. Offices, making sure there's also, all the stuff that is going to work with the trading centers, and a whole bunch of storage, silos, and all this type of stuff where you put old goods in. Because again, it's not always about containers. It is also about the goods that are being stored in the harbor. And harbors used to be the biggest marketplaces in ancient times, I was about to say, but in the past. Because in the harbors, some of the goods needed to be stored immediately over there. Like, for example, if you get all the corn and stuff like that, it needs to be stored right where they are to ensure that it's not going to go dispatch, or is actually dispatched to the weather effects and so on. So they had to have a lot of space that is required for that. And what we are going to do, we are utilizing all these spaces and turn them into, for example, the buildings for our coasters. And this coaster specifically over here is one of the new hero attractions of our park. So we have moved our way from the very beginning, where I had a very clear concept for, maybe you guys have seen that even before the game has been launched. I had a very clear concept in mind, where to do, what to do, how the layout works, but then we meandered into a new pattern and a new part of our park, which is a bit more loose from the initial concept I had in mind. But I always wanted to build a coaster like that, a Eurofighter kind of type of coaster. And this one specifically over here was one of the most requested ones by you guys in the comments, that you really thought would fit well in this position. And oh boy, did that fit well. Now, it is one of the first coasters in a long while that I've been starting to custom support. In the last episode, we did already do quite a lot of custom supporting alongside the restaurant, and today's episode will be a lot more about custom supporting and doing the queue line. The queue line specifically is very special. It is the first time I've utilized a little trick of making a sunken queue line. The reason why I did this is because of a very, very special interaction with the coaster itself. I got inspired by a lot of realistic queue lines, such as the one in Taron, in Phantasialand, or also I think Busch Gardens has a very interesting one I found online, which is also, I'm not even sure if it's sunken down or if it just seems like being sunken down because it's between the hills or so on of that B&M coaster there. And just like checking out that you're working with the terrain and the givens. Now, in this harbor area, apparently this is a bit of a more inconvenient one, I guess, because weather effects, flooding and so on will be happening. So I'm not fully done with this area yet, but we will put some weathering effects on the walls just to make it even so much more realistic, simply because if there is a flooding, a spring flood or something like that, it just it definitely goes into creating some issues for the queue line, because that one will be flooded. I mean, not that it would matter for the people to go there, because the park would be closed off anyways then, but just for the maintenance in the future. But the big benefit of doing that is that I could create such a very unique interaction with the coaster, and I was able to fit the queue there without spending too much time on finding new spaces for that. So I personally was very happy, and if you've watched the last episodes closely, you know that this queue has been in place there for quite a while, because I had this idea in mind from the very beginning, and these things are very important to do. And that's already one of my first tips I want to give you guys. So if you struggle to finish your projects, this has several reasons. I myself have this all the time, because I'm like, very soon I will become bored by one specific build. And I mean, for me personally, there's also that second layer, which most people seem not to have. Normally, I want to, like, my attitude is that I want to finish off something for an episode, and I don't want to leave you guys halfway through. But sometimes there are projects, for example, like that just require so much more time, and I just can't fit 30 hours in one episode. Like, I could, but that is just ridiculous, okay? That just makes no sense whatsoever. So that aside, I always find myself having these issues if an area isn't fully planned, at least in my head, that I want to do. And with this ride over here, I did the opposite. I did plan out the entire experience of the ride at the very beginning, and I laid out the queue and everything I needed to do for that. At the very beginning, I just blocked a couple of these things. I did explain that in my mega tutorial, the advanced building mega tutorial. If you guys haven't seen that one, make sure to check it out on the channel. If I am a very nice, lovely little camel, I will put a linky to that to the top right now. But you'll come back to this episode, because we need to talk about a lot more things, okay? You don't leave, or if you leave, come back. Keep this thing on pause or on repeat, I don't care, but you come back, okay? Because we need to talk about that. So if you're using the technique of blocking out your areas, make sure that you really think about the eventualities you want to bring in, and also the why. Ask yourself why you would put certain things where you will put them. And by answering this question, you will always have, at least for me personally, it's the way, I have the urge then to finish that. And this queue sitting over here has been something that drew my attention for the whole time, and I couldn't wait for me to get to this point where I can finally tackle this queue and make this what I had in mind, create that. So this was rather important for me to do this, and so this episode went so much more smooth than it usually would, and also the build, because I had set this as a target for me already. So maybe if you guys struggle as well as I do sometimes, make sure that especially these areas you normally struggle with, you do fill with a story or with something that will drag your attention later on. So tell yourself you want to put a specific statue somewhere, or tell yourself you want to do a specific new technique in using foliage. And while I'm losing my voice over here, not sure why, I'm just going to drink a little sip. You think about what I just said. Lovely water. Should be better for the last couple of minutes. Now, we're real here. I don't like awkward cuts now. I'm just going to drink while the episode. And maybe that's another tip. Just drink enough, I guess. Stay hydrated. No, I'm just kidding. But also what helps is just put yourself some very tiny projects. So say to yourself, hey, I want to make one planter that looks super nice, and I want to use some new foliage tricks and trips over here. Oh my god, tips and tricks, not trips, which you get from doing too much of that one. So yeah, also there's another tip I'm doing over here. Leave yourself some challenges sometimes. If you don't feel like you can finish that fully, at least put yourself a bit of a task for the future, which makes it easier for you to get back there. And this is what I did over here. I already pre-aligned an idea for the exit of the ride, which will become a souvenir shop, and we will feature an on-ride photo on here. Knowing that this will come in the second next update, I already reserved a space where this is going to happen. And so as soon as we have the update, I'll come back here and I'm going to put the proper souvenir shop, including the on-ride photo purchase station or whatever that's going to be. However that's going to be realized, I'll put that here. So yet another step to finishing this area later. That altogether is obviously no guarantee that you will eventually finish everything off. And here's another little tip. It is fully okay to just repeat certain things in other areas. You will see myself using a lot of this fence over here and a lot of the different types of bushes to block in areas. Foliage and bushes specifically are a great way to hide away areas. And I think of it as almost like a theme. So in movies or also in theme parks themselves, they do use facades all the time, and there is no such a thing than an unlimited budget, okay? So even in theme parks or so on, they have a control of viewing angles. Somewhat like as in a zoo, you don't want to have the people seeing your animals everywhere to make sure that the animals aren't stressed the whole time and so on. And I'm not saying that our coaster will become stressed or so, but you want to keep a certain level of excitement for the people so they don't want to see everything. And in order to keep an immersion alive, you also want to make sure that they don't see too much of a backstage area. It's not always possible, and depending on what type of park you're building, the more Disney highly themed parks apparently need to watch a lot closer to hiding those things, and the more kind of coaster lean Six Flags type of parks, they obviously won't bother too much unless it's as long as it's kind of featuring the correct rides and the correct thrill factor. That's definitely a thing. So you also have a bit to decide about the story of your park. But I always like to do foliage in order to hide certain things, or theming elements you have already used. So you can see me using these containers throughout the entire project, because it's one of these elements of the park that have become a bit of a ongoing thing and ongoing theme. And I did this intentionally. These containers are a great way to hide ugly areas. And no, you don't need to do them all. You don't need to fill in every single gap, guys. It is also okay, and take that as another tip here. You don't need to fill in all the gaps. If there's something you don't feel like there is a need to fill it, make sure you hide that away from the people. And the best way to do that is obviously use the guest mode, use walking around, make sure that you have a look from the guest perspective, and then use your typical kind of go-to angle you are using for playing, because all of us have our typical angle to look at a certain park. Despite the fact we have a full control over 360 degrees in here, we always have our favorite angles to look at. Now, I did ramble a lot of this about this because I feel like these are very important tips for you guys to take into consideration. You can see me also using the barriers over here with the supports. I did turn on the supports on path, but I don't really like if people glitch through it, so I went this extra step and did actually include some of the barriers to ensure that people do not glitch through the support itself. You see myself also using a bit of different ground patterns. I just got bored by the insane amount of concrete and grayish concrete color, so I was like, you know what, why don't we just keep a bit of the old pattern over here, which with the new pathing, obviously that is a lot more simple to do. I used some of the in-game railings because why not, I guess. And I tried to find the right space to really make this all work together. I fixed a couple of connection issues here and there, making sure that I fill in some of the... As I said, this is also part of the trick. You just come back to certain areas, and once you fill in all the things that you were thinking about in the past that you want to do them in the future, make sure that you just quickly go there and put a couple of things in to make them this area look really finished. And I'm really, really glad I did this. Now, you will see that there is a bit of a jump in the order of what you build. So you do already see the fully themed twister over here, not twister, or what's that thing, the scissor. But we we will do the full build of it in a couple of seconds. This was part of my big tutorial, the advanced building tutorial. I'm going to talk about that while we do it. But just back to the coaster, you can see I really tried to make sure this time around that there's a lot of interaction going on with the coaster and the queue. You'll see that in the real-time part. I think it ended up being outstanding. I think it's really one of my best works I've ever done in a Planet game because of the multiple layers that I took into consideration for this build, and also because of the setting itself, because it is, frankly, a rather hard setting by the time, because we had so many coasters already built in this, and to give this specific coaster, the Eurofighter coaster, a very unique appeal in this park has been a bit of a challenge. And also because the other ones had a bit more of a natural environment to thrive in. So we do have the first launched coaster, which goes over the main lake of our park, which inherits already the special element of that lake, of that centerpiece, of being in the centerpiece. So that was an easy one. We have the tilted coaster, the tilt coaster, which has this main feature with the crane being tilted down and then going through what is the old kind of storage building of some of the main goods of our harbor history, which again in itself is a bit more of a context that is nice. But this coaster we've built over here, the Eurofighter, this is just like somewhere in here. And this is also why theming wise I went very loosely with a typical kind of, I don't know, late 20th century kind of thing, or maybe no, early 20th century I should say, or late 19th century kind of harbor build with a lot of brick and then these kind of lamps that potentially would even still be run, not in this park, but before we took over, they would have potentially been still fueled by petroleum. I mean, maybe not, but like kind of this is the idea that these would have been maybe old gas kind of lampposts, and then, you know, obviously now we have LEDs and very efficient, blah, 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 but that kind of could be part of it. And this building, as it has no specific theming, which is an ongoing pattern in this park, so everything that is not in one of these themed halls, we will have more of the themed halls in the future. And you guys can actually give me a hint down what would you love to see. What type of themed hall do you want to see? It's kind of almost like an indoor land, if you will. Like, what type of indoor land theme would you love to see? I mean, literally, we are getting fairy tale soon, we're getting sci-fi soon, we potentially will get pirate as well at some point, so there would be certain cool options to go for, but you know, you just let me know. There could also be a completely different theme. We could go for something completely different that is not on the list, and so make the challenge a bit more exciting, a bit more unique, I guess. Also adding some of the elements over here that would be required to shut the doors, so we have some garage kind of rolling gate type of things. Yeah, I think it turned out very beautiful. It's rather simplistic, to be honest, but it's very nice indeed, very, very clean, very detailed, and I will make this building seem a bit more weathered to the ground. I will potentially use a couple of different colors to make that appeal, but I'm not overdoing it, because again, my idea would be that this is one of the newest coasters, and hence this area has been cleaned up quite a lot. So you can see me also do some more custom supporting here, just to ensure that, yeah, one of our mid-course brake runs has a bit more of an emphasis on it and looks a bit nicer. So, as promised earlier, we will also go back to the building here on the side, which was part of my big tutorial. So if there is a bit of a weird movement here and there, this is down to the fact that I was explaining what I am doing. But as this episode is sped up quite a lot, it shouldn't be too much of a big deal. But we can quickly talk about the technique I'm using over here. This is abusing, or using, however you want to like that, the platform to rotate pieces. So for those of you who don't know, there are 3 platform pieces in the game that can make the same benefit of mirroring and rotating pieces as the attach to flat right or the attach to right feature comes with. So that means with using the platforms, you can create a wonderfully clean circle. The problem is, if you want to make that into a normal building, to just be able to delete one side of it, which is exactly what we need over here, you need to just recreate the same kind of thing in a normal building and then use the good old center pillar kind of rotational trick. The big advantage of doing what I just did beforehand with the platform is that you will already have a very perfectly made piece, because it's always 1/12 of the entire rotated circle. So you can always go back to your piece, your center pillar, then just rotate around the pillar, and then you will be able to just move it in steps of 12, or actually of 6, depending on, or maybe even 3, well, depending on how you are just rotating it, but whatever. So you can do that. And then also explained another thing that I find very important, so this is for you guys as a bit of an extra bit here, palletting, as I call it. I'm not even sure if that's the correct word, but I think of it as giving myself a color palette before starting to build, and only it's not colors, it's basically pieces I want to use for my specific idea. In this very case, I wanted to make a industrial kind of wall using some plaster and some brick pieces, ensuring we have some details in here. I utilized some of the curbs, which apparently, as of the game's display, they are made out of concrete. I still don't believe that. The texture screams metal to me, but hey, who am I to judge? The game says it's concrete. I'm gonna deal with that. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun making this build look good, because while explaining, you're also thinking about so many things that you just sometimes do without perceiving it really. You just do it because you feel like it's good, but it's always helpful to think about why you do certain things, to just double check yourself if it is just for the sake of doing it or if there's a real purpose behind that. And doing this palettes at the beginning, as I said, at least helps me to be very consistent in my build. This is one of my few tricks to ensure that I'm consistent and stick to my plan, stick to my architectural style I went for. And by using a limited palette, it just makes you also become more creative in a way. And sure, you can still go to the menu and look for the pieces exactly you'll need, which I did, and you all should do, but because you've been limited before, you have a very clear idea of what's missing, which is the huge difference to if you would build with all pieces from the get-go, because then you would always think like, could you use that? Could you use that? What do I need it for? Or do I even need it? And if you don't have these questions and you just have a very specific questions, like for example, what type of small metal piece can I use for a fake handle on the window piece? That is a very specific question you can answer by finding a suitable piece, rather than, oh yeah, I just want to make a window that kind of sits inside the building. What type of piece can I use? By the way, talking about this could be a very cool AI feature for Planet Coaster, by the way, or Planet Coaster 2. An AI-based in-game search that contextually gives you pieces that could fit what you're building. I'm not sure if that could work, but you know, I even would think of how a GPT that you ride would work. You only need to have the live feature enabled, but I could like literally think of making this as a screenshot and put a GPT out. Okay, sorry, but my mind goes crazy. But the only thing you need to do is like make a screenshot of all the pieces in game, give that to the GPT as a basis, and then show them what you're building, and then let the GPT tell you what type of pieces could come in handy here. I think that should definitely work. But anyways, I'm using also a little different trick over here, using the pathing tool for roof tops, which always comes in handy if you want to do railings that you don't want to do yourself. I used this trick already on the big cruise ship, where I was too lazy to build the complete railing of this ginormous ship. So what I did instead is I just build a little bit of a pathway around, making sure it is aligned with the outside lines or outside walls, and then I used our pieces to create this wonderful railings, because you can toggle railings now on one and the other side, which I think again is such a huge benefit for the game. It is so good. I love that feature. It is a brilliant feature, and I would love to see this even be explored a bit more, so to even get more of these things in the future. I really would love that. But yeah, as you can tell, we are going in here and making sure that this flat ride gets its proper nice stuff to it. I kind of like the idea to build the main control unit be attached to a wall to make it appear bigger than it actually is. The more I think about this, a bit more of control about the ride attendants piece would be nice, I guess. I mean, I've already been very vocal about the fact that I don't really like the pure existence, I guess, of the ride attendant is a thing, but like in the shape the person is right now, with actually no job or so, it just is ridiculous. But anyways, we are at the end of a rather long and very quick cut, I don't know, very quick speed build. I do talk to you in the real-time part now. Let's have a look at it. Oh boy, I cannot tell you how excited I am for this real-time part, specifically today. I am very, very, very proud of my work over here. I will spoil that right away. I'm not fully done with this area, but there are good reasons for that. We're going to talk about these reasons in a second. But yeah, oh my god, I'm so freaking excited. It all is going to work out so well. We do have a very odd queue over here for our flat ride, but I intentionally did it that way. I wanted to maintain a couple of things. This thing in the back there will also become a feature in the future. And you can see also how nicely everything else works. Now the skyline of our hypercoaster comes even better into play. There are a couple of issues here with the gas flow. As you can clearly tell, I did a bit of an oopsie here, which I am going to fix somehow, I guess, with a bit of a breakup of this area over here, but we'll find a way to do that. So this is the star of this area, as you can see. This is the coaster, and look at all the layouts, my friends. I am so proud. I talked about that very early on in this project. So one of the main issues of this setting is that we don't have any natural height differentiations or differences. This is a very flat area. We are at sea level, literally, and we do have a very constant flat ground. This flat ground doesn't allow for very interesting things to look at per default, so what we will need is a build or a way how to build overall in this project to give this whole thing interesting sidelines, interesting areas to look at, and a way to feature different heights. So there comes the coaster. Look at that. Oh my god, there you go. Gosh, that I could look at it forever. And so one thing I did over here, as I said, I did a sunken queue over here. Look at this. This is so cool. So you get the people, they come from back there, which is part of the queue, which is not fully done yet. But you can see so much interaction of the coaster with the queue. There are some security nettings missing, but over here we do have the security cage, I want to call it almost, because everything is in the cage. But I mean, just look at it. Look at the different angles to... isn't that coaster beauty? I find this absolute mega coaster beauty. I could even imagine this becoming the thumbnail of the episode. I will definitely have to wait until the coaster at least comes into the roll or so, but... yeah, oh gosh, this makes me so excited. I've never really spent so much time doing these things because the setting maybe wasn't the right one. But this over here, this is the setting. This is a very intentional way to build this coaster. Hopefully you guys understand partially the layout a lot better now, why I did certain things the way I did them. As you will tell, well, I'll be able to tell now, there's a lot of things I did fully intentional with this ride over here. Specifically when it comes to all the different height variations in this ride and where I did put the queue. But yeah, without further talking, let's actually jump over to the queue. Oh, by the way, I also finished this area off now, which I think is also equally nice. This bridge over here, which it really did not fulfill any purpose in the past, is now done. And now you can see it does fulfill a purpose. It becomes part of the track. It becomes part of the idea. We can also see the backstage area here, the wonderful switch track. I'm not sure if you will be able to see it in the final version. We may actually put a couple more containers in here to block the view even more. Maybe there's even more containers coming here in the front, but I'm not entirely sure if I do this or if I will keep that open so you can see the backstage area. My tendency, but you can say in the comments what you would do, but my tendency is to not show it. To see that from the queue is fully fine, but to see it from over here, I may actually want to avoid. Maybe I want to grant people only the view to here, and they can still see a tiny bit of the... oh gosh, this is so cool. The coaster passing by is so cool. The pacing now also is so good. But yeah, having this view over here might be enough. And so this weird looking staircase again is becoming a feature. But you can also tell now, if you come down here, there's so much more to build. Gosh, there's so much crap lying over there. Anyways, is the immediate access to the coaster. I'm just going to skip a couple of areas over here because they're not done. And then you go in. And again, this may not be the final layout of our queue. I may do a bit more zigzag here and there. I may guide it somewhere else. But this then is the main feature where you get down. And this is going to be so cool. We also have some sunshades over here. But also, I envision this being not a kind of water, how do you say that? It basically will also hold away water, so it's not like that water can dribble to only a sunshade. It is definitely more than that. It might actually be a tarp or something, which, granted, in the summer it would become relatively hot in here, so maybe there needs to be kind of a venting system as well. But yeah, so if you go through here, then you go up the hill, you will have this area, and I'm thinking about making a bit more of the queue go here. This is definitely one of the areas which would naturally fill in very nicely with the queue, but I'm not entirely sure if I do. I may actually do this because this area would really allow for a very natural flow of maybe we could squeeze in 4 of those. So imagining the queue goes further over here, could be 1, 2, 3, and 4, because otherwise it would just be 2 and then rejoin over here. But well, that's that. And then if you go up here, you will be ending up in the station, and the station, as you have seen in the time lapse, is also custom done. There is a lot of things I did on purpose in here. I used the guiders that are a bit more attached with some scratches and so on, not as clean looking. And then you can see the coaster car going vertically over here, leaving the station for some fun and excitement. God, the lighting does a wonderful job over here. So yeah, this is that building, and if we storm out here and use the pathway back, can we skip this over here and sneak ourselves through? Not really, right? Can I sneak myself through here? Yes, I can, but oh yeah, I made it through, okay? Because otherwise I would have just needed the whole thing. This is where, again, the souvenir shop will be, and it's going to be great for 2 different ways. So if we come from the western area, we will go around. We obviously have the skyline of the coaster over here, which also looks pretty neat, by the way. We've got our playing ground for the kids, the playground. And then once you turn around and you leave this area, you will be greeted with this wonderful souvenir shop over here. And this look at the coast. I mean, look at that with the suns. Wow, that is so good. I would really definitely ride this thing in real life. So yeah, there's a couple of things I want to do for the right hand side over here. I may want to enlarge the souvenir shop, maybe get the people a bit of a recreational area over here, because this whole area would benefit from it having a bit of a recreational area here and have its counterpart on this side. So you could really spend some time in here, which from the flow of the park would make a lot of sense. You've got a kids playground over here. We've got 2 coasters very close by to access. We've got an exit of a coaster here, which is usually a place where people or family members would wait, usually. So that is definitely in the planning to make like a bit of a waiting area here. And then we have another flat ride, which has its exit here as well. So there is a good chance that a lot of people would split up and say, you know what, I don't want to go on this coaster, but don't worry, I'm just going to make a little bit of a break here, have a snack or something like that. And then again, a souvenir shop nearby. It makes a whole bunch of sense. We may put a popcorn stand or so here. And also we have this window, which gives you that insane look of the coaster passing by here. Yeah. Can you feel that I'm proud of this build? I am freaking proud of this build, and hopefully you guys understand why. There are a couple of security issues I will fix. This one over here, the urge to jump on top of that and break your hand is relatively big, so I will need to fix that. Also, I'm loving the fact how you can see that insane lift hill in the back. So yeah, as you can see, as we continue with this project, everything is coming together and everything is looking so much better. We do have a bit of a restroom, by the way, in here in the back. I like the fact how it's hidden there. And then I may put the queue, I thought about this briefly, to put the queue of this thing in here. I will change this and repurpose that area for the queue instead of being such a madman to put this all in the center. But realistically, this breaks up the mood a little. Let me show you from above, because that is definitely something. Whoops, we've end of day. How do I get rid of it? There you go. So what I definitely will say is that this queue on here really does benefit the plaza, so it does make sense to have it here. Guest flow wise, it is not that dramatic, but having like our snack thingies over here doesn't really help to guide the people, because usually that's just the exit and then people need to go all the way around here, which is not too bad. You've got a restroom down here, so the flow makes sense. We do also need to have a lot more bins, guys. We have so much litter across the park. It is ridiculous. But yeah, so this is the coaster, and again, this section over here is one of my favorites I've ever built. I think everything about this feels so real and so cool, and the different height layers, the different elevations, the different way how it all plays together. And we don't only have this sunken area, we also have the staircase leading to the station, because the station itself is raised a little, and so on and so forth. I think it really captivates that beauty of a coaster and that idea of making sure people want to go on your ride, that they build up excitement while they are in the queue. There are a couple of little things I want to do. I want to definitely build a fountain, a drinking fountain that we scatter around all of our queues. The next episode potentially will have a lot of these smaller things like drinking fountains and some details and some power boxes, power cables. I wanted to do all these things. I'm potentially not thinking of making a new area, but I have to think about that. Maybe I'm just gonna skip this for a later episode when we have the souvenir shop, because it would be a perfect episode to round off this area. Would be perfect to do that with the souvenir shop. But let's see if I can hold this for so long, or if I will break under the pressure. But also a little area that I want to tackle relatively soon is this area over here. There's a lot to do. I want to utilize this land a bit nicer. I want to embed this a bit nicer. I want to make the connection with this a bit nicer, and I want to make sure that we have an idea where to branch out next. So the very logical next area is going to be this corner over here, that we build a basic layout for that area and then make sure to find ideas to what we can squeeze in here. And I want to also make sure that we do have a connection that crosses the bridge here, because that area is super empty. No one is really trafficking this here, and I want to ensure that people go all the way around and have an option to cross through here relatively quick. We have the bridge crossing over our go-kart track, which is great, but not more. And I still have to get rid of the ship, which the ship is still a very dramatic thing in our park, which I need to get rid of. But yeah, there is a lot to do in this project. I'm not getting tired of this project whatsoever. I'm loving it more than ever. I'm loving the idea and the promise of this project more than ever, and I would love to hear your opinion on that one. I know there have been a couple of people being very skeptical about the maybe longevity of this project and ingenuity that you can fit in, but you let me know if it works or not. I have the feeling it absolutely does work in the best way possible, but you guys need to tell me if it does or not, and I'll be very excited to hear your feedback on today's episode, but also the overall project and what you could envision being in here. I know for a fact that a couple of people, we are still lacking a huge centerpiece in somewhere in the back. People talked about the Elbphilharmonie maybe building, which obviously is going to be one of the biggest challenges ever. But there's also the Hamburger Michel, which we could do a couple of things that would be possible. So yeah, let me know what you think about this project and today's build specifically in the comments down below. And yeah, I'm very excited to read about it, and I'll come back to you in either the comments or the next episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Hopefully my excitement could have been translated to you today, because I'm very proud of this episode. And yeah, I'll talk to you in the next one. Very soon, we are going to have access to the Sci-fi pack. Again, in Planet Coaster 2, it has been a pack in Planet Coaster 1, but with the next update on the 29th of May, we are getting the wonderful Sci-fi pack. So what we're doing today, we are going to obviously prepare for that very pack, what is coming. And I can't wait to show you what I've done, because this is going to be a whole new area in our beloved Hanseatic Dreamland. Today we are going to build a completely new hall, but before we do so, let me just quickly give you a note from the sponsor of the channel. As you should know by now, this is Instant Gaming. It is a platform where you can get game keys for a great value. They have a lot of discounts, they have a lot of campaigns going on. Obviously, good customer support. You'll get that directly via mail if you purchase over there. And by doing so, you can also get DLCs or pre-orders or whatever you can think of. You can even get in-game currencies for a better value. So if you want to pay with like PlayStation money or Xbox money, whatever, you can do so. And by purchasing via via the linky in the description, you do help me directly, because a small fee of that will land exactly at your best camel's friend. So now let's talk about this build over here. You can see I took one of the older halls. Actually, this is the very first hall we've built, the big harbor hall across the lake on our main entrance area. In case you have no idea what this project is all about, we are building a theme park in an abandoned area of the Hamburg harbor. So the idea is that we have basically purchased a whole big area of the Hamburg area that isn't in use anymore. And so the first couple of episodes, I had a pretty big concept already drawn months ago, before Planet Coaster 2 even got released. Now then, you know, the release was a bit bumpy, but we still made the best out of it, and we have a very nice starting point with like a lot of the buildings that do actually exist in Hamburg, or at least the architecture is leaned very much towards what is obviously existing in Hamburg, and a couple of these typical industrial storage halls and so on have been built. We're going to build a bit more also in the direction of the classic old harbor of Hamburg very soon after that. And as promised, the season 1 will soon be uploaded to the workshop so you guys can get hands on it. I am planning to do this with this very park today, so that with the video you should be able to find it. If I do remember, I will give you the linky and the copy code or the workshop code at the end of this episode. And if you fancy doing so, you can build yourself in here or just explore the park. I'm going to continuously update the park to the workshop so you get all the newest additions. I did plan to do a bit more for season 1, but I feel like it's a good point to do that because of all the changes that are coming to the game soon. It's a good point to do that. Now you can see what I'm doing over here is again, and I talked about that quite a lot in my tutorials, but also in the latest videos, I am creating a bit of a height difference. So this building is a little bit farther back from the overall canal, so that means we have a bit of space to work with that. And what I did is I created actually a 4-meter height difference so that the house itself is a bit higher, which could happen relatively easily because of some more storage in the ground, and then they decided to build like a bit of a retaining wall around that, and then maybe in the future they plan to even extend the harbor area, and so they have the building already raised, or it's more important to what you have inside of that for like flooding and so on, so you would have this more realistically in this space over here. Then I did want to create a bit of a nice staircase leading up. I think I did it a little bit too complicated. I could have done this a bit more simple, but I thought that was the best method, but I actually, had a bit of a hard struggle here. I could have done this easier, I guess, with using the line tool and doing two, basically, facing each other, the two rounded kind of staircase leading down, and then connect those two together. I think that would have been a lot more easy, but at the end of the day, I kind of mastered this staircase anyways. I wanted to have this staircase not only rounded to the sides, but also have the same angle go down. So with the new pathing, that works obviously pretty well. And also with the update, we are having so many new pathing options that will also play a role in the upcoming stuff I build. Now, I'm preparing this haul, as you will see finally in the real-time part later on, for the upcoming Sci-fi pack that is a returning pack of Planet Coaster 1. I am a big fan of it. I know that not too many people love the pack. Mainly, I think the biggest criticism in the past has been that the pieces are too big and too pre-themed and leading too much into one direction, I guess. I never had that feeling, to be honest, but if anything, with scaling now, most of these kind of negatives are gone. So I'm looking forward to it a lot, and I can't wait to test what we are able to do. And hopefully Frontier also increased the ability of flexi-color with the pieces, like they did with the Western pack already. So that would be a very, very nice thing to do. I also can't wait for the Fairy Tale pack then in the second next update, the June update, which is already kind of confirmed. I mean, not officially, but, Adam kind of gave it away, more or less obvious. So yeah, we are building also a huge plaza, but what I wanted to say about the sci-fi area, I have not fully decided yet what typical or what kind of type of sci-fi I want to do. So maybe you can jump into the comments, and let's talk about the comments in a second in general, but maybe you can jump in and give me an idea what type of sci-fi we should go for. I'm a little bit split on whether I want to go into like an Art Deco kind of sci-fi or a retrofuturism. I'm a huge fan of this type of retrofuturism kind of, original Space Mountain kind of style. That would be very fancy indeed. But I have the feeling after touring the wonderful Space Mountain that Kenny did, that this was already pretty possible with the Aquatic pack. So I feel almost like a Art Deco kind of a future vibe could be really cool, like this kind of 60s, 70s vibe, like Fahrenheit. I don't know. This is something I'm leaning forward to. We could also go ultra modern, trying to see what's possible with like a very ultra modern, like the latest, I don't know, movies that have been released with like super modern, super kind of modern sci-fi realization. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of that, most of this is too clean for me, too sterile. But yeah, I've not fully decided yet. As always, Star Wars kind of vibe is also working too. I'm watching Andor at the moment, the second season, which is incredibly good. I honestly, sometimes you do have these kind of ratings and people are going mad over like a series, and sometimes the hype itself is creating the ratings. But this time around, it really holds up to what everyone was saying. I'm so hyped about this series. It's so good. Disney showed that it is possible to do a good series, but oh my god. Also on that note, what is your favorite series? Because at the moment I'm looking into what kind of series we can watch on Netflix or Amazon Prime, whatever. Please let me know what's your favorite series at the moment, because we are still looking into finding a new series for us, and we are not fully happy with the ones we have so far. We watched a lot of the classics, so yeah, we would need some more series. And also, if you've got some good books, then please let me know. As I said, I'm still listening to a good audiobook at the moment, but if you've got some very nice tips, what type of sci-fi stuff maybe. I'm leaning towards sci-fi at the moment. I would love to have some sci-fi stuff as an audiobook for when I'm building in the sci-fi theme. So if you can give me any idea about that, that would be absolutely lovely. And in any case, and I am very curious to hear that as well, as we are getting now the sci-fi theme, I really would love to understand what theme you guys are missing, apart from the ones we know. Because I was kind of thinking about this lately. We have so many themes already, if you take the Planet Coaster 1, including all DLCs, and the current game with the 4 themes. What is missing, guys? What is the one theming or scenery pack you would love to see in Planet Coaster that has never been done before? I'm really curious to hear. I'm not saying my one, I'm gonna tell you in the next episode, but I really would love to know. And please make sure to really comment a lot today, because I still have the time to get all these ideas in for next week when the DLC launches, so I can finally get my hands on it and try building. Because I've got a lot of ideas that go into it. And we're also soon going back into the Splash Peak. Splash Peak is still on my list, but at the moment, kind of trying to juggle the time a little. And I felt like preparing for the sci-fi pack is the more efficient thing to do right now. Also, I'm looking into a very specific tutorial, and I wanted to know if there is a need for that. But this park over here is gorgeous. I really love it, but there's one big thing missing at the moment, and that is kind of dirt and grunge and rundown areas. Like, it's too clean. It's way too clean. It's way too perfect. We need to make it look a lot more normal, I guess. I always say rundown is not the idea. It's really like normal, and that means we need some cracks in the ground. We need some cracks in some of the buildings. We need maybe some broken windows. We need like these little things that would make areas seem a bit more imperfect, and that is exactly what you need to have this wonderful, wonderful realism. So let me know if that's something you're interested in, because I wanted to use this very park over here to showcase what you can do. Now, anyways, you can see I'm building a rocket over here, which kind of, I said I haven't fully decided, and that's true. Like, if I feel there is a need to rebuild this rocket, I'm absolutely going to do this, but I wanted to go for like a generic kind of sci-fi appeal that just kind of combines a bit of the brutalism sci-fi approach of like some of the 40s, 50s, 60s kind of thing, but also a bit of a modern touch into it. And yet, the only thing that you can say is not really in that is kind of the Jules Verne kind of style, I guess, but normal retro futurism would go in. It's hard to say. I wanted to make like a mixture of everything. Like specifically that kind of top part over here is a bit more older. It's not super modern, not really those flaps and so on. I tried to really make a nice looking rocket, just like very much out of my head. There's not that one single reason why I did it the way I did it, but yeah, I think it turned out very nice. I think it turned out really, really nice. I wanted to make it like a fountain and try to pair that with the in-game fountain. We will use the roundish stamp to get this area actually traversable for the people so that they don't always glitch into the fountain. I specifically didn't do that yet because apparently I don't have the stamp yet, but also I didn't want to have to struggle to do that with the onboard with the onboard tools that we have right now in this game. So yeah, that's been very fun. I also have some very cool ideas to play with this. There is a very nice idea to make this whole thing move up and down as well. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to do this because at the moment there is a couple of things I need to do, and I want to make people be able to do this themselves. I just figured recently that if you're in the guest perspective, you can interact with these wonderful, how they're called again, sequencers. And if you are standing in front of a sequencer, you can actually play the sequence while you are in the explore mode, which is kind of cool because you can then create interactive things on the map, which I'll get into with the sci-fi ride I'm planned. This is going to be very exciting. I did a couple of tests already, and this is going to be so hilarious, and it's going to be so fun. I can't wait to show that to you. I'm not sure if I will be able to get this done in the next coming weeks, but it may take a bit more time. I don't know. I'm just testing. Okay, so you can see I found this ride over here, by the way, very, very, very fitting for this area. So I thought that was a very cool idea for a sci-fi ride. It almost feels like this kind of centrifuge is how do you say it in English? Centrifugal? I don't know. But like this testing rig that astronauts need to go through in order to make sure that their body is prepared for that. So yeah. Also, one fun thing about this episode is, as it is just in preparation for the sci-fi area, apparently I don't build the inside of the house because that is exactly the one thing we want to do with the sci-fi pack. But the one thing that I had is I couldn't stop building. Like at some point I was like, hey, that's a new theme. It's a bit different from the usual Hamburg Harbor theme. It's different from Splash Peak. It just kind of gave me ideas. And as it was a bit harder at the moment to get into it, the longer I played, the longer I built, it just felt more natural and easy to build, I guess. And it again showed me how many great pieces we already have in the game, but also how scaling is just such a beautiful tool in order to really get better in the game when it comes to like detailing and so on. It's like you don't need to change too many pieces. You can create very nice patterns easily. You can just scale things to the degree that you need them. And I think I didn't praise it enough till today. But anyways, so another thing I wanted to quickly mention, because I'm very bad at these flat rides. I really need your help with what are your typical favorite flat rides for the park, because we are very heavily leaned towards coasters so far, but I really want to take a step back and do a flat ride, a very heavily themed flat ride in this sci-fi hall. But I need your help. What type of ride would you see in here? And also why? Just give me a bit of an idea, because I'm very bad when it comes to flat rides. Honestly, I'm super bad. I'm just like, honestly, I'm selecting them by A, the size, and B, the overall kind of hitbox that they fill in. So sometimes I do need a ride that doesn't go anywhere high up because, you know, I want to make a coaster above it or so, or it needs to fit in a certain space. But like I never use them because they fit in from a theming point of view, and I really would love to change that. So if you guys are able to tell me what type of one kind of flat ride you'd see realistically fit into our sci-fi area here, let me know in the comments down below. That would be nice. Also, and this is just something I wanted to quickly get rid of while I'm building the entrance of the sci-fi hall, which I'm very happy with, by the way. In general, I would love to ask you guys if you can step in and try to comment a bit more on the channel. And I'm not saying that specifically, or to be precise, I don't say that because of the engagement. I say that because of the feedback. Like the last couple of episodes have been very rare on comments, and most of them are positive, which is great, but feedback is valuable when it comes to making sure the project is better for me, but also for you guys as a viewer. I want to make this more immersive, but therefore I need your feedback in order to, take this into account. And the last couple of episodes, in general, it doesn't matter if it was Planet Coaster or Planet Zoo or anything else, there was just so little comments that it was very hard for me to understand what to improve, So I would really love if you guys could step in and give a bit of feedback, Also maybe about the video itself, the quality of the video, the rendering quality, the type of commentary. I don't mind. Just, stay polite, I guess. But that would be very helpful because I'm doing that for you guys and I'm enjoying myself building, but I want to make these videos better for you guys. So that would be a very cool thing. You can see also I'm doing some nighttime. Most of the times I completely forget about that, but this time around I thought, specifically for sci-fi, it is super important to have a bit of a nighttime view on it as well, which is surely not the finished state of it, but yeah. Last but not least, I'm going to finish the overall shell of the hall just to make sure that we are all set for the next episode. That'll going to touch upon the sci-fi pack, which I'm so excited to build with. Did I say that already? I'm so excited to build with that one. Yeah, but anyways, you can see this is literally one of the most intricate holes we've done in here. It also has an angle, which always requires me to fill in the gaps in a nice way to make it look very clean. But like these angles also make it so much more interesting to look at. And this is one of the biggest holes we have in the entire harbor area. And this is also why I put this a little bit higher up to ensure that there's also a story behind that. This could have been a later installment of the overall area. I don't know, but it's overall I'm very satisfied with this build. Overall, I'm very happy, and I can't wait to see what this is all doing. I'm very glad that we will also be able to kind of change the color of our windows because that will also help us to make it look a bit more sci-fi. We will need to close off some of the windows in the next episode in order to make it a bit more dark inside. At the moment, the house inside looks kind of good, but it doesn't really give me the idea of what to go. I hope we get these space field panels again, because then I can slap them under the roof to make it feel like in space. But therefore, I would also need to make sure that the windows are a little less opaque. I definitely want to see how that works in-game. I definitely have to create a new group in which all the windows are in, but I can't wait to see how that's going to turn out. So yeah, that's it for the moment. We are now skipping over into the real-time part. Let me just show you how this whole area looks in the game right now and where it sits and how I envision this to become a part of our park in the future. Today we are not in the guest perspective. Today we are actually from above, which means also, let me show you something. I forgot about to do this, but not sandbox settings. We are going to go into, so you can see the actual performance if I go into the good old TAA. So there you go. So we don't have the ghosting behind those people, at least not as bad as it is with DLSS. So if you don't know what I mean, it's like if you have the DLSS on, which is increasing the performance dramatically by almost 200%, which is crazy. But it's kind of, if you turn the frame generation on, you have these artifacts behind the people, even more than there already exists with the normal TAA, I gotta say. But yeah, so this is the sci-fi area. I'm glad that it still is good enough for the performance. It's not like nice 60 FPS anymore, but it's like about 30 FPS right now, which is okay. And you can see there's the rocket also put on top here. I will change this one with another piece that I built with the sci-fi pack. I just wanted to test out how it looks, but there also, it needs to be connected properly to the right, which it isn't right now. So I will do this. It's also, as you can see, rotating in the wrong direction. Gonna change a couple of things, but that was just the main idea to have over here for the looks of it. But yeah, you can see we are here all the way in the back of the park. I'm just gonna move all the way here. You can see where we are. So people have to actually walk quite a way to get there. So at this point, I'm thinking even of about making kind of a monorail maybe, or another way to get from A to B in the park. I'm not entirely sure if we can, but this would also be a fun task to do. Having a monorail go through this park would be very fancy, but then we do have the issue of this one over here, our wonderful little, what is that even? I forgot how this thing is called. The sit-down powered ride, whatever. This one exists in here. As you can see, it's pretty filled. The center of the park is very busy, but then the rest is not. So I will also start to strategically place some restaurants and some rides and so on. I already said that in the last episode, we will get rid of the ship. It's not going to be vanishing completely, but I'm going to move this completely somewhere else, maybe somewhere in the back here. Maybe it's going to be here, and then the entrance will be set to the other side. I'm not entirely sure where exactly that's going to go. I mean, realistically, it would never be able to get in here. So maybe we're gonna put that here, or maybe down here. Who knows? But like the idea really is to get rid of it at this point, because it just kind of is a very bad thing for the traffic overall in the park. But that's not all we want to talk about. We want to talk about the sci-fi area, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with the entrance. Oops. It's not the finished version. I definitely do put some other little fancy things in here. We need to make sure that we get rid of the curb here, which we finally can soon. So this is just placeholder. There will also be a connection over here. We make like a second entrance over here. But if we go in, so you can see this is the area we are working with. Also, by the way, what we could do real quick, I mean, you know, we are in here. We can just do that real quick. We can just slide and make this all nice and tidy here, so that we have it all pre-filled in, you know, there we go. And then, I'm not sure what, you know, we could also make that in a different kind of ground, but it doesn't matter, because we will have, most likely, the ground will also be done completely in concrete or so. What we could also do is, hold on, can we start like the whole building? I did just do the whole building, right? And, oh yeah, okay, so, I mean, what I could do is just like select this upper pieces and then just kind of bring them to the ground to see if that works for the moment. Oh, look at that, it's still open on this side. Yeah, that is my bad. I definitely get to fix that in the next episode. I didn't see that okay, well, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. Okay, we still need to build like a proper wall in here, but like as for the whole house, I've built this already on this side, so I'm gonna copy this side over to the other one. I also cleaned up the edges already, which I think is pretty nice looking. We do need to seal off this on top of here. It's gonna be done with a simple plaster piece, but that's just finishing touches I'm gonna do next episode. But yeah, I really like this overall huge plaza. We've got a lot of space to do some fancy things with sci-fi. We've got this big hall to work with. We can also put some other stuff in this building over here. So if you've got ideas, for example, what could go into this building, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna plan to make like a bit of a bigger restaurant maybe over here. We soon are going to have the kind of the ride photo as well, which we might use somewhere. But yeah, also at this point, I may think about making a bit of a bridge crossing over here to kind of go into this space, because that area would actually offer a chance to build a bridge. Sometimes I would love to build like an underpass as well, but that just doesn't work with being in a harbor area like that. I mean, I could do it. We have it at some spaces, but yeah, or maybe I do. Let me know in the comments what you think about that. An underpass over here would also look fantastic, I guess. Should also not be too much of a big deal. Just create like a rounded area here, goes down. Yeah, let me know in the comments what you think of it. But I think a connection of these two areas in terms of guest flow would be very good, either at the bridge or something like an underpass over here. We are going to finish off this side, but yeah, you can see I open up completely this area. So what we gotta have to work with is this, and then that area as well. So as promised, I may gonna upload this wonderful park to the workshop, and you know what, we are going to exactly do this right now. So with your permission, I should say, you can download that, and I'm gonna put this here. So all right, so here we are. I'm gonna type in Handzak season 1, awesome. So that's that, and I'm gonna say upload to the workshop as a new creation. We're going to upload this. As you can see, at the moment it's uploading. There you go, it should be uploaded. There it is, and this is your code. I'm gonna copy that later on into the video, but there you can have it. There you can enjoy that if you want to. This is my wonderful Hanseatic dreamland park for you. But before I end this real-time part, here's a bit of an idea. So as I said in the video, I really would love to hear your feedback on what type of ride we can build, what type of futuristic theme we are going for. As I said, there are different ones to go for. Retrofuturism, we can go into kind of a brutalist futurism, we can go into a very modern future, we can kind of go for Star Wars-esque, Andor Season 2 inspired one. I haven't fully decided yet, or maybe Jules Verne kind of retrofuturism in this kind of style that Space Mountain is in. Yeah, just let me know in the comments down below what you would love to see. I'm very curious to hear about your opinion, and hopefully you enjoyed this episode today of preparing for the sci-fi pack. That is something I didn't do too often, but I think it's a very good idea to prepare. And yeah, so this is what we're getting, and I can't wait to show more to you guys. Hopefully, as I said, you enjoyed that one. I certainly did enjoy this quite a lot, And I talk to you, as always, in the next one. And please do me a favor, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and activate the bell so you are not missing out on newest videos if you like them. And, well, that's all you can do for now. I talk to you in the next one. Have a wonderful day, and goodbye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Hanseatic Dreamland, and welcome to a brand new episode of our main theme park. Today we are going to bring in two different souvenir shops. We are finishing the coaster, and we are talking about what is going on in the future, because I will do something crazy with the souvenir shops in a future episode. But more about that later in today's episode. It's going to be packed. I'm going to show you a couple of inspirational images soon. But as always, before we head into this wonderful park, let's go to our sponsor of the channel, which is Instant Gaming. In case you didn't know, which would be weird if you're watching my videos, but Instant Gaming is a service where you can get games and DLCs and even in-game currencies, just like PlayStation money, Xbox money, whatever, for a very good value. They most likely have discounts on all their products, as you can see on screen. You can have DLCs to your favorite games. You can set pre-orders, and whatever you like, you will find it. The link is, as always, in the description, and if I'm not too lazy, it's going to be to the top right as well, where you can easily click it now. But let's talk about today's episode. Now, you will notice we are not doing sci-fi at the moment, which is for the very easy reason that we are doing a bit of a souvenir shop first, and then next episode is going to be back at something else, and then after that we are going to go into something really cool for the sci-fi area. So for those of you who love the sci-fi project, it's just on a bit of a break, okay? It's having a bit of holidays, okay? But we are soon back into that one. I can't wait, because there's so much going on that I want to show you, but I just can't right now. As promised, I will now take the time to make things good, and you will notice that in today's episode. This over here is not going to be the one we are talking about. This is not the souvenir shop. This is just a retrofit of an existing one I've built. If you remember, we built this for the Tilt Coaster a couple months ago, and it was always meant to be a souvenir shop with on-ride photos, hoping that they will come one day. And well, as they are here, I just quickly retrofit everything in, but I didn't, spend too much time. The next stuff, in a couple minutes, we're going to start with that. This is going to be massive. The shop is potentially one of my best interiors I've ever done in any of the Planet games. It's very detailed. It's still not quite as detailed as it could be, and that is for a good reason, because we will see something else soon. I love the video I've seen by Yonti, Geekism. He had this video yesterday. I just saw that while preparing for the voiceover, and he did something similar to what I was been doing here, but he did it in a very nice way. He showcased very nicely the difference between just a retrofit, a very simple way of doing this, then a bit more themed and a heavily themed way of doing these souvenir shops. And without me doing this intentional, it's kind of similar to what I'm doing in this project, but the reason for that is relatively simple, because that shop over here existed and I didn't want to spend too much time on it. But this one over here is gonna be massive. Okay, so the first couple of seconds will be only about making this building, and I cut out a lot of it because that was absolutely tedious work to make this building so precise in this spot that the coaster goes through. We still have a good building, it still fits in, and nothing just kind of glitches into the ride. That was quite problematic, to be frankly honest with you, but at the end I found a good solution to it. I'll show you in the real-time part how many things I needed to use, and windows as walls will make a return. For those of you who've been with me for years, they will know exactly what that means. But now let's talk about the promised inspiration. So for this project, you can see 3 different screenshots from Disney-ish kind of simple souvenir shops, and the Weasley souvenir or kind of magical treat shop from the Wizarding World. And that one is a multi-level store. And I wanted to do something multi-level, yet not so overly themed as with the other Disney stores. Like if you go, for example, another one which is a good example would be the kind of Discoveryland souvenir shop. I really find very inspiring, but I didn't want to go like crazily themed because it doesn't really fit the coaster itself, that was the other challenge. The good thing about this coaster is kind of relatively boiled down to this kind of Hanseatic, like easy harbor vibe, a bit of backstage vibe, bit of like concrete, a lot of brick actually, but also kind of, as you can see over here with the exit area, a bit of a more toned down industrial vibe. And I didn't find this fitting too much with the overly themed vibe, yet I wanted to make it super detailed. You know, themed and detailed are two different things, so I wanted to try to find a good balance between these things, and I therefore checked specifically these inspirational things, as you can see, with some more themed down or like toned down yet very detailed shops. And as you can see over here, the pathing is already done. I cut out the tedious time-lapse part where I was trying to get the pathing right. It worked very nice, and apparently with our new options from the last update, not from the 6th but the 5th update, making path invisible and so on, it is just a breeze to make that. It still is a bit of work, but you can do whatever you want. And this type of shop being fully functional, no glitches or whatever, people completely easily using it later on, you'll see that in the real-time part, is something, you know, absolutely incredible and nothing short of just phenomenal looking. I love it. It's so much better than I ever expected, which, to be honest, would have not been possible with the way how souvenir shops in Planet Zoo work as well. So that is equally amazing. And there are a couple of things I did for this build to make it even more nice, and there are a couple of things I did to make it realistic, which gosh, that was so annoying to be going that way. But you'll see that here with the roof. I have the problem that I needed to make enough clearance for the coaster, and then this creates an open space for the souvenir shop itself. But as we are in Hamburg, it potentially will rain quite a couple times. So what I did is I built an additional rain cover. I gotta say, this is more or less a placeholder. I still need to find a different solution for that, because you know, the tremendous amounts of rain and the wind that you have in harbor areas like that, there is no way that this would be enough to keep that whole area, you know, dry and secure for the people in. I would think that there are still some mechanisms to close off the whole thing a bit better, which I have in place on the other side in a bit. And also I have my voice back in place now. Gosh, I don't know what that was. Anyways, you can see that I'm building a lot for the exterior still. This whole build took me way longer than I expected. And maybe I'm going to use these next couple of minutes of me finishing the building and making sure the clearance is nice and having enough kind of security around the coaster to go back to a post I made a couple days ago on my YouTube wall. Also, in case you want to be updated, I'm trying to use that more often. And I mentioned that I wasn't too happy with the quality lately of my videos. And I want to be a bit more precise about what I meant. So technically, all is good. The builds I've done, I'm very, very happy with. Specifically, the Splash Peak stuff I did during my parental leave. I just need to kind of bring this down to the point that I would have loved to edit them even better, to spend a bit more time to make better shots, a bit more cinematics, because that just kind of is what I also like doing. It's not only that I want to do it for you guys, which is the most obvious reason, but I also like doing this. Having a nice video also makes me kind of proud. And because of efficiency reasons and time reasons, I couldn't do it the way I wanted to. And this is why I decided to just try to take more time to make these videos right and make them work out the way I want them to be. So I will restructure a couple little things to make my workflow a bit more nice. I also have to just set up a new Premiere profile. Mine is now like 2 years old and it's a complete chaos. I just need to take the time on the weekend maybe to just completely build a fresh one that like isn't as chaotic as the one I have right now, and just make sure that music and so on is perfectly aligned. As you will notice in this one, we will have the classic Planko 2 music back again, but I'm gonna use something in the future again. So that'll do it for the moment for this topic. But as promised, we are going to talk a lot about the details in this build today. I also used a couple of the new pieces from both the pirate set and the fantasy set, but not as like intentional as maybe in the future will happen very soon, as a little spoiler. But there are a couple of pieces I used in here that are very handy, a couple of plaster pieces specifically because I like them a lot more. The fact that we can scale these windows a lot nicer now, also part of the update, is very neat. But it was quite a lot of work to bring this in. As you can see over here, I tried some of the new brick walls because I like this new from the fantasy, or actually old, but the texture is so nice and I wanted to have a bit of a break in the normal brick over here to make it a bit more, diverse in here. So that's gonna work out nicely. But yeah, let's talk about all the details and the main theme going on here with this shop. Because, as you know from this coaster, Brandung, which, by the way, means, I think it's coast, just like that it is, where you have like the waves, kind of the force of the waves coming towards the beach, or is it coast? I forgot what exactly that was, but definitely it's meant to be the raw force of the waves and the sea, and being in a harbor area, I thought that was quite fitting. And the theme was meant to be also very industrial, very raw, and very forceful. And this is, again, the reason why I didn't want to go too playful in this store. It should be very much down to what this whole experience is. Industrial, strong, straight, and using also the color scheme in here that we have going on in the whole coaster. The only little aspect I'm kind of not using is the yellow, because the car itself is yellow as of now, but I'm still not 100% happy with it, so I may change this to a bit more of a blue, dark blue kind of variant to match more with the idea of waves. I used the yellow before because it had a nice contrast, but at the end of the day I felt it was more, or maybe I feel it's not passed, or I haven't done the change, so maybe it's because I still feel it's not 100% what I want from it. But it's a kind of a subject to change what we have in here, and this is what I really like about this project. It just constantly changes and kind of works very nice in the bigger context of what we want to achieve. And also, just talking about the idea of this shop, I wanted to use the shelves as they are. I do not like them too much per se when it comes to different themes, but specifically for my need over here, and with that kind of industrial vibe and very classy, I feel like they look very nice. They kind of go with these kind of Eames style, like Eames chair, Eames shelves. I don't know if you guys know them, but if I don't forget about this, I'm gonna put some images in here. It's a ridiculously expensive type of furniture, but it's very well known and kind of fits the style. This is exactly what I wanted to do with it. And this is why I left it the way it is, simply because that would translate nicely into the idea I had. We do some subtle theming here and there, so don't you worry too much. But I also used the little trick to connect different shelves to different counters. As you can see, we also put a very blank counter here on the upper level, which is because you only can connect 40 shelves per each counter. To be honest, it may seem too little, but 40 is quite a lot if you have one counter. And if you imagine making bigger kind of shops, it's easily that you, realistically, you have more than one person at the cashier anyway, so it might make sense to have multiple ones of those in a bigger checkout area, so it doesn't really make that big of an issue. So you can connect 80, and if you have 3, for example, you're already at 120 shelves, so that should do the trick, and you could also always kind of fake your shelves. You can always use just one shelf and then rebuild it, or kind of put another one next to it which is not connected. You can't put the pieces in, but you can put the pieces in yourself with the scenery items. So there's your solution. Also, here we are, the big comeback. The comeback of this video is, well, actually I said windows as walls, but to be precise, it's windows as ceiling. Yeah, for those of you who've been with me, or with Planet Coaster I should say, it's not my individual trick over here. I think it's something that has been developed very early on in the early Planet Coaster days, where we didn't have nice stucco or plaster walls, and what we all figured is that the backside of these windows specifically have such a neat texture that really resembles very nice usage of plaster or stucco, however you want to use that. And use that as walls and windows. And also another big benefit that we had in the times is that the windows were smaller, and hence you were able to A, fill in more individual gaps, but also B, reserve some spaces for windows. And that kind of has shifted because we now get these individual wall pieces per each wall set, so the need to use these pieces as walls is not as big anymore, simply because we have more options. And also because of, the scalability now, having scaling as an option in game, it again reduces the need for a specific piece like that. But still, the fun bit is, as this piece still remains smaller in its initial state, it also means it becomes or it can become even smaller when you scale it down. So the advantage kind of translates now to a smaller overall size now, so you can use them in even smaller areas. Anyways, a tiny bit of branding here. I just decided to put a bit of a signature up there, like a bit of an idea to call it. It's like Brandung, the shop. Just making sure that you know where you are, I guess. And yeah, so then also I put down some shutters. As I said, this was kind of the idea for my solution for kind of weather and the idea of being able to also play with the heat. We do have, like, it's funny though, I said it's gonna rain a lot in Hamburg, which it will, but it's also, we have increasingly hot summers here in Central Europe as well, so we have to be accountable for that too. So that is what I want to make sure that we also fulfill this need, and hence we have these shutters to also play a bit with that. So then what I was doing over here, I wanted to create the staircase. And if you're wondering why the heck did you not yet make this tiny thing like this staircase weirdiness, whatever this is, transparent, because we can now. Well, I didn't, because I wanted to know where to put these scenery pieces first, as I wanted to make it as nice looking as possible in game. I do like the fact we can hide all this stuff now. It's brilliant, but what I really dislike is if you're not precise enough, then people just glitching through pieces is something I really dislike seeing, as well as people floating too high up. So I want to be very close to their actual hitbox, and this is why I'm using the staircase as it is. And I also follow this kind of broken up pattern over here, because I thought if I do style this with these kind of brick pieces here from the fantasy set now, I do like the fact that the staircase goes a bit wider. I could have made that a bit more roundish if I wanted to, but I honestly thought round again is not really fitting this whole theme too much. I do have a bit of a rounder floor pattern on the ground just to have a bit of a difference in here, but in general, straighter lines and more edges definitely fills into this project way more because of its, you know, heavy, strong feeling, in contrast to round and very soft form factors. I hope that kind of makes sense, and I also hope you guys like that I'm trying to talk way more about what I'm thinking about. I also felt like recently I may have been rambling too much about other things in these voiceovers and not giving you the full insight of what I'm doing, because, you know, many people do watch these videos to get inspiration and to learn maybe how to come up with these ideas and come up with the scenery and stuff where I get these ideas from. So, you know, here you go. I try to be way more into it, and also stuff like that. Now looking at the lighting, specifically from the staircase here, I just watch photos. I just go, and you do have the beauty of Google Street View, or maybe is it still Google Street View or Live View? I don't know, but many shops nowadays also you can almost enter with Google View, Street View as well. So that is a tremendous help as well, just to see that from a person's perspective. So I do recommend doing that too if you want inspiration. And yeah, just look at real life examples, and then you see how that looks. And also putting a couple of details in at the end is very important. You can see also I put some boxes here and there, making sure that it doesn't look too clean and too organic, putting other pieces in between just to make sure that it looks nicer. We have a bit of, you know, marks here and there, one lying down on the floor as if it's tumbled over, and just making sure that it does look a bit more different from the original, putting some other things here and there, making sure I have some more plushies in the different shelves and some smaller ones too. Again, one tumbled over sitting to the side, having a guitar standing next to the shelf as well. Just making sure that like tiny details like that make the whole place feel more alive and feel more realistic. But as I said, I wanted to keep it relatively low, relatively easy, to not overdo it. As I said, I wanted to keep that one over here a bit more simple and realistic in that kind of sense. And I will do something more elaborate and more crazily themed in the very near future. And I can't wait to show you what that's going to be. So yeah, I've been building this shop over here over a couple days now, almost a week that took because of the time that went into it. And then I did something very typical German over here. As we are in Germany, we have these kind of floor mats over here that tells you welcome if you go in from the one side, and it tells you goodbye from the other. It's kind of a German humor kind of thing. Not sure if you have it in the US as well. I find them very cringe. Almost as cringe as to use the word cringe, but I just did it because I felt like that's super much. That's kind of what Germany would do. Let's put it the way it is. And I wanted to make like a little bit of a fancy kind of signage, like entrance sign over here. Just kind of misspelled the word for once, and then just kind of made sure that this looks good, is centered, and just having a couple of elements here and there, and I just adding a couple of finishing touches. And at that point, it was almost annoying that my mind was like, I've got an idea, I've got another idea, and I need something else, and putting a gutter in, and like there's still 10 to 20 things I would have loved to be doing in here, but at some point I needed to call it a day, to move on and do something else. I really am proud of the shop as it stands. It really turned out to be very beautiful. And the last thing I did was a bit of a foliage thing on the other side of the road. But yeah, let's move on into the real-time part to show you what I've been up to. Alright, we are at the exit of our coaster because we just have ridden this coaster and we are now offboarding and exiting the ride. We are greeted with one very close-up look to our coaster, and maybe we would even see it passing by, but in our case there's just a mechanic passing by for a maintenance kind of thing. But as we go in here, we are greeted with our shop. So that's the view you have over here, and you could even see a coaster pathing through the building, which I am very excited about that this worked out. You could either go up here where you have the first part of our shop. You can see it's all accessible, also because we are in the explore mode. We now have a very good test if it works or not. At the moment, it's a bit of a sad thing that there's no one on this coaster and no one going in here. I have a bit of an issue in this park, to be honest, because I've been playing so long in this park that all the coasters are now so old that they are not really attractive anymore to the people. And yeah, I don't know if I can do something about this with marketing or so. I have to see if, or maybe closing down the park for a bit and then reopening. Hopefully that does sort out the issue. But yeah, so you can see this is the area. As I said, I did put some extra bits here and there. There are a bit more plushies available. There's that guitar leaning next to that thing. Again, as I said, we kept it very classic. The only couple of things I did over here, put an extra bit of a postcard shelf in here. We have the security so that no one is jumping onto the coaster and touching it or whatever. And then you can just go around here, have a bit of a nice look if there's anything for you. You can have a peekaboo out of the window and see a couple of track pieces, again, to just relive your experience that you hopefully had. And then if you go down, you can tell there is down here there is our photo booth, and I do see something very interesting now. And you can see there is at the moment no coaster kind of picture available, and that is because the coaster is not driving at the moment. And if there's a certain time passed, they do have this image of loading and connecting, which is very interesting. I gotta figure out what exactly it is, because there was a hot patch today as I'm recording, so maybe there's also like an issue of the connection. Let's have a look if I change the image and go in here. No, it's all fine, it's all good. So it definitely is a new kind of delay screen, which is very interesting. Very interesting that we have it. I didn't notice that before, so very interesting to see. Let's go back actually into the first person camera, which I just simply cannot do right now. There you go. And then disable our HUD again. So here you can see that, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of this entire area. As I said, it is very, very open and spacious, not too tidy and not too cluttered. Very, very tidy, I should say. But that was exactly the idea. I'm really playing with that strong theme. We do have a couple of electricity outlets here and there, power outlets, just to make sure there's a tiny bit of realism. There's some cables here and there that we couldn't hide in the walls because they were like the full brick walls, and in here these are made, so we had the chance to put the cables in. Like, there's also a bit of a story behind that. If you go here, there's like a little bit of a, you know, peg to the right and to the left so that they don't feel like detached from each other. There's something down there below, a poster just rolled over, someone left their ring thingy over here. And then if you look here, we have certain things on the ground. Wait, where was that? There's the mug lying on the ground, and in here we've got shop bags, a lot of things, and a couple of mugs that people didn't want to buy then. We've got our caps down here, and just making sure that like some umbrellas hang in here. Use the kind of jigsaw things to make some bigger images behind the cashier, making sure that this all looks good, and just having some planters here and there, making sure that this also, the photo booth looks like a bit more nicely integrated over here, just making sure this all looks nice. And oh, there you go, we had a test car passing by, and you can see I did a bit of theming here. One sneaky little thing, you can put the theming also in front of the camera. Like if you have the time and the patience to do it, you can create something very nice, and that is a on-screen theming inside of the camera. Like that is very, very cool. I did it on these screens, obviously. So the advantage of that is obviously that I can do more numbers and change it from screen to screen, which means if you do that on the camera item itself, which is up there, and if you do that one, then you wouldn't see it necessarily. So yeah, that's that. Oh, and actually I think the current one is this one over there. I did change the positioning. But yeah, if you put something in front of the camera, it will be actually on the camera, which is nice. So this then is our shop from the outside. So you can see this is where the opening is, and the kind of glass as security for the rain, if so. We have our shutter system that can go down. As I said, on this side I don't have one because I didn't know exactly what to do. There is one car now coming in. It's not always that slow, it's just that slow now because it came out of the block section. So sometimes I do have that. Maybe this is also causing the issue. I'm not even sure if it does make the core. It should make the course when it is coming out of the block section, but maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I haven't tested in a while, to be honest. That's a very old coaster, so it's not very old, but it's been a while since I built this. But yeah, so this is that from the outside, and yeah, the different viewing angles of this coaster, they become better and better. With each addition to this area, they become so much better. There needs to still be a bit of a security fencing here, but I mean, just look at that, the views, and just, God, it's so good. I honestly love how this all turned out so far, and just making sure that this side receives some love at some point, the flat ride over here. I will still do some things in here. There's no security on this side still yet. There need to be some fences, making sure that the flat ride feels a lot more naturally integrated in that whole area, making sure that we make a bit more security, maybe building like a little bit of an archway here. So there's still things to do, you know, but I'm very happy with how this turned out so far. And there's our little floor mat. So this is welcome, and then this is see you next time. Yeah, just like a little detail, I guess. And if you're in here, you can see this is the shop. Yeah, again, what shall I say? I'm very, very happy with how that all turned out. If you want to see the full thing, oh look, there's someone just joining our shop. Let's see what she's going for, what she's going to look at and buy. Maybe she's even going upstairs. Let's have a look. Or maybe she's just changing her mind. It's like, okay, no, never mind. All way too expensive. Don't want to buy. Yeah, but so that's that. Yeah. Again, as I said, very pleased. Let's jump out of this camera and fly up and have a look how the shop also looks from in here. Oh God, look at that! I haven't looked at the shop from this position. Ooh, also very nice shot from over here. Very much appreciate that little bit of trash down here. Very much appreciate that one. There's another vendor in here. Maybe he's gonna change. No, it's not. Okay, but yeah. So this is our souvenir exit ride shop. I am very happy. It's this coaster is becoming one of my best full coaster experiences I've built. Just yet, no one is actually joining the coaster anymore. Is that really why? Why is no one? Look at that. Prestige 1000, but reputation is dated. Scenery bonus 100%. 2 minutes. Yeah, that's just 2 minutes of walking, I assume. But like, I don't know. Like it's got super great values. It's got very nice prestige, but it's relatively dated. So minus 10% appeal. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe we need to change something, but at the moment we also have 5,000 guests. This park over here, and it's funny to say that, but this park now has become a testament to the fact that Frontier definitely needs to increase the amount of people that can actually join. We've got 12,000, but for this park specifically, I could easily easily fit 20,000 in here without it becoming crowded. So I would love to see, at least on computer, the ability to have infinite amount of guests if possible, or at least again double it to 24,000, because if I want to shred my computer, let me just shred my computer, I guess. No, but honestly, performance still is absolutely great on this game, in this park. I have a couple of issues because of the new driver of NVIDIA, but that is absolutely down to NVIDIA. They have been messing up a little bit too often lately, so hopefully they figure that out with the next driver, else I have to go back to the last one, because that one was really good. But anyways, that should be it from my side. I hope you guys enjoyed. I certainly did enjoy building this for you guys a lot, and I want to specifically thank all the members of the channel, because lately I haven't really spoken too much about this. I also am terribly behind in renaming the containers in here for the members, so please forgive me. Thank you so much for sticking with me, still being a member on the channel or becoming one. Still people becoming member of the channel for basically no benefit other than having the emojis, and you know, that's it. But I do promise that I will change the kind of highlight for members a little bit. I have a way to make that a bit better, so to have it in each and every video for you guys. That's going to be happening soon, one bit by another, you know, once by once. That's going to happen, and you can see now finally people are on the coaster and passing by through the souvenir shop, or actually purchasing a photo here and there. I really do hope you guys enjoy and still enjoy the content. If you do so, please make sure to like the video, subscribe if you haven't already, because I do mention that every now and then, but many people, over 60% on average of you watching these videos, are not subscribed to the channel. That's what YouTube tells me, so please change it. If YouTube is lying to me as well, just make sure to double check. That would help me a lot, because that's the easiest way to tell the algorithm you do actually like the content. And yeah, then I can only give you a couple more spoilers. As I said already in my post, the next episode will definitely be a Venlo Zoo episode on Planet Zoo, and after that we'll be meeting again either in the Hanseatic Dreamland or in Splash Peak. I don't know which of both things will be finished first, so yeah, be excited, be curious for that one, stick to the channel, there will be way more stuff. I'm just, yeah, very thankful for all your support, very thankful for having the chance to do all that for you. So again, big thanks to all of you. Have a wonderful time, and I talk to you, as always, in the next one. Welcome everyone to an episode of Hanseatic Dreamland that I'm super excited to bringing to you. Today we are building our first sci-fi build with the brand new pack, and Hanseatic Dreamland is actually more rich than ever before with this edition. We've started in the last episode with the hall. Today we are starting with the retro futuristic corner. This is the entrance area we had last time with the rocket rotating around, just as a recap, and today we are starting to build out the interior of our wonderful hall. But before, as always, a little side note from our sponsor, Instant Gaming. They are a wonderful platform where you can get game keys or in-game currencies such as PlayStation money, Xbox money, and they're always having great support and also great value. So just make sure to check out the link in the description. You can find full games, pre-orders, and obviously DLCs of your favorite games. And also, you help me directly by purchasing via that platform, because a small part of that will land at mine. And yeah, that's all I want to say. Let's actually go into our wonderful build today, because we are building a sci-fi inspired corner, and you guys have been knocking it out of the park in the last episode. Thank you so much for the amazing amount of comments. Funny side note, as I said earlier, comments don't really do anything for the engagement anymore of videos, so the views on that video haven't been really nice. But the good thing is, as I said earlier, it's not about the views, it's really about the engagement and the feedback. So please continue commenting that much. It is absolutely bonkers to see the ideas and the ingenuity that you guys come up with. And the clear winner of the kind of approach for sci-fi we had is going to be retrofuturism 50s, 60s inspired, which I'm a big fan of, you know, not gonna lie. This is definitely something I'm very happy with. But also, I thought about maybe making it a bit of a split one, so that the right-hand side of the hall is going to be the kind of 50s, 60s inspired, and the other side I'm going to explore a bit of a more kind of brutalist approach with a bit more kind of Star Wars, Star Trek vibe included. But, you know, I'll get there while we do it. So the next couple of days I'll be building a lot in this project, so you can expect quite a lot of content coming, and I'm preparing for my parental leave, which is going to be soon, so there's going to be a lot that I'm doing. But yeah, just about this build today, man, these pieces are so wonderful, and I wanted to achieve something that is very theme park-esque, but at the same time very creative and typical Rudi. So what I did is something, I think I've never done such a great interior. I really went a little bit ahead and did something really cool. So I built with the shell of the house that it was, but I didn't just change the walls from the inside. Now, I did it as a real theme park would need to do it, in order to maintain the shape of the building, or maybe even to secure the brick and so on, because potentially these houses are kind of regulated, that you're not allowed to change the walls from the interior. So what you need to do then is, apparently, you need to get the walls and have them move in a step, maybe a meter or two, and have like a bit of a security bit between, which is exactly what I did over here. And so the Sci-fi walls are a little bit stepped inside a little, you know, they just kind of cramped in a tiny bit, giving that space a bit more of a Sci-fi feel. And yeah, apparently with the new pathing options, this area is going to look absolutely fantastic. I decided to go for the vinyl path because it has that little glow to it, which I'm a big fan of. And also it's very typical for this kind of 60s, 70s, 50s retrofuturism. You always see this kind of vinyl glowing grounds, or it's carpet, and we're going to do something with carpet too, don't worry. There's a lot I was exploring in this build. Not everything will make it in today's build. I already continued building something else, so the next episode is about ready, and I'm really excited to bringing you a couple of retrofuturism inspired episodes next, but there will also be quite a lot in our Splash Peak. Splash Peak is also going to receive a couple of episodes next. I'm very, very excited to bringing that all to you. So please make sure to, also click the bell if you haven't already, or sub to the channel if you haven't already, to be always on top of the news when there is a new episode coming. I'm very, very excited to do that at the moment. There's also going to be some more Planet Zoo, so no worries about that, but just to mention what is going on. But yeah, this build, oh my god, what was that inspired by? Well, mainly Pinterest, I gotta say. I went to Pinterest and typed in retrofuturism. That is basically what I did, and then you can specify, and then I was going to go for like 60s futurism is kind of what I typed in then at the end of the day. And there were some really cool, like very organic, roundish shaped buildings. And I thought, I want to go with that one. I want to go for that one and see if I can pull that off with very kind of straight pieces apparently. But this kind of archway wall piece with the glass ceiling, that one was really cool to achieve that kind of rounded look. And as we haven't really themed a flat ride that much at all in Planet Coaster 2 yet, I thought it was really time to give a flat ride a proper theming this time around. And this is why I decided to go with a flat ride first. You're going to see a coaster in the next episodes too. We're going to have to decide, and you'll see that as a sneak peek at the end of the episode. We have to decide if we go for that type of coaster or if we change to another one. I'm not entirely sure about this, but all in all, I got to say that this is really fantastic, and it makes a lot of sense, in my opinion, to, just embed a coaster in this hall as well. But, as we've been very focused on coasters lately, I decided to go for a flat ride. I thought that was just like a way better idea, and I went above and beyond. It's not only the shell I built, no, we also have a very nice queue area. One of my better queues, I must say. I've done a couple of very nice queues in the past, don't worry, but it's really like this one over here feels super intricate, feels super connected to the ride. It just makes sense. I feel like the size of it all is also very fitting for the type of theme park. It's not super long, but it's also not too short. It goes well around the flat ride, but it also gives that idea of having actual operational facilities in here. So the theming is not only a theming, but it also gives the whole ride a bit more realism context, as if where all the control units and the tech and stuff would be stored, if not in the basement, that is realistically now embedded into the ride itself. And you can see that the operator booth is just over there. We may actually put a door or so behind. I forgot about that yet, but I may do this as well, which is going to look very, very nice. A little bit of a bummer was that I couldn't scale this thing any smaller than what you are seeing right now. So I needed to trick around here a little, but I feel like, the end result is very okay. I wish to be able to scale that down a little bit more, but yeah. Apparently we also needed to go for a fitting kind of style. And no worries, also there will be something in the middle of the ride as well that we are going to theme and what is going to move around with. I haven't done this yet. The next episode will focus a bit more on that. The main reason is that I that I really wanted to ensure that we have something really cool on there, and I have a very nice idea, but that has to go together with the next episode. So that's why I'm going to spare that out. But it's going to be very nice. And also, if you've seen last episode, yes, that is also going to be partially what I will be doing with the outside attraction. There is another flat ride we have got on the outside, which is also going to receive a very subtle theming as well. But one step after each other. I couldn't do everything at once because what you're seeing right now is that this build over here got very detailed. I got really carried away while building this, simply because it was so much fun with the sci-fi pieces. And also, the aquatic pack goes very well together with the sci-fi pack, I must say. A couple of the aquatic pieces are super nice, but I'm also so glad that we got this sci-fi door back, because the sci-fi door acts like a really, really nice backstage door as well. It's also cool that we can now finally flexi-color that. I'm very, very certain that in Planko 1 that was always just a blue door and we were not able to change the color. Maybe we were at the end of the day. I don't know if they changed this later on in the game, but I know for the longest time it wasn't. So very nice to have. Using a couple of these resort doors over here, because they have that very nice glossy kind of glass without seeing anything behind, to just kind of play with the idea of a spaceship or space station maybe. So yeah, really, I am very happy. And then I felt like we have to go even more into this kind of 60s vibe. Art Deco is something that definitely is an inspiration for that too, because Art Deco and retro futurism kind of go together a little bit. So there's a very nice kind of, you know, interface between those two styles. And I thought, you know, give it a go and use these pieces. And these wonderful base game pieces over here. I mean, everything is base game, but you know what I mean, not the new theme, it's actually the existing theme. I'm not sure if that's from the resort theme or if this is just a basic panel we have over here, but they look fantastic. They go very nicely together with the sci-fi pieces. They have a super similar kind of shading on the glossiness of the metal, so everything is super nice. And yeah, I also thought, you know what, I want to make like a custom ground, because one of the beautiful additions of having no curbs anymore is that you can go fully freestyle on your areas now, and they will look so much more organic and so much more realistic. You'll see that later on. I didn't even need to fiddle around with all the, you know, pathing anymore, that you make them square. I mean, you know, Taggy did deliver us with some very neat blueprints, but it's also very nice that you don't need to anymore. You can just now leave it as is and just put a texture above it, and make sure that you put your own fences in, and you're good to go. You could even go that far that you're using the in-game railings, but while I must say the railings, as soon as you use the railing, the curb is back in action. So I would recommend to anyways not use the railing, but it's super easy to just put your own fences in there. Also, you have a lot more customization options if you do it yourself. So no worries. I just put them on again, as you can see over here, to know where exactly the queue goes. The reason for that was really to put the fences in the correct positions. And you'll see I'm just creating my own run now, aligned to the ground tiles, to make it really look like as if this all is one enclosed area. And then I started using these pieces and aligned them with the fences. And you can see I left out some very big areas to make it a lot more realistic. You could then technically go in, and you will see that in a second that I'm doing this, and just scale out the pathing a little bit more so that actually people will stand in these areas. You can make it a lot wider if you want to, but the main idea is that you get this very, very natural looking queue area, and I am the biggest fan of that change. So you can really go and make some super realistic appearing things now. I really, really love that. And as you can tell, it just starts to look already super realistic over here. I'm very, very, very happy about this. It's absolutely looking fantastic. It's absolutely what I've expected from this game from the get-go, and now we have it. So there's really not that much I can say about this. It's really, really nice. But I'm gonna end the voiceover here, because I unfortunately lost a couple of things that I was building. So you'll see a bit of a nice stuff in the real-time part later on, but you will also see some very nice stuff in the next episode. So please stick with me. The next episode will be equally good, if not better. And maybe you can hear that from my commentary. It's absolutely great. I cannot wait to show you more, and hopefully you guys are as excited as I am for the next episode. I talk to you in a couple of seconds in the real-time part, and enjoy that one. Alright, this is the real-time part of this wonderful build, and I say wonderful build because I'm freaking proud. I think this is one of my best ever flat ride creations I have. There are a couple of little sneaky peekies for the next episode, which is going to come rather soon, but this is going to be very cool. I am so proud of this area. Honestly, I had this retrofuturism idea in mind before you guys were even commenting it that much, but everything about this looks so cool. I am very proud of how the hall itself looks from the inside. That was quite a challenge to get this done right. As you can see, the entrance isn't fully done. This entire side of the hall isn't done yet. So it's gonna be for a couple of episodes, which I'm very excited. I'm very excited about this. It's gonna be a very, very sci-fi leaned next episodes, which is going to be cool. We're gonna have a restaurant. We're gonna have some other cool things in here. We are going to have a track ride, which I'm still trying out a couple of things. This is gonna be very exciting. This is a save file without this one to not spoil this because it's becoming really, really cool. I am elaborating on a couple of other things too, but this ride over here, as I said, I'm very proud of because of the way it looks. But let me just go into the queue. There are so many things now coming together from this update, and oh boy, am I happy. So we have this queue entrance over here, as you can see, and now as we don't have curbs or so anymore, you don't need to do all the shenanigans anymore with like making paths square and so on. You just make where they should go, and then you can just style it yourself, because this is now all done by myself, which is so cool. You know, we go through here, we can obviously cut short, and then we get into what I feel like is the best thing about this thing. We have a pretty amazing queue. I'm gonna put like a billboard behind that one. There's like a window, but I will make like a billboard with like maybe planet Earth or so behind, that it feels like you're in space. And I mean, look at that. Look at this queue area. Oh, I'm so proud of that. I'm so freaking proud of this. Look at it's simple, yes, I know, but it looks so retro sci-fi. It's exactly what I wanted to achieve. Exactly that kind of vibe I was going for. Hopefully you feel it as much. I would love to have some weird pictures on the walls. Maybe I'm gonna grab some from Pinterest or so, like some free images for retrofuturism, and put them to the walls. I think that could look really, really cool as a little effect. So you know, never mind, I just quickly put them in just because, just because of that. Just because, look. Oh, this is too good. Yeah, I just need to crop them a little bit better. I just blankly put them in. These ones I just found very quickly. But they will get a very nice frame and make them almost like as if they're hanging down. And just, I mean, just look at the graphics. It's it just fills my heart. This is so freaking good. Also with the light effects over here, this is almost like a different game. But yeah, you're coming out here, then we have a little bit of a different style element, as you can tell. Very nice indeed. If you look into the sky, this is exactly something I wanted to achieve over here. And then this is where you would enter the ride. Now this is one simple flat ride. It doesn't look much. I do get this. It does not look much, but it was so much work to get it all together, make it feel exactly this way. You can totally see where this is going, and I do hope you are as excited as I am, because I am certainly very excited about this sci-fi hall. I may do a bit of a theme switch in between, so maybe this is going to be retrofuturism, very like 80s, no, actually not 80s, like 60s, 70s style. And then maybe to the other side, we may actually go even further back or a little bit different. But, you know, I keep that open for the future. Same goes about the coaster. Not sure if I'm going to keep that one. Maybe you tell me in the comments if you like the coaster idea to have that go through here or not. So there's still a chance to do that and change this. If, you know, if you feel like there's a better idea, let me know. There are a couple of little things that will be in the next episode. I can't wait to show you. So I've been really testing a lot of stuff, so it's gonna be exciting. Make sure to stick with me here, and there will be a couple of episodes coming very soon, because I do have a couple days off and can do a bit of more content. So hopefully you are as excited as I am, and please make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're interested for that content. And just have a wonderful day now. Make sure to check out the update, it's very good, and I talk to you as always, you know it, in the next one. Welcome back everyone to the Hanseatic Dreamland and our retro futuristic Expo 1956. In the next coming episodes we are building a spaceport kind of indoor hall with a lot of cool things, and last episode, as you see on screen, we've already built a very cool flat ride. Today we're building a restaurant and a coaster. The coaster itself is going to be the T-Rex track, which doesn't really exist in real life. Unfortunately, I would have loved to do the single rail Raptor, but we don't have it in game. So hopefully at some point we'll get it and I can exchange that. But before, as always, little note from the sponsor. Instant Gaming, you should know by now, if you need games or DLCs or in-game currency, just like, for example, Xbox money or PlayStation money, you can get it from over here. And for a very, very good value. They always have live giveaways. And since it is the last day of the month, you can still take part in a giveaway in order to have the chance to win. Check out my linkies in the description or in the Discord. You'll always find that. You can obviously also grab DLCs if you want. So just make sure to give it a look, give it a go. And that's about it. Let's go back into the episode. And today, as I said, we're building, first of all, the coaster track. At the end of the episode, the coaster will be done. I'm rather happy with it, looking at the overall area we are in. It was quite a struggle to build it, and we will still tackle it every now and then. But overall, I'm very happy with the layout. So the idea behind this coaster is to have something going through that hall, and it is very lightly inspired by the... It's not existing anymore, but there was like a space science center in Bremen, which is also in northern Germany, very close to Hamburg. There has been a kind of theme park themed around a space kind of thingy, Space Center Bremen it was called, if I'm not completely wrong. And there was also like a coaster in there which went through the roof and, under the ceiling and so on. That was very interesting, and the idea was to create something like that and to have it go through this hall over here. I did have to go out of the roof, but there is a cool way of making that integrate later on. I must say also, I have no real experience obviously with these type of tracks, and this is a fully custom track apparently. I looked at the single rail coasters like Wonder Woman, for example, but like there is not really that much I can draw from this, because in this hall I don't really have the chance to. But yeah, so you see a little skip over here to this what I did over here with the restaurant. By the way, if you notice, there is a bit of retro futuristic music in here. People have commented to get into the mood. So by the way, if in case you don't know that, but the beginning of the episode has always the same kind of music. This has been done by a good friend of mine. He's a wonderful music artist, and he's already done the music for Isla Napali. So it was just kind of obvious, since the trivia of this project is that the same company that runs Isla Napali does also run this park. So it was just obvious, and so that's why there's always the same music at the beginning. It's kind of the theme of Hanseatic Dreamland. Hopefully you guys like it. Anyways, and then I thought, this episode, let's go for the next couple episodes. A bit of a sci-fi theme here. Just mentioning, if you're not too much into this Hanseatic Dreamland, the next episode will be Splash Peak again. I have some very cool ideas for that park too. So just as a little plug over here, in case you're missing out on the other series, it's going to be there soon. And this build over here today is very, very chunky. There is a lot happening. There's a lot that I'm doing, and it was kind of finicky over here. I was making use of the new pathing options relatively early on, but there will still be a couple of things I need to do. It's been very cool to have that option now, to use everything curbless and so on. That just looks so good. And later on I'll get rid of the textures on top, so making sure that everything just kind of looks and feels nice. And there was an idea in the comments that I absolutely completely dig, and I will potentially do that. So someone in the comments, actually not just one, there was a couple of people who just did say that, had the idea what would be if I'm gonna do a bit of a themed haul from, let's say, century to century, or like era to era, if you will. So over here we have the 50s, 60s inspired kind of retrofuturism area, which I'm a big fan of. And they said, like, the more you go through the hall, you could go also through the centuries, like have 70s, 80s in the center, and then go into the 90s and modern day era. And maybe not modern day, because I think we all agreed that the very modern futuristic appeal is not the most appealing, I guess, but going into the 90s, 2000s, I guess, would be something like the modernization of Star Wars, I should say. That could also be pretty cool. So that's the idea, what we can do. And I'm going to look into that if we can make a distinct, difference, which should be possible because there is a very big difference between the 50s, 60s kind of vibe and the 80s vibe. So, for example, and then going into the late 90s, 2000s, it's also again very different from the 80s vibe. So I think there is a good chance of making that, and I feel like this is a very cool idea. Having these themed areas within the themed area of sci-fi. It's definitely one of the biggest projects on here. Hanseatic Dreamland so far has been a lot of the times been outside, and the Western Hall was really just a little bit of a thing. But this one over here is going to be very sick. Now, one thing I'm going to tell you already is we are not going to have a fantasy hall, just to mention that. Fantasy will receive its own project. I'm going to spoil that right away. I'm not sure when I'm going to start with this because I'll be on holidays when the update drops, and I'm definitely not going to make anything from over there. Or maybe anything is a lie, maybe, but more than an overview video maybe is not on the list, at least for now, because again I'll be on holidays in Spain, so potentially I just want to have a bit of time with me and the family. So that's not going to happen, but later on I will then transition into doing something cool with fantasy. I just have an idea, but there is a very high likeliness that we are going to see a pirate area in here too, which just kind of makes sense in a harbor. There's literally no way we are not going to have something piratey in here. I'm not entirely sure how we do it. I have again certain ideas, and people had already certain ideas even before we knew that the pirate pack is gonna make a return that early, but it's very cool. So yeah, speaking about the restaurant, I was a bit more free in doing the restaurant over here because we are already indoors. I was able to make that restaurant apparently a little bit different. So also, people said in the comments, and now I'm hearing that all the time, that I'm saying apparently very often, and much likely there are some other words I'm saying very often. It's kind of fun to quickly talk about that because I am watching my videos as well after I recorded them. I'm not like fully listening through all the 12 minutes, but I'm like skipping through if there's no audio problems or so. And it's kind of funny because I do also listen to English audiobooks. I'm watching series every now in English and trying to keep on improving my English in so many ways that sometimes you take over certain things from someone. I can't even mention who that was, but potentially I've heard something where a person relatively often use apparently as a filling word, and then you take that over, and as you go on, as you try to learn more and more, there will be another word that's just going to take over. It is what it is, I'm fine with that, and now I try to be a bit more conscious about the word apparently and trying to not overuse that, but it's gonna be substituted by another word for sure. And if you see that or hear that, let me know in the comments. I'm fully fine with that. That's the way of learning and being more self-aware of what you're saying. And I guess maybe this is also why we're seeing the coaster. I will be talking about the coaster in the real-time part because I have to talk about this. We are going underground. There's a good reason why we're going underground, which mainly is because of the space availability in here. But I didn't want to make this coaster get too much space from the area above. If you have seen the episode where we built the overall structure, the main hall where this all sits in, you know that this whole thing was raised already by a couple meters, which fits in very well now with the idea of getting this coaster underground, because being in a harbor area, being at water level, at sea level, would be even more complicated to bring the coaster underground. Now, as this whole building is already quite some meters raised in the air, it does function quite well. So not just, now we come to something very special, but before I talk about what I'm doing over here, because that's gonna take quite a while, even in the time lapse, let me just quickly talk about one thing that I found very interesting. So, in the past, people have told me, I think it's quite a long time ago, why I'm not doing any scripts or so. I should do scripts. And I gotta say, I think one of my best abilities also at work is doing presentations and speaking freely. And I want to practice that with every single video I'm doing. I want to practice being able to do commentaries on a free base. I have some notes. If there's some certain topics I want to talk about, I absolutely love doing that. But I'm a big fan of doing free voiceovers and trying to take you in with my emotions, with what I'm feeling, what I'm thinking about while watching the same that you do. I'm literally just looking at the time lapse again and trying to give you an idea what I'm doing. So as of now, we are doing a retro-futuristic spaceship. That was quite a struggle. I had something very specific in mind, but that had some very organic structures. That was a struggle, but now you can really take inspiration of what pieces you can do for what. I'm very happy with the final result. Let me spoil that already, but oh boy, that took a while to get there. Anyways, back to the point. I think if you have a script, it sometimes obviously sounds very nice. It sounds super elaborate and very clean and just get straight to the point, and I'm fine, you know. If you do kind of informative videos or very like knowledge-based videos, I think that's the way to go, and I'm a very big fan of it. There are people who are very much better at doing scripts and then also present them. There are people who do that very much worse, where it is just reading out what you're having in front of you, which is also not the idea of a script, by the way, but that's a whole different topic. I just feel for this type of videos and these type of things I do, it's just not suitable. I could even make a script for the overview videos, you know. That would be a lot more easy, to be honest. Just type in ChatGPT, here, these are the new pieces, these are the features, make me a nice script, and then just read that out, and the video would be 5 minutes instead of 15. That's fine. You get the info quickly, all good. But is that like translating what I'm really feeling about that and looking at these pieces, what my idea is? Totally not. So at the end of the day, all I'm saying is you won't see me doing scripts over these voiceovers. But that doesn't mean I will do scripted videos in the future, maybe about certain important topics or maybe speculations about a future Planet Zoo 2 or so. Might possibly be a thing, but I hope that you guys appreciate that I'm not doing these kind of scripts in my videos. And yeah, maybe I do this. Sometimes I do this for the intros, by the way. It's not really a script. It's just like noting down what I want to say to get it across for the different cuts, but that's all. Now back to this wonderful spaceship, which looks very funky indeed. It looks like a Google version of a spaceship with all the colors, by the way. But I didn't mind looking at the colors at the beginning, simply because I was like, let's find the structure first and then, you know, go for the colors second, because I had some pieces mirrored, so that would be easier anyways. And as you can see over here, I just quickly made that fully gray to get a starting point, and I tried a couple of color variations I wasn't too happy with, and at the end I'm going with a like very orange golden version, which I liked quite a lot, so I went with that one. But you can tell already the spaceship looks quite okay. I went in to do even more kind of funny things with it. It's, again, as I said, it was quite hard, and I'm very happy with how it turned out because of this kind of 60s, 50s, 60s vibe I wanted to get in. It's a lot more complicated because we don't really have pieces that, you know, work together with this few kind of organic pieces we have. Like, what I mean by organic is like they have like very roundish sweeping forms, and it's not really that you have any edges in there. They're like most likely very much like a huge bubble, and we don't really have these type of bubble pieces in the game apart from the typical scenery pieces that I'm also using for the front now. So it was quite hard to do, and when I was ready, I just kind of lacked this kind of spaceship appeal. It was a little bit too cute, and so I tried doing a couple different color versions, and at the end, as I said, I went with this type of golden version of it and made sure that some of the landing legs are colored in a different way. We put some VFX in, and as you've seen earlier, this all is mounted onto a flat ride, and the idea about this was pretty simple, and I created this this underground flat ride in order to make this whole vehicle fly through our hall. And then also created like a bit of a landing animation that is mounted also on top of the flat ride to make it really fly through here and then land on... Actually, I thought at the beginning I wanted to have 2 landing spots. This is also why I didn't talk about that in the last episode, because our flat ride is becoming a vital part of this whole scenery, and there's only one thing I'm not really happy with, but there's actually no way of doing it. So what I wanted to do is also make it appear realistic, that we have like a kind of a stick that goes to the top of the roof so that it would be flying from the ceiling, and then when it goes down it just kind of is mounted on the same kind of stick as well. But if I do this, the stick would be going through the roof the whole time. The only thing I could do is just kind of try to make the animation with our like there are some pieces I could use for that, but yeah, at the end of the day, I think I can live with that tiny bit of unrealistic behavior because of not being able to have a piece that is just moving into each other again. So yeah, we have that spaceship now flying in our retro futures. Do you see that English? See, I could have cut that out, but that's just not how it is. Retro futuristic hall. But outside, I promised you guys that we will have something else as well. And so I made a second version of this spaceship that is going to be outside mounted on that flat ride. I found putting that on one of the arms is looking very funny indeed and make that whole spaceship move very interestingly. But as you can see, when it's not activated, it looks a bit odd. So I needed to place that in the middle anyways. And I did something else very funny then, and I put some meteoroids on. And so that with the movement of the flat ride, it looks like as if this spaceship is flying through kind of an asteroid field or so. I was very happy with how that turned out. It looked very, very cool. And we are going to look at that in the real-time part. And yeah, it just really turned out more beautiful than I thought. Obviously, the outside is not fully themed, and it's going to take a while until we get there. But yeah, I also tried to refine this track a little bit, make a couple of more banked corners. I wish I could have done this a bit more banked so that the turns are a bit more realistic. I will keep on improving this flat ride thingy a little bit in the next episode. There are a couple of ideas I have with a couple more animations, but that's just like first of all the proof of concept. I'm also willing to try if I can somehow extend the landing a little bit so that at least the spaceship is hovering there for a bit longer. We all know exactly how that's going to work, but yeah, for the moment being, I needed to just make sure that we have the basics done, and that's just how it is. Again, as I said, I really, really like how that turned out overall. Made sure that this flat ride also gets a bit of a theming here. I used some of the aquatic pieces that go super well together with this type of retro futuristic sci-fi stuff. As you can see, it just goes super well together here with the sci-fi pieces themselves, and I put like a little rocket on here. I'm not sure if I'm keeping that, like just like a little idea. I'm not entirely sure if that fits, but just having that done, we have that flat ride, like a landing platform. This is a spaceport, which it should be from the beginning, and I'm very happy with that turnout. And then I also made sure that we have a bit of the landing animation, that the main engine is cut off, and then, you know, we only have the landing animation. But that shall be it with the time lapse. As you can see, there has a lot of stuff been done, and so let's hop on into the real-time part to have a look how the whole thing looks in action. Here we are in the real-time part, and as you can tell, there is our spaceport area. We do also now have wonderful kind of floor graphics, and there you can see the spacecraft flying around. It just kind of worked pretty well, I gotta say. As you can see, it's doing its turns over here, it's doing its flyover, and it doesn't really crash into the coaster anymore, which is very good, I guess, at least for the safety of the people riding the coaster. Now, as you can see, it's approaching now the spaceport. This is the coolest scene of them all. She's going to here, and there you can see going into the landing animation, going down, lands quickly over here, and then goes up again, and turns into retro position. The main engines go on again, and there it goes, off it goes. There's like a tiny bit that I need fixing. There you go. I need to drag that out a little bit more so it goes really around that pillar. But as I said, there will be some fine-tuning done. As you have also seen that the engines cut through here a little, so I gotta make sure that this doesn't happen. And there is our main station. There it will be standing for a bit. We are going to make like a tower over here. Also, it's going to be very much more cool for the coaster to have that near miss when the space kind of craft is standing over there. There you can see our coaster coming by. There it goes. And then over here, it's going to go into the ground. Woo! And then it's gone for a moment, and we'll be approaching out of here in a second. It's going to be very cool once I got rid of the pathing over here. It's going to look very nice, and we're going to style this thing obviously like a rocket. This will be looking very cool, as well as if there is another spacecraft going through our spaceport. So the whole story is going to come together right now, and I'm very, very happy with it so far. As you can see, our restaurant is very much in use already. It still seems a little dull over here. I need to do a couple more things, a bit more sound, a bit more kind of plants and so on, so to make it a bit more feel alive. But yeah, they can see, by the way, the space for the second time. Again, I need to make sure that these engines go out a little, and maybe it just stands there for a second and then goes up again. Everything you can easily do. We have some new kind of images over here, very big. I'm gonna give them some frames to make it look a bit nicer. But as you can go up over here, you can see our restaurant is pretty much in use. This is also such a cool view over here through the ceiling. If you're standing over here, you can see the spacecraft flying by, and it just looks like as if there's a real spacecraft flying in the sky, or actually I should say in the space. So yeah, it really feels nice, and it's gonna be feeling even more nice once the whole hall is done. I still need to debate if I need to do something about the realism of this thing, as if it was mounted to the ceiling, as I said in the in the voiceover. They can see also we've got some laser effects once it's stopping up here, so it would be also very cool from looking over here. There you can see it. Ah, that's so cool. I am really loving that. Look at people eating. What you guys have? Oh, you got lasagna and you got a salad. Is there someone with the burger? Nope. Oh, you got a burger? No. Oh my god, look at all these veggies over here, all eating salad. So healthy people. But yeah, so this is pretty nice indeed. Oh, what do you have? Look at that. Like there's some rice with a little taco. Very nice indeed. Don't we have a burger over here? I thought we had a burger, but we don't. Okay, anyways, so this is that, and we're going down again, down, to show you one last thing. I'm gonna ride one last thing with the coaster indeed, so that you guys can see how the coaster rides itself. And then this episode is finding its end already, but it's actually pretty cool how this all comes together. So the coaster has, I think, a pretty decent pacing for the most part. Like, it's not super nice everywhere, but the overall pacing I think is pretty good. Obviously it's very fast in the underground section, but if I would do some breaks, it wouldn't get back to the station, so I'm gonna live with that. So we have this wonderful roll over here at the beginning, going up and down, having a bit of a zigzag over here. The pacing, as I said, over here is very good, very gentle, nothing too crazy. Then it goes down, has a bit of a bump here, a bit of an outward banked airtime hill, then going into a double down, and there we go, very fast indeed over here into a very tight turn, going into another roll. This is a very extreme roll. Other than that, I think it's pretty okay. And then we are up into the station. It's not the longest ride in the world. I mean, we are inside of a hall. I could have stretched this out even further to the back, but I have a very crazy idea for this side of the house. I'm not sure if it's working, but I have a very cool idea for that. So yeah, that's our park at the moment. It's relatively spacious by now, because we dragged it all out to the side, and I'm gonna build another bridge here so that the whole area is a bit more connected. But we do need some more people at some point. You can see at the moment we've got 4,000 people, which is down to the fact that most of the rides are pretty old. And what I gotta do in order to make this better is at some point I need to close everything off, make sure that I do refurbish everything, and then at some point reopen the park, because keeping that thing running the whole time will make the park a little bit more unappreciable for the people, I guess, and so this is why. Anyways, let's head off into the house a last time and call this episode a day. I am becoming more and more aware of the fact that this is the exact correct idea to do exactly what we've started over here. I'm so happy with how it's turning out so far. Hopefully you guys are too, and I would love to see you in the next episode as well.